Rather than the epic lengths that plod through stories and the numerous changes, I'm focusing more on short vignettes of a self-insert in Theon Greyjoy's life. He follows many similar trappings, bringing more advanced technology and changing certain outcomes. But the focus is more on feelings and reflections than how clever the SI is being. And each is in no particular order. That said, sourced from Gladiasone's excellent A Game of Kings and Seas, I present. Greyjoy alla Breve. Enjoy. Reflections on War, Part 1. Most stories about people ending up in a fantasy world and saving it have happy endings. And while my story hadn't ended, yet, there was a hell of a lot of bad things that still happened no matter how hard I tried to prevent it. From the day I ended up in Theon Greyjoy's body, an 8-year-old hostage/foster son at Winterfell, I had struggled to change the future and make the world a better place. In that respect, I'm not too different from anyone else I suppose. And I had had many successes, make no mistake. It had taken time for Ned Stark and Maester Luwin and dozens of other men to recognize my plans as more than child's fancies, but when they did pay off I was given more and more. I had industrialized the North. Ned Stark had built watermill-powered sawmills, textile plants, meat processing factories, and other industries powered by rivers to make the North prosper. I had used my name as a Greyjoy to welcome dissidents from the Iron Isles, and given Ned Stark the impetus to form a fleet of the North. Maester Luwin was known far and wide for inventing canned foods, antibiotics, vaccines to a few plagues, and other wonders from my fertile mind. Gunpowder had led to primitive dynamite, muskets, cannons, flintlock weapons, and other marvels of technology that made the North fearsome indeed. And people stayed people, stubborn and foolish. No one more than I. The Night's Watch had cannons, muskets, scatter guns, grenades, land mines, flamethrowers. And they were still barely 3,000 men. The wildlings were still coming, and I couldn't very well tell them the White Walkers were returning. I'd look like a madman. But now wildlings were being killed, their bodies torn apart by Bolton shotguns for sport. The Winterfell granary threshing machines, that had ensured no one would starve in winter ever again, had broken and I was sent out to look at it. The same day Bran Stark was shoved out a window. I couldn't save him, save the boy I had found a little brother in. One I shared views of the stars with through a telescope, and talked about the planets with. A boy who had such dreams, and I had failed to change his destiny. Ned Stark had gone south to become Hand of the King. I had tried to come with him, but he had insisted I was indispensable to the North and had to stay. I had convinced him and his men to take pistols, gas grenades, and a few other precautions just in case. And Ned Stark still lost his head, though Arya had at least escaped. Sansa was still a prisoner to a monster king. And now the War of the Five Kings was underway. I had at least managed to convince Robb Stark to cut off all lumber and other trade with the Iron Isles a few months beforehand, citing secret issues. That would keep my father's conflicts limited, especially given the North's naval power. And we had managed to avoid dealing with Valder Frey entirely. The fleet of the North allowed Robb Stark's armies to move about the riverlands at will, and kept supplies flowing. Logistics was the key to any war, and expanding the North's trading fleet let us do that. I had made a few changes, small, minor ones. And yet, here we still were, Ned Stark dead, Joffrey holding Sansa, Renly and Stannis fighting in the south, and Daenerys Targaryen in Essos, building her army. 3 victories to the young wolf's name, Jaime Lannister our prisoner, but no closer to victory. Maybe the North was better fed, better armed, and better prepared for the dark days to come. But the people in it had not changed. We had to end this war. We had to stop it, as quickly as possible, and turn our attention to the Wall. I had tried so hard to avert this conflict, this useless and destructive war. And I had failed. All I could do then, was see just how much more I could get away with. Before the gods decided I'd pushed my luck too far. Robb Stark, my brother and my king, was studying a map intently with the rest of his head bannermen in his tent. He's been fighting a defensive war from Harrenhal, Robb said, pointing to that ancient ruin on the map. Using the mountain to raid and burn the riverlands. He's content to keep that up, exhaust us. We need to draw him out, I said bluntly. Brynden Tully looked over at Theon, and smiled. That we do, Lord Greyjoy, but Tywin Lannister's not going to just come out for us, he said. If he won't commit all his forces to a strike for his son, what would he? I grimaced. I don't know, I admitted, but the longer the war goes on, the harder it gets. We can't afford any major sieges, winter is coming. House Stark's words, but meaningless for us, Roose Bolton stated. I managed to look him in the eyes, no matter how much he made me want to look away and shudder. And with your esteemed father raising havoc in the North. He hasn't made landfall with any great host, I said earnestly. And unless he can load up more timber on those longboats of his, he can't replace the ships we sink. And we are sinking a lot of them, I reminded Robb. My king nodded, and Bolton conceded the point with a shrug. Balon Greyjoy is a limp old man trying to relieve his glory days, I said fiercely, and it's only the War of 5 Kings as a courtesy to that withered old cunt. Well said, yet you keep the name, Great Yon Umber said. I shrugged and smiled at Rob. Well, I'd like to take Stark, but I'll leave the timing on that to my king, I said. Rob smiled back. Besides, I don't have a wolf. You don't have a kraken, either, Bolton noted. I scowled. That's because they'd be too much of a hassle to cart around on land, I emphasized. Can you imagine having to tow that with me everywhere? We'd laugh at you no less than whores do now, Lord Karstark jested, as everyone, including myself, laughed. Rob got his laughter under control and shook his head. Fact of the matter is though, Theon's right, Rob said. We do need to end this conflict, and fast. He studied the map. We could make raids into the Westerlands, draw him into a trap there. An assault on Casterly Rock would sting his pride fiercely. He sends the mountain after us, we trap him around the stone mill and crush him. I recalled the marriage Rob made with that Westerling girl, and while he was not beholden to Valder Frey, I was still reluctant to put my friend into such a position. Besides, I had sent a few of my people along with Catelyn Stark down to the Stormlands who would innocently suggest a marriage between Rob and Mayor Jerry Tyrell just in case something terrible happened to Renly. No, of course I wasn't expecting anything to happen, but it would be a good thing to keep in mind, just in case. And by the way, since Peter Baelish was there, why not bring up the idea with him and how happy it would make Catelyn? We could, I agreed carefully, but we'll have to make sure everyone's coordinated. One screw up and we're all fucked. Your fire sticks have been a great help on that front, Great Yon Umber said with a grin. Why not let loose with them, right in the open field? I sucked in a deep breath. Because while your knights and cavalry are well trained, disciplined soldiers, my lord, I said, the majority of the army armed with my fire sticks are farmers, millers, iron workers, spinners, and the like. The most shooting they've done before this war was of geese or deer, or the occasional shooting contest. Ned Stark had sponsored many of those himself to promote the ownership of firearms. Many of the noble lords had objected, at first, but Ned Stark's commitment to being kind to the small folk had at least assuaged most of them that a rebellion was not inevitable. And those same houses had purchased many weapons of their own, just in case they didn't believe the Starks. They tore through the Lannister flank at Whispering Wood, Great Yon emphasized. I nodded. That we did, I said, but that's because we were able to shoot from cover. Even with bayonets, without men at arms to protect them, most of our musketeers will flee in the face of a charge. That is why I've focused on hit and run tactics with them, Rob said with a nod. We can use guns and hold our ground just fine. Lord Karstark huffed. Yes, but the sheer majority of the army are small folk, I said. And our tactics have to take that into account. I studied the map, and rubbed my chin. Striking Casterly Rock is something Tywin Lannister would expect, I said. He's betting on us doing that. But I'm thinking we need to try something more galling. And what would that be? Bolton asked, tilting his head curiously. I smiled. We need to bring down the mountain. We need to lure him into a trap. But it needs to be one of our own making, one that will decisively crush the Lannister army. We need a place that will let us bring all the fire down on them. And use our minds to the best advantage. We need to take the Golden Tooth, or circumvent it. We need to take Sarsfield. And we need to hit Oxcross, or even Lannisport itself to draw the Lannister forces into the mountains. I looked around at them. A good avalanche launched by dynamite, and our troubles are over. Or you could bury our army just as easily as the Lannister army, Lord Karstark pointed out sourly. I grimaced. Well. Only if we weren't careful. No avalanches, Rob said sternly. I sighed. You never let me have any fun. More to come. 2. Our knives are sharp. 296 AC, Hornwood, the north. The fluttering of wings filled the air, released birds flapping frantically from the boxes they had been held in. 2 shots rang out, and 2 birds fell as the crowd applauded. Standing on a wooden platform in the middle of an assemblage of tents and stands, Lord Ned Stark lowered his musket. He smiled out at the crowd of small folk and nobles alike. Fire and steel form the bedrock of the new north, he spoke loudly. And to that end, we bring our weapons in to learn, to trade, and to grow stronger together. Let the festival begin. Cheers greeted him, as the Warden of the North turned and stepped down the steps to the ground. I waited for him, Maester Luwin at my side, and Dan Greenstone at my other. Ned nodded to me with a smile. It still pulls to the left, even with 2 barrels, he said, handing the weapon to me. I sighed and shook my head, rubbing my bearded chin. 3 years I've been trying to get this damn thing balanced, I muttered. Ned chuckled, and patted my shoulder. You've had a lot of other things on your mind, he said. Mayhaps too much, Theon. I shrugged non-committally as we walked through the crowd, small folk, merchants, and nobles nodding and greeting us politely. I feel like a shark, I said. I can't stop or I will die. This is the 3rd such festival of fire and steel this year, Ned said, shaking his head. I'm sure you can spare some time to relax. Gun ownership has surpassed 5,000 souls, I think I should tend to that, I said. After visiting the wall and putting cannons on the battlements yourself? Maester Lewin asked, amused. I rolled my eyes. All of this effort had been to get me to the wall. To get cannons on top, and muskets in the hands of the brothers, and flamethrowers at each castle. Primitive but functional. To get them there though, I had to sell them as an official means of clearing snow from the tunnels through the wall and emergency heat supply. Unofficially of course. Winter was coming. Ice zombies would be upon us. And I'd handed an arsenal that would allow the Watch to conquer a small nation to a bunch of cutthroats, thieves, rapists, and old men who were expected to be the first line of defense against the others. No wonder I couldn't relax. A few ladies passed by, tittering and giggling at me. I shrugged, eyes still on the rifle. Until Lord Stark pulled it away. Hey! Go out, have some fun, Ned ordered. Find Rob and John and go try to win area and Sansa prizes. I gave him a wry smile. They'll be winning all the prizes, I said honestly. Still, to argue with Ned Stark was... Well, I could do it when it came to almost anything else. When he put his best "I'm concerned for your well-being" look on. Yet, there was no defense against that. Unlike the Cananthian, the prospect of getting a million different painful STDs had largely kept me celibate. No whoring away for this Theon Greyjoy, no. It was invention after invention, sawmill after sawmill, meeting after meeting. Fate of the world was at stake, it was hard to have fun. It was hard to let go. So I turned and tried to make my way to the nearby tents where my foster brothers and sisters would be waiting. My Lord Stark, and my Lord Greyjoy, intoned an unpleasant voice. I froze and turned, to see Lord Stark eyeing Roose Bolton with polite caution. The Lord of the Dreadfort stood there alone, a bit of candy flax in his hand. It was a baffling thing to see. Lord Bolton, I am pleased you made the trip, Lord Stark said, inclining his head slightly. The festival is a recent tradition, but one I approve of, Bolton said, his expression not changing at all. Such power demands strong leadership to keep it from being abused. Agreed, Ned said. Would you join me for some wine, Lord Bolton? I will join you for food and water, if you please my lord, Bolton said with a nod, I never drink. However, and here he turned to gaze at me. In the crowd, I felt utterly alone under those cold eyes. I would beg for some time from Lord Greyjoy. Well, certainly, I said politely, walking back to face him. I'm always happy to help loyal members of the North. Bolton nodded. A member of my household has made some breakthroughs in the Thundersteel arts. So he claims, and so my maester agrees. However, the one who first invented them would be the best judge of the quality of his advances. I shrugged modestly. I only came up with some of the ideas, and got the manufacturing bit down, I said. Maester Lewin did most of the hard work. You are too modest, Theon, Lewin said with a gentle smile. Take some credit. There's plenty to spare. I nodded. I'd love to help the member of your household with his invention. Where? Lord Greyjoy, spoke another chilling voice. I felt my heart clench like a fist was squeezing around it. I looked to the right, and saw him. He'd been so silent, so stealthy, I hadn't heard him. Maybe experimenting with explosives had dulled my hearing, but my instincts, those flared. For the person smiling at me with cold, grey eyes was Ramsay Snow. The bastard of Bolton. Ramsay spoke cheerfully as we walked, trailed by Dan, my squire, assistant and put upon gopher, and Miranda, whom I recognized from the show. I kept nodding to Ramsay's speech, trying to control my fear. Sure, I wasn't in his power. I wasn't a prisoner in a dread fort. But I would be a fool to trust Ramsay Snow any further than I could throw him. All of this is... I'm trying to say, I deeply admire your work, he said. I nodded, taking deep breaths as we stopped in a small copse of trees. The festival was going on behind us, loud and comforting. Oh? I asked. Ramsay smiled again, and my skin wanted to crawl. Oh yes. The textiles mill set up on the weeping waters. To see the spinning of the wool by those devices, like shiny metal spiders. Spinning their webs. He smiled even more broadly. And the flamethrower. The piston action. How you used a flange to keep the flames from blowing back, ingenious. I nodded and shrugged. I was inspired by the corpse of a crocodile, I said. They have a pallet that swings into place to keep them from breathing in water. I thought the same principle would apply to fire. Ramsay's eyes gleamed. Indeed? He asked. I have not had a chance to dissect a crocodile. Tough, scaly things. Hard to cut. Hard to slice. Yes, well. Patience often grants us rewards, I said carefully. An exploration in the pursuit of science. It justifies all our labors. Ramsay nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. That is what I like to say. To discover all the limits, and push beyond them. That is the true path forward. He grinned a bit wider. Yes. I knew I'd like you, my lord. Please, I said with a somewhat forced smile, call me Theon. Such familiarity, my lord. Ramsay chuckled. Given to a natural-born son, such as myself. Bah, I said, waving my hand. Southern lords can wear their titles and lineages like prize mutts at a dog show. Here, I judge you based on what you do, not who your father was. I looked over at Dan, who had been looking in a bit of terror at Miranda. Dan here was a miller's son. Now, he's my assistant. Keeps me on my toes, keeps things on track. Much of my success is due to him putting up with me. Dan nodded wearily. Indeed, my lord. I see, Ramsay said. Miranda too is my assistant, he said. She shares a fascination with science, you see. A fervor I enjoy. Isn't that right, Miranda? Yes it is, Miranda said with a sickly sweet smile. I immediately wished I had brought Arya along. She wasn't afraid of anyone or anything and she loved me dearly. Probably because I took her and Bran along when I tested explosives. That tends to win the loyalty of any child. Well. All this mutual admiration is going to go to our heads, I said. Why don't you show me what you've been working on? Certainly, my lo. Theon, Ramsay corrected himself. He turned to Miranda. Miranda. Miranda stepped forward with a small crate. She set it on the ground, and opened it. Ramsay smiled, and reached into the pile of rags and cloth. I raised my eyebrow as he pulled out a standard, single-shot flintlock pistol. I'd made thousands of the things, no surprise Ramsay had one. I'd marketed them as thunderclouds, because, well, everyone kept associating them with storms and fires, so I'd rolled with it. Give the people what they want and all. A standard pistol, my lord, Ramsay said. Effective at ranges of about 100 yards, give or take. Reloading it is a laborious process. I nodded at that. It is, I admitted. I've been working on more advanced models that are loaded from behind, possibly with a magazine of several shots, but the engineering is going slowly. Ramsay nodded. I too have toyed with similar ideas, he said. Multiple barrels might be the way forward, but for now, I've contented myself with speeding up the reloading process. He pulled out a small tea bag from the crate, as Miranda lovingly handed him a bullet and the ramrod. You are familiar with these? I nodded. Yes, tea bags. The Mullen paper mill on the White Knife makes them. It was a seemingly minor invention that I didn't think would gain a lot of popularity, but the moment they'd been traded to King's Landing, everybody wanted tea bags. The Mullens had to open up 2 more mills just to keep up with the demand, to say nothing of toilet paper and regular paper. Standard pistol, you load gun cotton, powder, and the ball, Ramsay said. He wrapped the ball in the tea bag, and rammed it into the pistol. He withdrew it, and pointed the gun at my face. For a wild moment, I swore he was going to shoot me, but he swung around and fired it at a bush. Several birds flew out, one fluttered weakly to the ground bleeding from a hit. I stared in some amazement, as Ramsay's sick girlfriend handed him another tea bag to give to me. It struck me. The bag can be ignited, can it not? It's made of fine paper, perfect tinder. And if you pack enough powder into it, you can just use it as the igniter, he went on. He looked at me eagerly. What do you think, Theon? I nodded, studying the powder bag. Ingenious, I said with a smile. And it was. You cut a few seconds from reloading. And it is easily applicable to every existing thunderarm, Ramsay completed. In large-scale warfare, that will allow even more volleys, even more shots. And the paper helps keep the powder dry if exposed to moisture, if given the right mixture. I nodded with a grin, temporarily able to forget that this was Ramsay Snow, the bloodthirsty sadistic monster of the north. Yes. There could be a lot of applications for this, but the powder part. This is brilliant, Ramsay. He actually brightened, smiling broadly. You don't know how long I've wanted you to say that, he sighed. And I was immediately reminded of how creepy he was. I knew you would understand. He grinned, his teeth glistening in the sun. This isn't the only thing I've created though. I know you'll love this one. Ah, I grunted, as Ramsay turned around. He rummaged in the crate, and produced a blunderbuss. His creepy girlfriend once again produced something. A ball of some kind that was a bit lumpy and shiny. Ramsay held it reverently, and smiled at me in a way that made me want to shit myself. I managed to refrain from it though. The blunderbuss is all well and good, Ramsay said, pellets flinging out, shot to take down birds and the like. It does wonderful damage to unarmored men. I slowly nodded. Yes, it would, I said. Ramsay brightened. Oh, so you have also tested it? He asked brightly. I managed a nod. Yes. Sheep and the like, I said slowly. Ramsay looked a bit disappointed, but shrugged. Sheep are easier to test on, I suppose, he said. But the pellets. They don't do enough. He smiled as his other creepy girlfriend, Violet, arrived with a pig carcass over her shoulder. Yes, hang it up there. She diligently threw a rope over the branch, and raised the pig up. Ramsay slid the ball into the blunderbuss, grinning all the while. See, this ball is filled with scrap, Ramsay said, sharpened. Easy to make, if one is running low on supplies. And best of all. He raised the blunderbuss, and fired. The bang was loud, so loud, but it wasn't as bad as seeing chunks of the pig carcass be ripped away. Blood drained from the carcass onto the ground, and Ramsay smiled like he had the biggest boner in the world. He probably did, and I wasn't going to check. It flays the meat, Ramsay spoke reverently. Flays them down to the bone. Think of what it could do to men. I very slowly nodded. That's great, Ramsay, I managed, keeping my lunch down. So, what did you mix with the gunpowder? Some kind of glue. Ramsay looked delighted. Yes. Animal tallow, treated with some petroleum out of the peat bogs, that is what you called it? Yes. I knew it. We talked for a while longer about the techniques behind it, and I agreed to write to him and have Housemalin meet with him to begin manufacturing powder bags. It would be a big commitment, but we could write out a contract so everything was fair. And with that, and a final reverent, creepy grin, Ramsay Snow bid me adieu. Shall we feast tonight? I would love to talk more about this. At least I wish he would. I'd love to, Ramsay, really I would, I said, and it was half true. I'm pleasantly surprised at how easily you've grasped all this. Ramsay beamed. I sighed and shrugged. But my work is never done, I said sadly. I've got to attend to my duties and all. Ramsay nodded. I understand, said the boy, a bit disappointed. But still. This has fulfilled so many of my desires. I can wait until next we meet. It will make it all the sweeter, he said. Miranda giggled, Violet beamed, and the creepy trio headed off. I watched them go, as stoic as I could manage. While Dan threw up in the bushes behind me. I sighed. Damn it, Dan, I was going to do that, I mumbled. Find your own bush, my lord, he replied, shaking. Make_sorcerer Lewin. In the days to come, sorcery will become an issue as the dragons are hatched, and Melisandre becomes a part of Stannis' court. So. Theon, so, Renly was killed by some sort of shadow creature, according to the woman knight Brienne? Rob, apparently. Theon, well, call me superstitious, but if demons are going to popping up out of nowhere, I think we should get a professional. Rob, a professional sorcerer? And where, Theon, are we going find such a individual? I'm sure there's no end of woods witches and hedge wizards in the north, but a professional is very hard to come by, Theon, not so much as a professional then. Rather we should find someone who at least has enough training and learning in the dark arts than most. Rob, you're being serious, aren't you? Theon, yes. Rob, well, I suppose since you've never steered us wrong before, oh, what the hell? Who'd you have in mind? Theon, well, aside from a few woods witches and a ex-maester, who I hear has some promise, one individual who's been trained in such matters is one who's very near and dear to us all. Maester Lewin. Rob, Lewin, ever logical, ever practical, and ever so scientific Lewin. Theon, from what I hear he's got a Valyrian steel link in his chain, which means he knows quite a bit about the occult. Rob, ha. Oh, I've got to hear how that happened. Sorcerer Lewin. Ha ha ha. 3 siblings. So. The father has smaller moons? Bran asked, looking intently through my telescope at the Wanderer planet high in the night sky. I nodded, scribbling down a few of my observations. Looks like. Just like Planetos, Bran murmured. He smiled at me broadly. I had no idea. I chuckled. We're probably the first people to discover this, I pointed out. Ever. I looked over at my other pupil for the night. Isn't that exciting, Arya? The tomboy snorted. What good is looking at lights in the sky unless there's an adventure going on? She scoffed. I shrugged and grinned. Well, someday men and women may fly on ships between those points of light. And who knows what they may meet, I said. What adventures they'll have. Those are whole other worlds out there. I looked up in wonder at the stars shining down. Arya hummed. You think so? She asked. I nodded. I know so, I said fervently. It has to be. I sat back a bit, and sighed. Bran looked away from the telescope briefly, and frowned. Thean. I grunted, scribbling down a few more notes. Why does looking at the sky make you so sad? He asked. I started, and looked over at the two siblings. I sighed, and rubbed the back of my head. I guess. It reminds me that I'm under unfamiliar stars, I said, and I'll probably never see them again. You know, home. Aren't the stars the same in Pike? Arya asked. I shrugged, flipping through my notes but not really reading them. I can't remember any more, I said softly. I found something in my notes, those scribbles of the Big Dipper, the dragon, the Pleiades. How could I know if any of it was real? If any of it was more than just a fantasy? Maybe I, Theon Greyjoy the Clever, had simply gone mad. Dreaming of a world that never existed. I felt Bran's hand touch mine. I looked up, and the boy was smiling. This is home now, right? He asked. I mean, you're not going to leave us, are you? He can't leave, stupid, Arya said a bit harshly. He's got to show us his new thunder arms. And teach us more boring sky stuff. She looked at me, a bit nervous. Right. I chuckled softly, and rubbed my cheeks. I got up and pulled Arya and Bran into a big hug. Yeah, I suppose I do, I said. And relax. I'm not leaving anytime soon. Ugh, Arya grunted, but she tolerated my hug. She only tolerated such affection from myself, Rob, or Jon. It was flattering, actually. That's good, Bran said with a smile. So, show me the crone. And those funny ears you found on it. Rings, I corrected, smiling back. Arya snorted. What, on its fat fingers? No, stupid, around it like big wheel hoops. Bran retorted. That sounds even dumber. Arya bickered back. I chuckled and leaned back in my chair as my foster siblings argued. I was probably not going to get any more work done tonight. But I didn't mind it too much. Not with this company. 4. Reflections on War, Part 2. What no self-insert wants to reveal or go into vast detail on to an audience is how mind-numbingly boring it is getting things done. How many deals I had to make, how many times I had to meet with minor nobles to argue for land and coin. How many times I had to repeat the same proposals and same explanations to fools for them to understand how my machines worked. And eventually I had to give up even on that, and focus on the fact that the lords who had accepted the technology were now prospering, and the fools were not. How many failures I had with technologies, like nearly losing my head to a threshing machine prototype. Or the burns I got from a misfiring pistol. Or the sad messes I made of the chemistry I experimented with. Oh, no doubt, all of that could make for great stories. Indeed, I'd prefer to write about that. Except much of it would be the same story repeated over and over again. I nearly died, or I had to put up with horny idiot girls at a lord's house while I tried to get him to sign on to a watermill project. Maybe I will write it all down, someday. If I'm not convinced in the future my life as AndrewJTalon was not merely madness. Madness that inspired me to change the world, certainly, but it might still be madness. You know what they said about Targaryens. Suffice it to say, this is to talk about moments significant to me and significant to the realm. And while my personal triumphs in technology and science are very important to me, I am pressed to recount my battles because that is the culture I live in. In a few centuries in Westeros, people may prefer reading about my triumphs with gunpowder and threshing machines over the battles. But I find that unlikely. People will still be people. Even when we are traveling between the stars. Now. Suffice it to say, the War of the Five Kings was taxing all of us. And I knew what was coming to the north. This was a distraction, it had to end. That smirking product of incest had to die, and the realms of men needed to be united against the White Walkers. There was no question. Unfortunately, Tywin Lannister was not going to listen to me. He was not going to listen to any of us. So we had to remove his power, break the old lion. And to do that, we needed Golden Tooth. But before that, we needed a thunderstorm. And it was fortunate that a fortnight after the Battle of the Whispering Woods and my conversation with Rob, that rain fell heavily in the night. I was dressed in a dark blue cloak, and carefully following a few other soldiers along a goat path up to the wall of the keep of Golden Tooth. Lightning flashed above us, and the wind howled. I shivered in the cold, and rubbed my sides under my cloak. We came to the edge of the wall, and my troops began unpacking the package. Good, I said softly. We looked up at the wall carefully, seeing the lanterns of the guards. All right. Hang on. Got it all together. They nodded. I looked over the device myself, and nodded approval. Now. Roderick Forrester, the nominal commander of this mission, asked. I shook my head, and held up a finger. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared a few moments after. I prepped the flintlock fuse on the modified cannon, and waited. Lightning flashed again, 1 moment, 2. I pulled the trigger, and the boom of the launcher was swallowed up by the boom of thunder. The grappling hook sailed up high, arching a bit in the wind. I had gotten pretty good at math in the time I'd been Thean, but there was the chance it would fail, the chance it wouldn't land. The hook felt over the battlements. I nodded to the Forester boys, and they turned the crank on the rope wheel. It creaked, drawing it in like a great fishing line. And then it stopped. I reached up and tugged on the rope with all my might and the hook held fast. I nodded, and waved on Roderick. He nodded, and with his finely made gloves he began to ascend the rope. His brothers followed, and I went on after making sure the anchor points for the grappling hook gun were secure. We clambered up over the top, and looked around. I checked my small map of Golden Tooth's keep, and motioned for us to head to the Raven's Roost. Roderick I sent down to the gates with his small group of men. Great Jan Umber's force would be here soon. We split up, and I went along the battlements carefully. At present, a guard with a lantern appeared, and I ducked with my men. I stayed still, quiet, as the guard approached. He looked bored, and tired. The late night shift was not kind to anyone. I tightened my grip on my auto crossbow. It was quieter than a gun. I lifted it up, and took deep breaths. I had killed in this world before. I had done it to people trying to murder my little brother Bran. I had done it to save Rob. This though. This. I squeezed the trigger. The arrow shot out, and hit the guard in the eye. He cried out, just as thunder roared. I tensed, knowing he would keep crying out, alert everyone. My companion, Ryan Forrester, quickly rose, covered the ground between us, and shoved a knife through the man's throat. He gurgled, and went still. Ryan laid him down, and gave me a smile. I felt like throwing up. I managed to refrain from it, and took deep breaths. We continued our journey. The roost was packed with ravens, and smelled of bird shit. Just like every other raven's roost. And standing in the middle, tying a note to the leg of one of the ravens, was an old maester. His eyes widened, and he made to cry out. "Shhh!" I hissed, having sprung across the room to cover his mouth. He whimpered, and I shook my head. "Calm down. We're not going to hurt you." I held up my auto crossbow and smiled. "Relax, all right." The maester grimaced. I rolled my eyes. "I'm not going to slaughter your household," I said flatly. "Who do I look like, the mountain?" The maester very slowly nodded. I sighed, and looked around. "Secure the roost. I've got to meet with the lady of the keep," I said quietly. It wasn't hard to find the lady's room. And it was even easier to break in, after my troops killed or subdued the other guards. I opened the doors and cautiously looked inside. Ryan snorted at me. "Afraid to enter a lady's bedchambers?" he whispered mockingly. I rolled my eyes and went in, slowly. Ryan went ahead of me, a swagger in his steps as he came up to the side of the bed. "Lady Alizanne." Ryan spoke to the mass of sheets. "As a bannerman of King Rob's army, I, Ryan Forrester, officially name you a prisoner and demand your serenug." He hopped back from the bed, a knife in his boot, as he cried out in pain. I rolled my eyes and pointed my crossbow at the bed. "Lady Alizanne, would you kindly come out and surrender?" I asked flatly. "I don't think my assistant here could handle you." The woman crawled out from under the bed, a glare of death in her eyes. She wasn't unpleasant to look at, a bit stocky but with curves, and dirty blonde hair over high cheekbones. She sneered at us as our medic quickly rushed over and tended to the yelping Ryan. "Greyjoy the clever," she sneered. "I didn't think you could live up to your name." "Well, I've never heard of you," I said with a smile, "so I didn't come with any preconceptions." The Lady Lefford growled at that. "Tywin Lannister will see you all hang." "Perhaps," I admitted, "but for now we're in control of your castle, and I'm going to need something from you." She sneered. "What? To pretend to moan and squirm under your clumsy hands?" I shook my head. "Do you Lannisters think of nothing but sex? I swear, you're all perverts." "No, I will need something more important." "What?" "Your clothes." Alisanne's eyes bugged out. What? "Sorry, the clothes of your guards," I corrected, lightly smacking the side of my head. "Too general there." "I'm better now." Alisanne stared in disbelief. "Are you a genius or a moron?" "Little of both," I said with a shrug and a smile. "They're less mutually exclusive than you might think." I shoot with my heart. AC 296, Winterfell, the North. Most of my industries and factories were located outside of Winterfell. There weren't any rivers nearby to run mills, and coal had just barely begun to come into use, and even then, it was limited due to the fact mining it in large quantities was beyond the North's capability right now. But Winterfell had geothermal power, and though it had cost a lot, I'd figured out how to take advantage of it. My little workshop was just outside the broken tower, well away from the walls to prevent any catastrophes. I'd learned my lesson when I'd tried testing gunpowder in the broken tower. I'd nearly brought the whole thing down on my head and Rob's and John's. Catelyn Stark had been rather ambivalent about my inventing from then on, unless I proved to her that no, it would not explode. It was funny how often I had to demonstrate that to her. But enough about my foster mother. I had my latest project before me. I'd used the steel mill's dual valve blower to get the right strength of steel, but even then, I'd had to experiment with a dozen alloy mixtures before getting to this point. The other prototypes had fractured or exploded. Or melted, in one memorable case. I might have accidentally added some germanium to the gun, rather than tin. Very embarrassing. I fitted the cylinder in, and wiped some sweat off my brow. I'd machined the parts myself to fit together and stick, and I wound the screws in tight. I fitted in the bullets, also steel, and also very, very hard to produce. Mass production was right out, and probably would be for at least another year or two. I lifted the revolver up, and turned it over in my hands. I took deep breaths, and stood up to admire the work. "Is that a wolf on it?" asked a female voice. I jumped, but kept my hands tight against my body so I didn't knock over anything important. I turned, panting in shock, as Catelyn Stark stood before me with a raised eyebrow. "Ah! Lady Stark. I mean, you're late." "For dinner," she said flatly. "All the other servants were busy, and I know if I'd sent one of my children you'd all be even later." Yes, sorry," I admitted, rubbing my sweaty brow with a sigh. "I just had to fit everything together. Just right." Catelyn Stark hummed, and walked up to my side. She held out her hand, and I gently gave her the gun. "Careful, it's loaded," I warned. Catelyn rolled her eyes. "I was there when you gave the same lecture to all of my children, you know," she said flatly. I tilted my head and frowned. Catelyn Stark was difficult to read. She doted on all her children, hated Jon Snow, but me? She held me at a distance, no matter how much we met. Maybe she blamed me for keeping her husband away so much, I didn't know. "Multiple bolts for this one, then?" she asked. I nodded. She smiled. Must have been complicated. Yet she went and did things like this. "Yes, my lady," I said. "It was. I'm making it for Lord Ned." Catelyn hummed. "Named a gift?" she asked. I nodded. "Yes." She sighed and looked out onto the workshop. You do love him, don't you?" she asked. I nodded, blinking. "Of course I do." She examined the gun and looked back at me. "I guess I'm not sure what to think, sometimes," she admitted. "From the day we met. You seemed to not need any of us." I grimaced. "That's not true," I said earnestly. "I was all alone. I needed you all." Catelyn Stark sighed. "In some ways, yes. In many others. You seemed to come with us with a fire under you. And it just kept going, and going." She waved her hands with a smile. "And here we are. Theon the genius." She stroked the gun, looking thoughtful. "You've left us all behind." Well, I am technically a hostage," I pointed out. Catelyn laughed, shaking her head. "Do you really believe that anymore?" she asked. I smiled wryly. "I remember when you sent ravens back home, with notes you wrote yourself. Day after day, month after month. And your father? He never wrote back." Catelyn frowned heavily at me. "He never sent anything back for you?" I sighed. "No," I admitted. "That had hurt more than I thought it would. I'd had a lot of issues with losing parents in my old life. If that was even real. To repeat it here." She wrapped her arms around me, and hugged me tightly. I stiffened a bit. Then relaxed, as I returned the hug as gently as I could. I rested my chin on her shoulder, and sighed. The warmth of a mother holding me. I hadn't had that in so long. "Just please, Theon," she said, "promise me you won't spend forever in this shack. Promise me you'll get out for more than just work." I grimaced. "I promise, mother," I said. I froze, and looked at her in guilt. But she just smiled and hugged me tighter. "It's all right to call me that," Catelyn said softly. "In here. In private. Anywhere else, it would be a bit inappropriate." "Yes," I nodded, "I know. But thank you." Catelyn smiled back at me. "It's all right, Theon. I worked my jaw. I wish you'd give Jon the same courtesy." Her face grew cold, and she withdrew her arms. "That I cannot do," she said flatly. I frowned. "Why not?" You know why not, Catalan said angrily. You've always known. I could be a greater threat to your children than him, you know, I suggested. Catalan stared at me in disbelief, and I shrugged. I mean, I could. I'm not actually planning anything, mind you. Because you're my family, and I'd never betray you but... Thean, Catalan said coldly, and I grimaced at her stern look, I understand you have. A good heart. A kind heart. Your father's heart. I blinked. Balan's not exactly. You know who I mean, Catalan snapped, and I nodded in silence. But you cannot change the fact that he is a betrayal. And I can't let that go. I could have argued some more. I had been tempted many times to try and fix Catalan and John's relationship. But I'd been busy, so busy. And Catalan Stark was, essentially, my mother. Standing up to her was never going to be easy. Even after everything I'd done. Not today, I said softly. Catalan scowled at me, but said nothing. Come on, she said, it is burning up in here and you should be with us. With your family. She turned and waited by the door. I pulled on my shirt and put the gun away into a locked chest. I then followed, opening the door for her. As you wish, my lady, I said. We walked a while over the tundra in silence, before she spoke again. I do wonder though. All this activity, all these thunder arms and weapons. She looked at me, puzzled. You act as though a war was coming. I shrugged, and smiled a little. No. But winter is, I said. Her eyebrows rose. As cryptic as ever, Thean, she sighed. But I will find out what you hide eventually. I've gotten a lot better since I was 10, I replied. Catalan snorted. I can just ask Dan now. Hey. That's not fair, I protested. He probably knows me better than you do. Mother's prerogative, she said calmly, with a little smile. I sighed and shook my head. I'll find a way around that one day. Even with all your genius? I find that unlikely, Catalan laughed. In the end, Ned Stark was very pleased with his revolver, which he named Blizzard, as a compliment to the great sword Ice. He'd become fairly good with a musket and a pistol, but for the most part he preferred swords. It was the old way with him, more than anything else. Rob, Arya, Bran, and John were all taken with the weapon, and asked me all sorts of questions about it. Catalan even participated, a bit curious about whether I could make the gun smaller for girls. Sansa had been shocked and Arya had been pleased. But through it all, she still gave Jon Snow the cold shoulder. In the long run, maybe it didn't matter if she ever resolved things with Jon. But I knew I wasn't going to give up so easily on it. After all. Despite everything. They were family. 6. A Matter of Opinion, Part 1. AC 298, Winterfell, the North. Joffrey Baratheon. The most hated character in all of Game of Thrones. Yes, I remembered that. Years of being in an alternate universe that had no TV and no internet actually sharpened my memories. Made me want to remember every bit I could. Every single bit, no matter how useless it seemed in retrospect. It let me call up what I needed to remember how to make electrical motors, after all. Not much call for them yet, I'm afraid. The technology was just too new, and I hadn't even invented the light bulb yet. And as much as I wanted to spread electricity across Westeros, a flame for all mankind to warm themselves by, I just couldn't do it. Not yet. Sure, I was rich. I was powerful. I was someone Lord Stark himself trusted. And I'd worked very, very hard to earn and keep that trust. But it didn't let me get everything I wanted done. Besides, even after I'd put together guilds and alliances to run the businesses based on the innovations I'd introduced, they still kept calling me up to resolve petty disputes and ridiculous bullshit. Ned Stark did much, and so did Catalan, but I couldn't exactly put it all on their shoulders, could I? Rob was finally getting old enough to mediate some issues, and Sansa had even gone on a few trips to mills and meetings, though being a teenaged girl, they didn't really make much of an impact. But back onto Joffrey. The day King Robert and his entourage came into Winterfell, I stood with the rest of the family in fine, machine-knit clothing. I'd managed to get myself some trousers, rather than just breeches. The style was becoming popular with the small folk, and I cheerfully wore them in solidarity. The king was every bit the big, fat, jolly drunkard I'd heard of, and he and Ned joyfully reunited. Cersei Lannister was quite the looker, no doubt. She'd have been a lot prettier if she didn't look like she had a bit of shit under her nose at all times. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, looked cocky and resplendent in his white cloak and armor. And I was very glad I didn't come to this welcome celebration armed because I'd have probably shot him. The king gave us all happy, joyful greetings. Even me. He clapped me on the back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. And you're Theon Greyjoy, eh? The clever. That's me, I said with a smile, Your Grace. Here you turned down the maester's chain. He laughed. Not ready to become a eunuch, The women of the north would weep far and wide if that happened, I said patiently. Robert laughed harder. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps I'll change their minds. Ha 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 ha. He turned and busied himself with talking to Ned, and the Stark children were left to face the Baratheon children. Well. It's nice to meet you, I said with a smile. And it's nice to meet you as well, Theon Greyjoy, said a cultured voice. Myrcella and Tommen moved, giggling, as a dwarfism-afflicted man strode forward. Heard a fair amount about you. And you as well, Lord Tyrion, I replied with a genuine smile and bow. Tyrion waved that off, as Joffrey made a face. No need to bow. I can see you from here, he said wryly. Now then. Wine, women, and song are awaiting, so if you'll excuse me. He waddled off, and Sansa moved up to Joffrey with a happy smile. Prince Joffrey, it is such a pleasure to meet you at last, Sansa sighed, looking love-struck already. I exchanged glances with Robb and Jon. We were agreed Big Brother alliance was go. The pleasure is mine, Lady Sansa, Joffrey returned with a smile. I had no idea the North held such beauty, he said. Smooth, I muttered wryly to Robb. Robb snickered a bit. Jon hid his smirk. After that, we parted ways and went about. I attended dinner long enough to have some food, and a few whores give me lap dances. I politely declined anything further, and soon moved over to the kids' table where Myrcella and Tommen were seated. Enjoying yourselves? I asked wryly of the little prince and princess. Myrcella made a face. It's too loud, she sighed. We haven't gotten to have any fun at all. Yet, Tommen whined. I had a serious soft spot for kids, I couldn't help it. I'd had a lonely, unhappy childhood myself. I didn't like others having to deal with that. I looked over at the main table. Yes, Bran was talking with his brothers. Good. And Jaime was somewhere else, and Cersei was sitting and making a face at Robert's antics with a buxom wench. Right. Okay. I could do this. I mean, I didn't recall exactly when Bran caught the Lannister twins, but surely if I kept him close I'd avoid that, right? Right. Well, in that case, I said, how about I show you my telescope? Look upon the heavens in all their finery. I glanced over at Bran. Bran's helped me a lot, and he'd be happy to show off, right? Bran frowned at this. Well. I gave him a pleading look. And he relented. Okay, he said. I grinned back at the kids, and held out my hands. Come along, your little graces, I said cheerfully, holding their hands and leading them off. Their parents did not so much as pay them a second glance. We've got a whole universe to see. It was indeed a fortuitous night for astronomy. The basic reflector telescope I'd built and designed gave us very detailed views of the father, which looked to be a Jupiter analog, possibly bigger, the mother, a world that looked like Saturn, and the moon. Myrcella and Tommen were absolutely fascinated, and commented they could see mountains and valleys on the moon itself. Bran got to work the instrument most of the time, and explained a lot of the things we'd found. Yet. A comet looks like a giant puffball of some kind, Bran was explaining to an enraptured Myrcella. Theon thinks it might be made of ice and rock. Not fire? Asked Tommen curiously. I was sorting some notes and shook my head. Nah. Too cold, I said. But when they get close to the sun, they heat up and gain tails. Wow, Myrcella said, do they predict the future, too? I sighed and looked up at the stars. Who knows? I said with a shrug. The gods do have their senses of humor. We'd get a lot better view from the tower, Bran emphasized. I chuckled. Yeah, maybe, I said. But we can do that any time. We've got royal guests. Oh no, you should, Myrcella said happily. Tommen nodded. Yeah. That would be amazing. Think of how much more we'd see up higher. The little boy clapped. I shook my head and sighed. Yes, yes, but not tonight, I said flatly. No climbing in the dark, or you'll die and your mother will have my head. I could make it in the dark, Bran said in a huff. I smirked and rolled my eyes. Save the bragging for when Myrcella is old enough to marry, I teased. Bran and Myrcella both turned bright red. I laughed, as Tommen made a face. Ew, Tommen mumbled. All right, off to bed with you, I said, standing up. I've got a lot of work to do tomorrow and I need some sleep. Ah, can't we stay up a little longer? Myrcella whined. No, no, come on, I said, bed. Or the dire wolves might eat you. Myrcella and Tommen gasped. They wouldn't. Tommen whispered. Bran shook his head. No they wouldn't, he said. Mine won't let them. Oh. You have a dire wolf? Myrcella asked brightly. Can we see? You can see them all tomorrow, I said tiredly, throwing a cloth over my telescope. Now go. Come on, come on. I herded the trio of children from the battlement where I kept my telescope, to the stairs back down to the courtyard. Judging from the loud sounds going on in the Great Hall, the party wasn't going to end any time soon. I had just gotten the kids to the keep, seen them to their rooms, and headed back out into the night when I ran into Jaime Lannister quite literally. Oof. I grunted, running into him. I pulled back and he chuckled. You might want to watch your step, Lord Greyjoy, he said. Still don't have your land legs yet. I'm just fine on land, it's nights I have some issue with, I said wryly. In my way, I mean. Jaime nodded, accepting the weak comeback. Teaching my nephew and niece about the stars, I saw, he said casually. I shrugged. It's what I do. Teach. Share wonders of the world with those I can, I said. I scowled a bit. You don't approve? Quite the contrary, I do, Jaime said with a smile. A lot of it was over my head, but the enthusiasm you have for it. It's a bit infectious. He smirked. Just take care when next you take them on a trip, the Queen might scream kidnap. That would probably be the only thing to change her facial expression, I observed dryly. Jaime shrugged. She's really quite nice. When you get to know her, he said. I smiled a bit. You'd know better than I. Being her brother and all, I said. Jaime smiled, as though hiding a secret. Yes, he said. He turned and headed off, whistling the Rains of Castamere. I sighed and wiped my forehead. Okay. Good news. I had restrained myself from hinting that I knew about the incest. If the hand of the king wasn't safe, then no one was. I wasn't going to risk that. Bad news. Still had to keep Bran safe until they were gone. This was not going to be fun. 7. A Matter of Opinion, Part 2. AC 298, Winterfell, the North. Ugh. I had personally designed my bed at Winterfell, and indeed, the beds of everyone else. They were comfortable, and as supportive as I could make them given the materials given me. It did not mean I did not wake up feeling grumpy and groggy though. And to a concerned-looking Arya. Theon? She asked. I mumbled something, and rose. Theon. Hey. MMPH, I mumbled back, rubbing my cheeks. I hadn't found coffee yet in this world truly, one of the great failures of my otherwise fertile and brilliant mind. Arya shook my shoulder, and I grumbled. What? I asked flatly. Mother is making me go with Sansa and Joffrey, she said in extreme distaste. I need you to rescue me. MMHM, I nodded slowly. Okay. I rubbed my face and sighed. Ugh. Hang on. I staggered over to my desk, littered with piles of notes, books, and other materials. Arya was standing next to me, looking anxious. He really that bad? I asked, yawning as I fumbled through the papers for my journals. I'd written down everything I could remember of Game of Thrones and my world that I could, in English. So I wouldn't forget the important dates. He's worse, Arya said in extreme distaste. He tried to carve up Jane Poole's face. I paused. Seriously? I asked, shaking my head. What a cunt. Arya snickered at my vulgarity. And Sansa loves him, despite that. She shook her head. I shrugged. Well, you can't blame her for being dumb. Just for her not doing anything to fix the situation, I said. I scowled. Fuck, where is it? What? Arya asked. Journal, I said. With important notes about things. Things I can be doing with you so you're not stuck with Princess Cunt and Sansa. Doesn't Dan keep those things? Arya asked. I froze, and buried my face in my hands. Duh. I groaned. I had him take the journals to my office. I rose and ran around the room, looking for my clothes. Arya watched, amused. You can't keep track of anything without him, can you? She asked, amused. I scowled at her as I pulled on my pants. Careful, or I'll leave you to the tender mercies of Sansa, I warned. Arya scowled. Not funny, she grumbled. I sighed and rolled my eyes. Where the hell was my tunic? So why didn't you go to Robb for the help? Or Jon? Robb's going with the king and father to hunt, and Jon's off moping again, Arya huffed. She picked up a tunic from the floor, and sniffed it. She made a face, and dropped it. You're my only hope, Theon. Yes, I mumbled, pulling on my tunic and my coat. Come on then, I said, turning to the door. I opened it. And there stood Catelyn, her face stern. Good morning, Lady Stark. Arya. Good, she said with a nod. Sansa has been asking for you. And Prince Joffrey is waiting. I sighed, and turned around to Arya. She gave me a pleading look. A desperate look. Would the young prince appreciate a tour of my workshop? I asked with a smile. I could lead all three of them to a. Yes, at Catalan's sterner look, I recanted. How about a visit to the granary, Catalan said wryly. She handed a note to me. Dan asked me to give it to you, she said. I raised my eyebrows. Lady Stark, handling my mail? I truly am moving up in the world, I said with a smile. That didn't get a smile out of Arya though, and Catalan gave her a sympathetic look. Don't worry. I'm sure Theon will keep you distracted enough. Sansa won't annoy you, she said gently. Arya looked to me with a pleading expression. I sighed, and nodded. How can I refuse my most gracious foster mother and lady? I asked with a smile. Catalan shook her head. Flattery does not suit you, Lord Greyjoy, she said with a smile. She turned and headed off. I looked over at Arya, who sighed. Can't you? I don't know, build us a flying machine to get us out of here? She asked. Fly to Dorne. You remember the last 2 flying machines I built? I asked. They worked. Arya protested. Not well enough. That farmer was just stupid, thinking you were a demon. Stupid or not, he had damn good aim, I sighed. Ah. Yes. 10 years of living in a medieval feudal society. Dragging it up, kicking and screaming, into an industrialized society. Arguing with lords, having to fight at least one duel for honor. Getting burned, and nearly blown up dozens of times. Knowing that beyond the distant wall was an army of magical ice demons that could lay waste to everything and everyone and I might not succeed. Suddenly, none of that seemed quite so bad. Now that I had to put up with Joffrey Baratheon. I don't understand, he sniffed, watching the workers in the granary process the harvest. Why all this work and preparation? They're making sure the food lasts for winter, Your Grace, Sansa said with a smile. Joffrey snorted, as a worker pushed sealed boxes on a cart by him. Fat. The last winter was years ago. All this scurrying about like squirrels with acorns, he sniffed. He glanced over at me, sneering. And you say you built this? Charming building. I helped develop the technology for it, yes, I said with a nod. I turned back to the foreman, a good lad, Gregor Snow. He was a bastard from the Manderleys. He'd taken to the work with enthusiasm and had a gift for organization. So the thresher's having some issues. Why not call in the mechanic? Apparently the powder factory's blower broke down, said Gregor with a grimace. The safety protocols you had them learn have them shut the whole thing down. I shrugged. Fair enough, I mumbled. Lead the way. The threshing machines were pretty simple device, and was powered by a geothermal vent. The water was pumped to turn a wheel, and it powered the numerous and intricate gears and levers that made up the threshing machines along the floor of the granary. It was still too cumbersome to be made very mobile, but this one made it easy for local farmers to bring their harvest in, get it threshed, and then sell it at market for a small fee, of course. I sighed as I looked around the main transmission, poking around it. Yeah, the gear teeth in number 4 have broken off, I said with a sigh. I scowled back at Gregor. 3rd time this year. Gregor shook his head. I thought the ironworks had gotten that settled, he sighed. I shrugged. Quality control. Maybe I should send the Boltons in to teach them to not slack off, I joked. Gregor laughed, and I gave a little grin in return. Bit overkill, wouldn't you say? Gregor asked. I shrugged, examining the teeth of the gear a bit more closely. 3rd time in a year when the part's supposed to last at least this long? Yeah, no, I said patiently. Winter is coming. Joffrey yawned loudly, and rudely. Gregor stiffened, and the prince snorted. Toys spinning around. Little cogs everywhere, he sneered. This really something worthy to show a future king. A wise king understands his kingdom, Your Grace, I said quickly, from the smallest part to the largest. Why should you not learn about how even the simplest parts operate? If I want that, I'll have a bastard run things for me, Joffrey sniffed, and Gregor stiffened. I suppose it's good to keep him here, tending cogs and crops, than winnowing away as a drunken wreck in a ditch. I sighed, and put a hand over Arya's mouth. Maybe we should head back. I suggested. Joffrey sniffed. Yes. Least it won't stink as bad up there, he huffed, turning and heading out. He shoved one of the workers aside, a girl carrying a bundle of hay. Ah! She cried, falling. Sansa grimaced, and hurried after him. But she did offer an apology to the girl. Arya glared at me. And bit me. Ow, I deadpanned. She scowled at me, and went over to help the girl up. I gave her an apology as well, and soon we were heading back up to Winterfell. Joffrey prattling on about the birds and rivers and wealth down south. And the ornaments on the hall are gold and silver, Joffrey continued, the purest you could imagine. Sansa had apparently forgotten the shoving incident, and was now listening, enraptured, to Joffrey's bragging. I sighed and considered the ramifications of killing him here and now. No. No one would understand, it would get them war anyway. And there was no way I could be assured of getting away with it. Hell, I'd had months to plan for the king's arrival and I'd failed. Because I'd had to keep the little piece of the modern world I'd built here going. And I'd lost my guidebook to the future. I sighed. Arya looked at me in concern, and reached out to squeeze my hand as we rode along. I started and looked at her. She smiled. If you're being bothered by that twat, she said, nodding to Joffrey ahead of us, don't be. Why? I asked with a smile. He only gets to shove around people who trust me and not get punished. Punished yet, Arya said softly. I smirked back. Yeah, I said with a nod. The walls of Winterfell came into view, and I sighed with relief. Maybe now I could start looking for my journal, start correcting things. I could take Bran up to the tower, mount the telescope. Keep him away from the broken tower. Stop this terrible series of events from coming into being. Jon Arryn was dead, yes. I had tried to get people in to help, but the Lady of the Vale was already mad it seemed. And my resources in King's Landing were through Peter Baelish. I didn't trust him. No sane man would. But I had time. Enough time to. As we entered the castle, I saw servants running to and fro, all with looks of concern. I saw Maester Luwin rushing across the courtyard, his face grave. I got off my horse and ran as fast as I could to catch up. Maester Luwin, what? I tried. And the old man's face was grim. Lord Bran has fallen from the tower, he said. I stopped, my jaw slack. The whole world seemed to fall out from under me. I numbly held Arya and Sansa as they cried, as we went to see Bran. I consulted my journals, and looked in my books with the Maester. I saw the boy I thought of as a little brother, laying there, still and pale. And I realized the simple truth, I'd fucked up. I'd fucked up royally. 8. A Matter of Opinion, Part 3. AC 298, Winterfell, the North. Theon. I started out of dreams of fire and death, and groaned as my aching muscles screaming their discomfort. The chair I'd chosen to sleep in was not very comfortable at all. I turned my head with a wince to see Catelyn Stark standing before me, her hand on my shoulder. Lady Stark, I said softly. She looked at the bed in the room, and I looked with her. Bran was propped up on a flat board, his neck immobilized and his body held at a slight angle. It was a crude contraption, but I'd thrown it together in an hour to put Bran into it. I'd sworn I'd murder each and every servant who carried him if they dropped him. Holding him up on a rack, she murmured. I grimaced. I know it looks bad, but trust me, this is the only way to keep his spine from any further injury, I said. He's got enough to deal with as it is. Catelyn nodded. So Maester Luwin told me, she agreed. She looked down at the scattered notes and drawings and sketches and thoughts I'd been writing down for. How long have I? 3 days, this time, Catelyn said gently. She shook her head, studying one of the drawings. Maester Luwin tried to explain, but... well... She looked a bit helpless. I sighed and rubbed my temples. Well... in the human body, there's a network, I explained, of fibers. They act like roads or ravens, carrying messages back and forth from our eyes, skin, ears, and so on back to the brain. I rubbed my beard. I needed a shave again, soon. The brain organizes this information, figures out what is important and what is not, and sends messages back based on what you've determined. Some of these things happen automatically, like when you feel pain. Others require more conscious effort, like moving your limbs. With me so far. Catelyn nodded, sitting in the adjacent chair. I sighed and scratched my chin, trying not to look at Bran. Well, the main channel of this network, the central one, is in the spine, I explained. It branches down, from the brain, at points along the spinal cord to the rest of the body. If enough damage is done to the central part of the network, it's like a dam on a river, nothing can flow, Catelyn realized. She looked at Bran and sighed deeply. Oh Bran. Is there any way he might walk again? I don't know, I admitted. Catelyn sniffled. That's a bit better than Maester Luwin saying. He'd never walk again, she got out in a sob. Almost as useless, I mumbled. I sighed, and shook my head. I looked at her. I do have an idea. But I don't think you'll like it. Catelyn looked at me in concern. Why? Because it involves bringing in a much better healer, who Maester Luwin knows. And doesn't approve of, I said. Catelyn stared at me. Can he heal my son? She asked. I sighed. Well, I began. He knows his stuff. He has a bit of a bad reputation. He was dismissed from the order. And keep in mind, I don't know medicine nearly as well as I do engineering or... Catalan placed a hand over my mouth, and locked her steely gaze to mine. Can he heal my son? She asked. She withdrew her hand. And I sighed. He has a much better chance of doing it than myself or Lewin, I admitted. Catalan nodded. Then bring him in. She turned to look at Bran, the anguish on her face. I mumbled something, and she turned back to me. What? She asked. I shook my head. No, I mean. It sounded like. This is my fault, Catalan said, staring at me intensely. I squirmed, and closed my eyes. I couldn't tell her the truth. She'd never believe me. But I could tell her something that might have been true. Equally true. In another life. I told him we were going to mount the telescope on one of the towers, I said. So we'd get a better view of the stars. I was choking up, and I wondered why. It was almost a lie, after all. I told him not to go climbing. Without me, he'd fall. I stared miserably at Bran. He didn't listen. It's my fault. I should have been here, I should have. Catalan Stark hugged me tightly. I sniffled, and held her back. No, she murmured. It isn't. Don't blame yourself, Theon. Don't. Lewin looked like he was on the edge of a fit, as ex-Maester Qyburn examined Bran. The old man, a mentor and a friend to everyone here, especially me, shot me betrayed looks every so often. I couldn't blame him, I suppose. But if this disgraced ex-Maester could bring a man back to life from manticore poison, maybe he could do something for my crippled little brother. You've done well to hold him like this, Qyburn said with an approving nod. Prevents further trauma to the spine. The swelling pattern on his back, from your notes. The breakage looks like it was on the lumbar vertebrae. Would you not agree, Maester Lewin? Lewin nodded. Yes. The 5 vertebrae between the pelvis and the rib cage. These vertebrae house the nerves that control the lower part of the body, Qyburn said. He scratched his chin. 1 or 2 of them were broken in the fall. The swelling has gone down, yet he has not awoken. The trauma is still going on. He looked to Catalan Stark, who was sitting quietly and watching him. He thankfully did not suffer trauma to his head, Lady Stark. His mental faculties will not be impaired. Then why is he still asleep? Catalan demanded. A significant trauma like this, the body will withdraw and focus on healing itself, above anything else, Qyburn said. I've seen it. Alleviating the pain and swelling will allow him to more effectively heal. But he must awaken on his own. And will he? Catalan asked. Qyburn nodded. We aid his natural healing processes enough, he should awaken. It may take time, but I am confident he will open his eyes again, he said. I glanced over at Lewin, who nodded, albeit hesitantly. And walking? Will he? Catalan asked urgently, tears in her eyes. He wanted to be a knight. It was all he wanted. Qyburn took Catalan's hand and gave her a compassionate look. I know, my lady. I cannot promise that he can walk again. Even my arts are not advanced enough. He sighed. Such damage would require replacing the ruined parts of the body, or bypassing the breaks in the nerves. I do not know how to do so. He looked up at me. But we can make sure he grows strong. Just because he cannot use his legs does not mean that his life will be nothing but woe. Lewin relaxed just a bit more at that. Catalan smiled and nodded. I see. Thank you, she said. She looked to Lewin. Is it all right if Maester Qyburn? Ex-Maester, Lewin gently reminded us. Qyburn winced a bit. Catalan sighed. Can he have access to your study and your notes while he stays here? She asked. Lewin slowly nodded. Yes, he said, looking intently at me. Catalan nodded, and wiped her eyes. If you'll excuse me, she said, getting up and walking out. Summer, Bran's dire wolf, looked up to watch her go, and then laid back down on the fur rug, keeping his silent vigil. He had not reacted angrily towards Qyburn, which was at least a point in his favor. I looked to Qyburn, who was smiling at me. I thank you for this chance, Lord Greyjoy, he said sincerely, and I assure you I will do all I can to help. I nodded. I have heard terrible things about you, Qyburn, I said. Qyburn sighed. I will admit. I pushed the boundaries. You experimented on living men, Lewin said gravely, shooting a disappointed look my way. I winced a bit. Qyburn nodded. I do not reject that. But what I have learned can save so many others. He looked to me. Is that not why you brought me, Lord Greyjoy. I respect your knowledge and skill, Qyburn, I said. I do not discard men simply based on bad reputation. If they genuinely wish to do good. I looked at him intently. However, I said, I cannot trust you to have free rein. I do not know you personally, I cannot read your mind. And this is my little brother, in everything but blood. Qyburn nodded. Distrust is the natural state of human affairs, he said. We peer at one another, locked within our flesh. We cannot see into another's mind, know their intentions. Such precautions are natural, when it comes to kin. He granted me a smile, looking almost like a kindly country doctor. But thank you for not adding rancor to your terms. I nodded. Just help my brother, and anyone else who needs it, I said, and you can find a place here. 9. Reflections on War, Part 3. 299 AC, Golden Tooth, the Westerlands. I was breaking fast with the Lady Lefort in her chambers, again. And enduring her insults, again. You'll all be burned alive, she hissed, if you're lucky. Much like your cook burnt the roast, I imagine, I said wryly. I looked over at Roderick, sitting with me at the table. Do you think he just overcooks it on purpose or what? He's our cook, Roderick reminded me. I sighed, and dug into my potatoes. I know. I'll find him out one day, Lannister spy, I grumbled. Watch it, he's my cousin, Roderick laughed. I rolled my eyes. Where did he learn cooking then, beyond the wall? I'm sure someone pointed out to him the difference between cooking turkey and cooking rat. Might be some distant Targaryen in him, he burns everything, Roderick said with a shrug. Oh good, so if he cooks dragon it will come back to life and burn us all, I complained. I still say, Lannister spy. Just because he's a terrible cook does not make him a spy, Roderick pointed out. Believe me, I know, I sighed miserably. Makes pretty good potatoes though. He's selling them at market. He's gonna call them forest fries, Roderick said with a smile. Based on your suggestion, my lord. Well, probably better than freedom fries, I mumbled. Actually, that might be even better. Roderick said cheerfully. I groaned and face-palmed. Why didn't I invite your brother to dine with me instead of you? I sighed. 'Cause he's getting the preparations done, and you don't trust me around things that explode, Roderick said, a bit sulkily. Oh yeah, I nodded. That's why. Why are you so blasé? Alysanne Lefort exploded. You hold the tooth with but 300 men. The mountain who rides has thousands. You will be crushed by sheer weight of numbers. If we are to die tomorrow, I'd like to die after having something good to eat, I replied. But it seems I'll be denied even that. The Lady Lefort snarled. You northern barbarians. You don't take anything seriously. I think she's just offended we're not taking her seriously, Roderick observed. I shrugged. Well, she did stab you in the foot. I'm better now, Roderick said defensively. Well there you go, I said with a shrug to the Lady Lefort, if you can't get him to fear you after stabbing him in the foot, you can't possibly expect us to take you seriously. Lefort glared death at me. And then nodded. Hey. I thought all you Greyjoys had tempers as short as your cocks. I have more brains and more cock than any Greyjoy, thank you, I sniffed. Lefort smirked nastily at me. Oh? Will you prove that then? My lady, we are not married, I said flatly, and I don't go for whores. Very unhygienic. Lady Lefort leaped across the table, a knife in her hand. I managed to push back from the table, and my guards restrained her as she shrieked bloody murder at me. Please take her back to her room, with her supper to follow later, I said. And do ignore any attempts she makes to seduce you she admits she gets around. The lady howled in indignation, howls that were not entirely muted by the doors of the dining room being shut behind her. I sighed and rubbed my head, as Roderick ate his potatoes. I can see why you haven't been with any women, he observed with a smile. You talk to them. Thank you so much, I said flatly. A horn was blown outside the castle, and we both stood up. That's not one of ours. Roderick handed me my red cloak and Lannister helm. I pulled them on, and with him similarly adorned, we walked out to the battlements of the gateway pass's walls. The rest of my forces were similarly disguised, or laying beneath the battlements. We looked down at the approaching masses of men, all with Lannister banners and cloaks, approaching the gates of Golden Tooth. At the head, unmistakable for anyone else, was the massive form of Gregor Clegane the Mountain. Open the gates! He bellowed. I took a deep breath. And nodded to Roderick. He quickly ran to one of my pages, and they quickly prepared. I turned and looked down at the mountain from atop the wall. We're having some trouble with that. Give us a moment, Sir Clegane. I shouted. Clegane gripped his sword even more tightly, and his horse grew uneasy. You can happily murder the gatekeepers if they can't finish the job though. I added. That. actually made him and too many of his cohorts relax. Too many for me to feel very guilty about what was about to happen next. Roderick stood up, and held up a shiny mirror. He flashed it, 5 times. The army below stirred, a few men confused, worried. I counted down in my head. 5, 6 seconds, 7, 8, 9. Boom. 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 On Earth in the 16th century, early landmines had consisted primarily of a hole in the ground packed with gunpowder and some kind of shot, called fougasse. They were more like primitive claymore mines, and were usually dug no more than 3 feet deep. I'd had many of my men digging them at specific intervals along the Red Pass, and the first went off at the rear of the column of Gregor's army. Their horses and men panicked, running for the wall. Roderick flashed his flare 4 times, and the next closest mines were set off. Boom. 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 Clouds of smoke and debris filled the air, as did the screams of men and horses dying. I kept my eyes locked on it, even as the men began to pound and attack the gates. Third wave of the mines were set off. Then the second, the air filled with dust and smoke. I gave a nod to Roderick, and he bellowed out. Wall mines. Fire. Dug just beneath the thick walls of Golden Tooth's gate, mines exploded, shooting rock, iron shot and fire into the faces of the men. It was chaos and pandemonium below. And then I made it worse. All right lads. I shouted, pulled off my cloak. Raise the colors. And fire with everything you have. The flag of the North was raised, and muskets, cannon and grenade launchers came out to add to the conflagration below. I myself fired my revolver into the chaos below, while directing fire from the cannons. I was a butcher, a monster, a god of war. I felt some guilt, but also satisfaction at ending evil, at destroying my enemy. The deepest, most primal sort of satisfaction. I frowned as I saw the mountain still alive, with several men with shields around a cart, rushing the gates. Even as his men died, he just sliced through them or batted them aside. Sharpshooters! Bring him down! I shouted. My snipers opened fire, but even as I saw shots connect, the mountain did not slow down. He only stopped, pulling a dead horse up for cover as the cart went on. The cart made it to the gate, right underneath us. I couldn't get a shot in on him. One of my bannermen pulled a grenade, and lit it. Just as I saw something familiar trailing behind the Lannister men below. Something green. Something pungent that I could smell even through the dust and the powder. No wait! I shouted, but the grenade was away. And the world exploded into green flames as the castle wall shook and shuddered. And the gate gave way. Wildfire. I fucking hate wildfire. Reflections on War, Part 4. 299 AC, Golden Tooth, the Westerlands. Lord Stark. Wait. Ned turned from Jon Snow, and grimaced at my approach. Theon, we've talked before. I need to go with you, I said intensely. I won't take no for an answer, I need to. You're needed here, Theon, Ned said. He glanced at Jon, and the bastard moved away to his horse. He looked to me. Theon, I know you blame yourself for Bran but... There's a lot going on, I said. More than you know. I glanced over at the Lannisters, making ready to leave only a few yards away. Things about Jonaran. Ned held a finger to his lips. And turned us to talk away from the royal party. There is something going on, he said, but you'll make it harder for me to find it out. I stared dumbly at him. Why? The wonders you have done for the North, Theon. I praise the old gods every day that you have given them to us, Ned said with a grim smile. Especially with what I hear in the south. But they've had a side effect. The royal court is leery of you. Now that they've seen a few of these. Seen what you can do. I'm not planning on making war on the south, I hissed. That's the last thing I want. I know that, and you know that, Ned said with a nod, but politicians. They're scared. Easily scared. He sighed. And I can do my work much more easily. If you're not a hostage. I stared dumbly at Ned. Then you know something's going on, you know. Ned shook his head. Not here. And not by Raven, he said softly. But next we meet. I will explain everything and... Theon. Lord Theon. Oh. Fuck me, I moaned. My head felt like it'd been cracked open, but since I was still alive, that couldn't have been the case. I groaned as I sat up, and I blearily opened my eyes to a blurry, confusing world. At least one of my ears was ringing, and hurt like hell. Wah. Damn. My vision slowly cleared, and I saw Roderick above me. I was laying on fallen rocks and bricks, easy to tell, since they hurt like hell. He examined my eyes, just as I'd prescribed in the training manuals I'd printed off to the army. He smiled, sighing in relief. Thank the gods you're alive, he sighed. I shook my head and groaned. Where am I? I mumbled. I could hear gunfire going on, as well as men shouting, horses, the clashes of steel, all the sounds of battle. And I recognized the inner courtyard of Golden Tooth, though there was more debris and fire than I remember. And the gate had a massive hole in it that was covered in fire. What? The mountain set off wildfire, Roderick said. He shook his head. Or at least, got his cart full of it close enough to the wall for us to set it off. He grimaced. They haven't breached the wall yet though, I saw. Roderick shook his head. No. The fires are too intense. I grimaced and got to my feet unsteadily. Roderick held me up. Shit. How many did we lose? Roderick looked grim. 30 dead, about 50 more wounded. The Lannister army's been hit worse though. Frankly, they probably won't be in a position to counterattack for a while. They're still going to do it though, I said. I grimaced as I limped over to the steps back up to the battlements. Shit, how the hell had I survived? I guess whoever put me in this world didn't want me dead just yet. I got back up to the battlements, and Roderick was right through the dust and smoke. The Lannister army was in disarray, the wildfire having inflicted massive casualties on them. It was hard to tell, but it looked like at least a third of them had run for it down the pass the men I'd sent along it would set off more mines, keep them off balance. Maybe a third of them had been killed, hard to say. But more and more were turning back to the wall, and forming up behind dead horses and men and rocks. Even as they kept dropping from gunfire, more gathered up their courage. That was not encouraging, to say the least. We hear anything from Robb? I asked. This whole thing won't work unless he charges in dramatically to save us. Nothing, Roderick said grimly. I sighed. I really hope he isn't fucking some Westerling girl he'll knock up and then pity Mary, I groaned. Well. Once more unto the breach, my friends. Once more. I had sharp aches and pains all over my body. Maybe some things were broken, I didn't know. But I was able to handle a musket, and I went to my job of firing into the Lannister hordes. I looked around and grimaced. Where the hell are the cannons? I groaned. We lost them in the blast, Roderick said. Terrific, I mumbled. Any more good news? The ammo trunks got hit, so we're down to whatever we had with us for ammunition, Roderick said grimly. I laughed in a hollow, broken sort of way. Oh. Good. Great. The fires, at least, were not abating. That kept most of the Lannister army at bay. The air was filled with the scent of cooking meat. Man flesh. Ugh. By and by though, shield-covered carts began to approach the wall, pushed by men in odd armor. It was bizarrely made, pure white and had a strange texture. Where had I seen it before? The fucking hell. Randhorst gasped as the men ran through the green flames. What kind of magic is that? Everyone looked to me. I blinked a few times, my aching head finally able to supply the answer. Asbestos, I muttered. At their looks, I sighed. It's a mineral. You can turn it into cloth and it'll resist fire. The north doesn't have much of it, but the Westerlands. The carts had plugs in them, and the white-armored men pulled them to release sand. They then ran, gunfire from the remnants of the battlements picking off a few but not enough. A few more made the same run, losing troops but putting down sand to form a path. And the flames were slowly but surely dying down just enough to allow passage. And it wasn't hard to see who they were sending in first. A giant of a man, resplendent in white asbestos-lined armor. A sword as long as a man in his hands, as his horse, in similar protection, galloped up. I sighed, feeling truly low. Fireproof armor, of course. How he was able to breathe through all this, I had no idea. Maybe they'd figured out air filters too. I'd made a few for miners in the north, it wouldn't take much for something similar to be devised here. And it was mounted on the mountain who rides. Fuck me. I looked around, trying to think. Trying to find something to. I saw Great Jan Umber digging in the rubble near the gate. Great Jan. I shouted. The hell are you doing? I saw a cannon down here, Lord Theon. He shouted. He grimaced, turning over bricks and rubble. Yes, it was. Right. He grinned, and I saw a flash of brass. Yes. Here. They weren't the large cannons that Robb's army towed by horseback. Rather, they were small field pieces that could be toted along by a few men or, as Great Jan proved by hefting it out of the rubble, by one. I saw the mountain approaching. I saw Great Jan handle the cannon. I had an idea. To see a giant, seemingly unkillable monster knight ride through the flames on a massive horse is truly a pants-shitting sight, and I was glad I'd taken care of that before the battle. The mountain came through in all his horrible glory, sword drawn, his fellow troops in equally fireproof armor coming after, was terrifying beyond belief. I'd pulled up what reserves I could with muskets and pistols and pikes and swords and shields, and gathered them behind rubble. I rose up and stood in front of the mountain, who stared down at me. You want to die first? He asked, laughing hoarsely. I shrugged. No. But I'll happily accept your surrender, I shouted back. That got some laughter out of both sides. The mountain advanced, sword rising up. I threw myself to the side. Now! I shouted. Greyjoy emerged from the rubble, the cannon slung over his armor with chain and straps. He pulled the pin, and grinned as he braced himself. Cry over this, you fuck! He bellowed, as the cannon boomed. The horse under the mountain vanished into a chunky red mist, and the giant fell to the ground. His troops, shocked and dismayed, nevertheless charged as my men opened fire with guns, arrows, and charged with sword and shield. I got up, and ran over to Greyjoy who was panting on the ground. He winced, holding his shoulder. Missed, he mumbled. I shook my head. And you got the line wrong, I said. Greyjoy growled. I've got a dislocated shoulder, lord. I think that's the least of our. He grabbed me and threw me aside just before a sword slammed down. I gaped in horror at the massive blade, and looked up at the mountain. His eyes burned, and were focused squarely on me. Not the guy who fired the cannon at him, no one else. Just me. Die, he snarled. No thank you. I screamed, turning and running as the massive knight pursued me through the chaos of the courtyard. God damn it, Rob, where are you? 11. Reflections on War, Part 5. 299 AC, Golden Tooth, the Westerlands. I could have really used an Oberyn Martell right about now. I'd actually managed to meet him, once or twice, since Dorne had a number of minerals I'd needed for more complex chemistry. He was affable, fun, flirtatious, and just generally awesome. The kind of guy you'd love to go on a bar crawl with, or just have a crazy adventure. I could have really used him to help me kill the mountain. That was probably much more pertinent to my situation, as I scrambled up the stairs, the giant knight behind me. I scrambled up to the battlements and looked out while a fair number of Lannister forces were attacking, the majority were fleeing the fires. Good. The mountain made it up the stairs, swinging his blade. I jumped back, trying very hard to ignore the splitting pain I felt. I rummaged in my ammo belt for something useful, anything. Stand back! I shouted, and the mountain paused. Or I'll blow us both to the seventh hell. With. I pulled out a bottle. I glanced down at the tablets within, and looked up at the mountain. Many explosives. Medicine, the mountain snarled. I popped the pills and swallowed them dry. Painkillers, I said. The mountain charged, and I ran over broken brick and fallen men as the monster pursued. I was feeling a bit better, which was not even remotely comforting at all. The keep's doors had held together, at least. I yanked open the door, and slammed it shut behind me. I grabbed a suit of armor on display by it, and yanked it down to impede the door before I resumed running down the hallway. I slid on the smooth tiles, but hung a right to get to my appropriated quarters. As long as the mountain was focused on me, he couldn't coordinate with the rest of his forces. My forces had a healthy depth of redundancy when it came to command. Roderick Forrester would take command, if Greyjoy Umber was more injured than he'd first appeared. They could handle it. I hoped. I heard the door smash open, and I tugged open the door. I dashed into my sleeping roll, for my trunk full of useful things. And right into a gun held to my head. I raised my hands, as Alysane Leford's smug face smirked from behind my spare pistol. I believe you're my hostage now, Lord Greyjoy, she said sweetly. If this is about sending you to your room without supper, I'm sure we can talk this out, I babbled. Right now though, the mountain is coming and you probably want to start running. Alysane Leford sniffed. The mountain is a loyal Lannister. The greatest knight of Westeros. Wow, you really don't know anything, do you? I asked. The footsteps of the mountain grew near. And I noticed the hammer on the pistol was not cocked. It's funny what you can miss in the heat of the moment, isn't it? Well, with that in mind. I turned and sprinted for the adjacent room, slamming the door behind me. The mountain entered the previous room, and I heard Alysane Leford huff. Took you long enough. Now go, he's in there. He can't escape. What are you doing? She shrieked. I winced as I heard her get picked up and carried to the bed. On one hand, she was an enemy who had tried to take me hostage. On the other, she was about to be raped and probably murdered by the mountain, and I was ostensibly the good guy. Fuck me, I muttered, throwing open the door. The mountain was bending over, holding Alysane down against the bed. I saw my trunk, left open. In the corner of the room. I dove for it, and grabbed my spare knapsack out of it. The mountain looked up, snarled. I looked through my bag. A regular grenade? No. I had to use suck gas, evildoer! I shouted, pulling the pin on the smoke grenade and tossing it under him. A great cloud of smoke erupted around him, and as the mountain flailed I gathered up the bag, ran to ASoIaF, yanked her to her feet, and took off running. I pulled a second grenade from my knapsack, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the room behind me before running. What the fucking hell? ASoIaF gasped. I grinned at her. The mountain is about to go. Even more smoke filled the air, along with a small bang. Bang. I checked the knapsack. And groaned. Smoke grenades. Why did I just pack smoke grenades? A massive form barreled out of the room, sword held high. He roared in rage. I looked over at ASoIaF, who was still tightly holding onto the pistol. She tugged on me to run. I took the pistol, pulled back the hammer, and fired. Bang. The shot staggered the mountain a bit, and he fell back. But there was only a dent in his armor, not a hole. I cursed. Fuck me, let's run, I said, yanking ASoIaF along. We dashed, the mountain's pounding footsteps echoing behind us. I turned left, then right, and ran, the noble lady struggling to keep up with me. It was about this time I should have probably asked for directions from the lady, since we hit a dead end with a wide window looking down over the pass. I sighed in some relief as I saw black-cloaked troops with wolf banners riding up, firing guns and swinging swords and spears. Rob had finally shown up, the dumbass. We're trapped, ASoIaF hissed. Yes, I noticed. I hissed back. Clearly you got the brains in the family. Why is he after both of us? ASoIaF gasped. What did I do? He's the same maniac who murdered Rigger's children, raped their mother, and then killed her just as messily for fun, I growled. Do you honestly think he'll care? The mountain rounded the corner, and I raised my voice. Isn't that the right order, Gregor? You dim-witted sack of shit? You half-giant bastard! He snarled, slowly advancing for us. I thumbed my smoke grenade, the last one I had. I had another idea. A ridiculous, stupid idea. You diseased cunt. You don't have the brains the gods gave a salamander. I taunted. And you're the most fearsome knight in Lannister's army? You haven't even touched me. You'll die now, he snarled, thrusting forward with the blade. I dropped the smoke grenade, and threw myself and ASoIaF out of the way just before the blade connected. I pulled on a pair of goggles. It didn't exactly let me see through the smoke, but it did let me look without squinting my eyes. I ran behind the mountain, swung around, sprinted, and threw myself at his back with my shoulder. Run, ASoIaF! I shouted. Wham! And I bounced back, stumbling away. The glass was smashed, and the smoke leaked out. Gregor Clegane emerged from the smoke, furious and unharmed. Too small, dead man, he growled. I continued backing up as he advanced, thinking. I managed to grab a pike from the wall and thrust it at him. He swung his sword, and I flicked my shoulders to deflect the blade as best I could. The mountain just closed the distance and grabbed me by the shoulder. He lifted me up, and slammed me against the wall. You RK! I grunted, grasping his armored gauntlet in desperation. He dropped his great sword, and pulled his fist back. First, I killed her children, he snarled, then I raped her. Then I killed her. His huge hand descended on my face, and I tried to close my eyes but they stayed wide open, like this. Stop it! ASoIaF squeaked. The mountain looked back at the terrified-looking woman, who shuddered. He's more valuable as a prisoner. He threw me at her, and we collapsed in a heap on the floor. I groaned, and looked up as Clegane advanced. I pulled the sobbing ASoIaF behind me, trying to be brave. More than anything else, I wanted to be brave, if I was going to die. And say something clever. But nothing was coming. I was too scared, as Clegane's armored fingers came down to grasp my head, and began to squeeze. Arg! A grey blur tackled the mountain, and sent him falling off balance. He dropped me, and I scrambled away. I looked up, and relief filled me like nothing else ever had because Rob was there, with several gun-armed bannermen. And Rob himself was packing his 2 revolvers, which he raised as I pulled ASoIaF away and Grey Wind forced the giant knight back to the window. Gregor looked up, his face a mask of rage. Sir Clegane, Rob said clearly, would you like to surrender? No. The mountain bellowed. Rob nodded. Was hoping you'd say that, he said. He opened up with his revolvers, as Grey Wind took cover with myself and ASoIaF. The steel-jacketed rounds pierced Clegane's armor, making him stagger. His bannermen opened up with their muskets, and Clegane's face exploded into bloody splotches as the bullets hit home. Another round of bullets hit the monster, after Rob quickly reloaded, but Clegane stayed standing. Rob drew his sword, and he and Grey Wind moved. The dire wolf slammed Gregor against the glass, shattering it. The mountain tried to seize him, but the wolf jumped back just in time for Rob to thrust the blade through Gregor's throat. Blood spurted from his armor, and the great knight gagged. Rob yanked his sword back, and kicked the choking Gregor back. He tipped up, his eyes wide. And he was gone, plummeting from the keep to the courtyard below. Rob took deep breaths, and looked over at me with a smile. Grey Wind trotted up to me, and licked my face. I felt numb and limp, and looked up at my king as exhaustion hit me all over. "You're late," I managed. Rob sighed. "Sorry. You look terrible," I said. Rob actually smiled. "You should talk," he said. I managed a laugh. Before I blacked out. My body had, at long last, decided it was time to say bye-bye. Not forever, but after what I'd been through? I think I deserved a bit of a nap. 12. Mundane Magic. AC 295, Winterfell, the North. I rubbed my face, and squeezed my eyes shut tightly. I groaned and pulled my hands away. The flickering red light that filled the room was hurting my eyes. But in another minute or two, it would all be worth it, as I looked down on the trays of chemicals I had lying out. And then there was a pounding at the door. I'd gotten a lot of those lately, it was getting a bit annoying. "Thean? Thean? You aren't dead, are you?" Sansa Stark called through the door. "Because if you are, then I'll never forgive you. Since I brought you food." I sighed, and checked the water clock. "Yes, I am dead," I replied dryly, "and this is my ghost. Please leave the food outside the door as an offering to my spirit, in the usual tradition." And then the door opened. I hissed, throwing a blanket up over the pieces of paper I had hanging from string, but it was too late. They'd gone black. "Gaia. You're not dead," Sansa pointed out sourly, scowling at me over a tray of food. I groaned and covered my face. "No. But I'm very tempted to make sure you are," I grumbled. Sansa gasped. "What do I do?" she asked. She frowned as she walked up to my workbench, and examined the black pieces of paper. "And what are these?" "You're burning paper?" "Why are you burning paper?" "I'm not burning paper, I'm..." I sighed and took deep breaths. Deep breaths. "What are you doing now? Are you trying to intoxicate yourself with the fumes?" "Because Mother said she wouldn't put up with that anymore," Sansa went on. I sighed. "No, I'm not intoxicating myself with fumes, and I didn't do that the last 10 times, I protested. "I was simply trying to..." "Ooh." Sansa beamed as she saw my box of completed photographs. She reached in, and pulled one out. "I remember this day. You had us all sitting around while you stared at us through a box. And then you flashed that odd little light at us." Sansa made a face. "It was very boring. But you made drawings of it." "They're not drawings, they're photographs," I managed. "Basically, I captured the light of that moment onto paper, and sealed it in." Sansa gasped with a bright smile. It's like magic," she said happily. "No, it's science," I said. "Applied science. It's magic," Sansa insisted, as she sorted through the photographs. "Like out of the old stories." "Ooh, I look just like a princess in this one." I nodded begrudgingly. "Yes, you do," I said. It was a portrait I'd taken of Sansa individually. I hadn't told them what I was actually doing, I just asked them to dress up nice and be willing to sit still in poses for a while. Given what I'd created and done in the past, it was actually very easy to convince them to do it. "My family. The Starks." Sansa smiled happily at me. Do you think you could teach me how to capture light?" I blinked. "You want to learn? Well, most of what you teach us is so boring," Sansa sniffed. "Or loud, or frightening, or dangerous." "That is the opposite of boring," I protested. Sansa beamed, ignoring my point entirely. "But this is so beautiful. Oh please Thean, teach me. Teach me, please," she begged. I sighed, and looked back at my ruined photographs. The negatives were still safe. I was paranoid enough to cover them up just in case something like this happened. "I suppose I should, just so you don't screw up my work anymore," I decided. Sansa smiled happily, and I had to smile back. Sure, I much preferred working with her younger siblings, but I honestly had nothing against the eldest Stark daughter. She made it too easy to forgive her. "Teenaged girls, the same in any universe," I mumbled. Sansa blinked. "What was that?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "Now, let's start off with the basic principle of light exposure." 13. Reflections on War, Part 6. 299 AC, Golden Tooth, the Westerlands. The cleanup after a battle is something that does not get a lot of attention. And why should it? It is always horrible, unpleasant, smelly, gross, and even heartbreaking. Having to coordinate with the local merchants to take the bodies of the dead Lannister men back to their place of origin. Having to work out a good rate for coffins, timber was plentiful enough to provide them, but it would probably do little to ease the rage of the Westerlands. Having the photojournalists take pictures of important things, including the corpse of the mountain, under Rob's foot, of course hey, he'd killed the fucker, it was only being truthful. And then send copies of those photos off to all the printing shops in the realms to spread the news. All told, it was a great victory. The largest, most experienced army of the Lannisters had been virtually annihilated with a loss of less than 100 Stark and Tully bannermen. The greatest champion of the Lannisters, Gregor Clegane, was dead, and his confession of how he'd murdered Elia Martell and her children spread far and wide. We'd sent his corpse to Dorne with a request for an alliance, that they'd been interested in, and his crushed helmet to Joffrey with another dictation of terms, that he had ignored, of course. We had avoided the mistakes in the original timeline, for the most part. And despite all this, I could only think of the piles of dead men. The looks of a number of the Golden Tooth residents towards me. The weapons I had invented and brought into the world, that let all this happen. Theon? Theon. Rob spoke. I started, and looked at him across the planning table. His head bannermen were gathered there, all staring at me. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, I said with a nod. I looked at the report from Admiral Tully we were discussing. And I sighed. Of fucking course. He did take Harrenhal, pointed out Brynden Tully. I don't see why you're unhappy about that. Because he was supposed to capture Tywin Lannister, Rob said flatly. He looked over at me. Any thoughts on that, Theon? He used Derek Justman's artillery battery, and only his artillery battery, I surmised, reading through the report Tully put down on paper. He was so taken with the power the cannons gave him, he thought they'd do all his work for him. He should have positioned his infantry and cavalry to cut off any escape from Harrenhal. Instead he just kept the rest of his soldiers fiddling around while he played with the cannons. That in turn gave Tywin Lannister his opening to escape, Roose Bolton surmised. He looked up with his usual calm, creepy look. To be fair, Lord Tully has not had much experience in the North's combined arms doctrine. Well, educate him in it, quickly, Rob said flatly. The gate for Golden Tooth is nearly rebuilt, and I want him to be a more competent commander by the time we begin our march on King's Landing. He looked to Robert Glover, the Lord of Deepwood Motte. How goes your son's defense of the North from the Ironborn? Robert Glover puffed himself up proudly. He's repelled their assault, and sunk at least 20 ships, he said with a broad smile. Those iron bastards couldn't land a foot onto Deepwood. No offense my lord, he said with a nod to me. I shrugged. No, that's all right, they are bastards, I said. The raids on Torrens Square have been a bit more harmful, but Sir Roderick's forces will be reinforcing them soon. My bastard has performed well there, Roose Bolton said, with the faintest hint of pride. He tested his. What did you call it, Lord Greyjoy? Gatling gun, I supplied, wincing a bit. Yes. We might want to bring down his war wagon sooner rather than later. Did you have the idea for those, or did he? Great Jan Umber asked, looking amused. I had the initial design concept, he worked out the turret, I said patiently. In between the campaign I've asked him to keep up. What campaign? Rob asked. I rubbed the back of my head. Well. 6 months ago. Theon Searwyn office. Ramsay, I said flatly, you really need to stop breaking into my office. But I wanted to see you, Theon. Ramsay whined. He grinned as he held up some photos. Want to see what I did to that gang of bandits with my new flamethrower? Maybe later, I managed. I didn't know if I was getting used to Ramsay's brutality, or I just didn't care anymore. At least he didn't do it to anyone innocent. I'd made sure he followed that. Actually, it was creepy how happy he'd been to obey me. I have a new mission for you. Ramsay's eyes brightened. I'm going to help you murder the fuck out of that inbred false king. He asked eagerly. I shook my head. Not yet. I need you up here, Ramsay. The Ironborn might start shit and I'd like you to be around to kill them horribly. You really have that much faith in me? Ramsay asked, smiling broadly. I nodded. Of course. I know you can put the fear of the North into those Basiar cunts, I replied, mindful of Ramsay's sensitivity to the word bastard. He nodded to me. Thank you, but you can use that word around me. I wouldn't murder you for it, he said, honest. No problem, I said after a moment. But I do need your help down south with something. Ramsay looked delighted. Have you found a way to make it so I can be in 2 places at once? He asked gleefully. Sorry, not yet, I said, and he actually pouted. But Maester Luwin has broken down the magic of guiding ravens to me, and I want you to use what I've learned to send letters to Joffrey. Ramsay tilted his head. What kind of letters? I would like you to put that mind of yours to work and tell him, in detail, how you would torture him, make him beg for mercy, kill him, and then desecrate his corpse, I said formally, in whatever ways you feel would be most effective in making the little shit have nightmares for the rest of his hopefully brief life. You're just too good to me, you know that, Theon. Ramsay sighed. He hugged me. You're the best. No problem, Ramsay, I said, a bit uneasily, as I patted his back. You have great talents, I just try to find ways for you to use them. You really complete me, Ramsay sighed happily. I winced. Could you not say things like that anymore? People are starting to talk. Which people? Can I kill them? I sighed. No, and never mind. Robb stared at me, dumbfounded. Roose Bolton looked proud. So you've been having Ramsay write threatening letters to Joffrey, and he's been sending them every day for the past 6 months, Robb said slowly. I shrugged. It seemed like a good psychological weapon? I mean, I can get pretty dark, but the stuff Ramsay comes up with in Crimson Fucker mode. Crimson Fucker? Bryden Tully asked, the quotation marks visible in his raised eyebrows. I shrugged. He apparently liked it when I suggested it, I said. Much staring. Lord Karstark snickered. Pet names between you, then. Damn it, I am not a sword swallower. I growled. I'm not Renly, god damn it. No, your relationship is apparently much deeper, Roose said. I'm very proud of my bastard. You've made him very happy. Gah. I glared at Robb. He's not. We're not. I didn't say anything. Robb said, looking like he was desperately trying not to laugh. I sighed. Robb shook his head, and cleared his throat to get the meeting back on track. But yet. Our campaign of information has been helping in that regard, Robb said. Many Lannister bannermen are coming to the negotiating table with us, sending messages to declare their neutrality or allegiance. A cornered lion is at his most dangerous, though, Brynden Tully said. And with Stannis and Renly about to fight it out, the Lannisters still have breathing room. He looked to Robb, and your royal sister. I know, Robb said darkly, all humor gone. And even if Dorne sides with us, it'll take time for them to get any forces up to us. We need to keep the Lannisters off balance, Bolton suggested. Perhaps. Lord Greyjoy can provide us with a new strategy. Everyone looked at me. I looked down at the planning table, and sighed. I'll see what I can do. It was hell when your nickname was the Genius. Everyone expected you to live up to the name. A raven flew into the tent, and alighted on my head. I sighed and reached up, pulling the message from its leg. Love letter from the Bolton bastard, I take it. Karstark asked, and there was much snickering. I gracefully ignored it. Do I have to go fuck the Lady Lefford in front of you all to make you stop that? I complained. She might not complain too much, Robb said with a smile. I rolled my eyes, and read the note. I blinked. Who's it from? Robb asked. I shook my head. My sister. Oh make, bears gone wild. 299 AC, Bay of Ice, the North. Warning, I'm mostly going by reading Patrick O'Brien and David Weber, so please forgive any nautical inaccuracies. Alysanne Mormont was the first to admit that her elder sister had received the lion's share of height, grace, and beauty amongst their sisters. Well, Lyanna had great promise, but she was barely 10 years old. Still, Alysanne was well aware that she was short, chunky and, if it weren't for her sizable bust, almost mannish. It's a damned good thing I don't give a copper penny in Lanny sport, she grinned as she stood on the quarterdeck of Longclaw. The flagship of Bear Island's squadron of schooners leapt and danced across the waves, and the creak and groan of wood and rope mixed with the rough calls and cries of the men as they labored to hoist more sail. Who'd be one of those fancy ladies in Winterfell or White Harbor, when you can be mistress after the old gods of one of good King Robb's warships? In truth, she had only met the king in the north a few times, and really hadn't been all that impressed. Certainly, he was a pretty lad, a decent fighter and devoted to his family and his kingdom, but he had a bit too much of his mother in him for Alysanne's taste. On Bear Island, we catch, gut, fry and eat fish, we don't marry them. Still, he was the first northern king in 3 centuries, and was doing the kingdom proud, beating the hell out of Lannister army after Lannister army. But the lions aren't the only threat to the north, she reminded herself as she raised her Myrish farcer, really made in Winterfell, a gift from Theon, that inventive little squid, to her eye, and examined the fleeing longships. Her gaze studied the lines and sails of the 6 vessels, a single galley of the Iron Fleet and her longship escorts, and she nodded. Their square sails were fully extended, and their sweeps were rising and falling with passionate determination, but with a following wind and a far more powerful sail plan, her 4 ships, her Longclaw, Grizzly, Pride, and King Roderick, would overhaul them within the hour. Normally, an Ironborn captain wouldn't dare to flee from a Greenlander flotilla they outnumbered, but these were the survivors of a squadron of 15 that had tried to raid Bear Island, the rest had been sunk, burned, or taken as prizes. Snapping her farser closed, Alysanne cried out, "Mistress Mormont!" Behind her, her younger sister Jorel stepped forward, wearing the same grey coat and broad-brimmed hat that her captain wore with pride. Silly thing, but it actually does seem to help the men, being able to pick out their officers, and for those officers to feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. Plus, of course, the coat is warm, thick, and dry, and the hat manages to keep both sun and rain out of the eye. "My lady captain?" she asked, reaching up to tug on the brim of her hat, a gesture that Alysanne returned. "Prepare to signal the flotilla. Grizzly and Pride are to extend the flanks, and accelerate, while King Roderick is to maintain pace and prepare to trim sail. All ships are to prepare to engage the enemy, and I do not desire prisoners or prizes today. Let the drowned god take his own." "Aye, my lady," grinned Jorel, before snapping off an order to one of the younger midshipmen, a skinny lad who was born more than 100 leagues from the sea, but was turning out nicely nonetheless. He saluted back, and scampered off to organize the signal flags that would allow the orders to be sent using the coded system suggested by the Greyjoy lad. While he was busy, Jorel picked up the speaking trumpet and bellowed in a practiced shout, "We shall beat to quarters." The crew leapt into action as drums started to beat, and below deck the 16 12-pounder cannon, 8 to a broadside, were readied, cloth cartridges of powder rammed down their throats, followed by the cast-iron spheres of round shot, while gun captains primed their artillery. Buckets of sand were scattered on the deck to provide traction for sailors' bare feet, and to absorb blood. Interior partitions were removed with the thud and rattle of wood, as unnecessary items were quickly stowed below in practiced motions, as were the few but valuable contents of Alysanne's own cabin, her books, charts, instruments and her most prized possession, the silver-framed photograph of herself with her sisters, mother, and uncle, the latter resplendent in his night's watch black, Longclaw at his side. Within a few minutes, Longclaw had transformed from a ship rigged for a stern chase to one rigged for battle. Her steward approached with her armor, and she quickly doffed her hat and coat, allowing him to slip her cuirass over her head, then buckle on her helm, her cutlass, hand-axe, and brace of pistols strapped in place. "All stations report cleared for action, ready on your order," reported Jorel, checking the flint of her own pistol before slipping it into the holster under her left arm. Alysanne nodded. "Very well. One more signal to the flotilla." This time, the MIDI had to spell out the words, due to it not being a standard, pre-arranged signal, but it was only 3 words. From the cheering that erupted from the other ships, the cries echoing across the waves, she knew they were the right words. "Here we stand, indeed. Very well, Mistress Mormont, take us in. Let's gut some squid." 14. The Melancholy of Tywin Lannister. AndrewJTalon. Presents for you. Arrival. My everything hurts. On the bright side, Dany likes it when I tell her stories. Meh, not my best work. Not quite what I was asking for. I was asking for some stuff from the viewpoints of other characters within this self-insert universe, but it would be very interesting as its own story. What I wanted was something more like this. 14. The Melancholy of Tywin Lannister. AC 299, Antlers, the Crownlands. Tywin Lannister was not having a good year. Certainly, his grandson had ascended the Iron Throne. He had then chopped off Ned Stark's head and engulfed them in civil war. The War of the Five Kings, if only as a courtesy to that cunt Balon Greyjoy. Yet even he had done nothing to slow the North down. The North. Oh, Tywin had heard the reports. He'd seen the profits rise from the North, the strange clothing, the goods, and such. He'd expanded his trade, sent in a few spies, but it was the North. What could they muster beyond more wool, more wood, and a couple of trinkets? Well, now he knew. And the helmet of the mountain, burned, shot through and battered, had been sent. The Dornish had reported getting the rest of his carcass, after he was killed. Killed. By the young wolf himself. And apparently the clever squid had been the reason for all of it. How had he not seen this coming? How had he missed all of this? It was impossible. Impossible. Kevin Lannister is trying to pull together his forces in Lannisport, but the levies are still very green, Amory Lorch reported. He sighed. So far though, our counter-raids are being checked. We don't know how, but every time one of our groups moves out, those thunderers from the Starks respond. Or their fire sticks start buzzing metal hornets past our heads. We don't know how they can do it. Magic, probably, Leo Lefford opined. How else could you make the earth tremble? Have it spew stones to slaughter good men? He shook his head, his eyes red from tears. My poor Alysanne, my only daughter. How did he capture her? What sorcery did he use? Oh. Could it have anything to do with the hot air balloons he's been sending up into the air? Tywin Lannister asked his commanders dryly. They all stared at him dumbly. I'm sure you've seen them. A farcer, or a pair of those northern glasses and the young wolf can see every move we make. And direct his thunderers to land shot right onto us. He slammed his fists on the table. No wonder we've been outflanked and crushed at every turn. You fools look for witchcraft when the answer is right in bloody front of you. How can we face such arms, my lord? Amory Lorch asked earnestly. He threw his hands up. The mountain himself has been slain. So what would you do, Sir Lorch? Tywin hissed. Beg for mercy from the Starks? Bend the knee to this boy from the north. A boy who has crushed our armies, Adam Marbrand pointed out, though he flinched at Tywin's glare. Even with this wildfire technique that your maesters developed, Clegane didn't stand a chance. Tywin glared at his bannermen. His incompetent, foolish bannermen. All worthless, all feeble. You are to go out and talk to all your commands, talk to all our prisoners, Tywin ordered. Get everything out of them, not a stone unturned. This couldn't have come out of nowhere, so get me some damn information on these menaces. And if you don't come back with anything useful, don't bother coming back at all. His bannerman left, demoralized and shaken. Tywin sighed, sitting back in his chair. He covered his forehead, and rubbed it. His cupbearer was nearby, clearing food from the plates. He raised his eyes, and looked at her in disbelief. She lowered her eyes. These wonders on the battlefield from the north, Tywin murmured. Tell me. How long have you known about them? The girl paused, considering. She shrugged. Being a minor member of a small household, my lord. We saw a few of the Greyjoy wonders. She glanced at him carefully. Mills that produced steel, cloth, and lumber faster than men could produce them. Ships built like nothing we'd ever seen before. Medicines that let us live. She continued stacking the plates up, carefully. Insistence on boiling our water before drinking it and the like. It was all so strange. It seemed like madness, at first. But it made everyone healthier. Richer. She shrugged. Even farmers got more free time. Got thunderers, too, for hunting and the like. And you never thought to tell me? Tywin asked. The girl bowed her head. I am not a soldier, my lord, she said softly. And I had never seen the bannermen practice with their thunder weapons. I had no idea what they could do. For me. She just looked up, it was just things that gave me a better life. Tywin snorted, and shook his head. The sad part is, a young northern girl is giving me more usable information on Robb Stark's army than any of my own bannermen. He sighed and stood up, looking out the window onto the courtyard. The world made sense, only a few days ago. And now? It feels like I knew nothing at all. He sighed and ran his fingers through his thinning hair. I ignored the north. We all did. What use was it to us? Even as more wealth, more oddities flowed out of there. We paid no attention. He looked at the girl with a scowl, as she continued to calmly stack the plates. And now, we are paying for our ignorance. He studied her. That why your stonemason father taught you? The girl slowly nodded. He saw what the Greyjoy wonders did. And he wanted me to have a better life. More knowledge seemed to grant that. She looked at him carefully. My older brother used to say. You must evolve, or die. Tywin allowed himself a small smirk. Humph. He turned back to the window. Good words to live by. He shook his head again. I'm glad I took you with me from Harrenhal, he admitted to the girl. Arya Stark gave nothing away as she nodded. I am too, my lord. I am too. Omek_Tabi_songs and whispers. AC 299, King's Landing, the Red Keep. The Northmen were winning. This, I had predicted, but to such a degree of success that would drive Tywin Lannister all the way from the heart of the Riverlands back to Casterly Rock? That was unexpected. But then again, the things that were provided to them. Weapons of unmatched power and range, that struck terror and confusion into the ranks of seasoned soldiers. Oh, but how the web spun, each new circle expanding further and further. But at its center stood the one person that began all this. Theon Greyjoy. The boy was an interesting subject of conversation, and a subject of many such conversations within the keep and around King's Landing. From fearful nobles seeking refuge of their bloodlines, to the rumor mills churning out hearsay and half-baked thoughts for the rest. Nonetheless, I had been very interested in Theon when the first steel mill had become a major success, with a dozen more being built that same month. Granted, that alone got the attention of many people, noble and unsavory alike. Why, Peter Baelish attempted to curry favor with the Greyjoy boy with an infusion of gold, but a rare moment of failure when he was refused. Well, who doesn't like to see their friends fail every now and then? My little birds bring whispers to me and I listen well. Theon is the only means of this spring of ideas and invention. It was he who brought the North these inventions, these wonders from his mind alone. Who was he, really? Of the three sons of Balon Greyjoy, Theon was a little more than a spare. He showed nothing to possibly have any kind of genius. But piece by piece, scraps of notes and parchment gave way to a more esoteric theory. Theon is no genius. He is a fraud. A con man. What is obvious is that these ideas of his are not in fact his, but belong to others. But who? Who did he steal his ideas from? Where did he get ideas and knowledge, that the maesters of 1,000 years before did not? Too many innovations, too much, too quickly, at the same time. The Greyjoy boy was preparing the North for conflict, this war? Did he predict a civil war? Or was it something more? In the end, it didn't matter. I wasn't likely to figure out what went on in his mind, not from second-hand information. No, I needed to speak to him directly. But how best to gain his trust? My eyes wander. And fell on Sandor Clegane as he gruffly, but ever so gently, rebuffed Sansa Stark's attempts to speak to him. Yes, that could work. A few strings pulled here, a knife drawn there, and perhaps the right kind of information delivered to one or two. Yes, I think that would do quite nicely. 15. Reflections on War, Part 7. AC 299, Golden Tooth, The Westerlands. Dear brother. It has been some time since we last wrote to each other. I can understand your reluctance to communicate, and approve, you do not correspond with the enemy if you can help it. As you probably know, the Iron Fleet has been defeated repeatedly. I myself only escaped thanks to my crew. Your North Thunders sank a great deal of our fleet. But even these losses will never convince our father to bend the knee. His pride is too great. And the fact that you are the one who devised these weapons makes it worse. So, I will meet you to discuss terms, while I can. I'm bringing a number of ships with me crewed mostly by those who agree with me. Officially we are to raid the Westerlands, seek weaker prey. Unofficially. I will be at Sigurd in 4 days from the receipt of this message. I will come in under a flag of Myr, with the White Kraken, in the afternoon dusk. If you meet me, signal with 3 torches along the coast. Do not take this as surrender, but parley, little brother. I am trusting your northern sensibilities will keep you from taking me hostage. It would do no good, as we both know. Father would never ransom me back. See you soon. Captain Asha Greyjoy. I lowered the paper, and looked up at King Robb. The last of my words echoed around the great hall of Golden Tooth's keep, where Robb was holding council. Lady Stark, Amr Dahan, and a few of his bannermen were sitting at the tables as I finished reading the letter. Do you trust your sister? Someone you haven't seen in years? Roose Bolton asked directly. I shrugged. Even if she's Ironborn. She's got enough common sense to see that this would be a poor trap for me. I shook my head. She's giving us all the power, and the cannons we've put at Sigward can sink her ship. I still don't trust her entirely, Lord Karstark harumphed. Ironborn treaties mean nothing. Ironborn parley? Almost as much nothing. Yet until the Ironborn are dealt with, we can't pull our entire fleet to the south, Robb hummed. He shook his head. The Eastern Fleet is able to keep us supplied, but it has too few warships for seizing King's Landing, much less blockading it. We could pull a few ships from the Eastwatch by the Sea Run, Great Jan suggested. Put cannons on them. What, with the Wilding army 100,000 strong beyond the wall? I asked sarcastically. Great Jan scowled. The war is down here, Lord Greyjoy. I know that. But we can't neglect the watch, I said earnestly. Not now. Robb sighed heavily. We need the Ironborn off our backs. He looked at me intently. Theon. Whatever you can do to stop the Ironborn, do so. But don't trust them any further than you can. I smiled. You know me, paranoid Greyjoy, I said confidently. I frowned. What will you be doing down here, Your Grace? My mother will go down to treat with Renly and Stannis, Robb said, and Catelyn nodded. I smiled. Great. Take Amrda with you. Catelyn started. I don't know if I have, Amrda began, adjusting her glasses, done much business with Lord Stannis in the past. I would be able to advise you in how best to approach this mission, my lady. She bowed politely. Catelyn sighed, and smiled a bit. That you would. Thank you, Amrda. Yes, you will come too, she said. My assistant turned to me, and bowed. I hope you will not be bereft of my services for too long, my lord, she said. I grinned. I think I'll do all right. I'm still wearing clean clothes. We'll see how long that lasts, Amrda said dryly. Great Jan snickered a bit, but gave me a smile as my assistant and my foster mother left the hall. As for me, Robb said, looking a bit annoyed at being sidetracked, I'm going to consolidate our holdings, and send another messenger to Joffrey to offer peace. He looked intently at me. His only bargaining chip is my sister. We need to see if we can get her back. I nodded. I know, I said softly. I glanced over at Lord Forrester, and back to Rob. If the response is bad, I've been putting together a plan to get her out of there. Rob stared, surprised. Out of King's Landing? He asked in disbelief. Roose Bolton nodded in approval. Good plan. Could use it to assassinate Joffrey, he suggested. Rob glared. And what would stop them from just killing Sansa then? He asked. Besides, they have a spare. Bolton nodded gently. Of course, Your Grace, he said, looking faintly disappointed. I remembered something from the books, something distant. And shook my head. Rob. You need to keep hitting them, I said. Rob blinked. Excuse me. Not a full-on campaign, mind you, I said quickly. I mean, we need to get our logistics straightened out first. We've expanded so fast we need to stop to let the supply trains catch up. But you can't let the Lannisters make any significant movements. You need to. I smiled. You need to be wolves. Rob blinked a few times. And then nodded. He smiled grimly, looking like a wolf himself. Grey Wind seemed to approve, giving the low whine he made. Yes, he said. We do. He looked at me intently. Say hello to your sister for me, he said. And as for the rest of you? He smirked. Let's go hunt some lions. The Council of Bannermen nodded in approval, and even Roose Bolton approved. I turned to head out. But stopped by Ethan Forrester, who was milling by the door and looking bored. He glanced at me and smiled. My lord? Heading out? Yes, to Sigward, I said. I looked back at the council, and then to Ethan. Look out for the king for me, I said softly. Ethan frowned. My lord? I thought he could handle himself. Yes, except not in all things, I said flatly. Especially women. So make sure Rob doesn't get involved. Ethan stared at me. You want me to cock-block the king in the north? Yes, I said earnestly. Damn it, Ethan, do everything in your power to keep the king from getting laid. I don't care how, just do it, and keep him alive. All right. Ethan sighed, and nodded. Yes sir. He smirked a little. Though I don't think he's your type, and whatever would Ramsay think? Careful. Be careful, I growled. 16. Scientific progress with Bran. Well. That's not entirely true. 16. Scientific progress with Bran. AC 299, Winterfell, the North. My lord, we are ready to begin again, Qyburn said, standing beside Bran Stark. The boy lord of Winterfell was held up by Osha the Wildling, as he leaned on a pair of wooden poles. The poles extended several feet on braces, and underneath his path were many furs and pillows. Bran sucked in a deep breath, and Qyburn hesitated. Luwin, standing on the opposite end of the poles with Hodder, smiled encouragingly. Unless you'd prefer to delay, my lord, Qyburn said. You did a great deal of exercise this morning and... No, Bran said, shaking his head. He grunted, and gripped the poles. I can do it. One more. One more time. He concentrated, gritting his teeth. His legs and back were held in place by an elaborate wood and fiber knit support harness with steel wire to help him stay erect. It seemed a miracle Bran could move at all in such a thing. But with immense force of will, the little lord managed to move his foot forward. He grunted as the foot made contact with the floor, and he sucked in another breath to take another. Osha beamed. Come on, little lord. You can do it. Osha cheered. Focus, Lord Bran, a step at a time. Luwin coached. Hodder, Hodder. Hodder said happily. Even Summer, who had been Bran's constant companion, seemed to smile through his eyes. Bran grunted, pulling himself along, sweat clinging to his brow. He pushed himself, one more step. One more step. It felt like his entire soul was screaming in agony, like his body was on fire. But he pushed. He pushed. Just when he thought he couldn't take another step. Just as he'd gotten to the end. He growled, his eyes flashing yellow. Summer roughed, and Bran managed his final step just before he lost his grip on the poles, and Hodder caught him. Ha! Ha! Did it! Bran gasped. Osha clapped happily, as Luwin and Qyburn smiled. The old maester held water to Bran, and the young lord gratefully drank it. Osha immediately rushed to his side and began tending to him, wiping the sweat from his brow and fussing over his strained muscles. You are strong, little lord, but stubbornness doesn't equal good sense. Osha clucked. Bran huffed, sipping his water, as Luwin did a check over him. Very well, Lord Bran, Luwin said. Now, I suggest you get some rest. The master of the Coal Guild and his associates will be here soon to discuss the new mine dispute. Bran groaned. Didn't I deal with them already? You did, my lord, Qyburn said, pushing a wheelchair up. Bran managed to pull himself into it, Summer and Hodder helping him in. But as I recall, they want to dig into the property of the Mechanics Guild. And given Master Coaksworth is still disputing the last repair job done by the local mechanics, he has decided to appeal to you to resolve it. Bran made a face. I thought we established courts so we didn't have to bother with this stuff, he grumbled. We did. But you are still the Lord of Winterfell, and as such, if the courts fail you must see to it, Luwin reminded him. Bran moaned as Osha and Hodder pushed him away to his chambers. Wish Theon and Robb were back here to deal with this, he mumbled, as he turned the corner to go up the ramp to the upper level of the keep. Luwin and Qyburn watched him go, Luwin sighing softly. He has come further than I ever thought possible, Luwin murmured. Qyburn, shuffling a few papers around, smirked. Is it surprising to you any more, Grey Sheep? He asked. Luwin snorted. I can admit to being wrong. Can you say the same, Dr. Qyburn? Luwin asked. The ex-maester shrugged. I can. Many times. He smiled at Luwin. In particular about our lord. He nodded after Bran. Pleasantly wrong. Luwin sighed, crossing his arms over his chest. He turned to his books, as Qyburn continued to gather his notes. You make it hard for me to hate you, you know, the old maester admitted. I'm glad. Hate would dull your senses, maester, Qyburn said politely. Luwin smirked, and shook his head. He sat down on a chair, and Qyburn sat down in an accompanying one. The ex-maester handed over his notes, and Luwin reviewed them. Even with all our efforts, he can still barely walk while supported, Luwin sighed. And while the bones have healed, the nerves have not. Not enough to allow a return to movement, balance. No, Qyburn admitted. I would not say it was wasted. Our lord has become strong. He remains active. And he could continue the family line if need be. What? How did you confirm that? Luwin demanded, eyebrows raised. Qyburn snorted. Nothing sinister, I assure you. He's had a nightly emission. He told me so. Ah, Luwin said with a nod. Of course, I decided to test if this was an isolated event, and had Osha undress in front of him to see how that influenced. Qyburn trailed off, as Luwin scowled. He sighed. You do take the fun out of life. Your penance for bringing so much of it into this world, I suppose. And his wolf dreams? Luwin asked flatly. Still experimenting with that? You've seen the results for yourself. It is plain as day, Qyburn said. He is operating in some way beyond normal science. He rubbed his chin. Perhaps involving the radio waves you've been experimenting with? Certainly not. And not X-rays either, or else he would be dead, Luwin sniffed. Those devices for twisting light are not toys. Theon approached his scientific exploration with equal enthusiasm, Qyburn countered. And equal caution. Or did you not see the letters he painted on the lead shields and aprons saying wear these you stupid cunts? Luwin asked. That was a nice touch, Qyburn said in amusement. He shook his head and looked at Luwin. Still. More experimentation is required. He's having the three-eyed crow dream more often. It tells him to. I know what it tells him to do, Luwin sighed. I do. He looked at the notes. But could you let him go out, beyond the wall, for the sake of dreams? Not for the sake of dreams, Qyburn admitted. But then. I have more than dreams to support me. He indicated the notes. And sooner or later. He will go. Yes, Luwin admitted softly. He will. He sighed. But it doesn't have to be this day. Omek_Gladius_non_Noncanon_Stannis loses a venture. 299 AC, Dragonstone. Stannis Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, King in the Narrow Sea, King of the Painted Table, and Azor Ahai come again looked up from where he sat talking to his hand, Sir Davos Seaworth, when there was a commotion at the door. Rising from his seat, he gestured for the doors to be opened, and his men-at-arms entered, prodding a man before them who smelt like the sea. Your Grace, this man's ship docked at the harbour 3 hours ago, and came ashore with a party of men, reported the senior knight. When our officers investigated, we learned he was a Northman, as were his crew. He claims to be here to trade. Aye, and that's what a trader does, mate, the sailor insisted, only to be cuffed about the head by the man to his left. Hey! You speak to Stannis, first of his name, the true king of Westeros. Speak with respect and reverence. He snorted. Far as I care, there's only one king that matters a damn, and that's Robb Stark, king in the north. The guard snarled, raising a mailed fist to strike again, but Stannis raised a hand to stop him. Can't get sense out of a senseless man, Sir Karen. As the knight bowed his head in acknowledgement, Stannis stepped forward and met the ship's captain's glare. Robb Stark is a rebel and a traitor. King Robert was my elder brother, his wife bore him bastards sired by her brother, I am his heir, and by law and custom ruler of the 7 kingdoms. The Stark boy will bend the knee, soon enough. The captain continued to glare, but didn't respond, aside from a mild snort. You claim to be a traitor, what's your business? The sailor straightened up. I'm Alfred Ferros, master of the Venture, out of White Harbor. Lord Greyjoy put a call out for obsidian, as much as he can get, and offering good silver for it, too. Balon Greyjoy is another traitor and pretender, snapped Stannis, and Ferros shrugged. So? It's young Theon I'm talking about. Anyway, I've got a cargo of finished goods to trade for the stuff, such as King at War might need, swords, breastplates, helmets, wool cloaks and tunics, boots, canned food and canteens. A few crates of muskets and shotguns, too, along with some kegs of black powder and molds for ammunition. Thought we could strike up a deal. Stannis met his gaze for a moment, then sighed. You're right, I do need all that you named. Unfortunately, he said seriously, I also require your ship, and the services of your crew. You'll be compensated after the war, added Sir Davos, but until then, we'll have to impress your crew and take your ship and her cargo into our service. If you swear to serve your rightful king with honor, his grace will reward you after his victory. Ferros' eyes widened in shock. Hey, now, there's no, you haven't got the right. He is Azor Ahai, came the serene tones of Melisandre as she entered the room, her red hair flowing down her back, a few shades darker than her dress. He has every right to command, you are bound to obey. She glided across the floor. All that matters is the choice, do you serve the light, or the dark? The warm glow of the flames, or the endless cold of the shadows? Ferros snorted. You're that red god priestess, ain't you? He grinned savagely. Hot or cold? Lady, I'm from the north, the cold is where we live. And fire. His grin grew wider. We made fire our bitch. Before the guards could strike him, there was the sound of thunder from the harbor, then again. Stannis frowned. What was that? The Northman laughed. That was probably your men trying to take command of the Venture, and my first officer giving his reply. She may be just a merchant carrack, but my lady carries an even dozen 26-pound carronades, sounds like your men got the ol whiff of grapeshot, he said with the air of a man quoting another. Guess that answers the question as to whether or not it's worth trying to trade with you lot, by the time they get home, they'll have spread the word that the stag's got as much honor as the lion, ack. He fell to one knee, a spear butt slamming into his kidney. Another traitor, a pity, said Melisandre. It seems we shall need to prepare another pyre. Guess it's your targ blood, gasped Ferro, enjoy burning folk like mad ol Ares? Last time a king did that to a Northman, bastard lost his he fell as a knight smashed him to floor with a steel gauntlet. In the distance, far below and increasingly out to sea, the Venture sailed off, her speed increasing as she shook out more sail, her gun ports continuing to speak in flame and smoke, smashing aside any Royal Navy forces that tried to halt her. It would be a long time before any more northern trade vessels tried docking at Dragonstone. Omake_Cannon_Chris O'Farrell _You've been _Thunderstruck. To the Ironborn, thunder was something not to be feared, but to be embraced. The distant rumble of sound could often be heard well before wind or rain, telling an alert ship that it was time to find a safe harbor, or at the least to batten down and secure your ship for one of the drowned god's temper tantrums, lest he bring you into his halls before your time. It was in the view of some of the more devout a religious experience, a warning to the faithful to prepare themselves and their faith to be tested as the drowned god separated the weak Greenlanders playing at sailors from the true Ironborn who would be spared through their god-given skill and courage, almost a rite of passage. More than one Ironborn captain had seized the sound of thunder as salvation, sailing towards the booming sound to evade pursuit or avoid notice. It was a welcome sound to a true captain. That had all changed now. At first, the thunder on land had been their own. The roaring screams of his sailors as they had swept out of the Iron Islands like a great storm to once again raid the Greenlanders, sweeping them away like spray on the wind. And indeed, for the first few weeks as he had led his fleet along the stony shore, it had seemed to be everything they had dreamed. They had raided tiny villages, barely worth the effort, if not for the use in honing their skills and focusing attention, in the hope that the northern lords would send their remaining strength to counter them, leaving their true objective open to attack. And after destroying a handful of fishing villages, he and his fleet had raced back out to sea and flown south at the speed of wind, entering Blazewater Bay and up the Salt Spear as fast as they dared, arrowing for Moat Cailin to seize it before the Northerns understood the horrible danger they were in. If they could take it and man those fortifications, the northern armies would be trapped in the Riverlands, leaving the entire north now ready to pay the iron price to those they had so wronged. But then, as they had reached the point where the great river shallowed to force their fleet to move single file through the channel, almost at the point where he would need to stop his flagship and transfer to one of the longboats to row upriver, thunder had rumbled over the fleet. Confusion had been the first reaction on his ship. Without a cloud in the sky, his crew had looked around searching for the storm. And he had just barely noticed an odd cloud of smoke suddenly rising from the high shoreline, when fire and blood had landed upon him. The lead ship in their flotilla hadn't had a chance, all but shattering as the volley of heavy shot had slammed into it. First chains and balls snaring and tearing apart its rigging and those unlucky enough to have been manning it, then heavy balls smashing thick oaken freeboard like kindling, tearing the proud Kraken's lash apart in moments. The rearmost ship in their fist flotilla had also been targeted, clearly an attempt to trap the bulk of the fleet between two sinking or uncontrollable wrecks, but the range had been long or those gunners were either less lucky or skilled, buying enough time for his superb sailors to wheel their fleet around, no mean trick in the narrow confines, and row downstream as fast as they could, fire chasing them and costing him another 2 precious ships, with more damaged but unbroken. And now furious. During the night, he had reversed course, holding most of his fleet out of sight in the wider parts of the inlet while taking 3 chosen darkened ships to land upriver, in the hope of attacking the shore battery from behind, for what else could it be but one of his damned traitor nephew Theon's cannon, as he called them, to silence it and allow passage. And perhaps even seize them for his own, certainly they would make useful tools for his own purposes. Turn the damn cowards' weapons against them, that would show them. This time they had been met by the thunder of horses. It was the Ironborn who would have the dubious honor of becoming the first combat test of Robb Stark's new Dragoons unit. Barely 50 men strong, the unit had been on their way south from Winterfell to join the Riverlands army when word had reached them of the invasion. Theon had counselled his king that instead, this new front would be an excellent test of mounted musket men, suggesting that they deploy first to screen Moat Cailin from any attack, insisting that it would be the first target his father would try to hit. Trusting his all but brother, Robb gave the orders, and by the grace of the old gods, the dragoons had been close enough to get word of the fleet sighting, correctly anticipating an attack on the shore battery and meeting the raiding party with volleys of carefully aimed fire and fury. Victarion had lost another 50 men to the thunder of the Northerners, who infuriatingly would simply remount and move back if they tried to close the distance, dancing around them and riddling them with volleys of iron from a new position. Costing him 1 man here, 2 men there. Soon enough he could see the truth, that fearless as his rever were, they simply lacked any ability to deal with the mounted troops who were whittling them down man by man. Enduring the humiliating chance as they ran from their attackers, crowing at them that they still had plenty of iron to give for a very good price, so why were they running? They fled back to their boats and rejoined the fleet. Sailing out to sea, he had abandoned his plan to seize Moat Cailin. It was clearly too well defended and surprise had clearly been lost somehow. Heading north, he had renewed his attacks up the stony shore, dispersing his fleet to try and spread the defenders out for lack of any better ideas, but now thunder found him at near every turn. Oh, how he had grown to hate that noise that had once awed him. Even the look in his men's eyes as they would hear the distant faint echoes of thunder from land, his ships often refusing to even try to land a raiding party when the distant sounds of battles a long way away carried over water. Furiously, he had driven his men further north, heading to Bear Island, which, unconnected to the rest of the north, he hoped he could still hit with surprise and fury. Taking 15 ships, daring to risk them all in an all-or-nothing attack. With luck, he could still gather enough plunder to make something out of this fucking disaster and then regroup and come up with a new plan back on pike, hopefully even seizing some of these weapons for his own. And now, he fled towards the open ocean as fast as he dared. 9 ships left behind him, burning or captured. Only 6 ships including his own having survived, and just 4 Greenlander ships daring to pursue an Ironborn fleet that outnumbered them. Pursue them? Well, so be it. If they wanted to close, the sea was still his land, not theirs. And he would teach these fools that lesson well before they were sent to a grave far too good for them. But, then his heart sank as claps of thunder ripped over the fleet. Almost unwillingly, he turned, and saw the fountains of water erupt into the air as the first salvos started to chase his fleets. The Greenlander ships were mounting cannons as well. And the thunder of the sea was no longer their gods alone. 17. Sansa's Light and Dark. AC 299, King's Landing, Red Keep. Tyrion had become her virtual bodyguard these last few weeks, and Sansa Stark was grateful for it. She'd treated the dwarf with almost nothing but polite disdain when she'd first met him in Winterfell. Now, she was the prisoner of his family and he was the kindest person to her. Well, aside from Peter Baelish, but that always carried the undercurrent of something unpleasant. His companion Bronn wasn't too bad. He was crude, and vulgar, and crass, but he was clever, and honest to her at least. Tyrion too, though he was more polite and more cultured. The maesters say we could replicate the Thunder Arms relatively easily, Tyrion said, reading a few notes sent from the maesters themselves. He rolled his eyes. Relatively, indeed. Even Lannister Smiths would find it hard to make these things. And even if you could, we'd still be outnumbered and be handing the fucking things to men who don't know how to use 'em, Bronn commented, up against men who do. The maester might as well have wiped his arse with that paper and sent it to you. Sansa couldn't help her snicker at that. She did get a smile from Tyrion. Least his arse has good handwriting, Tyrion lamented. He sighed and held his temples. I'm not particularly broken up about the loss of the mountain, but the fact of the matter is that his army is gone. Robb could move on us at any moment. And the Ironborn attacks haven't been particularly noteworthy to divert his attention. Probably logistics, Bronn said. Tyrion looked up, and nodded as the head of the city watch continued. He's kicked your father's army's arses so hard, and moved so fast, his supplies ain't caught up yet. I've seen those thunder arms in action. You gotta get your men rounds, powder, replacement parts. To say nothing of food, clothing, medicine, mail from home. The sellsword smirked, you're literally running faster than he can keep up. Something to be said for speed, Tyrion observed dryly. He'll probably try diplomacy at this stage. He wants independence for the north, not the Iron Throne. Tyrion looked over at Sansa, unless he has some hidden depths of ambition. Sansa knew that revealing information was dangerous. It had gotten her father killed. She'd been so foolish. But maybe she could help her brother in this. As much as she didn't want Tyrion or Bronn killed, she didn't want them to win. My brother would only take the Iron Throne if he felt he was duty-bound to do so, she said carefully. Tyrion laughed softly. A typical Stark. He seemed to say it to her as much as about Robb, which is not particularly helpful. It is as helpful as I can be, my lord, Sansa said softly. Bronn snickered. Tyrion sighed. Fair enough, the Hand of the King muttered. Our biggest problem right now is Renly or Stannis. Both have enough power to lay siege, and are in a position to do it. If they can stop their bickering long enough. Unlikely, given their personalities. So basically, King's Landing is only not under siege because two brothers are fighting over their armies like toys, and our armies are running faster than their pursuers can keep up, Bronn surmised, pouring himself some wine and drinking it down. MMPH. And what do we have? Captured arms from the north, without the training or supplies needed to use them, Tyrion said. He noted Sansa's win CE, and he sighed. I am sorry for that, Lady Sansa. I truly am. I know, Sansa said quietly. Tyrion looked back. My father's host split off. We've bolstered the defenses at least a bit, Tyrion said with a sigh, but not enough against determined assault. He scratched his chin. And all the sellswords in the world can't help if they just get picked off from range. How'd the squid manage that, anyway? Bronn asked. Knights have enough umbrage when it comes to crossbows. He looked to Sansa. How'd your father convince the proud north to take up thunder arms? Sansa worried her lower lip, considering. I didn't pay much attention to such things growing up, she admitted. But there was a lot of excitement over having the power of the old thunder gods in your hands. In making fire and steel our servants. She shrugged. They were things my older brothers and younger sister loved. So I didn't pay much attention. Understandable, Tyrion said, his eyes peering into hers. She had to look away, but he didn't press further. That's irrelevant though. At this moment, they have them and in abundance. As well as balloons to spy over hills on us. Have you ever been on a balloon, Lady Sansa? Sansa nodded. I have. I wanted to take a picture of Winterfell, so Theon took me up in one of them. She smiled and sighed. He said he hoped men would one day fly through the air, like birds. And even sail between the stars in the heavens. Sounds like he wanted to start a nest with you, Bronn snickered. Sansa blushed furiously, as Tyrion tutted. Bronn. Really? Saying such things to a lady of Lady Stark's station. So very inappropriate, he said. Besides, squids don't form nests. He'd be shooting his seed at her like bullets. Get your foul analogies in order. Sansa covered her face as Bronn laughed out loud. Tyrion laughed a bit himself, before the weight of his duties reappeared. Well. Dorne is unlikely to help, even after giving them a princess. The Vale has so far said nothing. The Reach has sided with Renly. He sighed. Our list of options grows thin. Could always ask the Targaryen girl for help, suggested Bronn. Tyrion snorted. And I thought things couldn't get any worse. Good afternoon, my lord, my lady, Varys said, the eunuch coming in with a genial smile. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the king wished to see Lady Sansa. Sansa and Tyrion both stiffened. Varys smiled kindly. The Hound will be in attendance, Lord Tyrion. And the Queen has promised he will be on his best behavior, he said silkily. Well, I wanted to take a break, how about you, Bronn? Tyrion asked. The sellsword nodded. Why not? Maybe the king's got a new collection of puppies he wants to murder in front of us. That's my joke, Tyrion grumbled. As it turned out, Joffrey did not have dead puppies. He had pictures and letters and froth at the corners of his lips. Your brother keeps such monsters around. Joffrey bellowed from the Iron Throne, throwing the letters and pictures to the steps beneath them. Tyrion gingerly reached down to pick one up, as did Sansa. Tyrion winced, and raised an eyebrow. "Ah, the crimson fucker," he said with a nod. "What are these of? They look like arms." He tilted his head. "Arranged to spell out 'I'll kill you'. And countless other depravities and monstrosities." Joffrey seethed. He glared death at Sansa. "All making threats against my royal life." He tossed another photo, and Sansa picked it up. She studied it. "Well, what have you to say, traitor?" Sansa looked at the photo. Ramsay was cheerfully smiling, his new flamethrower, she think he called it, on his back and in his hands. It was bulky, and required you to wind up some kind of pump before use. She did remember Ramsay showing it off to Theon. He'd been so happy, so cheerful. And Theon had been a bit disturbed and she didn't know why. Well, seeing that he'd used the flamethrower to burn a bandit alive, she now saw all too well. A bandit with a sign reading, "I thought I was a clever bandit, but I really wasn't." "Well," Joffrey nearly shrieked. Sansa looked up, and put herself in the mind of the cold, cold north. Her face was expressionless. "It appears, my beloved fiancé, that Ramsay Snow's photography has gotten better," she said carefully. She shrugged. "Not much better, but at least you can read the words on this one." She set the picture down, and brushed her dress off. She stood silently, as Joffrey stared at her in incomprehensible rage and confusion. "If you'll permit us to leave, Your Grace," Tyrion said politely, "I have much planning to do for the defences of this city, and Lady Sansa has been very helpful in that regard," he said, looking to Cersei. The Queen Mother grimaced, but nodded to her son. Joffrey scowled. "Fine," he ceded. "Get out." Tyrion, Sansa, and Bronn bowed, and headed out. Tyrion looked at Sansa as they exited the throne room, her face still icy cold. The dwarf managed a small smirk. "I said it before, and I'll say it again," he murmured. "You will yet survive us all, Lady Stark." "I intend to," Sansa said, just as softly. Omek_Noncanon_Joffrey_Crimson Excerpt from The War of Five Kings, A Look Back. The final battle of the war at King's Landing saw the end of many lives and lines. The most curious one, however, was reserved for King Joffrey. 4 days prior to the battle, he boasted to both lords, ladies, and small folk, indeed anyone within earshot, about how he would meet King Robb in battle and put him to the sword, and send his armies fleeing to the north so quickly they'd bypass the wall in sheer panic. Yet barely had battle been joined when King Joffrey himself fled the field in a blind panic. However, this sudden bout of cowardice was not without merit. For Lord Ramsay Bolton, then Ramsay Snow, the Crimson Fucker was hunting him specifically. Known for both his ferocity and the depravities he committed against enemies of the north, the Crimson Fucker was not a man anyone would wish to have pursuing them. Even the Harbinger of Boom, Theon Stark, admitted that the Crimson Fucker was a man who frightened him deeply. Quite curious when one considers the deep admiration Lord Bolton would readily admit to having for Theon. King Joffrey had been hounded for more than a year by gruesome photographs detailing the Crimson Fucker's prowess at dealing out unnecessarily painful death, as well as letters which spelled out in great detail just what he planned to do when he caught up to the king. When King Joffrey realized the Crimson Fucker was on the field, he was said by many survivors of the battle to have let out a great shriek, like a woman who had just lost a loved one, heard clear across the battlefield. Scarcely had King Joffrey quit the field, his king's guard scrambling to catch up, when the Crimson Fucker set off in pursuit. Many survivors of the battle reported seeing Lord Bolton with a massive grin on his face. Tyrion Lannister himself said of Ramsay, he had a smile so manic, you'd think he'd been offered all the wine, whores, and gold he could ever want, so long as he killed Joffrey to get it. And yet here is what makes the king's death curious. While he was obviously killed by Lord Bolton when he fled to the Red Keep, how King Joffrey died exactly, remains a mystery. Those who saw the king's corpse refuse to speak of it to this day. This historian has sought out many of the surviving battle participants, but even when plied with wine, all keep their silence. In fact, many of them called for more wine, hoping to drown the memory out. The only thing they all confided was that the members of the King's Guard, who were one and all found to have been roasted alive in their armor, were the lucky ones. If I had any real skill at writing dialogue, I'd write the scenes described above. But I don't, so I won't. 18. Diplomatic Relations, Part 1. AC 299, The Riverlands, Sigurd Castle. I stayed so busy during the ride to Sigurd, I barely remember any of it. Riding past supply trains of men, horses, and carriages. Stopping by an inn and giving them a generous amount of money because a stray cannon shot had hit their garden. Sending letters and messages constantly by Raven. It almost felt like I was texting and emailing again. Only instead of with electronics crapping out, I had to deal with Raven's crapping on my shoulders or paper. Yet, You sprint guys feel pretty lucky right now, huh? But 3.5 days of hard riding, and barely resting, got me and my small party up to Sigurd. I greeted Lord Jason Mollister, and inquired about how his crews were coming along with their cannons. Apparently they'd sunk about 6 ironborn ships before the rest had gotten the message and fled. I met up with a few of the gunnery trainers, and the manager and representative of the arms-making guild Anarilagood, who was getting no end of lewd jokes about her last name. She sucked it up though. No wait, that sounds worse. She didn't take it lying down. Better? Anyway, I told them I'd be meeting a ship on the coast that evening, and to look out for my signal fires. They complied, though Lord Jason was wondering if he could come himself. I thanked him, but said I had to come alone. I gave him a few other instructions, which made him much happier. I then wrote them down and gave them to Lagood, to make absolutely sure the Mollisters didn't mess up. It wasn't out of disrespect to them, mind you. I just didn't want this to go badly. And so there I was, the sun setting in front of me, the waves gently lapping against the beach, the sea air in my lungs. Alone. On a beach, with 3 big torches lit and burning proudly. My cloak was waving in the wind, and I had my arms crossed over my chest to make myself look heroic. Might as well make a good first impression, right? By and by, I spied a rowboat making its way to the beach. There was a mere flag flying from it, all right with the faint outline of a white kraken on the flag's whipping fabric. A few men in cloaks were aboard, all armed, all looking around warily. There was one form in a cloak, smaller than the others, who sat in the back until the boat touched the shore. This figure stepped out of the boat with practiced grace, tall leather boots protecting her legs. She looked to me, and pulled off her cowl to give me an infuriatingly smug smile. Good evenin', little brother, Asha Greyjoy greeted me, walking up to the dry shore. She raised an eyebrow. You trying to impress me? I shrugged. Are you? Not particularly, she said. I lowered my arms and smiled. Then I wasn't trying hard enough, I said. We stared at each other, a bit awkwardly. She covered it up with some bluster, and a smirk. You've made quite the name for yourself, she said. The genius. The merchant of death. The artist of doom. I don't paint enough for that last one to count, I said with a shrug. My sister laughed deep in her belly, shaking her head. A court jester, too. Any end to your talents? She laughed. I do okay, I said with a shrug. Asha shook her head, and sighed. Been a long time, she said. Felt longer. Like you're not. Not the boy who left Pike. I shrugged back, with a wry smile. I'm not, I said. Now. What can I do for you, dear sister? Not here, she said, shaking her head. We can't talk here. I stared at her. Right. Go with the pirate princess to her boat. What could possibly go wrong with that? Don't trust me? Asha asked. We are technically at war, I pointed out. Asha smirked. Not with each other. Yes, with each other, I said flatly. Asha's eyes widened a bit. So. You admit to being a northerner, over an Iron Man? She asked. I don't know. What reason do I have to claim to be an Iron Man? I asked. I spread my arms out. Would my inventing, my efforts have been appreciated at all back on Pike? Would father have given me the same authority and means to do good as Ned Stark? Would I have the same brothers, sisters family as I do in the Starks? Don't, said a gravely voice from the boat, don't mention brothers. And family. In the same breath as Stark around me, boy. Asha's eyes widened, as did mine. A grizzled man took off his helmet, and came ashore from the boat. His eyes were like hard iron as they bored into mine. His hair was windswept and grey, over skin made hard and wrinkled by the sun and breeze. The rest of the men came ashore, save for 2 at the oars. They brandished weapons at myself and Asha. My sister actually looked surprised. Father. She gasped. Balon Greyjoy shook his head. You're too young yet to double-cross me, he said flatly, and his eyes locked onto me. And you? You're not nearly as clever as they say you are, boy. Nice to see you too, father, I said with a sigh. Right. Before this gets any more ridiculously off track I will post one more canon snippet. I know, I got us off track myself, but I'll get us back myself. And I would appreciate omacs and snippets of a more serious nature by anyone who would like to try it. I cannot promise to make them canon, but given the abundance of ideas others have I would like to see you put them into action. It is a writing forum, after all. Winky face, that doesn't mean the omacs have to be completely serious. Just that they need to match the rest of the story. With that said. 19. Diplomatic Relations, Part 2. AC 299, The Riverlands, Sigurd Castle. My father. My real father. God, it was so hard to keep track of it all. It was as though every memory I had of myself was rising up now that I'd pushed the world to a certain level. Like I'd been allowed to remember who I was, after doing penance as Theon Greyjoy. Anyway, my real father could be hard to get along with. We were both stubborn people, with high intelligence, and different ideas about how to get things done. And even if I agreed with him on a number of points, we fought a lot. But ultimately, I respected him because I recognized his position. He loved me, and did everything in his power to help me. He made mistakes, but I saw where his intentions were and I loved him for that. Even if we disagreed, I saw he was only trying to do his best for me. And I was lucky to have a dad who didn't become so self-involved he ignored me, or one so inadequate he abused me. We had our problems, but he was my father and I was his son. With Ned Stark, it was a similar relationship, though more difficult. Lord Stark was exacting, tough, and uncompromising. But I only had to convince him of the merits of my ideas, and he was behind me all the way. He pointed out the difficulties in securing alliances, how hard it would be to do this or that. But I did so much, and the more I did the more he trusted me. And even though I would never be the swordsman or tactician Rob would be, or the tracker or leader John could be, I was the kind of warrior and leader people needed when they had to put things together. When they wanted to build things. I pushed the grand ideas, but I figured out who would handle the details and keep the numbers straight. I could figure out what people really wanted and figure out ways to give it to them, while showing them the benefits of working together. And Ned Stark saw that in me, and let me push it to the point I had mills across the north and courts of law and even a bank improving the lives of everyone. He didn't understand everything I created. But he saw the value in it if I saw the value in it. Maybe I couldn't inspire men to follow me into battle as easily as Rob or John, and I'd never begrudge them that. Maybe I couldn't defeat every menace with a sword. And maybe, as Eddard Stark said frequently, I talked too much. But he saw the value in me, and pushed me to realize it in my own way. Ned Stark was a good father, and a great man. And if I had taken a savage satisfaction in avenging him, so be it. It proved how good a father he was to me. Balon Greyjoy. However, it figures that the only good seed I had went into your brothers, the Lord of Pike sneered as he glared at me. Asha and I were surrounded by the Ironmen, each with a weapon out. Not to strike me down, I hoped. But they were ready to stop any sudden movements. My hands were clasped in irons in front of me, a bit too tightly. Might have been my gloves, hard to say. One of you. Taken from me and turned into this Greenlander, Balon sniffed, and the other. A treacherous whore. I was trying to get him to come back to our side, father. Asha protested angrily. Balon shook his head. By usurping me? By lying to me? You would have my lost heir give you the islands, would you? He spat. Why else would you meet him in secret? Why else would you hide this from me? We are losing this war, father, Asha tried. All thanks to Theon. She held her bound hands up to me. What could compel him more than family? To return to our side, to give us the power of thunder and steel. Balon glared at her, and then turned his glare at me. Well boy? What have you to say? He hissed. Some pitiful excuse about salt and iron still flowing through your veins. From a technical point of view, I said, glancing at one of the swords pointed my way, it is. Blood's chock full of iron and salt. So congratulations, you got that dead on. Asha stared at me like I had gone mad. I just kept talking. Problem is. That's all you got right, I said flatly. Balon snorted. So you are a Greenlander. My own blood. Your own blood? Since when have you cared about your own blood? I demanded angrily, and Balon's eyes widened. I was a spare. My older brothers, you sent them off to die pointlessly. It was not pointless. Snarled Balon. It is the Iron Way. The way of the drowned god, the way of a pitiful, pathetic old man who tries to revive glories that only existed in your mind. I snarled back. You're reaving and pillaging and raping, what has it accomplished? Nothing. The last time you tried this, you bent the knee and thousands of innocent people, including my 2 brothers, died. Now, you tried it again. And what happened? You've been defeated. I shook my head. And now, you try to bring back the son you abandoned to the Starks to get me to help you. What good is your help? I wouldn't want your help anymore, you worthless whore. Balon seethed back, spitting his angry words. You tinker and fiddle and have those cowards' weapons to hide behind. Says the coward who wants those cowards' weapons to slaughter innocent men, women, and children for stupid reasons. I snarled back. It's how our family does things, how it's always done things. Asha tried, maybe trying to get on Balon's good side, maybe trying to help me. I didn't care. Shut up. I shouted. I pointed my finger in Balon's face. I remember your long, useless silences. How you just ignored me. For 10 years, I sent ravens and letters and you said nothing. And now, you come back and shout at me and demand I save you when it's your own stupid, foolish pride that got you into this war. Attacking and murdering the people I care for. I shook my head. Do you see the problem with this? Balon ceded. How dare you? Of course you don't. I shouted back at him. You can't. You're no king, no warrior, no noble. You just can't stand that the rest of the world is leaving you and your shitty society behind. We do not, so it sums it up perfectly. You build nothing, you create nothing, you inspire nothing. You are nothing, Balon Greyjoy. Especially not my father. He smacked me then. I felt a tooth loosen. I slowly turned back and wiped the blood from my mouth. Touched a nerve there? I asked. Get on the boat, he snarled. I'll get your secrets if I have to beat them out of you. I wouldn't, I said, even as the guards seized me. I wouldn't. Not unless you all want to be dead in the next 50 seconds. 49, 48, 47. Get on the boat. One of the sailors growled, even as I kept counting. Wait. Why are you counting? What is it? Asha asked desperately, as she was carried along too. I just kept counting, smirking at Balon. When I got to 35, he paused the guards trying to shove me into the boat. What are you doing? He asked. Oh, I'm counting down until the cannons fire on us, I said with a bright smile, which I made as manic as possible. The eyes of every Ironborn there widened, almost comically. Can. If I don't send up the appropriate signal in. Oh. 28 seconds, I said, House Mallister's cannons will open up on this position. All of them. We all die. You're bluffing, Balon ceded, glaring at me, daring me to admit to lying. I just smiled back. What's the signal? Nah, don't think I'll tell you, I said. You'll die too. Balon ceded. Yes. And I still win, I said with a grin. Can you say the same? He and his guards seized me, and shoved me back onto the beach. My shackles were undone. Make the signal. All right, I sighed. I rummaged in my pockets, and produced 2 basic flares. They were primitive, but effective. And labeled the same way. Hey! What's wrong? Send the signal. Balon nearly shrieked. Send it. Well, I think the green flare says everything's fine, and the red flare says open fire, but I can't remember which is which, I admitted, raising my eyebrows and shrugging helplessly. Bit of a bother, hey. Balon's eyes were bulging. He looked fit to have a heart attack. His loyal Ironborn were already fleeing along the beach, as fast as they could go. Asha was lying in the boat, struggling to get free. Send it, you lunatic! Balon screamed. I lifted up the flares. And then dropped them on the sand. Oops, I said dully. Butterfingers. Balon seized the flares, and frantically ignited the first one he could. Which burned red. His jaw dropped and he looked to the sky in terror. Asha sucked in a deep breath, and looked at the sky as thought expecting death. 3. 2. 1, I counted down. Several shots rang out, booming across the sands. I pulled my pocket watch out, and smiled. Right on time. Balon opened his eyes. Wah! 3 figures emerged in the direction the Ironborn had fled, resembling nothing so much as walking piles of seaweed. They got into range of the flare, and pulled the seaweed from their heads, revealing 3 women, one a little older than I, and the others a little younger. Mission accomplished, Lord Theon, reported Mira Reed, her cheeks red and an Iron Wrath repeater rifle in her hand. The other women, looking a bit greasy and built like a UFC champion fighter, nodded with a similar firearm held close to her chest. The last one was tall, long black-haired, thin, and stoic. Iron men are dealt with. 4 dead, the others surrendered, Nilla Crag, the heavily built one, said. I nodded. Good work, I said. Mira, you had better get back to the caravan. Your dad will be expecting you soon. Mira huffed. You sound like me, brother, she said, but she headed off. I turned to my stunned father, still on his knees in the sand. You tricked me, he said softly. They call me the clever. I should live up to the name, I said, as the 2 Cranid women bound him. I looked over at my sister, still in the boat. Take him to the castle. I'm sure Lord Jason will be very happy to meet him, face to face. Balon snarled after me. You're damned, Theon Greyjoy. You are no son of mine. No heir. You are disowned, cast out forever. I don't care. I shouted back in a sing-song tone. I walked back to my sister, and sat on the edge of the boat. She stared back at me. So. Now what? She asked. I sighed, and looked out at the darkening horizon. The Ironborn ship might still be there, might not. Maybe my sister had taken the wrong ship to be so easily deceived, maybe not. Now. I'm going to have a long conversation with my sister, I said. Asha stared at me. You're mad. Probably, I said with a smile, but if we're going to be working together, it helps to know each other better. And you expect me to work with you after that? Asha asked flatly. Would you prefer to work against me? I asked, just as flatly. She looked suspiciously around at any other piles of seaweed in the area. And looked back at me. She sighed. So. Where would you like to begin? She asked. And can I get these irons off? One step at a time, sister dear. Asha snorted. Perverted Greenlander. Do I look like a Lannister to you? XX, Tyrion Lannister sticks to his guns. Gunpowder is actually very easy to make, and is fairly forgiving ingredients-wise, IMO. For example, instead of the classic 75/15/10 saltpeter/charcoal/sulfur mixture, you can use 80/20ths of saltpeter/charcoal, 65/35 saltpeter/sugar, often called rocket candy, 65/34/1 of saltpeter/sugar/rust, and many combinations of the two. And those are just the ones I've heard of. No doubt, but Essos would not have the same industry or mass manufacturing base to produce the same variety or number of gunpowder-based weapons, and they would not have the operational experience with them that the North has promoted. Even the arsenal would be hard-pressed to churn out guns at even a quarter the rate of one of the North's various mills. And a few technologies would have been left out of the trade agreement, such as how to make fulminated mercury for percussion caps or igniter technology in general. That said, XX, Tyrion Lannister sticks to his guns. Noho Dimitis was a severe and dur Brave, and Tyrion found his pinched face a bit amusing. Not that he said as much to him. He didn't need to make things worse. As acting hand of the king, he was expected to do what he could for King's Landing. His father was holed up in Casterly Rock, and had said nothing but to continue doing his job. So do his job he did, as he sat in the chair opposite the representative of the Iron Bank in his office. As said, Lord Tyrion, such a request is unusual, Noho said patiently. I am not a military man, I am simply a banker. And King's Landing is in enough trouble as it is. Yes, I am aware, Tyrion sighed. I got a fair amount out of Peter Baelish. Not all of it, of course. One never can get the whole truth out of him. But the fact of the matter is, Bravus has been extremely quiet to King's Landing ever since this war began. Noho shrugged. I do not set government policy, my lord hand. I merely carry out my duties. As do we all, Tyrion said with a nod, but that does not change the fact that the punishments for espionage are much the same in both our countries. Tyrion swished his wine around in his goblet, and looked up at Noho. The banker trembled a bit, but gave nothing else away. Whatever do you mean? He asked politely. I am merely a humble banker. Who has conducted business with the Silver Bank of the North on more than one occasion, Tyrion said. Indeed. Meeting with a few representatives in this very city. Noho shook his head. Those were simple business transactions. That the Queen Regent has saw fit to declare illegal and worthy of treason, Tyrion said. It's a short step from espionage, you understand my dear banker. Tyrion sipped his wine, as the banker shuddered. And you've presumably seen what this king has done to those he considers spies and traitors. He would not dare risk his business with Bravus. Noho said. We hold such enormous debt from the crown it would be suicide. Yes, financial ruin and the like, Tyrion said, waving his hands. I dare say the rest of the kingdom hasn't been getting along terribly well since this war began, either. While Peter Baelish didn't get much footing in the north, he was still profiting from the trade. Tyrion finished his glass. And you in particular, as I recall. Or did those trade ships under your control, but under different names, just appear out of thin air? Tyrion looked upon the man who began to tremble again. I do believe, Tyrion said, looking up at the ceiling with a thoughtful look, such embezzlement is punished by several years in jail under Bravasian law, is it not? What do you want? Noho asked, defeated. Tyrion smiled, and poured the banker another goblet of wine. Why? For some of the same courtesy you grant the North, of course. Some supplies, some schematics. Gunpowder? Asked Noho in disbelief. You really think you can change the course of this war if I bring you some gunpowder? He shook his head. The North is winning, in case you hadn't noticed, little lord. Even if I could deliver you 1,000 barrels of the stuff, it wouldn't change facts. You're quite right, Tyrion said, it wouldn't change things with the North at all. But I'm not planning on using it against the North. He glanced at the banker with a grim smile. He was going to use it against the Stormlands. And then use them against the North. What else could he do? What could any of them do? Omake_Chris O'Farrell Cannon Tyrion and the Pyromancer's horrifically awesome invention. Wildfire this, wildfire that. There's enough of the bloody stuff in KL to burn the city down, and that's without adding gunpowder to the mix. It's as if someone took a look at napalm and said, this needs more explosions. Oh, there's a silly idea. Tyrion Lannister had seen things that had scared him before. The view from one of the Vale's sky cells, for example, during which he had made a mental note to have another talk with the clever young Theon if he ever saw him again about those parachutes he had demonstrated at Winterfell, and his insistence that he would eventually perfect it to allow something called base jumping from the wall that sounded terribly suicidal to him, but only seemed to light a gleam in the eyes of the young Arya Stark. There was also the time he had found himself alone with Bronn facing a number of Hill tribe warriors determined to kill him, with only his rapid assurances of weapons and equipment to take back to the Vale staying their hands. Too bad they had mostly died trying to charge down one of the Bolton's bolters. And of course, the look on his father's face when he had been told about Tisha, well. But he had never quite felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in this way before as he looked into the perhaps not quite sane eyes of Haleen the Pyromancer. You have combined gunpowder with wildfire. Have you lost your fucking mind? Went unsaid but was well carried by his eyes, he thought. Yes, yes, my lord. The madman grinned. Is it not wondrous? The other said, holding up what appeared to be a ceramic pot quite similar to the grenades used by the North to such grim and grisly effect these days, indeed with much the same sort of fuse attached to it. And every time the man moved the little ball around, Tyrion felt a year of his life drain away, but he dared not try to reach out and stop the man lest he misjudge, and kill them all. I suppose, in the same way that a dragon would be wondrous to a man standing in front of it, before it decides it wants a quick hot meal, he replied dryly. Fear not, my lord, you are quite safe. The other laughed, and Tyen's heart simply stopped then as the man suddenly drove the clay pot down into the table in front of him with an almighty crack. Tyrion existed for an unknown amount of time in that horrible moment, brought out of it by a strangled noise he had never heard Bronn make before in his life. As you see. The insane pyromancer smiled at their reactions. This is perfectly stable. But you are not, Tyrion thought as he somehow kept his cool and prevented himself from destroying his very expensive pants in a moment of pure bowel-clenching terror. Very well, explain this to me. Oh, it is quite amazing, my lord. Based on the work of Theon the Clever in the North, such a remarkable talent for fire and flame. It has taken some experimentation, but a mixture of 5 measures wildfire and 95 measures of a mixture of gunpowder and what Lord Greyjoy calls stabilizing agents filled into this clay pot no larger than this. When this fuse reaches its limit, the gunpowder is set off like a normal grenade, but for this device, oh yes, the explosion is sufficient to ignite the substance that has soaked through it all. The force of the explosion also throws the burning mixture out, adhering to anything and burning, melting wood, stone, even steel, and, of course, flesh. Oh, how it melts flesh! Tyrion was not sure what was worse at that moment. The fact that this man was in charge of the most dangerous weapon in all of Westeros, or the fact that he needed to rely on said man. Said man busy looking almost like he was having a religious experience as he described the effects wildfire had on everything as he all but petted the clay ball. Omake_cannon_shit and fire both flow. King's Landing, 299 AC. Bronn snorted as he and Tyrion watched barrels of explosives being stacked. Nice little pile of doom, lord. Just got one question. I'm sure you've got a lot more than one, Bronn, but let's deal with what's most pressing on your mind, sighed Tyrion. All right. UVWE got all this lovely black powder, ready to blow up like the doom of Valyria all over again. Thing is, it don't do you much good sitting here. How exactly are you planning on hurting Stannis with it? Tyrion nodded. Bronn, my mercenary friend, you make an excellent point. We have the weapon, but what we need is... He frowned. What was that phrase Theon used in Winterfell? Aha! A delivery system. Oh, said Bronn in sudden understanding. You'll mail it to Stannis, and set it to blow up when he opens the parcel. Tyrion blinked. What? No, you fool. What I mean is, the Northerners have their thunderers, cannon, Theon calls them. He uses them to propel balls of iron at our troops, sometimes hollow balls packed with more powder, set alight to explode amidst our forces. We need our own cannon, to shatter Stannis' armies and ships far beyond the walls. Okay, that makes sense. Now, where, exactly, are we gonna get some of Theon Bloody Greyjoy's toys? Yes, he's unlikely to sell us any, even if we could get ships north in time to purchase them, and if father has captured any of a decent size, he's not told me about it, and wouldn't send them if he had. He ran his fingers through his lank, blonde hair. Right, what exactly is a cannon? It's a tube of metal, closed at one end. You shove powder and an iron ball down the tube, light the other end, and run for your life. Wonderful. Now, how are you gonna go about making those marvelous tubes, since you've got all the metal workers in the city making your great bloody chain for the harbor? I know, I'm thinking. There's got to be something here we can. Tyrion blinked. Long tubes of metal, his mind flashed back to his first, official post at Casterly Rock. Quick, Bronn. We need to get to the sewers. Why? Asked Bronn, trudging after his short employer. Do you really need to shit that bad? Workers pressed into service had no idea why, when the city was preparing for a siege, the acting hand wanted as much copper and lead piping ripped up from the city's dilapidate sewer system. They didn't care, they were being paid, mostly in rations, and weren't being issued swords and shoved onto the walls. They just wanted all the high folk to call the whole thing off, and take their armies home, preferably far away. Since they weren't about to get that wish granted, they focused on doing as they were told. Omek_noncanon_gladius_the twins and the wolves. The twins, 299 AC. Lord Stavron Frey sat in his saddle and sneered as the young wolf's party approached. Yes, behind the king in the north, petty barbarian, king of a bunch of small folk huddling in flimsy huts, was an impressive-looking army, but they were all on the southern bank of the river. Welcome to Freylands, your grace, he said, looking down his nose at the boy, who was at least half a century his junior. May I ask why you've brought such a mighty host to our doorstep? Robb Stark reined his horse closer, the animal barely twitching at the large, furry bulk of the massive wolf that padded next to it. Stavron and his party weren't so lucky, and one of his knight's horses reared back, almost throwing the man to the ground. Stavron gritted his teeth and controlled his mount with an iron grip and firm spurs. I have come to visit my grandfather's bannerman, and to offer him my assistance, Stark responded, the plain, ugly iron crown on his brow glistening with a hint of morning condensation. Assistance? Asked Stavron, in a mildly amused tone. Why do you believe my father is in need of your assistance? Stark's eyes widened in the very image of innocence. Why, because there must be a matter of great urgency keeping Lord Frey from obeying his liege lord's commands to ride in defense of the Riverlands. Stavron sniffed. Why, we have been gathering our forces, he gestured over his shoulder at the walls of the castle behind him, lined with the spears and helms of his troops. There would be no point in marching with only a token force, he said in a condescending tone, as though teaching a child the bare basics of war. Ah, said Robb, nodding. Then you will immediately march to support our efforts in driving the Lannister armies from the Riverlands, and tear the inbred bastard Joffrey from the Iron Throne. Oh, said Stavron dismissively, I'm sure you won't need us, you seem to be carving your way through the Lion's armies quite convincingly. Behind Stark, his bodyguards and companions shifted in outrage, but the king himself raised a hand for silence. Perhaps you have misunderstood, he said in a level tone. Lord Paramount Holster Tully of the Riverlands, your father's liege lord, has ordered him to march south and support our fight. This is not a request, but instead a command. I'm afraid it is quite impossible for us to march any time soon, said Stavron smoothly. My father is, as you know, dying, and my own health is not, in truth, the best. It would take some time to. Lord Stavron, Stark interrupted sharply, let me remind you that your father holds these lands in fief to Lord Tully. You receive their income, and dispense his law, in return for your obedience and support in times of war. This is such a time. Your men will join our army when we march south tomorrow morning. He turned his horse to go. Stavron's face burned with rage. Who the hells do you think you are? I'm Stavron Frey, heir to Lord Waiter Frey. These are the twins, we've held the crossing across the Green Fork for over 6 centuries. Who are you to demand of us anything? Robb turned back. I'm the king who has 15,000 of his bannermen at his back, ready to take your precious twins away from you, if you do not follow the command of your liege. Stavron spat on the ground. Bah! Why hail be 15,000 corpses, once Tywin's armies burn their way up here, you can't break through our walls, or cross the river without our say-so, and you'll be caught between the Lion and the Fork soon enough. I don't care how many northern berserkers or fancy toys you've got, he glanced dismissively at the odd-looking pistols the king had strapped to his thighs. Stavron owned a musket of his own, a beautiful piece engraved in scenes of hunting and battle, chased with silver and with a polished ebony stock, but the one time he had tried to use it, he had dislocated his shoulder. He hadn't taken it down from his mantle since. Now, if you want to get passage back north, I'm sure my lord father will be happy to. He turned at the sound of a commotion, and the soldiers atop the walls were starting to shift and shout, their words instinct over the distance. What in the 7 blasted hells? Oh, that would likely be my other 10,000 men marching south. I'm sure your soldiers on the other side of the river noticed their approach, and sent a warning. He smiled, and it was winter in his eyes. Now it is you who are trapped between 2 forces, Lord Stavron, and yes, I can break through your walls, my forces on both sides have enough siege guns, howitzers, and mortars to shatter those walls you're so proud of. I'm sure it wouldn't take more than, perhaps, a week? 2, at the most. Long before any Lannister force could possibly arrive. Perhaps you will want to consult with your Lord Father, he may wish to alter his position. _Gladius_canon_aftermath of King's Landing and Stannis loses another venture. 299 AC, Dragonstone. Stannis Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, King in the Narrow Sea, King of the Painted Table, and Azor Ahai come again looked up from where he sat, staring at the ornate table in front of him, shaped into the form of the kingdoms he should be ruling. Since the devastation of both his naval and land forces in the ill-fated assault on King's Landing, there seemed to be little else to do. Sir Davos Seaworth, his hand and trusted advisor, stood nearby, almost radiating his worry and concern for his sovereign, but Stannis was in no mood for conversation. I was close, so close to victory. And then that damned Lannister imp sprung his traps, burning my ships, shattering my army. He could still feel the horror of leading the amphibious assault, watching his men be felled by invisible bullets, blown apart by tiny bombs dropped from the ramparts above, shredded by the shotguns of the imp's sally force. Still, he could have pushed through, could have won, if Tywin's sellsword levies hadn't arrived to drive off his demoralized and disorganized forces. So, he returned to what had become his home, or perhaps, his haunt, as though he were only the ghost of the king he had been before. Sir Davos still believes. Melisandre, as well. The rest. What few loyal forces had retreated with him, most were still in shock, but already there was grumbling, the men losing heart in their cause. A commotion at the door drew him from his brooding. Rising from his seat, he gestured for the doors to be opened, and his men-at-arms entered, prodding a man before them who smelt like the sea. Your Grace, this man's ship docked at the harbour 3 hours ago, and came ashore with a party of men, reported the senior knight. When our officers investigated, we learned he was a Northman, as were his crew. He claims to be here to trade. Aye, and that's what a trader does, mate, the sailor insisted, only to be cuffed about the head by the man to his left. Hey! You speak to Stannis, first of his name, the true king of Westeros. Speak with respect and reverence. He snorted. Far as I care, there's only one king that matters a damn, and that's Robb Stark, king in the north. The guard snarled, raising a mailed fist to strike again, but Stannis raised a hand to stop him. Can't get sense out of a senseless man, Sir Karen. As the knight bowed his head in acknowledgement, Stannis stepped forward and met the ship's captain's glare. Robb Stark is a rebel and a traitor. King Robert was my elder brother, his wife bore him bastards sired by her brother, I am his heir, and by law and custom ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. The Stark boy will bend the knee, soon enough. Despite his recent setbacks, he still believed that. Had to believe that. The captain continued to glare, but didn't respond, aside from a mild snort. You claim to be a traitor, what's your business? The sailor straightened up. I'm Alfred Ferros, master of the Venture, out of White Harbor. Lord Greyjoy put a call out for more obsidian, as much as he can get, and offering good silver for it, too. Balon Greyjoy is another traitor and pretender, snapped Stannis, and Ferros shrugged. So? It's young Theon I'm talking about. Anyway, I've been on the White Harbor Dragonstone run for a few years now, mostly trading in machine tools, lathes, threshers, power looms and the like for your black glass. No idea what the Greyjoy wants it for, but like I said, he pays. His expression grew sharper. Since the word is you're fighting the Lannisters, I've got a cargo of finished goods to trade for the stuff, such as king at war might need, swords, breastplates, helmets, wool cloaks and tunics, boots, canned food and canteens. A few crates of muskets and shotguns, too, along with some kegs of black powder and molds for ammunition. Thought we could strike up a deal. Stannis met his gaze for a moment, then sighed. You're right, I do need all that you named. Unfortunately, he said seriously, I also require your ship, and the services of your crew. He hated the thought of just impressing the poor merchant, but after his losses, he needed every ship, every sword, even every thunderer, if the Northerner was being honest about his cargo. Besides, he's a traitor, serving a rebel. His ship is forfeit anyway, he should be grateful I'm willing to allow him to continue to sail it, with the proper guard of royal troops on board, of course. You'll be compensated after the war, added Sir Davos, but until then, we'll have to impress your crew and take your ship and her cargo into our service. If you swear to serve your rightful king with honor, his grace will reward you after his victory. Pharaoh's eyes widened in shock. Hey, now, there's no, you haven't got the right. He is Azor Ahai, came the serene tones of Melisandre as she entered the room, her red hair flowing down her back, a few shades darker than her dress. He has every right to command, you are bound to obey. She glided across the floor. All that matters is the choice, do you serve the light, or the dark? The warm glow of the flames, or the endless cold of the shadows? Pharaoh snorted. You're that red god priestess, ain't you? He grinned savagely. Hot or cold? Lady, I'm from the north, the cold is where we live. And fire. His grin grew wider. We made fire our bitch. Before the guards could strike him, there was the sound of thunder from the harbor, then again. Stannis frowned. What was that? The Northman laughed. That was probably your men trying to take command of the venture, and my first officer giving his reply. She may be just a merchant carrack, but my lady carries an even dozen 26-pound carronades. Sounds like your men got the ol whiff of grapeshot, he said with the air of a man quoting another. You think I'd sail an unarmed ship into these waters, what with the pirate scum you've got working for you? Guess that answers the question as to whether or not it's worth trying to trade with you lot. By the time they get home, they'll have spread the word that the stag's got as much honor as the lion. Ack. He fell to one knee, a spear butt slamming into his kidney. Another traitor, a pity, said Melisandre. You will discover the true wages of betraying your god and your king, such as you deserve to be given to the fire. Guess it's your Targ blood, gasped Pharaoh. Enjoy burning folk like mad ol Ares? Last time a king did that to a Northman, bastard lost his he fell as a knight smashed him to floor with a steel gauntlet. In the distance, far below and increasingly out to sea, the Venture sailed off, her speed increasing as she shook out more sail, her gun ports continuing to speak in flame and smoke, smashing aside any Royal Navy forces that tried to halt her as she fought her way to the open sea and freedom. It would be a long time before any more northern trade vessels tried docking at Dragonstone. XXI, Fathers and Daughters. AC 299, Casterly Rock, the Westerlands. Arya had never been to the Westerlands before, but she'd heard plenty about them. Mountainous, rich country, with gold and copper flowing out of the mines. And Lannisport, well, who hadn't heard of that city? The largest in Westeros save for King's Landing itself. A busy, thriving seaport with hundreds of thousands of people going about their business. Living their lives. Working, loving, murdering, raising children, dying. It stretched out before her from the patio on Casterly Rock, and she imagined it looked like a model city. The kind Theon and Robb had built to show off a few improvements to Winterfell to father. She wondered if this view shaped the Lannisters, to view the world as a bunch of toys and models, easily shaped or thrown away as they needed. As they wanted. Laying down on the job, girl? Asked Tywin, and Arya managed to resist jumping in fear. She looked over at the Lord of Casterly Rock, her enemy. Her captor. Just. Admiring the view, my lord, Arya quickly excused herself. It reminded me a little of home. Tywin nodded. White Harbor, yes? He asked. Tywin walked up to the balcony's edge, his hands on the stone railing. Ha! The sea air is refreshing, I will admit. He glanced at Arya, who was smoothing down her red serving dress and fiddling with the apron. It tends to refresh people's skin. I suppose you stayed inside most of the time. There was the expected challenge in his voice to her story. Arya pulled up the right response. No, I just was in the mountains or forests a lot, Arya said quickly. I didn't like the ocean very much. My father didn't like it either. Reminded him of bad times. Tywin nodded a bit, seemingly satisfied. I suppose we all have places that are filled with regrets, he said, a bit softer in tone. Places we avoid. Arya made to head out, maybe work on her plan to kill him. If only Jaqen was here, that would make things so much easier. Stay. Sit for a while, Tywin said. Arya turned and looked at him. The old man gestured to a chair. Sit. Arya walked to the chair, and sat down. She fidgeted a bit, the dress uncomfortable. Tywin raised his pale eyebrows. Not fond of the dress, I take it? He asked. Arya shook her head. I don't like them, Arya admitted. Tywin laughed. I need my servants to look presentable. You've accomplished that, very easily, he complimented her. Thank you, my lord, Arya managed, but I'd much prefer pants. Tywin laughed. Ah yes. I suppose. Northerners have taken to such fashions, haven't they? Another of Theon Greyjoy's innovations. Arya fidgeted again. The old man looked at her intently. I can't imagine how shocking it was. All these wonders flying out of the woodwork, appearing almost overnight. Older kings and lords had introduced reforms and laws and didn't get nearly as much accomplished. Many got overthrown. He was circling her, resting his hands on the back of her chair. As if by magic, your world changed. And the North adapted. Even thrived. Do you know why that is? Arya licked her lips. Would you not know, my lord? Arya asked. Tywin shrugged, looking out over the city. I have guesses, he said. Little more than supposition. But, based on the timeline of events, I would say. He simply overwhelmed you. He had the ear of Lord Stark. Lord Stark wanted to make his people rich, and so it was. It wasn't just that, Arya said, a bit defensively. Tywin raised his eyebrow at her, looking down. Arya felt rather like she was trapped underneath a lion's gaze, between his paws. Oh? Tywin asked. What was it, then? Arya grimaced. But proceeded. Theon Greyjoy first convinced the local lords it would make them richer, she said, and then he convinced the small folk it would make their lives better. He invested in schooling them, in teaching them how to use his wonders, and make their own. He offered chances to people who would otherwise never have the ability to make something of their own, and they took it. Many failed, but most succeeded. Ah. A champion of the people, then? Tywin asked softly. Beloved by the small folk. Arya nodded. Tywin smiled, amused. I take it your father benefited from his largesse? His granting of opportunity. Arya nodded again. He did, yes, she said softly, looking back at the city. Tywin looked out as well, and sighed. Such men usually have ulterior motives, Tywin said. Not always, but often. His motives were to make the world a better place, Arya said, a bit defensively of one of her favorite people. Tywin smirked. He wants to save the world? With fire and steel. He sighed. My armies have been destroyed. Their bodies are returned to us daily, in north-built boxes. My son is his king's prisoner, as are many of my other kinfolk. Arya wanted to rage. Rage about her father's head on a spike. Rage about her sister's bondage. Rage about how they started this war, and it wasn't fair. But she held her tongue. He threatens to destroy everything I've created, Tywin finished. Everything I've fought for. I will not let that happen. Is that why you wish to make peace, my lord? Arya asked, unable to stop herself. Tywin smirked. You do listen to a great deal, don't you? Like a cat stalking around, he said. I will have to get you a bell. Arya scowled, but said nothing. Tywin looked over the city again, and sighed. War isn't all battles between armies, it is everything else, too. Talking to, is a weapon of war. War is merely the continuation of politics by other means, Arya said. Tywin chuckled. Sayings of Larry's strong. Your father got his hands on his book, then? Tywin asked. Arya fidgeted again. Books are very common in the north, Arya said. Thanks to printing presses. Surely you have one yourself, my lord. I do, Tywin admitted. That book though is usually restricted to the interest of nobles. And their libraries. Tywin walked out to the balcony again, his back turned. Arya slowly rose up, trembling a bit. This is it, she thought. There are no witnesses. One good shove. The Starks were very generous with their library, Arya said, taking a few steps. She was almost there. Almost there. I suppose it's little wonder Littlefinger failed to get his claws into them, Tywin mused. He turned his head, and Arya redirected her path to walk up to the railing. She set her hands on the stone, gripping it as she forced her eyes to the horizon. Tywin watched her for a moment, before looking back out. Get back to work, Tywin said, not unkindly. I will see you at supper. Yes, my lord, Arya said softly, bowing her head. The Lord of Casterly Rock turned and left, leaving Arya to grip the stone hard enough her knuckles turned white. Next time. Next time. Omek_Cannon_Chris O'Farrell Tales from Beyond the Wall. Part 1. Meanwhile, at the Justice Hall Fist of the First Men. People shouldn't live anywhere you need to burn shit to keep warm. That particular statement from Gren got no immediate response from the few brothers close enough to care. So he clearly felt the need to fill the silence with more. I mean they call themselves the free folk, but if their idea of freedom is living in this fucking frozen ice box, with nothing but ice and more ice, then what's the fucking point? Free to freeze. That's what I reckon. Jon Snow rolled his eyes at the other's complaints, but otherwise didn't react as he traced his spyglass around the wildling camp from his position, the fires of which were the cause of the smoke and smell that so annoyed Gren. Although calling it a camp would have been perhaps too generous. A camp implied an organized settlement carefully set out for maximum efficiency after all. This was more like a great many people had found an open area and set themselves down without the slightest concern for things such as sanitation or the hazards of so many open fires, more like a mass of humanity huddled together tightly against the cold. Even so, he was astonished at how many he could see in the magnified image of the dawn's slowly growing light. It was one thing for the half-hand to tell them that 100,000 wildlings were marching on the wall, but to see 100,000 of them camped around the Fist of the First Men was something rather more real, and, bluntly, frightening. The only thing that gave him hope they may live through this, were his brother's inventions. He had always gotten on well with Theon. Perhaps because he too had something of a perspective as an outsider from the rest of the family, not even technically being part of it, no matter how much his father had come to regard Theon as all but one of his sons. They made a strange pair, he Ned Stark's son by blood and mind, but a bastard and forever labelled as such by his wife. And Theon Greyjoy, a hostage of the crown to be killed should his father rise up again, who had latched onto the Lord of Winterfell as his true father regardless of blood. Regardless of why, they had always been close and Jon had come to respect, and indeed even been awed by the sheer genius of the young man who was changing the world, not able to understand even half of what he created, but respectful of his ability and drive. Inspired so much that it had determined his own course, to join the Night's Watch and make a name for himself much as Theon had done so. On his own, by his own hand. On the night before he had left Winterfell for what may have been the last time, Theon had asked both he and his uncle to come to his workshop. There he had presented him with what he had called his field kit, equipment he had personally prepared for them over the last months. Brand new revolvers, tough well-made clothes and boots he swore would last him to the lands of always winter and back again. But most impressive had been what he had proudly called a sniper rifle. A heavily modified whistler rifle with an odd bipod as he called it, that could be attached or detached to stabilize it against the ground. And on top, a type of small spyglass he called a scope, letting him place a bullet in a man-sized target at almost 1,000 yards, at least in theory anyway. And that was just the start. Theon had also taken the opportunity of his uncle's visit to send back with them a shipment of new camouflage cloaks, snow goggles and face masks along with the first batch of his repeater rifles with enough ammunition to probably kill every damn wildling north of the wall twice over, although Theon had assured the stunned ranger that the rather large shipment was for keeping training activity high. And indeed the Night's Watch were filled with some of the finest marksmen in the Seven Kingdoms. Having seen a way to partially offset their lack of numbers with superior technology, the Lord Commander and Sir Alistair Thorne had both embraced the new weapons they had been gifted most eagerly. To be sure they still trained hard with the sword, the bow and the crossbow, but now too did they train with the rifle, the cannon and the grenades that the most generous Lord Greyjoy continued to bequeath them. Indeed, many brothers had complained darkly to each other that Sir Alistair, the Master of Arms at Castle Black, rejoiced at having a new type of training to drag brothers through, belittling and cursing them up and down the firing line, and woe to any who did not reach the minimum acceptable standard at the castle gunnery range. The fact that Jon was a crack shot, as good as Thorne who had been considered perhaps the finest shot in all the lands, had only seemed to deepen the loathing the other felt for him, finding his skills a personal insult. Like everything he did around the man, it was both too good and not good enough at the same time. Still, generous as Theon's largest to him and the Watch were, it all made sense to Jon. Better guns, better clothes, supplies, and other useful things. It all made sense. Except for the dragon glass. Theon's final gift had been a pair of vicious-looking daggers made off the material he had been oddly shipping in from Dragonstone for years now. And even more bizarrely, in the crates that he had shipped up to the wall with him were hundreds of similar weapons. Along with a sealed note for the Lord Commander. Jon had ultimately shrugged and made the promise without caring too much about why. Theon had been in one of his moods at the time, or perhaps had been distracted by poor Bran who had fallen so horribly. And he knew from experience it was easier to just shrug and nod to his brilliant, if eccentric, brother's requests rather than think too hard about them. Understanding generally came with time when, as he was so fond of saying, the method to his madness became clear. So now he wore the knives as promised, and he was not the only one. One such weapon had been issued to every other brother who had left the castle, by order of the Lord Commander. Alongside most of the new repeaters, with the rest making do with rifled muskets and shotguns, the cloaks, compasses, snow goggles and gloves and all the other small bits and pieces that had flown into the hands of the Night's Watch thanks to Theon. If the Lord Commander knew why Theon had insisted on the dragon glass, he wasn't saying, simply giving the order and expecting it to be obeyed. But he had to admit that when Sam had dug up what had clearly been much cruder but nonetheless recognizable dragon glass daggers and arrowheads buried around the fist, dating to the time of the first men, it had set off something uncomfortable in the back of his mind. Surely it was pure chance, but he made a note to send Theon a raven when they got back to Castle Black to broach the subject with him. If he made it back to Castle Black, of course, he corrected himself with a slightly grim smile as he again raised the spyglass, standing his watch as the sun slowly climbed into the sky. XXII, Roses and Thorns, Part 1. AC 299, Storm's End, The Storm Lands. Amr Dahan was the second-born daughter of a minor merchant house in the north who had liked to read. But because her eyesight was bad, she had to read everything with her nose to the pages. After a while, she wondered if it was worth it. She would never become a maester, or a lord, just something to be married off in trade. Despite her handling her father's accounts. Despite her being far too bright for the dull men who courted her. Then Lord Theon Greyjoy had seen her, as he was talking to her father. He walked over, and Amrita sighed as she knew what was about to come out of his mouth. "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" he'd asked. "No, I simply love the smell of paper and ink," she said back dryly. Her father had nearly had a fit, begun hastily apologizing. And Lord Greyjoy had smiled. I might be able to fix that, unless you would prefer the smell you have, he said. She raised an eyebrow, again ignoring her father's blustering. And what would it cost me? She asked. I need an assistant to keep track of things, he said. And one to fix problems. Pay is good, and you get to see and get out of here. He glanced at her father knowingly, who shut up and tried smiling. Unless you'd like to stay. That is a stupid question, she said. Theon grinned. So it is. I'll have my things in a minute, she said, and she'd left that day. It took some time for Theon and his maester friend to test her with all sorts of lenses in front of her eyes, but eventually, the world swam into view. Everything was clear, especially her dear books. And she'd never looked back. Proper ladies at court were supposed to be demure and humble, Theon had told her to be polite only when she had to be. The rest of the time? Cut loose and cut down people's stupidity. She felt like Lord Theon's sword. In business deals, he was usually the softer, kinder person. Trying to be reasonable. He let her loose to express what he dare not say himself. The sword and the shield. And while she had entertained romantic notions about the handsome lord a few times. Okay, maybe more than a few, he had always gently rebuffed her. He had too much to do to be busy with romance, he'd said. He had to save the world. And AndrewJTalon decided she too would save it. First things first though. Deal with the Baratheon brothers. And Lady Stark herself. I do not understand why Theon insisted you come with me, Catelyn muttered again to AndrewJTalon, as their party rode with Renly Stannis to the meeting point by the sea. I have dealt with lords and ladies all my life. So have I, Lady Catelyn, AndrewJTalon said respectfully. But even a genius like Lord Greyjoy relies on me. Would it not be prudent to have every advantage you can get? The Tully lady, and widow of Lord Stark, grimaced a bit. There is a difference between experience and, well, growing up with it, she said as politely as she could. AndrewJTalon raised her eyebrows over her glasses, and peered over her lenses at the older woman. Catelyn actually shrank a little, but scowled back. I will take your counsel. If I wish, Catelyn said. That is my right. AndrewJTalon mentally sighed. Renly chuckled at the exchange, though he'd been trying to look like he hadn't been listening. And of course, Brienne of Tarth was as stoic and focused as ever. She was so tall. It was unnerving. Yet part of her was mollified that another man besides her lord saw the value in women beyond them bearing children. Perhaps Renly would be a good bet. Renly held up his hand, and the group came to a halt. Before them, under banners of fiery stags surrounded by hearts, was the hardest-looking man AndrewJTalon had ever seen. He seemed carved from the very Sirak, with his stern gaze and tall, proud posture. It could only be Stannis Baratheon. And beside him, on a horse as regal as a queen's, sat a woman in red. AndrewJTalon's eyes narrowed. Renly smiled broadly, and spoke. Can that truly be you? He called. The hard man stared back. Who else might it be? When I saw your standard, I couldn't be sure. Whose banner is that? Renly asked. Stannis shook his head. My own, said Stannis. Renly smirked, looking smug. I suppose if we use the same one, the battle will be terribly confusing, he said, as though making a clever joke. Why is your stag on fire? The red woman smiled, and AndrewJTalon felt her skin crawl. The king has taken for his sigil the fiery heart of the Lord of Light, she spoke. Ah, you must be this fire priestess we hear so much about, mocked Renly. Brother, now I understand why you found religion in your old age. He added a lascivious eyebrow wiggle. Watch yourself, Renly, Stannis growled. No, I'm relieved. I never really believed you were a fanatic. Charmless, rigid, a bore, yes, but not a godly man, Renly went further. The red woman huffed. You should kneel before your brother. He's the Lord's chosen. Born amidst salt and smoke, she said, her eyes gleaming slightly. Renly snorted. Salt and smoke? What is he, a ham? Renly asked. That's twice I've warned you, Stannis growled. Listen to yourselves. If you were sons of mine, I would knock your heads together and lock you in a bedchamber until you remembered that you were brothers. Catelyn Stark scolded them. AndrewJTalon stared in disbelief at her lady. What, she thought. It is strange to find you beside my brother, Lady Stark. Your husband was a supporter of my claim. Lord Eddard's integrity cost him his head, and you sit beside this pretender and chastise me, Stannis bit back, his eyes steely and hard. We share a common enemy, Catelyn Stark emphasized. The Iron Throne is mine. By right. All those that deny that are my foes, Stannis said emphatically. The whole realm denies it from Dorne to the Wall. Old men deny it with their death rattle and unborn children deny it in their mothers' wombs, Renly taunted. No one wants you for their king. You never wanted any friends, brother, but a man without friends is a man without power. My lords and ladies, Amrda interjected, ignoring the shocked look Catalan Stark wore, perhaps we could focus on the actual dispute. All eyes turned on her, and Amrda steeled herself. She was being glared at by two lords of the realm, at once. And you are? Stannis demanded. She is, Catalan tried, but Amrda moved her horse forward and interrupted. I am Amrda Han, assistant to Lord Theon Greyjoy, she spoke. He asked me to accompany Lady Stark and facilitate in the negotiations. There is nothing to negotiate, Renly said, still smirking. I have the greater number of banners, the greater number of men. And the greater number of friends. I will give you one chance, in the name of our shared mother, to bend the knee to me, Stannis growled. One chance, to the end of this night. Oh, what bluster is this? Renly snorted. Has religion given you this confidence to assume the throne? My lords, please, Amrda interjected again, even as Catalan tried to pull her back. Let us debate facts, please. She nodded to Stannis. Lord Stannis does, according to the law and the claim of Cersei Lannister's infidelity, has the right of legal succession to take the Iron Throne. I should be addressed as your grace, said Stannis curtly. And what do the laws matter when greater arms count? Renly sniffed. When the hearts of men want me, and not him. A broiled lobster. Lord Renly, I appreciate your candor, Amrda managed, ignoring Stannis, but you set a dangerous precedent. The previous king won his throne through rebellion and civil war. Would you have this be the normal state of the Seven Kingdoms? Whoever has the greater number of men, the larger army, gets the throne. Such thinking is madness. It will devastate all 7 kingdoms. Did not your Robb Stark declare himself king in the north? Renly countered. It seems the civil war has already begun. The king in the north seeks only independence, but could be brought back with the proper incentive. Fighting one another over this is not productive. And what, you would have me be subservient to my brother? Again. Renly smirked. I offered you the chance to become my heir, Renly, Stannis said coldly. More than what you deserve. And I believe I deserve the throne. And that you cannot stop me, Renly said with a smirk. Please, don't, Amrda said quickly, we can talk this through. Please, just listen to me. We will see, Renly, Stannis said, jerking on his reins, we will see. He and his party rode away, the Red Woman smirking after them. Renly watched them go, and he sighed. To think. I once loved him. He glanced over at Amrda with a raised eyebrow. I see Lord Theon does not value respect in his subordinates, he said with a note of amusement. I am terribly sorry, Lord Renly, Catalan said earnestly. She was only meant to advise. And I advised, Amrda said tersely. I advised too. Be silent. Catalan said angrily. Amrda scowled, but bit her tongue. Renly chuckled, and smiled at her. Don't be hard on her, Lady Catalan, Renly said kindly. She was trying to do what she thought best. But in the end, a king must stick by his decisions. I would remind you, Lord Renly, Amrda said, as gently as she could, that you are not king yet. Renly smiled. Not yet. Catalan's tent that night was tense, as Amrda had to sit and endure her lady's anger. It was probably made all the worse by how she'd had to hold her tongue. What exactly did you think you were doing? Speaking like that in the middle of negotiations, as though you had the right to just interject. You weren't going to do anything, my lady, Amrda shot back, glaring up at the red-haired matron. Indeed, you made things worse. You spoke above your station and insulted all involved. Catalan tried, but Amrda returned fire with equal fury. I was not the one who compared the two would-be kings to children, she hissed. I was trying to salvage the situation. It was not yours to interfere. I told you to counsel me, when I wanted it. Catalan retorted. Maybe you didn't want it, but you needed it, Amrda responded. I had to try to stop things from escalating. My station is irrelevant, what matters is that I was right. And you did nothing but make things worse. Catalan glared at her harshly. You're lucky Renly is so forgiving, she stated. A mere merchant's daughter questioning Stannis in his party he'd have you whipped. Amrda adjusted her glasses, and stood up. She had an extra inch over Catalan, and used it as much as she could. A merchant's daughter who did more to keep the peace than the Lady of Winterfell, Amrda returned with venom in her tone. An indelicate cough brought both women's eyes to the door. There stood Peter Baelish, smiling about as innocently as a wolf by a wounded deer. I see the years have not diminished your fiery personality any, cat, he said. He gave Amrda a respectful look and smiled. If I may have some time with the lady alone. Amrda slowly nodded, and walked out of the tent. She sighed and waited, tapping her foot. The North bannermen standing guard at the tent both looked anywhere but at her. There was a slap, and a gasp, and Peter Baelish soon exited the tent. He looked forlorn, but soon covered it up with his usual smug mask. Would you kindly inform Lady Stark that Lord Renly would like to see you both? Peter asked. Amrita very slowly nodded. Of course, Lord Baelish, she said respectfully. Peter chuckled, and shook his head. Speaking back to two would-be kings. I must admit, I admire your courage, he said. Amrita nodded. Peter still did not go. It's difficult, isn't it? Dealing with their arrogance, their presumption of superiority. Just because of an accident of birth. No doubt, Amrita said. Peter smiled and rubbed his fingernails against his fine tunic. He gave her a charming smile. I believe we are much alike, Peter said. I hear you manage the affairs of Theon Greyjoy. Financial and otherwise. I do many things for Lord Greyjoy, Amrita said icily. He trusts me. Ah yes, the heroic Theon the genius, Peter said with a nod. The pirate turned genius. His tone fairly dripped grease, turned champion of the people. And yet, he has not sought me out. He looked at Amrita, seemingly innocent. He's rebuffed me a few times. More than likely due to not knowing me very well. Amrita waited. Peter smiled, as though he was about to lay a miracle of truth upon her like a September preaching in the temple. But of course, such a relationship could be very profitable, Peter said with a smile. And I'm sure he'd value you. Even more. If you were to arrange a connection between us. Amrita stared at him. Peter continued to smile. Amrita slowly smiled back. You'd only be serving your lord. Employer, Amrita corrected. Peter laughed and nodded. Employer to the best of your capability. Would you not agree? I could make this mission even more of a success, offer a small gift. I'm sure you could, my Lord Baelish, said Amrita calmly, smiling. Wait a moment. She went back into the tent, ignoring the furious Catalan, and came back out with a massive stack of papers. She held them out, and a surprised Peter held his hands out. Amrita dropped them into his hands, and the master of the coin tried to hold it up, unsteadily. Of course, you will need to review these terms of contract with the Northern Guilds, see to the financial background check and audit by the Silver Bank, and of course complete the comprehensive review of business terms, titles, and standards to achieve before official negotiations can begin, Amrita said, with a calm smile. Peter looked at her incredulously, straining from the weight. Are you serious? Did you give this much paperwork to Renly? Of course not, Amrita said, looking absolutely innocent. I was merely acting as an advisor to Lady Catelyn in a diplomatic mission. This, she said as she turned to go back into the tent, is business. XXIII, Roses and Thorns, Part 2. AC 299, Storm's End, Stormlands. Amrita walked into the tent to see Catelyn Stark bent over a table, her hands gripping the cloth atop it. Her shoulders shook. My lady. Amrita tried, as gently as she could manage. She looked over at a box Baelish had brought in with him, sitting on the table near her. A knife had fallen to the floor near Catelyn's foot. The Lady Stark sniffed, and did not face her. Unless it is important, I would prefer to be alone, she said flatly. Amrita weighed her options. Renly wishes to see us, she said politely. Catelyn snorted. Lord Renly, she corrected her. Amrita rolled her eyes. He prefers his grace, apparently, Amrita said. With all the kings around, I decided to be very specific. Catelyn looked over her shoulder, her mouth dropped open. She snorted in a bit of laughter, and then covered her face again with a handkerchief. Amrita's frown deepened, and she walked over. She looked at the box, and sighed as she finally recognized it. What it must contain. I am sorry about your husband, Lady Stark, she said softly. I truly am. Catelyn looked at the table, silent. Amrita licked her lips, feeling awkward. I only met him once or twice, but he was a good man, she said. A kind man. An honorable man. As everyone says, Catelyn said, a bit bitterly. Amrita looked back at the empty doorway, and then to her lady. She sighed. Lord Baelish offered me a bribe to get him into business with Theon, she admitted. Catelyn stared at her in surprise. I didn't take it. I deflected it, rather. She nodded to Catelyn. You could tell me what he said. No, Catelyn said flatly. It's not for you to know. She brushed her dress smooth with her hands. We're keeping Renly waiting, she said, let's go. Amrita sighed, but kept her frustration in check. She pulled on her coat, and checked to make sure her small revolver was tucked into its hiding place. Theon had insisted she take it and keep it with her at all times. She was not the best shot, but a bit of thunder would probably keep people off guard. It amused her a bit she could have assassinated both would-be kings and ended the discussion there. Not really. Not that it would have been much better than how it went. Maybe she hadn't had a chance from the start, but she knew the first rule of the deal, never give up. They entered Renly's tent, where the would-be king was studying a map. His bodyguard was standing at his side, Brienne of Tarth ever vigilant. She nodded politely to them, and they to her. Renly looked up and smiled. Peter Baelish was in here, he said. Trying to offer me King's Landing. Can you imagine it? He shook his head in disbelief. He tried to bribe me as well, my lord, Amrda said. Catelyn glanced at her, but she stayed firm. And failed. Wise decision, Renly said with a nod. You know, it was him who betrayed Ned in the throne room. Catelyn covered her mouth in shock and horror. No. You. It can't be. My guard saw it himself, Renly said, shaking his head. He captured him, a knife to his throat. He sighed. I'm sorry Catelyn, I truly am. I want to do justice for all of us, please understand. Seeing that Catelyn Stark was shaken, Amrda very gently led her to a chair. The matron collapsed in it, shaking. Brienne moved to check on Catelyn, and the merchant's daughter moved away to let the lady knight handle her lady. Amrda looked at Renly, who wore a compassionate expression. She brushed her skirts off, and took a deep breath. My lady appreciates your candor, Lord Renly, Amrda said. Renly smiled. Still won't call me your grace? He asked. As I said before, my lord, you have not won the throne yet, Amrda said politely. I prefer to speak as things are, not as I'd wish them to be. Renly laughed. A good trait. Perhaps I'll snap you up as my new hand, if Theon will let you go. He looked at the map and sighed. I will admit. I may be the popular choice for king, but a king knows where he is lacking. He looked at Amrda. You pointed it out beautifully, and without fear. I admire such traits. Amrda flushed, and adjusted her glasses. Thank you, Lord Renly. But again, she said, let us speak of things that are, and not those things which are not yet. You wished to speak with us? Renly nodded. I did, he said, hesitantly. I understand your point of view. War is a terrible thing. A horrible thing. And to go through it again, barely 20 years after the last. He shook his head. The people suffer. But I cannot refuse this opportunity. I cannot refuse the throne, when it is so close. Then would you prefer to be known as a wise and kind king, who united his realms? Or one who slew his kin and gained his power through strength alone? Amrda argued. You need to reach out to Stannis again. Try to make him see reason. Do you really think such an appeal would work on him? Renly asked flatly. It failed once already. It failed because that was not a negotiation, that, my lord, was a pissing contest, Amrda said defiantly. You must try to talk to him again. And if the only way he will join me is if I bend the knee to him? Renly asked flatly. Amrda shrugged, thinking fast. Power rests in more than just a crown, she said. Do you think Tywin Lannister is any less powerful just because he lacks a crown? You would be shaping policy, shaping the kingdom. And appearing to bow whichever way the wind blows, Renly said flatly. He sighed, and rubbed his face. Nevertheless, he said, I agree that our negotiation could have gone much better. He looked to her with a smile. Would you sit in as the arbiter, Lady Han? For the next one? Amrda nodded, feeling her chest unclench. I would be honored to, my lord, she said respectfully. Renly smiled, and turned to Brienne. Brienne. Call for my maester. I wish to send another message to my broth. Brienne's eyes widened in horror, as did Catelyn's. Amrda blinked at them, and looked back at Renly. What were they? A shadow with the face of Stannis was behind Renly, putting a knife through his throat. Renly's eyes rolled back into his head, and he fell to the ground as the shadow vanished. Brienne gasped and ran to her would-be king. Your grace! Your grace! Catelyn knelt down, trying to stem the flow of blood. Renly's guards burst in, swords drawn. What's the first one saw their lord, and gaped behind his helmet plate. He pointed his sword at Brienne. You killed him. Why no we didn't. Catelyn insisted. It wasn't us, it was. Traitor. The knight bellowed, moving to strike. Brienne went for her sword. And Amrda knew what she had to do. She pulled out her revolver, pointed it at the ceiling, and fired. Bang. She lowered the gun as everyone stared at her. Now that I've got your attention, Amrda said dryly. The knight pointed at her shakily. Why you murdered him, they murdered. How? Amrda asked flatly. Look at Brienne's sword, any blood on it? Brienne, hand him your sword. Brienne scowled. I'll not hand over my. Hand it over. Amrda ordered. Now. Brienne reluctantly pulled her blade, slowly. The knights tensed, but Amrita held her gun up threateningly. Brienne turned the blade around, hilt first, and held it out to the knight. He took it, and examined it. No blood. You could have wiped it off. Look at the stab wound, Amrita pointed out. Look. Does that look like the mark of a sword? What the seven hells is? Mace Tyrell himself came into the tent, and gaped in horror. What the? Lord Tyrell, please calm yourself, Amrita said quickly. Just allow me to explain. Mace pointed his sword at them. Arrest them. Arrest them now. Brienne moved to pull another blade from the rack. Renly's, to fight. Catelyn looked helpless and pale. Amrita quickly thought through her options. And sighed. Bang. She had fired into the ceiling again, and everyone stopped. She turned her gun around. And held it out to Mace Tyrell. Let us all calm down. There is no need to escalate this any further. We're obviously innocent, so we need to work this out together, she said. Mace Tyrell didn't take the gun. Instead, he and his knights gaped in incredulity. Amrita snorted. Or do you really think that a king seeking allies would send his own mother into Renly's camp to assassinate him? She pointed to Brienne. Or that a woman he has known his entire life would suddenly up and kill him? With a dagger? Since the wound was obviously not made by a sword. She shook her head. You can believe we are murderers, or you can look and think for yourselves to come to the proper conclusion. The dungeon was dank, dark, and smelled terrible. Amrita was very reluctant to touch anything, so she stood in the center of the cell. Catelyn sat on the bench nearby, with Brienne, stripped of her armor. The tall woman scowled at Amrita. That went well, Amrita said softly. How? Brienne demanded. We're not dead, are we? Amrita asked. Brienne stared in disbelief. And under the code of the Storm Lords, we cannot be mistreated or molested. Besides, we're more valuable alive. Brienne threw up her hands. I could have cut through the knights and we could have escaped and what? Been seen as the murderers of Renly? Amrita asked flatly. Brienne fell silent, looking down at the straw-covered floor. Amrita bit her lip. I might as well be, Brienne said. I failed him. How could you have defended him against? Against whatever that was? Amrita asked, bending her knees slightly to look Brienne in the eyes. It's not your fault. A shadow monster, Catelyn said softly, her voice dry from lack of speaking. A magic construct from ASI. The followers of our healer can use such black arts. Then it was no mistake, it looked like Stannis, Brienne snarled. His red priestess killed him. And could kill anyone else he sees as a threat, Catelyn said numbly. She stood up, and took deep breaths. Like Rob. A torch floated into the hallway, carried by a guard. Following him slowly was a woman in fine garments, old and weathered like a beech tree. She looked up at the three, and sighed. My fool of a son has outdone himself again, she said. All balls, that one, no brains. She looked over at the guard, and glared. Well. Get them out, you fool. But my lady, Lord Mace told me. Lord Mace has been sent to his room since he has forgotten how to speak as an adult. The old woman harumphed. She nodded to the three women as the guard sighed, and undid the lock. It swung open, squeaking loudly with age, and Catelyn Stark smiled. Lady Olenna Tyrell, she said. Olenna nodded. Catelyn Stark. Tully blood is strong in you. All the sense of a fish in boiling water, she huffed. Catelyn bristled, but held her tongue. Olenna then looked at Brienne. Brienne. I am glad I did not have to tell your father you broke more of Renly's toys. My lady, Brienne said solemnly. Olenna looked at Amrita, who fidgeted. She'd heard of the Queen of Thorns, but to actually meet her. And you must be the rude one, Olenna commented. With eyes of glass. I'm short-sighted, Amrita explained. They let me see. Then perhaps you can give a pair to every bloody else in the world, Olenna huffed. Well? Come on out of this shithole. We have much to talk about. Much to talk about, indeed. Omek_Chris O'Farrell _Canon Tales from Beyond the Wall. Part 2. And now part 2 of Tales from Beyond the Wall. Asterisk takes place roughly 24 hours before the previous Omek snippet. The mission had sounded simple enough. Kill Mance Rayder. The theory was good. The wildlings were by their nature only very loosely allied. Chop the head off the snake that had brought them together and watch the body tear itself to bits, ending the threat to the wall. The practice, however. Jon Snow had felt excitement at being personally selected for this mission by the Lord Commander, tinged with just a small amount of unease. Excitement because for all the shame of being a steward and not a ranger, Sam's insistence of the reasons behind the choice aside, here he was being asked to go out on a mission with the legendary half-hand himself. Being given a chance to prove himself in the eyes of his brothers. Shame because what he was being asked to do was little different to murder. Assassination. Being asked to find a good spot and with one bullet, end the life of a man who had never done him any harm. No honorable combat. No facing an enemy in the light of day. No challenge, no looking a man in his eyes as you took his life. Just a single shot in the night, and that would be that. Justifying the choice in his mind was relatively easy though. The alternative, of letting 100,000 wildlings march on the wall, and past it, to start ravaging the north was clearly unpalatable and unacceptable. And while the Lord Commander had made it clear he could simply give his rifle to another for them to make this shot, he also knew he had the best chance of making it. And he wouldn't let the Lord Commander down by refusing to do his duty. So he had accepted his orders and left with the half-hand and the 3 other rangers who would, if he failed or could not get a clear shot, have to try and infiltrate the camp to do the job up close. How exactly they would then get back out of an enraged wildling camp John had no idea, and it had made him determined to do his job right so they wouldn't have to try. But as Theon was oh so fond of saying, no plan survived contact with the enemy. Half a day march from the fist, the half-hand had led them to one of the wildling watch posts he had scouted out in advance of the ranging arriving in the region. He had determined it was the weak point, the blind spot without any other camps in sight of it. If they could quietly take it out, they would have a clear route both in and out without anyone the wiser. Their camouflage cloaks had let them creep and crawl to close range and then it was all over in moments, with them taking a single survivor to question. And that survivor? Old gods and new gods. The survivor with the blazing scarlet hair the half-hand had told him to kill after getting what little information they could get from her. He still didn't know if he could have done it. Killing in battle was one thing. Even killing Mance was justifiable. A traitor to the watch, the leader of an army coming for them all had made his choices clear. As distasteful as he found the act, he knew he could do it. Killing a criminal as he had seen his father do several times, that also was something he could do. But killing an unarmed prisoner, let alone a woman, in cold blood? As he had stood there, long claw in his hand staring down at her defiant face, that nonetheless had a hint of fear in her eyes, he had genuinely found himself asking who he was and if he could really do this. Fortunately or unfortunately it turned out to be irrelevant as with a shout of alarm the 2 other brothers had come back, breathlessly reporting to he and the half-hand that a large number of well-armed wildlings were heading straight for them. Far too many and too soon for word of this attack to have possibly reached the main camp. The only possible answer was that they were moving out to attack the main Night's Watch camp, probably under the cover of darkness. He had looked down at the woman on the ground under him, knowing he could still easily kill her, and he had made his choice, stepping back as Corin had barked a command for him to come now. Nodding at her he had turned and joined the brothers as they hurriedly made their way down the slope towards the forest they would need to cross, to reach the distant fist. But not so fast he hadn't caught the flash of shock in her eyes as he had spared her life. He just hoped she wouldn't show up later and put an arrow in his back as payment for his choice. The race for safety had been hard and exhausting. It soon became apparent that the group who were even now reaching the watch post were only one of several groups moving up. The forest that had been disturbingly silent was suddenly filled with wildlings baying for the blood of crows. Far too many too soon to be after them, and that could only mean they all had to be heading for the same place. And that thought chilled him. It meant that somehow, the wildlings knew about the ranging and were already moving to attack it. Shouts and whistles had ripped back and forth in all directions through the dark trees they had fled. The half-hand set a punishing pace that had left the rest of them gasping for air, but they all knew to slow down was to die as the shouts slowly got louder and closer as they raced for the fist, the half-hand having to adjust their path several times to thread the way through converging groups. Finally their luck had run out just short of the fist, a dozen wildlings suddenly leaping up from the ground or out from behind trees brandishing a mixture of weapons and roaring chal-langas. Drawing their own, the Night's Watch brothers had not hesitated but charged knowing that the wildlings only had to delay them a short time and they would be lost. With a revolver in each hand and Ghost leaping in from the side to stop the attacker's single archer from drawing a bow on them, the brothers charged. John emptied his pistols in moments, cutting down 4 of the wildlings before holstering his guns and drawing long claw. His other brothers made do with several single-shot pistols and then their swords but even so had been hard-pressed by the shocked but fearless remaining wildlings, until the roar of shotguns had suddenly felled them as the outer pickets from the fist came to see what all the noise was about. With more wildlings crashing through the forest towards them in the near distance, the crows had flown up the steep path to the fist as the sun set on the horizon, reporting in as the ranger's horn blew twice in warning that the wildlings were already here. In force. And they were trapped. The Lord Commander had taken the news with the impassive expression he did with everything from choosing his meals to killing his foes, simply telling them to go and get some rest while he and the half-hand walked off to plan their defense. As night had started to fall, with the distant noise of more and more wildlings gathering below the fist, John had tried to get what rest he could, knowing that things, as Theon had been so fond of saying, were bound to get worse before they got better and he would need all his strength to survive it. He would later however, deeply regret that he had apparently tempted the ancient god the Greyjoy called Murphy with that thought. XXIV, Diplomatic Relations, Part 3. AC 299, Sigurd, the Riverlands. Lord Jason had been as good as his word, keeping Balan in a dungeon fit for any prisoner. Asha had gotten quarters, though I had the Cranagmen and women keep a constant watch on her. With that done, I had taken my leave and gone to collapse for several hours in a feather bed. When I awoke, I found some food waiting for me on the table next to me. I chewed it thoughtfully, before getting up, dressing, and heading into the castle proper. I wandered the halls for a time, before I came across the September. The statues and the candles caught my eyes, and I went in to look around this church. I stood in the center, looking around at the statues bathed in the soft light. It was quiet here, silent and still. And despite being so far from home, whatever I could call that now, it was comforting. So you've even abandoned our God then? The silence was broken by my sister's voice. I turned to look at her, walking slowly into the September. I spied one of the Cranagmen behind her, dressed in unassuming clothing but their rifle ever at the ready. I shrugged and shook my head. He was never really my God to begin with, I said. I looked around at the 7. Though I don't think I count these gods either. Asha stopped short, and stared intently at me. Her proud swagger was, for the moment, gone. It was striking how different it made her look, and even sound, nothing like a pirate princess, a ruthless warrior. Then what do you believe in, Theon? She asked softly. What is there beyond numbers and tinkering and wonders? Why do you care? I asked softly. Asha shrugged, sitting on one of the benches in the September. She crossed her arms under her chest. I'm trying to understand what happened. How you became this way, she said. You told me so much about your childhood. About what you did, what you accomplished. So did you, I said. I raised an eyebrow. I could have gone without knowing how you lost your virginity. Consider it something to beat, Asha said dryly. She looked at me with seriousness in her eyes. But really? Why? What brought all this on? I sighed, considering. I put my arms behind my back and paced. I watched the candle light flickering across the walls, and an idea arrived. One from my real world. My real life. If I could even call it that anymore. If I take a lamp and shine it toward the wall, a bright spot will appear on the wall, I said, taking hold of one lamp and holding it up to one of the 7 walls of the September. The lamp is our search for truth, for understanding. Too often, we assume that the light on the wall is God, but the light is not the goal of the search, it is the result of the search. The more intense the search, and here I held the light closer to the wall, the brighter the light on the wall. The brighter the light on the wall, the greater the sense of revelation upon seeing it. Similarly, someone who does not search, who does not bring a lantern, sees nothing. What we perceive as God is the byproduct of our search for God. I set the lamp down and turned back to my sister, who was frowning deeply. I smiled and continued. It may simply be an appreciation of the light, pure and unblemished, not understanding that it comes from us. Sometimes we stand in front of the light and assume that we are the center of the universe. God looks astonishingly like we do, or we turn to look at our shadow and assume that all is darkness. If we allow ourselves to get in the way, we defeat the purpose, which is to use the light of our search to illuminate the wall in all its beauty and in all its flaws, and in so doing, better understand the world around us. That didn't answer my question at all, Asha said flatly. I shrugged, sighing deeply and dramatically. I guess I feel that. The 7, the drowned God, the old gods. They are the shadows of what we want to see as God in the world. If we seek to find God, we must learn. Learn about ourselves, and about the world. And you know what I found out about the world? Asha waited. I sighed. That the world is filled with shadows, cast by people who replace what God wants with what they want. They even twist and shape God to fit them, when the world is so much more complicated. They don't care about that though, they want justification, and they find it in their own shadow. But what we need is less of shaping God to fit us, and us looking at the world to see what God would really want. And to me, God is the part of me to help this world. To make it better. I don't hold to any religion, as such. But I have faith that a true God would want us to make the world better, and not just kill ourselves or others. This from a man who makes weapons of war, Asha said dryly. I nodded. I'll admit, as the first adherent to my faith, I am already off to a terrible start, I joked. Asha laughed, and shook her head again. She looked at me with grey eyes and a small smirk. I guess I didn't expect you to be like this. What? I asked. Someone worth listening to, Asha said. Though you do prattle on. Okay, that I will admit to, I said. I sat next to her, and she didn't move away. So, how would you feel about being the Iron Queen? If you just give it to me, I doubt the Ironborn will respect me, Asha said. I nodded. Fair enough. But giving you cannons. You can understand my reluctance. Asha nodded again. Prudent, she said. And we have a reputation for betrayal. When we see weakness. She looked at me intently. Or what we thought was weakness. For now, I just want the Ironborn to cease attacking, I said. The North, at least. There's something bigger than all of us coming. And we'll need you when it comes. What's coming? Asha asked. End of the world. I shrugged. Might be, I said softly. Asha stared at him. You asked, I said. I did, Asha admitted with a grimace. You think I'm crazy? I asked with a grin. I already knew you were, this just confirms how mad you really are, Asha sighed. And I must be mad for going along with any of this. Least we're mad together, I said, patting her on the shoulder. XXIV, Diplomatic Relations, Part 4. AC 299, Sigurd, the Riverlands. Rob's party arrived at Sigurd soon enough, a small host riding behind him. Most of his generals were busy down south, but Roose Bolton had come along. I wasn't entirely sure why, maybe he was jockeying for more glory. I didn't know. I tried not to get too deep into his head. He arrived in the Great Hall, and walked up to Lord Jason upon his throne. The older man grinned and stood up to bow to Rob. Rob waved him off. It's all right, Lord Jason. Please sit, you've done more than enough, he said. Your Grace. It is good to see you, Jason said earnestly. Rob smiled back, and nodded. Your gallantry and service is appreciated, my lord, Rob said. Thank you for your work. He looked over and beamed as he saw me. He ran up and hugged me, and I hugged him. I groaned a bit as he tightened his grip. Hello Rob. Nice to see you too. I said. Rob laughed and patted me on the cheek. You crazy bastard. You actually did it, he said. 2 heirs of the Great Realms. And the King of the Iron Isles. Well, Asha's status is a bit ambiguous, I said carefully. Rob frowned and nodded. I get that. Lord Jason, if you will excuse us. We need to have some discussions in private, the King in the North said. Jason nodded and beamed. Not at all, Your Grace. I will prepare a feast, and send you notice when we are ready, he said. Rob nodded, and headed off with his cloak swinging behind him. I followed, and we ascended the steps to a private meeting room adjacent the Great Hall. I was not terribly surprised to see Asha was already there, staring at Rob intently as he stood by the table. Her Cranagman shadow still there, though his camouflage was now grey to blend in with the bricks of the castle. It wasn't particularly convincing, but I suppose it made them feel better to blend in. Lady Asha Greyjoy. It is good to meet you at last, Rob said. He shrugged. I wish it was not under these circumstances, but if you feel the need to be gallant, Your Grace, I suggest you stuff it up your arse, Asha said flatly. I am not a shrinking weak lady, I am a warrior and captain. So dispense with your courtesies, unless your tunic is actually a dress. Rob stopped short, and stared at my sister. He looked at me, and back at Asha. He chuckled. And to think. I didn't see the resemblance, Rob admitted. He nodded to Asha, with the same smile a knight wore when his opponent gave him a good hit. Lady Asha. I will cut straight to the point. The Ironborn must cease their war against us. You may stay neutral in the conflict, but attack the North or any of our allies, and we will kill your father and finish the job King Robert started. Asha nodded. Fair terms, she said. I did send a letter to Pike to explain that Lord Balon was held hostage, and I was treating with you. Is that what we're doing? Rob asked. I elbowed my king, and he coughed. Yes. Suffice it to say, Lady Asha. We have much bigger problems to deal with than you. Is it your tradition to insult your opponents in negotiations, when you want peace? Asha asked flatly. You started it, Rob shot back. Asha smirked a bit. That I did, she said. She sighed. To bend the knee to you so quickly will be difficult. Even with our losses to your cannons. I would need force, to assure I could keep the agreement. Cannons? Asked Rob. Why can't we simply provide you military support with our ships? Because that will not get me the respect I need to take the sea stone chair, Asha explained flatly. I will merely be your puppet. The Ironborn would not respect me. Rob sighed, tapping the table. I'll have to consider it, he decided. Think on it. Asha snorted. You'd be a fool to do otherwise, she said airily. She rose, and looked to her guard. I will return to my room. Bring me my dinner when it is ready, she said. Your Grace, she tossed back, as an afterthought, before she headed out the door. Rob and I watched her and her shadow go, the door slamming behind them. Rob looked over at me, sighing. I shrugged. I can get her a pair of glasses to make it better for you. Thean. Rob growled, flushing just a bit. I am not. She is very. I would give you the treat her well or I'll kill you speech, but that would be treason, I said with a grin. That and she'd kill you before I could. Rob sighed and looked down at the table. Why did I miss you again? The king asked. Because I'm your best friend. I asked back playfully. I would have been better off with Ramsay, he muttered. How is he, anyway? Going to use entrails for your wedding banners. Funny, I said dryly. Omake_Chris O'Farrell canon Tales from Beyond the Wall. Part 3. And the final Omake of Tales from Beyond the Wall. Or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bolter. As a child, Arya had always insisted on him reading to her all the old stories about famous battles and sieges. About glorious last stands and brave soldiers fighting to the last, with many wondrous and stirring stories that would be sung for generations. Looking at it from this side of the history book, Jon Snow decided that his sister's favorite stories were not quite reflective of reality as it started to truly dawn on the men of the Night's Watch that they were trapped deep in the far north with a great many wildlings who hated them between them and home. Still, the wildlings had also learned quickly that they had taken the dire wolf by its tail, that trapping 300 brothers of the Night's Watch was not the same as defeating them. The first attack had come that very night, only an hour or two after he and the failed raiding party had staggered back to the Fist of the First Men. It had been clumsy and uncoordinated. The half-hand guessed they were the forward scouts who had converged and didn't want to wait for the main body of the army and have to share the loot, and they had charged enthusiastically up the slope in the early hours of the morn. On they had come by the dozens up the tricky, icy slope led by the dreaded Lord of Bones, brandishing their weapons and roaring their defiance. Jon had been given the honor of firing the first shot of the battle, putting a bullet rather gruesomely through the Lord of Bones' throat well past what most people thought was effective thunderarm range. It had been pure luck really, he had been aiming for the man's chest but the results had looked spectacular. Enough to stop the attack cold for a time to the mocking jeers of the Black Brothers. Eventually they wildlings had recovered their courage and charged once again, but it was clear these wildlings had not run into brothers armed with thunder arms before. And in the face of the noise and death being rained down upon them from above, they had quickly broken and fled back into the night, leaving their dead behind. The Lord Commander had then given serious consideration to taking the chance to break out into the night and withdraw before the main bulk of the wildlings' army arrived, but had instead bowed to the counsel of the half-hand who insisted they had already lost that window and the wildlings would be waiting for them to make that mistake. Instead, Corrin had pointed out that they had enough food for at least a month more if they fell back on butchering their pack animals if needed, but the wildling army had far more limited options. It was simply too big, it needed to keep moving to be able to forage enough food. Within a week, perhaps 2 at the most, Mance would have no choice but to break camp and move on, or watch a civil war break out over their supplies. There was no one in the Night's Watch with more experience of living off the land north of the wall than the half-hand, and the Lord Commander bowed to his wisdom, bluntly telling the brothers to unload the pack animals and set up for a siege. Dawn had proven the half-hand right, the new sun betraying the presence of thousands of wildlings lurking around the Fist of the First Men. And as the sun rose, more and more wildlings started to move in and settle around the base of the Fist. By mid-sun, the entire wildling army was pouring in. Not simply men but women and children, old and young. It was less an army than a mass migration, and Jon had never seen the likes of it before in his life as they settled in by the tens of thousands. Late sun had brought a second, far more serious attack however, led by a giant. He would never have believed it if not for his eyes, but the tactics showed that Mance had been thinking, and as Theon always said, there was no more dangerous enemy than one who could think. The giant in question had carried what amounted to a massive wooden shield of sorts, albeit one made of tree trunks instead of planks. Thick enough to block anything short of a cannon and large enough to crowd the narrow path, protecting both the giant and the thousands of wildlings behind it from their guns and letting them close the range. Of course, Mance did not know about some of the other more recent innovations Theon Greyjoy had bequeathed to the Watch for field testing. The half-hand had taken it upon himself to slip down the slope to deal with the situation. Coolly choosing his moment, he had used a covered lantern to light a fuse on generous amount of dynamite loaded into a sack and with an almighty heave, flung it down the slope to land at the feet of the giant, just as it had lifted the shield to shift it the next step up the slope. Jon didn't know what had been louder, the ground-shaking explosion, or the scream of rage and pain from the giant as its feet had been shredded, sending it falling down the steep cliff to crash to the ground with a thud that had probably been heard in Essos. Dead giant or not, the tactic had gotten the wildlings close. Much closer than last night and in much greater numbers. Their archers had at once fired volleys to try and force the gunners to keep their heads down as others brandishing swords, axes, and clubs ran forward, jumping over bodies as they fell and keeping the momentum going. The 80 brothers manning the front line in 4 ranks of 20 had kept up a steady hail of fire, with each rank volley firing before making way for the next group as they withdrew to reload, enduring the rain of generally inaccurate arrows as best they could. The wildlings had nonetheless pressed in with a desperate energy and courage that seemed certain to reach the line. At least until the Gatling gun had opened fire. It had taken most of the day for a half-dozen brothers to assemble the weapon onto its tripod from its crates. The freezing conditions really didn't help, as numb hands made for slow work, but eventually they had gotten it ready. Brother Rogan, who hailed from the Dread Fort before taking the Black and had used such a weapon before, insisted on calling it a Bolton Bolter, but whatever the name, its effects were downright horrific. John had seen men die before. He had seen men die in battle, he had seen them die from sickness, and he had even seen his father execute people, in view with his belief that if one declared the sentence, one had to be willing to carry it out. But he had never seen men die like this. With a loud daka 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 daka, the bolter had poured fire and fury down the slope, a look that was disturbingly almost like joy on the face of the former Bolton soldier as he scathed through the charge, the screaming thunder of the gun tearing through the wildlings like one of Theon's horse-drawn harvesters tore through wheat. How many wildlings had died John wasn't sure, and looking out at the carpet of bodies that had stained the snow red with blood, he had decided he didn't want to know either, as the charge broke and the wildling survivors fled. The rest of the day had been an almost anticlimax, as if the wildlings had, understandably, lost all enthusiasm for an attack in the face of the staggering losses. Which was a good thing, considering that one battle had eaten up most of the Gatling gun's ammunition. But with the first attacks repulsed, the brothers had gotten what sleep they could and taken what meager rations the Lord Commander allowed to be doled out, expecting that the next attack would again take place at night under the cover of darkness. Oddly enough though, darkness had never come. To be sure, the sun had fallen, but as it did, enormous bonfires had been lit. Almost a literal wall of fire had ringed the wildlings' camp, and accordingly illuminated the main slope as well as a full moon. No attack had come that night, and studying the blazing fires through his spyglass, John had watched as thousands of wildlings worked to feed them, putting a wall of fire between themselves and the world, suddenly seemingly indifferent to the threat of the Black brothers at their backs. Come morning, however, as the fires had burned out, the uneasy standoff was broken by 2 blasts of the ranger's horn. Quickly he rose up from where he had been sitting, feeling more than hearing ghost rise up from where his dire wolf had been sleeping, shaking off a coating of snow in moments as other brothers who had also been sleeping woke, hurrying to their posts. Checking his weapons were loaded and ready, he moved through the bustle to take his position with the Lord Commander as his personal steward, finding him near the main entrance glaring down the slope. "Snow," the man said without any care for pleasantries, nodding down the slope without looking at him. "What do you make of that?" John looked down the slope, then quickly pulled out the spyglass he carried for a better look as he realized what the Lord Commander was asking. There were 3 figures standing there, visible but well out of gun range. 2 men and a woman it seemed, the later of whom was holding. 3 people, Lord Commander, he reported, unable to keep the slight surprise from his voice. "It looks like they're holding a flag of truce." The half-hand stepped up next to him, and without asking, John handed over the spyglass for the other to have his own look at the situation. So the Lord Commander grunted a dark snort of a laugh. "It seems Mance wants to talk." "Aye, that's him all right," the half-hand nodded, handing the spyglass back. "Looks like he's realized we can outlast him and can cost him dear if he wants our heads." "Can we trust him?" John said before he realized he had spoken out of turn at a look from the Lord Commander, but the other deigned to answer his question anyway. "We can trust him to honor the flag," the commander said. "Beyond that, trust nothing. Snow, you'll carry our flag. Stay behind me, keep your mouth shut and try not to do anything stupid." "Yes, Lord Commander," he replied. Because what else could he say to that? The rebuke clearly over his impulsive actions at Croster's Keep stung a little, but he couldn't help but admit he deserved it. A serviceable flag of truce was pressed into his hand soon enough on a spear's blade, John reaching down to check both of his revolvers were loose in their holsters if he needed to draw them in a hurry alongside the Valyrian steel sword. "All right, let's go," Mormont said, and fearlessly, with the half-hand at his side and John holding the flag high, they climbed out over the barricade of chest-high stone and started to make their way down the slope as a ranger blew the horn once. Ghost silently fell into step behind him as they made their way over the piles of bodies that had been left to freeze. A snowfall overnight had covered them enough to look almost like covered rocks, but he could feel himself stepping on hands, feet, and faces despite his best efforts to avoid them. The wildling trio also climbed the slope and eventually the 2 groups met, in view of but out of range of both groups. As close as it was possible to get to neutral ground. Halting perhaps 5 meters away from each other, John studied the king beyond the wall. He was just as the half-hand had described him. Unremarkable at first glance, but with a shrewd face and eyes that missed absolutely nothing, an air of authority that told John he was no man to underestimate. Next to Mance was a giant of a man with wild eyes who didn't seem at all happy to be here. Well, that made 2 of them, John reflected. And on the other side holding the flag of truce. His eyes met hers at the same time. Then they blinked at the same time. Then while he fought to keep his face expressionless, hers broke out in an almost delighted smirk framed by her red hair. Great. Just great. It would have to be her. Mormont Mance greeted the Lord Commander, before his gaze shifted to take in the 2 people with him. And Corin. You're a long way north of the wall. Mance. You appear to have a very large army heading for it, the Lord Commander replied, cutting to the heart of the matter with the directness John had come to know him for. John tried to pay attention to the conversation, but was rather distracted by the fact that the woman was studying him rather intently, despite his best efforts to ignore her. Directing a look that was almost challenging, or even inviting. Focus, Snow. He scolded himself as he turned his attention back to the two leaders as they tried to feel each other out for their intentions. Then Ghost started whining. He turned in surprise to look at the dire wolf, almost happy for the distraction. Such a response was rare indeed. Ghost was so named because he was there before you knew he was even in the area, stealth so perfect that he could vanish while you were looking right at him if you were not careful. But right now Ghost was padding over the side of the relatively narrow approach to the top of the fist to stare unerringly over the steep edge off into the distance. And he wasn't the only one who was distracted. All three wildlings seemed to do a double take, apparently having missed the dire wolf's presence and staring as the huge wolf padded over to look out into the distance, then turned to look beyond the dire wolf as a distant rumble of thunder suddenly came across the plain. John followed their gaze. There, over the haunted forest which stretched seemingly forever to the north under the dim sky, a fog was rolling in. No, not a fog, he corrected his thought. A storm. Odd that is so low to the ground though. Still, he could hear the distant sound of thunder growing louder now, and a breeze slowly started to pick up in advance of it, whipping at the exposed fist. All the winds in the true north were of course, cold, but this wind seemed to be something even beyond that, and he directed his gaze down as he heard countless dogs suddenly start barking and yapping in the wildling camp, almost as one. Lord Commander, he said loudly enough to get the others' attention, keeping a wary eye on Mance and his party, but they too were stepping up to the edge of the cliff as if suddenly the three brothers of the Night's Watch were irrelevant to them. What is it, Snow? The other said, stepping up with Corin. John risked a moment's glance at the woman, and for the first time, he noticed her eyes were not locked on him, but the approaching weather. Storm coming in, sir, he pointed with a nod as the two senior rangers looked out. It's moving in fast. Aye. Too fast, Corin agreed with a frown. Down in the wilding camp now, the barking of animals was being increasingly drowned out by shouts of alarm. Distant yells of command and then screams of panicked women and children. Even without the spyglass he could see a mass movement starting away from the edge of the camp as the cloud continued to advance through the forest, seeming to spread out as it approached the fist, with flashes of lightning briefly illuminating it as it drifted forward, a breeze picking up in advance of it that whipped at his skin as the very sky seemed to slowly darken. Then the ranger's horn sounded again from the top of the fist. 3 times. XXVI, blood and smoke on the water, Omake, cannon, gladiason. River run, 299 AC. The solar was silent as Theon sat across the desk from his king. Robb Stark studied first one message, then the other. The first was a letter carried by fast courier from his mother, courtesy of the Tyrells, describing the meeting of the Baratheon brothers, the horrifying murder of Renly, and their subsequent arrest then release by the Lords of the Reach. The other was a copy of a report from the merchant vessel Venture, sped up the Trident while the original returned to White Harbor, detailing the arrest of their captain, and the attempted impounding of their vessel, theft of their cargo, and impressment of their crew. He looked at these letters intently, his grey eyes hard as flint. Then he looked up, and gestured to his secretary, who leapt into action, gathering paper and quill. The king in the north took a moment to compose his thoughts, then began. To Lord Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, Lord of Dragonstone, Lord Paramount of the Stormlands and self-styled King of the Narrow Sea. Word has reached our court of your attempt to capture a ship that flew the northern flag, specifically the merchant vessel Venture out of White Harbor, with the intent to steal her cargo and press both her and her crew into your own service. This attempt is reported to have failed only due to the wit, skill, and integrity of her officers and crew, yet their captain remains unlawfully in your custody. Up until this incident, there has been no cause for conflict between us, as we have shared an enemy in the Lannisters and their inbred, bastard puppet who sits upon the Iron Throne. We have had no interest in contesting your right to claim that self-same throne, as it has long since lost all hold over ourselves, or those who serve us. Nevertheless, your act of piracy is an insult to our nation, and threatens to begin yet another war that will likely end in ruin for both our houses. Worse, Robb continued, his voice cold, we have reliable reports that you have committed acts of kinslaying and foul sorcery, bartering human sacrifices, the blood of your own bannermen and kin, for the aid and assistance of demons of shadow and flame, against all the laws of gods and men. Our own mother witnessed the shadow sent, presumably by that so-called red priestess you employ, to slit the throat of your younger brother, a shadow that bore your own face, as reported by 3 reliable witnesses, including 2 ladies of high rank. That your lust for power and control has driven you to commit these acts horrifies us, and raises significant doubts as to whether or not our 2 houses can come to an amicable conclusion to our disagreements. Therefore, I must issue this ultimatum. Release the captain of the Venture, one Alfred Ferros of White Harbor, alive and unharmed. Issue a public and abject apology, to the captain, crew, and nation of that vessel, in which you acknowledge your crimes and responsibility. Publicly and irrevocably renounce all claim to the lands and people who swear allegiance to the king in the north and the trident. Reparations, in the form of obsidian and sulfur, will be made to Winterfell, in quantities to be decided later. The immediate return, if they should arrive in your custody during your war against the usurper Joffrey, of our royal sisters, Sansa and Arya Stark, as well as our family sword, the Valyrian steel blade ice. Lastly, the sorceress known as Melisandre of Ashai, shall be repudiated and given over for trial, on the charges of regicide and consorting with demons. If these demands are not met within a reasonable time, then we must assume that our two houses are at war. None of your ships may enter our harbors to trade. Our navies will seek out, hunt down and capture, burn, or sink any ship flying your banner. Once our quarrels with the Greyjoys and Lannisters are concluded, we will turn our eyes and forces to your own, and defeat your armies, tear down your walls, and cast your house into the dust. Do not think that these offences you have committed will fade into distant memory, for I am king in the north, and the north remembers. Signed and sealed at my own hand, Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, king in the north and the trident. He shifted in his seat, fury in his eyes, but he maintained his cool as best he could. Read that back to me, he said to his clerk, who bowed his head and obeyed. Are you sure you want to do this? Asked Theon quietly as the secretary rambled on, the king listening with half an ear for errors or points he would wish to change. I don't have a choice, responded Robb absently. I can't allow Stannis to go around impounding our ships, or using his witch to assassinate whoever he wishes using magic. If I do nothing, then the kingdom appears weak and irresolute, and that is something we cannot afford. He took the parchment from the clerk, glanced over it, then poured some wax on the bottom. Carefully stamping his signet ring into the hot wax, he then picked up one of his steel-nibbed pens and scrawled his signature below. You're taking this a lot harder than you did Asha, observed Theon. I mean, she's been raiding up and down the coast, but Stannis has only attacked the one ship. Robb sighed, taking a last look over the letter. I trust your judgment in regards to your sister. Moreover, I trust you. He held out the letter to Theon. Have this sent to Dragonstone immediately, Robb ordered, then paused. I cannot trust a man who uses blood magic and sorcery to murder his own kin. He turned away to look at the fire. It had to be done, he repeated. Theon cracked a grin. Hey, can you at least imagine the look on old humorless Stannis' face when he reads all that? I don't think anyone's been that blunt to him since the old king died, he offered, and Robb managed to give a tight smile in return, but quickly went back to watching the flames. You know he'll say no to each and every stipulation, Theon pointed out. He can't afford to bend, even slightly. It will lead to another war, and we've already got 2 or 3 of those. He walked over to where Grey Wind lay next to the fire, and ran his fingers through the wolf's ruff, listening to his companion pant. I know, he said softly. I know. Theon stood in silence for a moment, then made his bow, and left the king to have a few precious moments of peace. XXVII, Roses and Thorns, Part 3. AC 299, Storm's End, The Storm Lands. Amerda had not taken to the scientific part of Theon's education as well as others in his employ. It had frustrated her a bit, but Theon had comforted her by saying he just wanted her to have a basic understanding. She was handling business, after all she needed to know how people and markets and the deal worked more than science. Still, she couldn't help but recall one particular bit of science she'd learned, about the bends. Changing pressure too rapidly in the human body, going up and going down underwater especially, would lead to nitrogen buildup in your blood vessels. You could easily die from such things. She'd learned it while Theon was experimenting with a diving suit, and had to help rescue him. She'd been more focused on saving her employer from his own stupidity, but in such situations certain information stuck easier than others. Right now, she was feeling like she was undergoing the bends in her mood and mind, going from being seen as the would-be king's assassin and sent to the darkest dungeon, and now nibbling on a cake in a fine tent with Lady Olenna, who had even pulled up a female bard who was thrumming her way through a familiar song. I dig my hole, you build a wall, she sang, I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. I'm told it's a northern ballad, Olenna said, almost pleasantly. Seems a bit depressing, though it was my understanding that the wall falling is a terrible thing. I suppose even with all your progress and inventions, you still retain your northern fatalism. Seeing that the Queen of Thorns was speaking directly to her at the table, Amerda adjusted her glasses and shrugged. Not fatalism, exactly. Just acceptance. Catelyn nodded, her hands in her lap as she sat primly at the table. Brienne of Tarth was beside her, looking forlorn and lost despite the food before her. And yet your genius and his minions have brought forth wonders even the maesters never dreamed of, Olenna laughed. What an amazing contradiction. So strong, yet songs that taunt your fears. So advanced, and yet still following ancient traditions. Your banks have been far more polite to me than my own money-lenders. She sipped her wine. So what do you want with us, Lady Olenna? Asked Catelyn. Olenna set down her wine and chuckled. So direct. Can we not enjoy some music and some food first? Your main goal with this is to get a feel for the two of us in an uncomfortable setting, Amara spoke bluntly. And we broke first. Olenna nodded. Your lady did, yes, she said, nodding to the still pale Catalan. Though it is understandable. Her son is at risk. If a man is willing to kill his own brother for the throne with dark arts, he'll kill anyone else. She set her wine down and stared intently at Amarda. It isn't too difficult to see that Stannis' ascension to the Iron Throne would be a disaster for all of us. Even more than the disaster we have right now. So what are you proposing, Lady Olenna? Catalan asked. My son is not interested in the Iron Throne. No, but it's taken an interest in him, Olenna commented. Which may be the best kind of king for it. One who doesn't see it as his birthright, one who doesn't want the glory and power, one who sees that pointy throne as a pain in the ass. Catalan sucked in a deep breath. Even if he did, the Westerlands would balk under it. Dorne and the Vale would be indifferent. The Stormlands. But the Reach would have an interest in that outcome, Olenna said with a smile. And as it happens, I have a granddaughter who just became a widow. And dearly wishes to be queen. Of the North, or of the Seven Kingdoms. She's a bit easygoing in that regard. Amarda grasped the setup pretty easily. She looked at Catalan, who was frowning. The Lady Stark looked back. And sighed, nodding. Amarda smiled. We would need to have them meet, first, Amarda said. We do not want another situation like Cersei and Robert, my lady. Oh nonsense, Olenna sniffed. Cersei is a spoiled brat whose father didn't know any more about parenting than he knew how to shit gold. My lady, Brienne gasped softly, as Catalan managed a soft smile. My Marjorie is a brilliant young woman, kind, intelligent, Olenna went on. King Robb also appreciates women with spirit and fight, Amarda said. Olenna smirked. So he's not afraid of women speaking? Good. He's going to have to get used to that. Catelyn Stark's tent was much lonelier than it was a few days ago. The majority of the Stormlanders had left, joining Stannis' army on their way to King's Landing. The Reach troops were still around, waiting for the final word from Lady Olenna. And Amarda was returning to see her lady, contracts in her hand. My lady, I've finalized a fair amount of paperwork, she said brightly as she entered. She saw Catelyn sitting at her table, staring at the box containing Ned Stark's bones. Or, I can come back later. No, please, come in, Catelyn said softly. Amarda obeyed, and set the papers in front of her. Catelyn leafed through the papers, occasionally signing one on dotted lines. There are a lot of presumptions in this contract, she commented at last. That Robb will agree to take the throne. That Theon will share his technologies. He is a king. His marriage, unfortunately, could not be strictly for love, Amarda said. She nodded. But I have met Margaery. As have I, Catelyn said with a smile, remembering the little show Olenna had put on for them. Have the bereaved Margaery come into the tent in her robe, speaking about the flowers for the funeral. She'd almost been fooled, but Amarda had noticed Olenna glanced at the door a bit too often for it to be coincidence. What do you think of her? Catelyn asked, looking directly at Amarda. The girl adjusted her glasses. She's her grandmother's daughter, kinder, not quite as thorny. She smiled. She'll see Robb is a good man. Not the kind to needlessly twist and manipulate. Too much, anyway. Catelyn nodded and sighed. I had hoped he could marry for love, she admitted. I know my match with Ned was unexpected. But he was kind, and gentle, and honorable. And so warm when he trusted me. When we loved each other. She smiled sadly, when I realized it. I can't remember the exact moment. I just remember the feeling. Amarda stood a bit awkwardly. She hesitated, then rested a hand on her lady's shoulder. Catelyn looked at her. But smiled and rested her hand atop it. King of the Seven Kingdoms, she murmured. I'll be the mother to the King of the Seven Kingdoms. With enough luck, yes, Amarda confirmed with a nod. Catelyn glanced at her, and she shrugged. I see things the way they are, my lady. And right now, King Robb has not yet met his queen-to-be. Nor has he met his future good mother. And the Iron Throne is not ours. No, but I think between the four of us, Catelyn said softly, we can convince him to take that step. She smiled. And if it doesn't work out with Robb, we can inflict her on Theon. My lady. Amarda gasped. Catelyn huffed. What? He surrounds himself with women with no sense of propriety. It might be very entertaining. Amarda laughed a little. Catelyn smiled, and stroked Amarda's hand. I am sorry for how I treated you, she said. Amarda nodded. Thank you, my lady. You didn't have to say it. Your actions spoke loud enough. I did, Catalan emphasized, squeezing Amrda's hand. There's so much that goes unsaid in life. She avoided looking at the box. I decided to not risk it being too late. This time. Amrda smiled gently. Thank you, Lady Stark, she said. Now, Catalan cleared her throat, and pulled her hand away. We need to make preparations for the journey north. Have you seen to Brienne of Tarth? Poor girl. Amrda smiled. I have. And I think you'll be pleased. Oh. Catalan asked, raising her eyebrows. A job? Brienne asked flatly. I swore myself to serve Renly. I know, Amrda said, grasping the Lady Knight's hands in hers, but he no longer requires it. There are others who do though. Many, many others. She looked intensely into Brienne's eyes, and I know Lord Theon would welcome you into his service. Brienne snorted. I am no sellsword. You wouldn't be a sellsword, Amrda emphasized, you'd be a knight. A protector. Brienne frowned deeply. Of Lady Stark. And her family, Amrda said. In this day, we need honorable people with swords and armor to protect them. And the Starks have lost so much. Please Brienne. Sir Brienne of Tarth. Protect the Starks. Brienne was silent. Amrda held her gaze. In the north, is that possible? Would they let me be a knight? A real one? She asked. Amrda shrugged. Lord Theon has the ear of his king. Why would he not? Renly did see the Starks as friends, Brienne said softly. She nodded. All right. I failed one king before. But I swear, Amrda Han. I will not fail another. Amrda beamed. Welcome aboard. You're having her serve as Rob's personal bodyguard? Catalan asked flatly. My own son. It was the only post suitable for her, Amrda said. It is a duty she will take to, almost fanatically, after what happened with Renly. You can be assured Rob will be safe. It will also help solidify things with the Tyrells, as Marguerite and Brienne are already friends. Catalan frowned. Amrda smiled. And it will be extremely amusing. Catalan scowled at Amrda. But her lip twitch gave her away. There is that, I suppose. Oh make, hotter hotter hotter. Bran was pushing himself with his wheelchair through the castle, looking for hotter. Bran, hotter? Hotter. Asterisk he passed by Theon's office. And then rolled back to stare asterisk. Hotter, sigh hotter. Theon, I know. But what if I increased the speed ratio? Hotter, hotter. Shakes his head hotter hotter. Theon, yeah, I'd need to compensate for greater friction. I could add in oil with a lubricator though. Hotter, hotter hotter. Hotter. Theon, nods you're completely right, hotter. If I wanted to add that, I'd need to redesign the whole damn thing. Oh, hey Bran. Hotter, hotter. Smile. Bran, hi. Blinks has he been here all this time? Theon, nods oh yes. He helps me think out problems. Bran. But he can only say his name. Hotter, hotter hotter, hotter. Hotter hotter. Hotter. Theon, nods yes, but his mind is free. Bran, stares. Theon. Okay, we plan to play a prank on some visiting maesters and I needed Hotter's help. Bran. You can understand him? Theon, if one knows how to listen. And he seems to like the idea so I thought, why not? Bran. I'm in. Theon, beams glad to hear it. Asterisk later. At a gathering of maesters, asterisk. Maester 1, this Greyjoy brat's been going around our backs and keeping knowledge from us for too long. It's time he revealed his arts. Theon, steps on stage gentlemen. Lord Theon is very sorry to have kept you waiting. He has been very, very busy. But without further ado, Lord Theon Greyjoy. Asterisk he moved aside as Hodder ascended the stage, dressed in his finest and wearing glasses. The maesters clap politely asterisk. Hodder. Clears throat. Hodder. Hodder hotter, hotter. Hotter hotter, hotter hotter. Hotter. Hotter hotter, hotter. Hotter. Hotter hotter hotter. Maesters, gape in disbelief. Maester 2. Looks over at Theon in shock eye. I'm sorry, what? What is he saying? Theon, shrugs got me. I just work here. Aren't you the learned men? XXVIII, red runs the river, black the blood. AC 299, near Rushing Falls, the Riverlands. Ramsay Snow loved Theon Greyjoy. Before he'd met the young genius, he had resigned himself to murdering people just to pass the time. Hunting them down like he was a wolf, and they were sheep. Those who lacked the same spark in their eyes merely prey, nothing more. How foolish he'd been. The follies, the arrogance of youth. It was Theon Greyjoy's work, almost dizzying in its abundance, that showed Ramsay the true nature of the world, so many ways to hurt, so many ways to kill, and so many ways to live and help. Granted, he much preferred the former, but he supposed balance was needed in the universe for any of it to make sense. As Theon had said in his Newt Laws, for every action there was a reaction. Why he called them the Newt Laws, he was unsure, but it was that spark of madness that Ramsay dearly loved about his lord. It had inspired him to unlock the secrets of fire and steel, rock and liquid. And it had given him many, many rewards, not just bestowed upon him by Theon. His beloved salamander gun, for instance, which Theon called a flamethrower again, lovable eccentricities, that let him burn people to death and enjoy their screaming. His Gatling gun or bolter, which allowed scores of men to be felled by turning a crank. And his greatest creations yet, while not strictly for warfare, allowed him to enhance it in ways he never thought possible. And they were so wonderfully loud. To make growls and roars from oil and metal. To make flames. It was a dream come true. Unfortunately, his creations were not perfect. Even now, disembarked from the ship that had dropped them off at Maidenpool, his war wagons were largely being drawn by horses. The engines he'd installed on them kept breaking down, or required more fuel than expected. It was sloppy and ruining the big surprise he planned for his lord. So there was only one thing to do, prove the mettle of his work. He sat in the armored cockpit of his lead wagon, scowling into the night as his driver nervously managed the reins. He'd sent his raven an hour ago. Where was it? Captain Snow, sir. Called the man atop the carriage. A moment later, he descended and handed a quivering raven to Ramsay. He took it, and read the message on its leg. He grinned, and turned to both men. Set your course for 200. Direct all other wagons to follow. He ordered. His lookout nodded as his driver changed direction, following the compass. Ramsay smirked, and looked out the iron-shuttered windows. His convoy was following in loose formation with him, the smaller, faster wagons on the outside, the bigger ones in the middle. He grinned devilishly and barked another order to his lookout. And inform the bandwagon. I'll be joining them for this, he growled. And they'd better have the right song. Solomon Peake was a minor knight in service to House Serret, who in turn was sworn to House Lannister. And ever since the crushing defeat of the Mountain's army at Golden Tooth, he'd kept his and his men's heads down as they held Tumbler's Falls. The Northmen and their fire weapons were terrifying, yes, but Peake had kept his forces together as best he could under the circumstances. He'd fed a fair amount of intelligence back to House Serret, in hopes they could make use of it. Riding at night was fraught with peril, but it was a crucial mission he was going on. A North Army balloon had been seen against the full moon nearby. Far out from the flank, it was obviously a scouting party trying to get the lay of the land. Why it was out at night, he didn't know. Maybe the Northerners had developed a means of seeing in the dark. It would not surprise him, the depth of their warcraft and sorcery. He'd even eaten some of their rations and they were good. Better than what his men had been carrying around, anyway. A northern observation balloon, however, would be very useful to them. Give them more intelligence, more of an idea how all this magic worked. The longer it took the North to resupply and prepare for the next phase of the war, the more of a chance they had of winning it. Or at least making some kind of peace. The fires of the observation post vanished as they approached, but Solomon could still see the shapes in the trees. He directed his men to spread out, and zigzag on approach to make it harder to be hit. He readied his crossbow, and a few shots from firearms whistled overhead. Too high, they couldn't see. He galloped up the hill, heading for the copse. A red flare shot into the air behind them. He held his horse, and turned around. He heard rumbling. Roaring. And music? Lit by lamps, several carriages barreled from around a hill. All with cheesebox-like tops with guns mounted in them, a few with small cannon. And one gigantic one, moving slowly under its own power, steam and smoke huffing from it like a dragon on wheels. That huge wagon had large, broad horns sticking out of it, and torches that flared with fire. And musicians strapped to it, playing instruments, a set of drums, a few horns, and various kinds of lutes. The one up front though looked as though he'd been flayed, red muscle and tendons visible all over him. It took Solomon a moment to realize it was cloth, painted to make the man look flayed. A man with a white mask, and a strange metallic wand covered in wire near his face. He strummed his stringed instrument hard, and the fires blew. He let out a bellow, an unholy scream. That seemed to come from all the horns on the wagon. And his screams were accompanied by harsh, loud, terrifying music. Solomon just barely made out the lyrics. Back in black. Well, I'm back in black. Yes, I'm back in black. Which is when the lead wagon opened fire with a bolter, the gunner laughing maniacally and loudly enough to be heard over the music. Solomon's men ran screaming, they and their horses dying. Solomon himself was thrown from his horse, and crashed to the ground. The war wagons continued on, gunfire and flame and horrible music filling the night. A few of his men fired crossbows at the monsters, but they bounced off their black hulls. Useless. Useless. And all Solomon could do was lay there, stunned, and prayed to the seven they would not find him. He'd heard the stories. He didn't believe them. How foolish he'd been. That madman in the red could only be the crimson fucker. Yeah. Back in Blayok. Ramsay bellowed, hitting the cords furiously. Yeah. No, no, damn it. He glared at his basest as the Lannister men fled in terror before their guns. Xander, fucking hell. You missed the change. You missed the fucking key change. I am sorry sir, Xander stuttered, the wagon's shaking all over the place and I'm. Get it fucking right or I'll take away your fingers until you learn to fucking play. Ramsay snarled. He shook his head and turned back to the battle. Fucking amateurs. XXIX, Diplomatic Relations, Part 5. AC 299, Sigurd, the Riverlands. The Ravenback from Pike arrived earlier than expected. Frankly, I was impressed with the little guys. They could fly anywhere. And thanks to work with Lewin's spells and Qyburn's mad science, they could home in on anyone with the right equipment. Naturally, we'd kept this little advantage to ourselves. Otherwise I would surely be covered in bird shit at all times of the day. I took the message in Lord Jason's solar, and read it. Asha reached for it, and I held my hand up. She scowled, and then snatched the letter out of my hand. Hey! I protested. Asha read through it, and grimaced. King Smoot? They can't call a king Smoot, she said angrily. Balon is still alive. Yeah, but Uncle Euron isn't about to let that stop him, is it? I asked dryly. Asha glanced at me in surprise. You remember Uncle Euron? I remember his ship filled with mutes, I said flatly. And he called his ship the Silence. It's hard to forget something like that. Asha nodded, leaning against a table. She stared at me intently. Mutes he made himself, she said. She sighed. He was banished from Pike until father is dead. Captured by Greenlanders, I suppose he's taking his chances now. Well, we can't just let that happen, I argued. You need to get to Pike, Asha. Take the throne. Given to me by Greenlanders. Asha said dryly. You think I'll ever be accepted? To say nothing of Euron. He'll have the support of the drowned god priests and all the Ironborn. And you want to let your people get slaughtered? I demanded. Our people, or have you forgotten? Asha asked flatly. I'm trying to save everybody, Asha, I emphasized. I sighed and rubbed my temples. Asha frowned and nodded. She gently rested a hand on my shoulder. We're a thorn in your side, a problem to be solved, she said, sounding a bit hurt. An enemy. I don't want it to be that way. But there's only so much I can do, I sighed. Even being a king doesn't make you all-powerful. Or a genius all-knowing. Asha smirked. Humility? A rare trait in a Greyjoy. A bad one? I asked. Asha chuckled. Different. She sighed and glanced aside. So different. I reached out and grasped her hand. You're still my sister, I said. As long as you're willing to be mine. I'll be yours. You barely know me, Asha said. You've become a stranger to me. After all that talking we did. I asked with a smile. Asha sighed and looked back to me. She smiled a little. It takes more than that to have a bond, she said. I nodded. I know. But we have the start, don't we? I smiled. Besides. We need to talk to father. Oh, now you call him father, Asha sniffed. I shrugged. We're trying to do something to help him out here. He hates Euron. I'm hoping more than us, I said. What, you'd send him to negotiate? Asha asked sarcastically. Of course not. But he could tell us how to get support from his supporters away from Euron. I suggested. Asha stared at me. Look, he kept his throne. He had to know something, since he doesn't have Tywin Lannister keeping him on his seat. Asha nodded. I see. All right. She squeezed my hand back, and I smiled. Don't worry, I said. Everything will be all right. I shrugged, or it will all be frozen death and the end of the world. You're sure you're not the jester for the Starks? Asha asked. You admit that was funny, so obviously I'd be pretty good at it, I said. That you focus on, my sister sighed. I grinned and shrugged. I'm an optimist. Sigurd's dungeon was like pretty much every other medieval dungeon. It stank, was filled with hay, and was dark and dreary. I schooled my face into something other than a smirk. But I didn't really succeed. After all, I'd outwitted one of the kings of the Seven Kingdoms. He was in this dungeon thanks to my planning. I could afford to be smug. After all, with Euron Greyjoy on the march, Balon would want to be involved. Father? Hello. I called to the cell. We're here. We have some bad news for you. Silence. I stepped to the dark cell, looking at the huddled mass of my biological father in the corner of the dungeon. It's Euron, Father, Asha said. We need to deal with him. Father. I looked to the guard, who was sitting at a table reading something. It looked like a porno magazine? Well, I shouldn't be surprised that the invention of photography and the printing press would lead to such things. So soon. I shook my head. Hey. Ah. Oh. My lord. The guard said quickly, putting the thin book down. I was a bit distracted. I had to open the cell, Asha ordered. The guard looked to me. I nodded, and he came up with the keys. He unlocked the cell door, and pulled it open. We ran over to the silent Balon, and I raised my oil lamp. I flipped it on. And Asha covered her mouth with her hands. Oh. Father, Asha murmured. The dead eyes and engorged tongue of Balon's hanged face greeted us. Strips of cloth from his clothing had been fashioned into a crude noose, and he'd pulled and pulled until... well... he'd had enough time to write something in blood on the cell wall. I raised my lantern and sighed. That witch is dead. Can never die, I murmured. My sister knelt beside the body, resting a hand on his shoulder. She stared intensely at Balon, her mask fracturing as she tried to keep her emotions in check. I sighed and crossed my arms over my chest. The guard stuttered. I am sorry. I didn't. I just came on, and the book. I mean. I didn't know. I suggest you leave, before you make yourself look any dumber, I said flatly. The guard scurried away, as Asha continued to gaze on Balon's corpse. I stared at him in similar silence. Asha sighed, slowly rising. Her eyes were shut tightly. He was our father. She said softly. Yeah, I sighed. I then grit my teeth, and pulled back my foot. I swung it up, kicking the dead bastard in the face. You stupid bastard! I bellowed, before punching him. You had to ruin everything. Every fucking thing you touch. Fuck you. Asha stared in naked horror and disbelief as I continued beating the dead man. You stupid, selfish, moronic cunt. Gah! I bellowed, finally just shoving the corpse over. I panted loudly, and shook my head as I glared death at Balon. Thien. Asha tried. I shook my head again. He was a stupid bastard who wouldn't learn, wouldn't change. And now. He never will. I sighed and rubbed my face. He was your father, Asha emphasized. And now I've lost them both, I whispered. She held my hand, but leaned against me as though she needed support. We stood there, silent. Our dead biological father in the cell with us. Just another fucking day in Westeros. XXX, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 1. AC 299 Riverrun, The Riverlands. The march back to Riverrun had not been particularly enjoyable. My biological father may have been a bastard, but him killing himself as a last act of spite? That had been hard to deal with. Asha had broke a bit. And then pressed on, her face still a cold mask of iron. She swore she would keep the Ironborn from attacking the north, but it was only a temporary solution. Robb had not been happy, but frankly, she was worth more on Pike than in a cell. And whether or not she respected the treaty, the fact was the Ironborn were not inclined to fight while the Kingsmoot was going on. So either way, we had a small window of opportunity. We had to exploit it. Besides, my best friend and brother in all but blood was getting married. I had to be merry and joke at his expense repeatedly. Stop sulking, I said to Robb, as he sighed and looked over the planning table. He scowled up at me, Iron Wolf figurines scattered all over the map. I am not sulking, Robb grumbled. I didn't want to marry just for politics. I nodded solemnly, and patted him on the shoulder. I know, I said. But you're the king, Robb. You knew your hand was going to be offered someday. And besides. I looked aside, Amerda seems to think you'll like her. Mother wrote me to be wary, given the Tyrells are opportunistic, Robb grumbled. I sighed, and squeezed his shoulder. Yes. But the Tullus marrying your mom to your dad? That was opportunistic, and they were happy. Robb nodded, biting his lower lip pensively. Yes. And you don't have any natural-born children to make things awkward, I counseled. Robb scowled at me, and Grey Wind, who was napping nearby, looked up at his master's irritation. Yes. Thanks to you, he hissed. Hiring Asher Forrester to To cock block you? I asked. I sighed and shook my head. Well, he's losing his bonus. He broke and told you what his mission was, and who gave it to him. I rubbed my chin. Bad form for a covert operative. Why? Rob demanded. I rolled my eyes. Rob. I want you to have a happy marriage. To have a woman you can love, and who loves you. I sighed and patted his fur-clad shoulders. But you're the king. Which means, like it or not, you have to marry for politics. If we're going to win this war, and deal with the real problems facing the realms of men, we need as many kingdoms as possible with us. I smiled at him. And hey. We'll be helping to lift millions of people out of poverty, disease, famine, and other blights with what we bring to them. Rob frowned and looked aside. I really wish I'd told you all to fuck off when you called me king in the north, he grumbled. I laughed. Yeah, I know. Which makes you the perfect man for the job. You don't like it, but you'll do it. And relax. With me around, you'll still remember what it is to laugh and have fun. Rob raised his eyebrows. So you weren't just trying to keep me for yourself with that Asher stunt. Rob, there are more than enough rumors about me and Ramsay, I said wearily, do you really want to fuel the fire? A tall, dark-haired woman entered the room, bowing to Rob. I backed away from my king, hands behind my back. I blinked in confusion when I saw the woman was Daisy Mormont. Your Grace, she said, I have come with the final garrison. We should be ready to move on King's Landing soon. Good, Rob said with a nod. He noted my frown, as did Daisy. Something wrong, Theon? But... You went by land, I said, confused. How'd you get here so quickly? Daisy blinked. By the rail, my lord. Rail? I asked, straining my memory. Rail. Road. Daisy Mormont blinked. Yes my lord. The one running from Moat Cailin to Searwyn? With the track under construction to Torrens Square? That rail line. She shook her head. I will admit, a steam-powered steel horse seemed almost impossible to me, but I assumed you came up with it. I sighed and scratched the back of my head. Who did we leave in charge of Moat Cailin? The Reeds, Rob said, beginning to look a bit amused. Jerk King. Mira. I called out. The bedding for Grey Wind shifted, and the teenaged girl emerged under her latest ridiculously useful camouflage. She saluted. Yes my lord. You have a train? And a railway? I asked in disbelief. Mira blinked. Of course we do, my lord. You signed off on it. Remember? You visited the salt flats and mines, and authorized a rail to be constructed. We had oxen pulling the carts. But Hojan apparently saw a few of your designs and ideas for steam engines, and so we built one to speed up the trip. I blinked. But all the way to Searwyn. Mira shrugged. Well. We kept sending requests for funds for more rails, and you kept authorizing them. I thought, anyway. She rummaged in her tunic, and pulled out a photograph. You really didn't know anything about this. I looked at the photograph in some mild disbelief. And yet, there it was, Mira, her brother, her mother, and her father, all standing in front of a locomotive. To be honest, I didn't know much about locomotive history when I left Earth. Or whatever happened to me. I did write down the basics of their designs, mechanics, and so on, basics I had no idea about. So the locomotive in the picture conformed to these basics. It was a giant, streamlined beast looking like it was all boiler, with a slim smokestack. It had 2 massive wheels near the cab, and 4 smaller ones all driven by linked rods to massive pistons. It had a wooden cab and tender presumably to save weight. The things that happen with a few errant ideas, I thought to myself as Mira spoke. He said it was an Iron Duke design. I don't know what that means. Everyone just called it the Iron Serpent, since it kind of moves up and down as it goes, Mira said with a sniff. She shook her head. Anyway, we were using it to ship salt up, and stuff down, then apparently they saw your troops on the King's Road and thought. What the hell's reducing the trip that much? Rob grinned. I'm going to put railways across the north if I can. He looked to me. Theon, you up to it? Of course I am. I said in protest. Rob chuckled. Just checking. I mean, you're not getting senile in your old age, are you? Missing an entire Iron Serpent? Need I remind you, Your Grace, how many times you failed to heed my warnings of not touching anything in my lab? I asked flatly. Like the time with the electric motor and the... I'll just leave you to it, Rob said quickly. I need to see to the troops. He headed out with Lady Mormont, who shot me an amused look. The door shut behind them, and I sighed. I looked at Mira, who was nowhere to be found. Exactly how is it my fault I missed a train built by the people so good at disappearing? I grumbled. Thank you, said Mira, as Grey Wind yawned and went back to sleep. I rolled my eyes. You're welcome. Marjorie. Marjorie smiled as the familiar, towering presence of Brienne helped her down from her horse. The armored woman had suffered so, in the last few weeks, pain that Marjorie herself shared, the murder, by foul means, of dear Renly. In many ways, she knew that the Maid of Tarth was taking it far harder than she. Oh, she had cared for Renly, he was sweet, and kind, and gentle, handsome, brave and skilled. A true knight, in most ways, and would have been a fine king, a good king, with some help, of course. So what if he had some small flaws? Everyone did. And yet, in all honesty, Marjorie couldn't lie to herself well enough to say she was in love with the Lord of the Stormlands. Not the way Brienne had been. Oh, she had married him, and would have borne him children, and ruled by his side, when she sat next to him, watching their knights joust to entertain them, standing next to him as he planned, poring across maps and reports, dealing with troublesome lords and ladies, negotiating and maneuvering and plotting. It was a potent, heady brew, and as addictive as the milk of the poppy when misused. In those moments, she was fulfilling her destiny, she was queen. And now I will become queen to another king, she told herself as they made their way through the docks, the small folk and merchants of the port making way for them, as much for the richness and foreign cut of her gown than for Brienne's height, armor, and blade. It was a thought that made her nervous. Oh, she had met Catelyn Stark, and had heard Renly's descriptions of the late Lord Stark. Surely, a child of these two would be as comely and valiant as rumor suggested, but would he be kind, clever and witty? Would she find herself able to live in the lands of snow and ice in the far north? Could she rule the rough and abrasive northerners, with their stiff pride, lack of respect for blood and their uppityness? The northern girl who was Lady Catelyn's assistant was clearly clever, educated and confident, yet she was also low-born, and had almost no restraint in her manners or tone around her betters. It was odd. Marjorie had often thought that women should be more outspoken, able to speak their mind and opinions, but she had never thought to include small folk women in that ideal, and it was more than a little surprising, and a little frightening. Was Amrita a typical northern girl? And if so, what were the men like? The northern women met them at the jetty, and Marjorie quickly moved to embrace the older woman, kissing her cheek, as was proper for a future good daughter. Lady Catelyn, it is so good to see you again. I am so looking forward to this journey. The Tully woman smiled back, if slightly more tightly. And you, Lady Marjorie? I came south in the hopes of brokering a peace between two brothers, and find allies against a hated enemy. I may have failed in the first, but succeeded in the latter, and perhaps more besides. Of course, Marjorie agreed, smiling sweetly. I am so very much looking forward to meeting your son. Please, say you will tell me all about him during the trip north. It would be my pleasure. I love, and am proud of, all my children, said Catelyn, subtly reminding the younger woman of the trials and tribulations the Stark family had been through these last years. Marjorie slid her arm through Lady Catelyn's and pressed up against her. Oh, please, I would so love that. They marched out onto the jetty, their escort following behind. But even as they walked down the flagstones, her heart sank. Is that our ship? She asked, her eyes glancing over the small, single-masted vessel being loaded with bags, crates and barrels, crew and dock workers bustling back and forth. For part of the way, confided Catelyn. I have received word that we will meet a ship from White Harbor some distance up the coast. I am told it is one of our newer ships, and commanded personally by members of the Manderley family. For this leg? We'll take the Dart. Almost a full day after boarding the sloop, a northern word that to Marjorie sounded suspiciously naughty, or perhaps dirty, either way, not something a good, well-bred Highgarden girl should say, so she took delicious pleasure in saying it as often as she could. Marjorie was finding that she was actually enjoying sailing. Brienne stood behind her at the prow of the vessel, watching as the waves broke below, a hand firmly gripping a rope with the other ready to latch onto her charge at any moment. Being from an island holding, it stands to reason she's comfortable around boats, Marjorie mused. Despite being quite a good swimmer, and enjoying the river boats that plied the Mander, she had never quite experienced anything like this, and she was having a great deal of fun on board the Dart. Alas, Lady Catelyn was not so lucky, and poor Amrita. The Queen Mother of the North was spending much of her time in the captain's cabin, turned over to both noble ladies for the trip, while the bespectacled girl was spending all of hers with her head either in a bucket or stuck over the side. Oh, this is wonderful, she beamed. Yes, my lady, delightful, replied Brienne, her tone firm and even. Oh, do cheer up, Brienne, we're going on an adventure. But she could tell the somewhat dour girl was having more fun than she was letting on. Milady. Marjorie turned to see one of the crew standing nearby. All in all, the northerners who ran the ship were polite, respectful and somewhat distant, going out of their way to avoid the passengers, but were friendly enough about it. According to the first lieutenant, the captain had made some rather pointed remarks about the fate of those who would bother the noble-born passengers during the trip. Apparently, words like marooning, keel-hauling, and flogging around the fleet were used. Yes. Beggin' your pardon, milady. Captain's compliments, and he'd like to invite you and the other lady. The older man's eyes flickered over Brienne's tunic and breeches before turning back to Marjorie, to the quarter-deck, at your convenience. She smiled. Oh, thank you, she said brightly, before turning back to the water. After a moment, she was interrupted by the sailor clearing his throat. Yes? Was there something else? Beggin' your pardon, milady, but, around his grace's ships, when a captain says at your convenience, what he really means is soon as your legs can move, beggin' your pardon again. I know, it don't make much sense to me, neither, but that's how they talk, like. Marjorie carefully climbed up the short flight of stairs, or ladder, as the crew insisted on calling it, to the quarter-deck, that hallowed section of deck behind the mainmast that was restricted to officers, the coxswain, and invited guests. Given that it was directly above the captain's, and currently, her, cabin, it made sense. Having people stomping about a few feet above where the most important heads on board slept was not exactly a good idea. In any case, she smiled as she saw Lady Catelyn and Amrita were already there, standing with Captain Harold Snow, who had proven a fine and courteous host despite the circumstances of his birth. Captain, she greeted him warmly, then smiled at the others. My lady, Mistress Han, she nodded her greetings, offering a slight curtsy. Behind her, Brienne thumped to a halt, and bowed, hand on the hilt of the broadsword belted at her waist. I do apologize for being late, Captain Snow, a minor misunderstanding of naval customs. One of your wonderful crewmen was kind enough to educate us. Please forgive our tardiness. Not at all, my lady, replied the captain, lifting his hat and bowing in return. In fact, you are just in time. As I was just telling Lady Stark, we are almost at the end of our journey together. He gestured towards the bow of the ship, and Marjorie turned to observe that they were approaching a headland. On our way south, we stopped in the bay just here, and were sent ahead while the Dart remained here. We didn't want the Seawolf to scare our southern cousins, he said with a smile. Of course, how thoughtful, she said, although wondered just what the Northerners thought was so intimidating about their ship. After all, if it was anything like the Dart, she had certainly seen larger. Sail ho! Called the lookout, and Marjorie's eyes widened as the sloop gracefully skirted the headland, and turned into the bay, and she got her first look at the Seawolf. It was, by far, the largest single object she had ever seen. Yes, some of the massive grain ships and great cogs that carried the bounty of the Reach to other lands were enormous, but this massive, dark grey behemoth was over 200 feet long, low, and predatory, with none of even the vestigial after-castle that the Dart boasted. Even with the sails of her two great masts furled, she looked like she were ready to leap forward like a pouncing shadowcat, and she bore the white stripe of paint down her hull from fore to aft that she had learned denoted the hatches where the snouts of a northern ship's thunderers were thrust. The Dart is the love of my life, said Snow softly, swift and weatherly with a stout hull and lovely lines, but there is something about that monster that calls to the fighting sailor in me, he admitted, but straightened up, clasping his hands behind his back. Right. Master Gulson? Take us into the bay, bring us alongside the Seawolf and prepare to lower the longboat for the transfer of passengers. Master Snow, he called, as the first officer leapt into action, bellowing orders to the crew, please inform the crew that we have arrived with 4 passengers to transfer, all in good condition and spirits. The younger apprentice officer, another northern bastard but enthusiastically cheerful in his own grey coat and hat, scampered off to fetch the correct flags to send the message. As his crew moved about them with practiced urgency, Captain Snow turned back to his passengers. While it has been a pleasure having you ladies aboard, I am quite sure the accommodations aboard the Seawolf will make the rest of your journey much more comfortable. She was designed as a flagship from the keel out, and is well appointed to carry important passengers. The Dart will, of course, continue to escort you until we reach the Bay of Crabs, where we will meet a somewhat larger flotilla that will ensure your safety on the way up the Trident. Catelyn smiled, somewhat weakly. I am sure I speak for all of us, Captain, when I say I find it difficult to imagine a more pleasant journey at sea. You and your men have been remarkably welcoming and hospitable, and I fully intend to commend both you, your vessel and her entire crew to my son once we arrive at Harrenhal. The captain blushed slightly at the profuse flattery, and doffed his hat again, this time bowing over it. Of course, how much of that was manners drilled into her during her youth, and how much was genuine, is anyone's guess, thought Marjorie as she murmured her own praise. There was always a tightness around Catelyn's eyes and mouth when she was around Captain Snow. Have they met before under less pleasant circumstances? Or is it simply that he's a bastard? I thought the Northerners were less concerned with such matters. Is she still that much of a Riverlander at heart? She wasn't sure if that was a good thing. In 20 years, would she still have so much of her Highgarden self? Or would she become more of a bluff, stern, hard Northerner? Could a flower from the reach thrive in the cold and frost? The sailors heaved at their oars as they carried the ladies across the bay, the 4 women and their baggage packed into the small craft by expert hands. Young Master Snow was at the tiller, and the adult sailors leapt to his high-pitched commands. As they approached the Seawolf, Marjorie began to feel apprehension at the sheer size of the beast, and the number and size of the gun ports in her flanks. There were 8 sets of what looked like sliding doors at regular intervals, and they were much larger than the 6 that graced each of broadsides. With practiced ease, the rowers maneuvered the boat alongside the larger vessel, and the men on that side of the longboat raised their oars straight up, letting the longboat rub up against the hull of the Seawolf. Even as they did so, sailors high above were lowering a set of long ropes with massive iron hooks at the ends, that the longboat crew reached up and grabbed. She was confused for a moment, before they quickly attached the large rings bolted into the hull of the longboat. Her eyes widened as there was an odd, chuffing sound from above, and the slack was taken up in the hawsers. Her hand found Brienne's quickly, and held on tight as the entire boat began to rise out of the sea and into the air. What in the world? She breathed, and Amrita smiled weakly, still looking green. The Manderleys are famous for being innovative, even for northerners. The Seawolf is almost entirely their project, as are her sisters being laid down in White Harbor. I suppose they decided that it was more efficient to raise the longboat rather than have passengers clamber up the side of the ship. Marjorie winced as she imagined lines of sailors heaving at ropes, hauling the boat into the air by brute force. Strange, shouldn't we hear them, the way we did on the Dart when they raised sail? And what is that infernal noise? After a few long minutes, the longboat was lifted level with the deck, and crewmen on board rushed to lash the longboat to the side, and remove a section of railing, providing a gateway for the passengers to step through. Amrita went first, eagerly taking the hand of a sailor who helped haul her aboard, and Lady Catelyn went next. Brienne helped Marjorie to step up onto the deck, her heels clacking on the material beneath her with a noise that made her blink. It's metal. The whole thing is metal? Just the outer hull and the decking, begging your pardon, milady, said the helpful sailor, and Marjorie realized she had spoken out loud. 4 inches of good White Harbor wrought iron over 10 inches of ironwood and 12 of oak. First of her kind, our she-wolf is, he said proudly. Incredible, she breathed, getting her bearings. And to bring us aboard like that. I hope it wasn't too difficult? The men must be exhausted. He laughed. Nah, 'twas the steam jackass that did the work. Then he winced, and doffed his cloth cap. Beggin' your pardon, milady, I didn't mean nothin' by it. Just sailor talk, not proper like a noble lady would use, if you follow. Hey. You. Yes, you. More steam, next time. The steam jackass needs to get the boat alongside faster, you hear me? What if we had to do it under fire, eh? Come on, you lazy, stingy swabs, I won't have you lollygagging on my deck, you hear me? The sailor winced as he turned to salute the pair of strangely dressed women approaching along the deck, their heels ringing off the painted iron. At first glance both seemed to be wearing similar uniforms to Captain Snow, but with their grey coats buttoned over long skirts rather than trousers, although their hems were high enough to show off their polished boots. Also, their cuffs and collars were decorated with lace, they had far more gold braid at the shoulders, and their sleeves were elaborately embroidered. Broad leather belts encircled their waists, holding hand thunderers that had elaborately carved ivory grips. They were both tall, shapely women, though the younger, green-haired girl was slightly shorter with a thicker brow and nose than her older companion. The crowning touch was the hats they wore, similar to Captain Snow's fore and aft cloth headgear, but with more gold braid at the forebrim, colorful cockades on one side, and in the case of the younger girl, a long feather sticking out in a rakish fashion. Lady Stark. The taller one said with a graceful bow. Welcome aboard our Seawolf, isn't she lovely? And you too, Lady Marjorie. Lady Brienne. And Miss Hahn, last, but not least, the green-haired one said with a smile. Catelyn smiled as she curtsied back. Lady Winifred, Lady Willa, she said in fond tones, and stepped forward to take the older girl's hands in her own. Oh, it is so good to see you, my dears, she fairly gushed, suddenly the most relaxed that Marjorie had yet seen her. She then greeted the green-haired girl in the same way. Turning to Marjorie, she said, Lady Marjorie Tyrell, allow me to introduce Winifred and Willa Manderley, daughters of Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor. Marjorie dove into her most florid curtsy, smiling delightedly. A pleasure, my ladies. And yes, I am quite astounded by this marvelous vessel, I quite confess, I have never seen anything that would match it. Willa snorted in a most unladylike fashion. And you won't anywhere, Seawolf is the single most deadly and dangerous thing on this or any other sea, man-made or natural. I'd love to see the shipworm, kraken or hell, even dragon that thinks it can match my iron-clad bitch. Suddenly Marjorie recognized the younger girl as the one who had been swearing at the crew. Apologies, my lady, said Winifred in more even tones. I'm afraid my sister becomes quite enthusiastic when it comes to our brainchild's capabilities. But yes, we are extremely proud of her. She paused. But of course, you must be cold, damp, and hungry. Please, follow us to the Admiral's cabin. We've been keeping a surprise for you, Lady Catelyn, and he'll be pleased to see you, if he's stopped throwing up, that is. The hatch was opened for them by Winifred, and Catelyn gasped. Marjorie studied the old man in blue maester's robes, who was sitting in a chair with pale cheeks. Maester Luwin! Gasped Catelyn. She rushed over and hugged him tightly. What are you doing here? Oh. Hello Lady Catelyn, Luwin said happily. I'm so glad to see you again. Who did you leave at Winterfell? Catelyn asked. Luwin sighed. I left Dr. Qyburn to guide Lord Bran, he said. He has proven himself trustworthy. At least, long enough for this voyage to be completed. But I don't understand, why are you here? Asked Catelyn as Amerda, Marjorie and Brienne shuffled into the cabin. The old man smiled. Well. Lord Theon asked me to come and help with certain matters for the final campaign. The Manderleys needed someone with expertise in steam engines. This was merely a detour. He beamed warmly at Marjorie. But I do get to meet young Rob's bride-to-be. So I'd say it was worth the seasickness. Marjorie's smile grew more genuine. I do appreciate that dedication, Maester Luwin, she said, giving him a curtsy. He chuckled and sat back in his chair, Catelyn Stark joining him in an adjacent chair. Luwin smiled up at Marjorie. You'll forgive me if I sit, my lady, he explained. I would prefer to not cover your lovely dress in my lunch. Not at all, Marjorie said kindly. So. Tell me of King Rob. Is he truly as valiant as they say? Indubitably, said Amerda. Luwin laughed. Yes. He's also a bit impulsive and can be unsure of how to speak to others, Luwin said. I'm sure you have no such problems, my lady. Marjorie chuckled, nodding. I suppose I don't, Maester, Marjorie said. Good. You'll teach him some of that, Luwin said. Now. Lady Stark, shall we start with the embarrassing childhood stories or simply his pratfalls in adolescence? Luwin. Catelyn gasped, scandalized. How can you be so blasé? I blame the company of the young, Luwin chuckled, and the fact that if we dress up King Rob too much, the young lady will surely be disappointed. Marjorie nodded, amused and already feeling a bit more relaxed. Certainly, the Northerners were a bit crude, a bit proud. And yet she felt more at ease around them than she'd ever felt on the journey here. No wonder they were so dangerous. And yet, so strong. She was sitting in that proof. And the smile from the old maester was so inviting. Marjorie Tyrell took a deep breath, and allowed herself a slightly more relaxed stance. Brienne too calmed down, just a tad. I'm sure I won't be, Maester Luwin, Marjorie said, but please. Tell me so I might have a proper opinion of my future husband. XXXI, the man that once did sell the lion's skin, Part 1. 299 AC, King's Landing, the Crownlands. Kevin. The docks of King's Landing stank as badly as the rest of the wretched city. Timbers creaked, ships groaned in their docks, and men chatted softly about fishing and the latest news. They all stank, and Kevin Lannister would be glad to be gone soon. That is what his brother had promised. Peace in a restored realm. I don't suppose they could take any more time to get here. His nephew, Tyrion, commented dryly. Kevin bit back a smirk, as his nephew stood by him in annoyance. All the time of eternity. And it would still not be enough. ASoIaFs have a different view o' time than us, Bronn said. Kind of envy 'em for it. Lot less bother, lot less shit to shovel. Yes, I believe they get slaves to do that for them, Tyrion observed dryly. A gigantic ship parted the morning fog, drifting up to the dock as sailors yelled at one another in ASoIaF languages. Many of the sailors were whipped by their superiors, as loud horn-like sounds echoed from within. The ship came to a stop, and the men on the docks helped secure the huge ship with lines tossed back and forth. The language of the sailor was universal, when ropes were involved. At long last, a gangplank was lowered, and a man in fine white robes walked down with a smile Kevin didn't trust for a moment. His golden chains clinked against his chest, and he gave a theatrical bow to the three men. My dear Lords Lannister, he said, I am Randall Moiraz. Thank you for greeting me. He stood up. Is one of you Lord Tywin? Lord Tywin is busy with affairs of state, and regrets he could not attend, Kevin said diplomatically. But he has allowed us to accept your visit, in his stead. I am Kevin, Tywin's brother. This is Tyrion Lannister, Tywin's own son. And this is Sir Bronn, a knight of the realm. An hero of the Blackwater, my lord, Bronn helpfully pointed out. Tyrion resisted rolling his eyes, and stepped up. It is good of you to travel so far, Master Iraz, Tyrion said to the smirking master, but we're still unclear on the generous gift being offered. Ah, Randall said with a nod. Of course. He snapped his fingers, and 2 of his attendants ran up the gangplank. The crew began lifting up parts of the deck, as much activity went on inside the hull. Presently, an entire section of the wooden hull came down like a drawbridge, held by strong chains. Out of the darkness of the ship's interior, men marched out. Each in grey leather armor, with identical helms. Each marching like machines, perfectly executed. They turned and marched on, heading for the city, as Randall grinned. Due to our mutual enemy, Randall said, the city of Yunkai and her sisters offer these generous gifts for the use of King Joffrey. They are his to command. All loyal troops who have volunteered to aid our friend the king. I see, Tyrion said tightly. Such enthusiastic volunteers. They are indeed, Randall said, still smirking. Kevin felt the pit in his stomach widen, and he took deep breaths. Sir Bronn can see to their settling in, said Kevin. Bronn started, but Tyrion nodded his agreement. Bronn sighed, and shrugged. Well lads. Let's get going. You can bring your luggage and your... Another loud trumpet left the inside of the boat, as something big stirred within, pets along. Tyrion and Kevin shared a look. And they were off for the Red Keep in record time. The meeting room in the Tower of the Hand had the small council gathered. Tyrion noted he had not been invited. Then again, neither had Kevin, so it made them square. Joffrey was grinning broadly, looking eager, as he babbled about the troops he'd seen coming into the city. They all march so perfectly, and those beasts. I can't wait to have Robb Stark crushed beneath them. No, no, I'll have him beg for mercy, with Sansa there, and then I'll crush his head. Ha! How many troops? Cersei asked Peter Baelish, who was smiling as always. About 5,000 to start. More to come, Peter said. He shrugged. This is a far better use of them than in putting down slave revolts. Yes, slaves to help oppress slaves, so very symmetrical, Tyrion commented dryly. Joffrey scowled at his uncle and his great-uncle both. Slaves. You've actually bought Unsullied, brother, Kevin said, shaking his head in disbelief. That's monstrous. So is Robb Stark slaughtering our armies, Tywin responded coldly. The king agreed, Master Baelish arranged it. And with the Reach and Dorne both in negotiations with the north, Varys spoke with a shrug, we do require an army. And what did we trade them? Tyrion asked. The dreams and promises of a losing kingdom. We are not losing. Joffrey snarled. They're all traitors and they will all be put down. Joffrey smirked. And they accept we have a common enemy, he said, as thought feeling himself clever for quoting such a line. Closer ties with Essos is good for us anyway. With such open rebellion in my kingdoms, we need friends. Yes. Import loyal, castrated subjects to replace those who rebel, Tyrion said sarcastically. However will that end badly for us? Do you have any better ideas, brother? Cersei asked venomously. Or did you waste them all on wine and whores? Kevin slammed his fist onto the table, making everyone save Varys jump. He glared death at Tywin. I would have words with you, he snarled. I would speak to my son. And my brother, Tywin said tightly. Alone. Joffrey grinned, and hurried off. I can't wait to have them kill at my command, he boasted excitedly to his annoyed mother. Varys and Peter departed, both giving nothing away. Tywin glared at his son and his brother. Well? Tywin asked. Kevin sighed. What did you trade the Essos? He asked. We're up to our eyeballs in debt, what did we trade them? Tyrion asked further. Tywin shrugged. Gold, of course, he said. The accounts of Casterly Rock are still good, despite everything. And of course. A few prisoners. A few. Other concessions. Tyrion leaned against a chair, staring in amazement. You sold our prisoners into slavery, he said in horrified amazement. Indentured servitude, Tywin said flatly. For a period of 5 years. This is insane, brother. Kevin shouted. You have any idea what the people will do when they hear of this? What about the north? To negotiate terms, one must have strength, Tywin said flatly. And we lacked it. We lost it. I have regained it again. Let the Seps click their tongues at us, they'll appreciate it when they're not under the heel of a northern savage king. And what makes you think Robb will want to negotiate with us now? Tyrion asked, shaking his head. The moment this gets out. It won't, not soon enough to matter, Tywin stated. And with the slave cities supporting us, we'll break the north. Their weapons work well enough on normal men, these are not normal men. Or beasts. Kevin sighed. And my peace mission? He asked flatly. Tywin snorted. Your overtures have been enough to delay him. Now you must stall him. As long as possible. Father, we couldn't even win just fighting the north, Tyrion pointed out. He has the Riverlands, the Reach, maybe even the Iron Isles all flocking to his banners. Dorne may turn. Even with all of the slave cities on our side, it still isn't enough. It will be enough, if we continue. Tywin looked up from his papers, glaring death, or would you rather bend the knee to the young wolf than your own family? Both men were silent for a time. Tywin snorted. So. You'd be willing to throw away all of it? Just like that, for a wolf? Tywin rose. I didn't say any such thing, Kevin began, but Tywin snorted. As long as I am head of this family. Do as I say, he ordered. Or I'll feed you to the cannons myself. He stalked off, leaving Tyrion and Kevin alone. The dwarf sighed and rubbed his chin. Well. This is a bitch and a half, he muttered. Kevin snorted. No doubt, the older man agreed. XXXII, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 2. AC 300, River Run, the Riverlands. We'd had a quiet New Year's celebration, going out to all the men in the camps to speak to them and share gifts. The morale of the army was very, very good. Even the sparrows had joined us, and we'd helped them distribute food and supplies to some of the poor people who had been displaced by this war. Religious fanatics or not, they at least had the right spirit. And finally, we'd received word that Lady Stark and Robb's new queen were coming. About a day before they arrived. The raven in question had apparently been caught in a storm, which hadn't left us much time to get the word out. Hell, Lady Olenna Tyrell's group, coming by land, would not be too far behind. Despite the speed of a steam-powered ship, the Seawolf could not go up the whole of the Trident owing to her massive size. So a wind-powered vessel had to suffice for the final leg of the journey. A little riverboat that finally crested the horizon, late in the afternoon. Robb and I stood on the coast, bannermen with flags arrayed behind them. Roose Bolton was standing with them, as was Great Jon Umber and Daisy Mormont. Dan Greenstone was nervously waiting alongside me, the little assistant a bit intimidated. I looked over at my assistant, and then back at Robb. Robb grimaced, and rubbed Grey Wind's head. The Great Wolf was whimpering a bit, and Robb stroked between his ears as the riverboat under the dire wolf flag slowly approached the dock. That crown seemed to be digging into his forehead, with how many lines there were on it. Relax, I counseled. Robb scowled. I am relaxed, he muttered. Why is Grey Wind fidgety then? I asked. He reacts to your moods. He's nervous, Robb justified. It's nothing to do with me. I stared at him intently, and Robb flushed. Maybe a little, he admitted. Meeting a woman I'm supposed to marry. What if she's evil and twisted? She is a woman, my lord, Daisy Mormont observed, that's only to be expected. Which got some laughter out of the gathered men and a few of the women, as the she-bear lady grinned. Roose Bolton stayed as stoic as ever. Robb scowled. Are my own bannermen going to mock me for being just a little? Robb tried to come up with a word. Anxious. Daisy suggested. Nervous. Roose said. Bit of a pussy. Great Jon Umber suggested. Much laughter ensued, and Robb sighed and rolled his eyes. I snickered. Come on, I said, patting his shoulder, beneath all the politics is probably someone just as nervous as you are. I'm not nervous. I'm cautious, Robb said carefully. A rose has thorns, after all. Her grandma isn't even here yet, I said wryly. Robb gave me a flat look. That's not funny, he said. Little funny, I said. The riverboat came to a slow stop, as men on shore helped the crew moor it down. A gangplank was set down, and guards fanned out on either side of the path. Robb gave a glare to all of his banners, and we straightened up. The band's not playing, I muttered. Why isn't the band playing? Mira. The little craned woman popped up from beside Grey Wind, dressed to resemble reeds, grass, and a discarded bucket for some reason, which she wore atop her head. Robb just rolled his eyes. My lord. Mira gasped. Go to the band, tell them to start playing something, I said. Yes my lord, she said. Such as. I thought hard. What abomination from my drunken mind that had infected the musical culture of this society would do. Just tell them to pick something. Now. I hissed. She ran off as the passengers ascended to the top deck. The band started up as Lady Catelyn emerged, with a woman in a cloak behind her. Following her was Amerda, looking relieved to be on solid ground again. And finally, tall and blonde and armored, was Brienne of Tarth. Who despite everything said about her, just looked plain. Kind of cute, actually, given her freckles. Like the legend of the Phoenix. The singers began, all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planets spinning? The force from the beginning. My lips twitched, as the party came up to us. Of course it would be Daft Punk I wrote when I was drunk. Catelyn reached out and hugged Rob, who returned it. She even spared one for me. She moved aside, and swept her hand to present the woman in the cloak. My son. This is Lady Margaery Tyrell, of House Tyrell, she said with a smile. The woman pulled the cloak and cowl off, shaking her hair free like a model in a shampoo commercial. It had been 10 years in this universe since I'd seen Margaery Tyrell. And the actress did not do her credit. A pointed chin, a cute nose, eyes on constant bedroom mode. I felt Rob suck in a deep breath next to me. She turned her deep, brown eyes on Rob. And smiled warmly. Your Grace, she said, bowing, I am so happy to meet you at last. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. Crooned the band. My lip twitched harder, this time due to Rob's reaction. He looked like he'd seen an angel descend from heaven, or a puppy whose master had come home early. Or just like a teenaged boy who had met the most beautiful woman in the world. It was kind of pathetic. Here he was, the young wolf, a badass who had brought down Gregor Clegane with revolvers, his wolf, his sword, and a quippy one-liner. A king defying the Iron Throne, who had won the loyalty of tens of thousands of men and women. And he wasn't able to speak a word to a pretty girl. Daisy Mormont just snickered. And Catelyn looked at us all disapprovingly. Saving most of it for me. I coughed and elbowed Rob, who cleared his throat and seemed to remember he was in fact the king in the north. Ah. Yes. So am I. Happy to meet you, Rob said. He took Margaery's hand, lifted it, and kissed her knuckles. Welcome to Riverrun. Margaery. I should go first, muttered Brienne, but Margaery shook her head, shivering slightly as the gangplank was lowered. The long summer was over, winter was creeping in, and it was far more noticeable in the Riverlands than it had been further south. She had left her more daring dresses in her chests back in her cabin, instead wearing one that barely showed off her shoulders and the top of her cleavage, but compensated with a whalebone corset that helped to emphasize her already generous charms to their best effect. If they truly intended us harm, they would not have waited this long, she whispered back as Catelyn gestured for them to join her at the gangway. And if they did mean to kill us, she nodded to where troops carrying swords, spears and various firearms were lining up on the dock. Do you really think you could stop them all? I could die trying, said the taller woman simply, and Margaery felt her heart break a little at Brienne's fatalism. She truly loved Renly. She knew what he was, knew that he would never feel the same way for her, but she loved him anyway, and to see him murdered in front of her in so horrible a fashion. She reached up and touched her bodyguard's armored arm, offering her a gentle smile, before turning in a swirl of skirts and cloak to join Lady Catelyn. As they descended the gangplank, she felt the butterflies in her stomach grow larger and more furious, like a flight of dragons, or perhaps one of the North Steam Engines, like the overwhelmingly complicated collection of pipes, tubes, cylinders, wheels, and pistons that lay at the heart of the Seawolf. Willa had been eager to explain how it all worked, caught up in her own enthusiasm, and Margaery felt she understood the basics, enough to feel like she had a flywheel and pistons at work in her belly. Come now, girl, it's not like this is your first wedding. The voice in her head sounded suspiciously like Grandmama. Northerner or not, wolf or not, he's just a boy, no different from the last, although this one may actually be capable of fulfilling his husbandly duties. That's what I'm afraid of, she wanted to shout back at that nagging voice. She had known Renly for years, liked him, been his friend. Bearing his children would have been duty, a part of the price of becoming his queen, but it was one she would have performed willingly. He was very handsome, gentle, and kind. But Robb Stark, all the Northerners had been polite and helpful on their journey, but there was still an edge, an air of restrained ferocity in the way they moved and spoke, like at any moment they could leap into action. She didn't mind admitting, to herself at least, that they frightened her more than a little. So, as she stepped onto the dock, only half hearing the alien music being played nearby, she forced herself to remember her deportment training, the manners and movements that had been drilled into her since the day she was born. He may be ugly, a giant, hairy and brutal, but he will be my husband, my king, and I will have to. Her thought broke off as one of the party waiting a few yards ahead broke free of the group, and strode forward to embrace Lady Catelyn. Tall and clean-shaven, with a mop of short, curly hair the color of old rust held back by a slender circlet of steel, unadorned but polished, he moved with the easy grace of a practiced warrior, not unlike her own brother. Instead of armor and furs, he wore a finely cut grey tunic, with only a hint of embroidery at the wrists and throat, and tight leather breeches that showed off the physique of a trained rider and swordsman. He wore no sword, but had a pair of revolvers not unlike those carried by the Manderley girls holstered at his waist, on a heavy leather belt that was buckled with a silver wolf's head, the beast's eyes glittering with semi-precious stones. After a brief whispered exchange, Catelyn pulled the king, he could be no one else, towards her with a fond smile. "My son. This is Lady Margaery Tyrell, of House Tyrell," she said. She steadied her hands and pulled back the hood of her cloak, incidentally tossing her hair artfully, and allowing him a glimpse of the cut of her dress, offering her most charming smile, her large, luminous brown eyes wide and glittering slightly, an old trick, but a good one. Your Grace, she said, bowing, lowering her eyes demurely, I am so happy to meet you at last. When he didn't immediately respond, she risked a glance up, and her heart froze. The king was just staring at her, as though he had never seen anything like her before. All at once, all her old fears rose up. She had never thought herself a great beauty. Her cousins all seemed to have better figures, more attractive features. She had always seen her chin as too sharp, her nose too pointed, her eyes too angular. Bards had been singing her praise since she was 8, but that was what bards did. Loras and Renly both claimed she was beautiful beyond compare, but in all honesty, what did they know about what made a woman attractive? After a long moment, the young man standing beside the king, with sandy brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard, cleared his throat and jammed an elbow into his ribs in a not-so-subtle reminder. Jerking into motion, the king shook himself, and took the hand she was still offering, and she felt the calluses on his fingers, the result of a lifetime swinging swords. Ah! Yes. So am I. Happy to meet you, he said somewhat haltingly, raising her hand to his lips. Welcome to Riverrun. He said softly, and she looked up to meet his eyes squarely over their hands, and she froze. It wasn't disappointment or distaste in his blue eyes. His handsome features began to smile, and she couldn't help returning the expression, this time in effortless, honest ease, as the engine in her belly shifted gears. Not disappointment at all. She felt a cold nose bump her hand, and she pulled it back with a gasp. A great dire wolf stood by Rob, massive and intimidating. How in the world can such a massive beast move so silently? She stared into his yellow eyes, and the wolf stared back. Rob glanced back to his wolf, and they seemed to share words in silence. The wolf turned back. And Marjorie held out her hand, a bit timidly. The wolf sniffed her hand. And licked it. Her smile returned. Rob smiled too. Sorry, he said, this is Grey Wind. He won't hurt you. He's amazing, she said. The man with the well-trimmed beard cleared his throat. Your Grace, my lords and ladies. I don't know about you, but I'd like to get inside. How about we continue this inside? Rob nodded. Good idea, Theon. If I may, my lady. He said, extending his arm. Marjorie took it and walked down the path, between men and women in armor, waving dozens of different banners overhead. The wolf accompanied them, as though guarding them both, and despite the size of Grey Wind, she felt no fear. Not disappointed. At all, Marjorie decided. XXXIII, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 3. AC 300, Riverrun, The Riverlands. Marjorie. Marjorie's skirts swished around her ankles as she followed behind Lord Theon as he led her in a tour of Riverrun. Lord Edmure had originally been slated to be her escort, but Theon had explained that morning that a sudden bout of illness had prevented the Tully heir from being present. A charming euphemism for being hungover, and from his expression and tone, he hadn't meant for me to be fooled in the least, yet I detect no animosity towards Edmure. These northerners, even those not born of the north, are still so very strange. Still, Theon proved to be a patient, charming and friendly guide. Knowledgeable and perceptive, he nevertheless did not direct the tour at the art, sculpture and expensive furnishings within the river fortress, but instead focused on its defenses, cunning engineering and storied history. I'm afraid matters of art are beyond my area of expertise, beyond a little doggerel poetry on occasion when inebriated, he admitted breezily as he led her across a walkway above the massive water wheel within the water tower, and he patiently explained the principle of the mechanism, which seemed to have inspired him to build similar machines in the cold, far north. It was rather like listening to the Manderley sisters speak of their beloved Seawolf and her engines of steam, if less personal and far more practiced. Winafred would recite numbers and statistics, citing facts and figures while jotting down notes of equations and ratios in a pocket notebook, while Willa's hands would gesticulate while explaining the inspiration for this or that feature, loudly declaring the power of their creation, her eyes wide and green hair tossed with enthusiasm. Theon's explanations were often simpler, using words and occasionally gesture to craft an image in the mind, vividly portraying what he saw into her own mind's eye. It was a great gift of communication, either inborn or acquired through long practice. At one point, they passed the doorway to a large ballroom, and Marjorie paused at the sound of someone reading aloud from the seven-pointed star. Looking inside, she saw several dozen women of various ages, sitting about in groups around low tables, many listening to the septa who was standing at a lectern reading from the Book of the Mother, but most were softly chatting and gossiping. It was a familiar enough sight, and many a day she had whiled away in gardens amongst her friends and kin in much the same fashion, but while she was used to embroidering or doing needlepoint, these women were doing something else entirely. She watched as one matron absently took a piece of paper, and used a wooden dowel to roll it into a cylinder. Tying off one end with a practiced motion, she picked up a small scoop, dipped it into a pot in the middle of the table, and then used a small funnel to carefully pour a black powder from the scoop into the cylinder. Then picking up a small lead ball from a tray, she placed the ball into the end of the tube, then tied off that end. The operation complete, she inserted the finished cylinder into a hole drilled into a wooden plank, along with several dozen others. As Marjorie watched, the last hole was filled, and a page rushed over quietly, removing the wooden tray and replacing it with another, empty one. She blinked. "What are they doing?" she asked Theon, who smiled. "You may know that our firearms use a black powder as fuel. Each time one is fired, a small portion of that powder is ignited, burning so rapidly it appears to explode, and the resulting gases force the projectile, in this case a lead ball, down the barrel and towards the target. These ladies are producing what we call cartridges, ready-made packets of powder and ball, ready to be placed in a soldier's kit. 40 of those can get a musketeer through just about any battle, and slay many an enemy soldier." She turned to him in confusion. "You mean, they're making weapons?" She was a little scandalized. True, making weapons and armor was considered an honorable profession in the Reach, but it was a profession, a thing of tradesmen, craftsmen and merchants, not lords and ladies of quality. Theon shrugged. "Why not? It serves the same purpose as needlework or embroidery, keeping the hands and eyes busy while freeing the mind for conversation, and has the added bonus of contributing to the war effort. Every cartridge they make could save the lives of their fathers, brothers, husbands, or sons. By sitting with their friends, they are helping to end the war that much faster. Could there be a more noble pursuit for a high-born woman?" He said it with conviction, but there was a bit of sadness in his gaze. Marjorie stared at him for a moment, then looked back into the room. The women's hands moved quickly, clearly the result of weeks of practice, and her eyes caught a glimpse of one young woman, dressed in elaborately embroidered brocade, surreptitiously lift a finished cartridge to her lips for a quick kiss before placing it aside and reaching for a new piece of paper. Suddenly Marjorie had a vision of that cartridge winding up in the hands of that girl's husband or brother, going into his musket. Her mind glossed over the details, as she was not yet familiar with how such weapons operated, and that musket spoke, felling an armored soldier who looked suspiciously like Stannis Baratheon. She was brought back to reality by Theon offering her his elbow. "My lady? If you will come with me, I believe Lady Catelyn has prepared a luncheon, and wants to tell you more of the parts of Riverrun that, as a non-native, I haven't the faintest clue about. Shall we?" She smiled, her cheeks dimpling. "Of course, Lord Theon. Please, show me the way. I look forward to spending some more time with my future good mother," she said somewhat honestly. Really, she liked Catelyn, but the woman could be somewhat clingy. Understandable, due to the injuries done to her family, but occasionally draining. "While we walk, perhaps you can tell me more about these thunderers you northerners are so fond of. I have had rumors, of course, and the Manderleys were very kind to show off their ship's weapons, but I fear I am still struggling to understand the concept." Theon smiled, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Well, it's pretty simple, actually. It's all a matter of energy." He pointed to a bow mounted on the wall. "Everything contains energy, from the dirt to us to the very world. And you can make use of it in many different ways. The energy contained by a bowstring, for instance, is significant when pulled back enough to launch an arrow when it's released. The energy is transferred to the arrow from the bow. You understand so far?" Marjorie nodded. "I believe so." "Well, gunpowder contains a lot more energy than a bowstring," he went on. "But to liberate it, you need to ignite it. And to get the most use out of that energy, you focus it along a strong, narrow path. With me so far?" Marjorie hummed. "It's like the difference between a bow with a notch, and a bow without? Or a bow arm that is weak and shaking, or one that is strong and steady." Theon nodded. "Yes. That energy, liberated, is transferred to the bullet. We leave the bullet only one path to take, which accelerates it out. It goes faster than any arrow, and hits harder because of a simple principle: mass times acceleration equals force. You have more force, you have more acceleration, and if you have more acceleration you have more force. That same principle applies to any gun, from the size of a pistol to the cannons on the Seawolf." Marjorie nodded again. "You have a gift for explaining such concepts." The Manderley sisters tried to, but it was a bit overwhelming. Theon nodded with a knowing smile, blushing a bit. "Yes. They're brilliant, really. Just not good at explaining things to ignorant nobles." Marjorie chuckled. Theon smirked. "Not what I said." Marjorie laughed again, covering her mouth gently. "I said it for you," she said. She shook her head. "This is all. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It all seems like magic, at times. How anyone could come up with such wonders. I'm sure it will end this war all the sooner." Theon grimaced, and sighed. The melancholy she'd spied every now and then was on full display. I can only hope, he murmured. Marjorie stared intently at him, her gaze filled with compassion as her grandmother had taught her. Theon took a deep breath. I never wanted this war, please understand, he said. None of us did. Marjorie nodded. I think only fools and the bloodthirsty seek it. And much to her relief, even her future husband, the young wolf, did not seem to have that kind of fury. That she could see, anyway. There are far worse things in the world to face. More important things. Worthier things to pursue, than war with men, Theon said. He shrugged, a macabre smile on his face. But that's what most people will probably remember me for. Marjorie squeezed his hand, feeling sympathy. Theon smiled appreciatively, and sighed. We had better get to lunch, Theon said. Marjorie nodded. Of course, my lord. Rob. His uncles had allowed Rob the use of his solar for doing his paperwork. Despite the warm sun and grey wind sleeping at his feet, it was difficult to feel relaxed. What was it his father said? Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. AndrewJTalon sat with him at the desk, calmly explaining each paper she passed for him to sign. As it stands, the marriage guarantees a basic military alliance, relaxed trade restrictions with the Reach, and opens negotiations for additional technologies on a per-guild basis. Material transfer on the side of the North/Riverlands alliance consists of 1,500 muskets, 1,000 pistols, 50 cannons, 50 mortars, 2,000 grenades, and sufficient powder and ammunition for all these weapons for a period of 2 months' combat to start. The Reach will in turn provide Lady Marjorie's hand in marriage 20,000 troops and logistical support to the Army and Navy of the North equal to their own army. Further provisions include providing protection and support to the Reach in event of conflict, assistance in event of natural disaster, such as flood, famine, fire. I'll sign it, Rob said quickly. AndrewJTalon frowned. I could read through the rest. I'm good, just give me the next one, Rob said as he scribbled his signature on the paper. He dripped his own wax and put his own seal on it. He passed it onto the stack of finished papers. AndrewJTalon sighed but nodded and pulled out the next one. This is the proposal for the contract to the Mechanics Guild to work in the Reach. Lady Olenna proposed a few modifications that the Guild will have to ratify. I believe it can be done with a minimum of conflict given the expansive new market. However, the lack of a formal court and arbitration system in the Reach compared to the North will complicate matters. We couldn't just allow the Guild to do as they wish. Rob suggested. Let them and the Reach sort it all out. AndrewJTalon gave him a look over her eyeglasses. He found himself pitying her future children. If you would prefer the Guilds exploit the simple people of the Reach for profit, and only granting such protections to Northerners, by all means, AndrewJTalon said in a neutral tone. Your Grace, she added at the last. Rob grimaced, and signed the paper. She set it in the small pile of completed paperwork, and pulled out another form. Remember, Your Grace, not all men are as virtuous as you, AndrewJTalon said. They must be kept in check with consequences. The leader of the Mechanics Guild is a good man, Rob said. AndrewJTalon nodded. He is good to his family, his workers, and to his king. It does not mean he will be as good to workers without similar protections. He must have incentive to behave. Rob sighed. Cynical. But probably true, the king in the North admitted. He scowled down at the desk. AndrewJTalon tilted her head. Your Grace. Just thinking. It would be so much easier if the Reach was already part of the North, he sighed. Or the Riverlands. They're accepting the reforms required to get our technology. Our industry. But even that is taking forever. Guilds arguing with noble houses. I've had to break up so many duels. He leaned back and groaned. And doing this? For an entire nation. It does sound exhausting, Your Grace, AndrewJTalon said. She shrugged. I myself enjoy organization, making order from chaos. But even I have some limits. Some, Rob said, amused. AndrewJTalon sighed. It is a difficult responsibility, Your Grace. I do not argue with it. But part of the delegation of powers to organizations is to make your life easier. We must set this up now, or it will be even harder in the future. I just have to resolve their conflicts, which only happens, every day, Rob said dryly. Having to do that for every kingdom. It is a difficult job, Your Grace, AndrewJTalon said, but someone must do it. And better one who is honorable and wise than one who is spoiled and petulant. Rob looked up with a hopeful smile to the young woman. You want to wear the crown? Rob asked. AndrewJTalon smiled gently. That would be impossible, Your Grace. Too bad, Rob sighed. AndrewJTalon patted his hand. Not that bad. She sighed and pulled up a letter. In addition, the Freys are sending their forces to join ours for the wedding, as a gift. Better late than never. I guess, Rob snorted. AndrewJTalon nodded. Indeed, Your Grace. There is one other thing. She hesitated a bit. Robb looked at her intently. What? The Lannisters are sending a party to negotiate terms under a flag of truce, she said. A continuation of their attempt at the late Lord Renly's wedding. Oh. Robb asked, a little amused. Who are they sending? Lord Kevin Lannister, and Lord Tyrion Lannister, Amerda read off. Robb sighed and shook his head. We will accept them under truce. Why not? This wedding is already going to be a circus. The more, the merrier. That's the spirit, Your Grace, said Amerda. XXXIV, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 4. AC 300, King's Landing. Joffrey. King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm, was sneaking through his own castle like a thief in the night. He was outside the office of his hand, listening in to his grandfather giving orders like he was king and not him. He had been ignored and rejected. His own loyal bodyguard, the Hound, had abandoned him in the middle of battle to go protect that stupid girl Sansa. And that pitiful imp of an uncle. His cowardly grandfather. And his own mother. They were all losing this war. Losing it. Just because the North had thunder arms. Just because they had cannons and gotten lucky at Golden Tooth. And now. They were going to try and make peace with them. The pathetic jerk who had cheated and knocked him down when they first met. The insipid fool who had insulted him and called him an idiot. And the daughters of that traitor. Both of them. He hated them all. All of them were useless. They were all useless. But Joffrey could do nothing. He was the king, and his subjects did nothing. They ignored him. None of them would even kill if he ordered them. Not even the volunteer troops from Essos would do it his grandfather commanded them. He had nobody. Nobody he could count on. All of them were useless. Failures. Off to make peace. He saw a thin, spindly man round the corner, his long robe waving behind him almost dramatically. He smiled and bowed. Your Grace. A good evening to you, said Peter Baelish. Lord Baelish, Joffrey ground out with a scowl. The older man tilted his head. Is there something I can do for you, Your Grace? Yes. Joffrey snarled. You can tell me why my kingdom refuses to obey me. Why they insist on making peace rather than war. Peter Baelish hummed. Peace, Your Grace. Oh, like you don't know. Joffrey scoffed. My grandfather gets us troops and war beasts, and he sends my imp-uncle and my great-uncle to make peace with those fucking wolves. He clenched his fists and beat his thighs with them. Peter shook his head. Your Grace, the northern weapons make direct attacks impossible, Peter said. We will never be able to match them as we are. Not even with the troops we procured will allow us an easy victory. Joffrey scowled deeper. Then why bother with peace negotiations? He whined. Peter adopted a kindly smile, something Joffrey had desperately wanted to see on his father's face. He stood beside Joffrey, offering a comforting expression and hand on Joffrey's shoulder. The king bristled. Your Grace, it is to buy time, Peter said. Time is all we can get. To catch up, to turn the tide. Wars are often won by who refuses to give in. Your father. He would not give in, would he? No, Joffrey said bitterly, but he wouldn't have just skulked behind walls and trenches. He would have struck. With his hammer. That he would, Your Grace, Peter agreed, but that is not your strength. All kings have had different strengths and weaknesses. What would you say yours is? Joffrey frowned, worrying his lower lip. I see what the true threat is. He said hesitantly. And what is that? Peter asked, patient and kind. That if no one believes their king is strong. Joffrey grimaced. They won't follow him. I have to show them why I'm king. I mean. Robb Stark has his thunder arms. The Targaryen bitch has her dragons. Peter sighed. Your Grace. Joffrey, he said, and Joffrey jerked slightly at the familiarity. Identifying the threat is only part of it. We must figure out how to address it. Now. What is our strength? Joffrey thought hard. I know what I need to do. And what is that? Peter asked. I need to strike. I need to show why I am the king. Yes. Unfortunately, unlike your father, you cannot strike with a hammer. But you can strike in other ways. What might those ways be? What is a weakness of your enemy? Joffrey thought, long and hard. They're all traitors. Peter nodded. Yes. But what's a weakness you can use against them? Joffrey struggled. Peter shook his head. It isn't a trick question, Your Grace. Just answer. As simply as possible. They're human, Joffrey began. And humans can die. Peter nodded. Yes. There is a Bravasian saying, Vala Morgulis. All men must die. Your enemies can die. But you can't kill them as long as they're protected by thunder arms. You must strike. Within. Like I did with that Stark brat. Or like I tried, Joffrey thought angrily. As though reading his mind, Peter smiled. Your esteemed uncles are going to rob Stark's wedding. What do you think will happen to the army of the North if their king dies? If the Tyrell's leaders die? If Theon the genius dies? They will lose faith, Joffrey smirked. And all they'll have left is that cripple, who nobody will follow. Yes, yes. Good, Your Grace, Peter complimented, and Joffrey felt a flush of pleasure. But to simply hire assassins? We can't allow that. We need to make our enemies fight one another. Much easier than them attacking us for revenge, don't you agree? Joffrey nodded. Yes. But who? The phrase, Peter began, are a house hated by both the North and the Riverlands. They are snubbed, ignored. But loyal to the crown. We could persuade them to go to the wedding and perhaps. Peter smiled and shrugged. Do their duty. To the rightful king of Westeros. What do you think? Joffrey nodded eagerly. I want it done. What must we do? Well, Your Grace, said Peter with a bright smile, guiding the young king down the hallway, first of all, please trust me from now on. They walked down the hallway, moving from light and shadow. As a pair of eyes watched them go. Varys, the spider, smiled and went on his way. Tyrion. Tyrion's horse jostled under him as its hoofs found yet another divot in the road, and once again he cursed the failure of the crown in recent years to properly maintain the king's road. Yes, I know, I didn't do much myself when I was hand, but to be perfectly fair, my attentions were somewhat more immediate. You look troubled, nephew, observed Kevin, where he rode next to Tyrion, sitting much more easily in the saddle, being both a natural horseman and having legs that didn't require a specialized saddle to keep him seated. Being about a foot taller, even sitting down, didn't hurt either. I must admit, uncle, that my mind tends to return to the last time I experienced a Stark's hospitality, he said, returning his attention to his companions. They were escorted by 100 red cloaks, picked men whose families had been Lannister servants for centuries. In addition, ahead, behind and on the flanks trotted the shaggy remnants of Tyrion's Hill clan tribesmen in pairs or small groups. Fewer than 30 managed to survive the horrendous experience of what was later identified as Bolton guns, a truly terrifying weapon that spat on all forms of chivalry, which made sense given the reputation of its creator. Generous gifts of swords, axes, chainmail, and helms had kept the survivors fairly loyal, but Tyrion hoped he would never have to send them into the teeth of another storm like that one. Any survivor of that would likely make the nickname Halfman a truth, preferably with a rusty axe. Seems to me it turned out all right, observed Bronn, from where he rode on the other side of Tyrion. Kevin was not sanguine to the fact that Tyrion's companion didn't quite know how to shut up, but had learned that Tyrion actually seemed to enjoy the ruffian's prattle. You got fed, watered, a nice place to sleep. A Skysell, I will ascertain, is not a nice place to sleep, unless one rather enjoys the prospect of falling to one's death, sighed Tyrion. Got your own group of followers, Bronn gestured to the clansman, not acknowledging his employer's comment, as though he had never spoken, and you met me, he jerked a thumb at his chest. Which were a lucky thing, too, I may add, as without me, you would have fallen to your death out of that moon door the little moron was so fond of, he finished with a smile. It was a mixed experience, to say the least, Tyrion grumbled. Still, I'm not exactly eager to discover if Lady Catelyn has grown more generous and forgiving than when we last met. You do, perhaps, recall that this whole, unfortunate mess began when she decided I was somehow responsible for trying to kill her child. A crime for which, as I recall, I proved you innocent, offered Bronn. A technicality, said Tyrion, waving a hand dismissively. Never forget the capability for the noble mind to ignore inconvenient facts when making decisions. Ah, but technicalities, I have found, are the very soul of law, stated Bronn, raising a finger somewhat pompously. Found that out when I was about 13, turns out, if there's no body, it's blessedly hard to charge someone with murder. Made my life a hell of a lot easier after that, let me tell you. Bronn, has anyone told you that you're in line for sainthood? Can't think they have. Excellent. Wouldn't want you to be disappointed. Kevin shook his head at the banter between his nephew and the jumped-up sellsword. We will be official representatives of the Iron Throne, envoys of your nephew King Joffrey. By all the traditions of hospitality, here and in the north, we will be perfectly safe. Yes, as long as the Northerners still consider us to be worthy of honor. Starks, I have learned, are extremely prickly about their honor, but Tullus are far less fastidious. We know that King Robb fights like his father, but his looks are far closer to those of his mother. We shall have to wait and see if his manners were learned from Eddard or from Catelyn. The trio rode in a companionable silence for a few minutes, before Bronn raised the point they were all thinking about. And just what, pray tell, do you think the young wolf will do to us once he learns that we've been selling his subjects to Slavers Bay? Now, me, I'm a practical sort of man. Live and let live is my motto, and if Lord Tywin is of a mind to sell folks who want to buy folks, well, that's his prerogative. But from what I know of Starks, selling Northerners to Slavers is something they frown on, proper like. Unreasonable sort of folk, I know, but to each his own. Immediately Tyrion recalled the fate of Yoram Mormont, the former lord of Bear Island. The northern lord had sold some of his small folk, poachers, yes, but still vassals of his house, in order to pay for his wife's luxurious lifestyle. When word had reached Winterfell, it was said that Eddard Stark had immediately called for his horse and his sword. If Yora hadn't fled to Essos, there was little doubt that he would have wound up about a foot shorter. We will just have to conclude our business before they learn of it, said Kevin. Ah, but are our orders not to delay, distract, confuse, and otherwise force the young wolf to take as long as possible before he marches on King's Landing? Pointed out Tyrion dryly. This time, the silence was less companionable, but rather something somewhat more depressing. One saw Harrenhal long before one reached it, even after a week of traveling, a massive bulk on the horizon, stones scorched and twisted black by dragon fire centuries before, reducing the proudest castle in the kingdoms to a barely habitable ruin. As they rode up the King's Road towards this spectre of the past, one of Tyrion's clansmen trotted over, thick hair and beard only lightly touched by sweat, and not at all by comb. There are eyes upon us, Halfman, he reported. I have not seen them, not with my own good eye. He jerked a thumb at his remaining orb, the other socket long empty, but they are there. The wolves know we are coming. Tyrion bit down on the bile rising in his belly. At least while riding up the King's Road, he could distract himself from the moment. Now, it was here, and he couldn't decide if he were terrified, or elated, terrified at the prospect of being captured and imprisoned by enraged Starks, again, or elated at the chance to once again play the game, with his life, those of his companions, and indeed the entire realm as part of the stakes. Then it is a good thing that we are not trying to sneak up on them, he said aloud. We want them to know, Sir Bronn, he said formally, have the men break out the banners. We will fly the Golden Lion, the Black Stag and the Burning Chain, he smiled, naming the sigils of House Lannister, House Baratheon and House Bronn. We are, after all, envoys of King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name. The formalities are expected, and likely to improve our chances of getting out of this alive. Or it might offend them and drive them into a maddened frenzy. Well, what was life without a little risk? Riders ahead, called one of the Lannister knights, even as the banners were being raised. Tyrion raised a hand to shield his eyes, and peered ahead. Yes, there were about a dozen horsemen approaching down the road, and carrying the grey banners of House Stark, as well as the red and blue of the Tullus. And, black and green? Even as the column halted, the knights easing their swords in their sheaths, he prodded his horse to ride a little ahead, to get a better look. Get back, you fool, ordered Kevin, but Tyrion ignored him. If they have us under observation, as my good clansman suggests, then I think they could have killed us 100 times over in the last few hours. At least this way I can see, yes, he said triumphantly, I recognize that banner in the van. It's the Black Bear of Bear Island. It was indeed, and it was being carried next to the lead rider, wearing a green and black tabard over black and chain mail. As they grew closer, he noted that despite the warrior garb and mace on display, the rider was remarkable slender. As the Northerners came to a halt, that leader removed its helm, to reveal the bowl-cut black hair framing a feminine but strong face. Ho there, she cried, walking her horse forward, leaving her standard bearer behind. That's quite far enough. There's little love for Lannister banners in this land, state your business. Tyrion bowed from the saddle. My Lady Mormont, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tyrion Lannister, of Casterly Rock, late the hand of the king, and now envoy and plenipotentiary to the court of King Robb Stark. We come bearing the messages and greetings of King Joffrey, on this auspicious occasion, the wedding of your noble lord. My companions, he indicated first Kevin then Bronn, Lord Kevin Lannister, and Sir Bronn, of the Blackwater. We have, he pulled a small parchment from his belt pouch, a letter of passage from your king, allowing our party to pass through your lines and attend the festivities. As if you didn't know that, you wouldn't be here if you weren't expecting us. Daisy Mormont reached out and took the letter, briefly glancing over it, and Tyrion could almost feel his men-at-arms resisting the urge to make jokes about northern whores trying to pretend to be able to read. Please, continue to resist, lads, he thought furiously, hoping that at least some would spontaneously develop the gift of hearing his thoughts. Then she looked up. Fine. There is a camp up ahead, where your men can stable their horses and pitch their tents. Unfortunately, she said with a smile that was more wolf than bear, we cannot allow them to go any further. Having Lannister swords loose in our own camp will only lead to misunderstandings. Tyrion fought down the urge to retort loudly. Our invitation, he insisted, mentioned that Lord Kevin and myself would be allowed an escort. Daisy nodded. Exactly. Which is why he's going with you, she nodded to Bronn, who jokingly pointed to his chest in a questioning manner. Yes, you, she growled. See? I'm sure that will be quite sufficient, especially for the honorable members of such a distinguished house. Tyrion sighed. You know, you're much more subtle than your uncle, he observed, even as the Northerners started to prepare to march. So many have said, the Northern noblewoman noted. Oh, and just to ensure your comfort, I ensured to bring along someone to help you feel welcome and at home, she gestured to one of the riders, who doffed his helm to reveal a familiar face. Sir Lucas, Tyrion said with a suddenly dry mouth. How, very good to see you again. The young knight's eyes glittered with amusement. Likewise, Lord Tyrion. I hope this time our time together is not interrupted, and comes to the appropriate conclusion. 7 Save me from Northerners and Riverlanders who think they're so clever, he thought wretchedly as the column formed up to march. Omek _non_canon _mon shroud _Melisandre. Melisandre. In her quarters, with only the light of her fires and the shadows they casted for company, the Red Priestess prepared herself and the implements at hand for the ritual that was about to be preformed. After meditating upon the fiery glory of Arhillar, and intoning sacred spells of invoking, she reached with her left hand toward the first reagent of her right. A dagger inscribed with runes of curse and sigils of shadow, she grasped it and quickly sliced the blade across the palm of her right hand while continuing her chanting. Then, setting down the blade, she reached for the next item. It was a very good photograph, an original too, a mere copy would have cheapened the magic, it had to be. An image of another, bound by blessed light itself, was truly a miracle in a way that the Westerosi had truly no way of knowing. If they did though, perhaps they would not have invested in such marvels. Such an exact portraiture of another, created a connection in a way that only those knowledgeable in the higher arts could make full use of. And make use of it, she would. Dripping the red blood from her palm upon the image, Melisandre called upon the powers of shadow, in the name of the Lord of Light, to bring low the enemy of his champion, Azor Ahai. When the calling was finished, the now blooded image was cast into the flame. It was a pity, she thought afterwards, that an individual who brought such fire of spirit into the world with his innovations would be undone by one his most simple of inventions. But, sacrifices were required in the days to come when the long night came. Omek _canon, but irrelevant to the main story for the most part, Satsuma read the press and its development alongside war, 882 AL. Eddard Shorthand considered himself a nameless peasant like so many others, yet his acquired last name had set him apart from the farmers and miners which had made up his company for the past few months. A last name was a sign of nobility, wealth, or valor, and Eddard didn't himself noble or wealthy and had never done anything worthy of a medal, yet he still held respect among these veterans despite not shouldering a thunderer alongside them. Perhaps the respect was just as when a pig farmer's third son had questioned him about his strange-looking notes after interviewing some of the soldiers. He'd mentioned that it was shorthand, that it allowed him to write as much information as possible in a short amount of time. He supposed that the raucous cheers of shorthand he received after that were initially jest, yet the name stuck and he'd started to end his articles with what would be his full name. If he was to be Eddard Shorthand, it wouldn't be a moniker like the young wolf, he would embrace it fully, convention be damned. And he supposed the respect he earned was the short correspondence from the conscripted men of the 3rd Regiment of the Rills that he would attach to the bottom of his article, and the correspondence he would receive in return. Generally written by village or town heads and on occasion a child's, but no doubt dictated by the wives and family of the men. Lady Joelle Sirwin was a nice lady, he mused, purely for the fact that she ensured that correspondence would return. Initially, after the first message from the 3rd Regiment, it took 2 weeks to locate the named members' families and garner a reply, but things became quicker now, only taking days. He received a letter of commendation from her and an invitation to what would have amounted to a small feast which Eddard assumed was to be a gathering of press officers, as they had been called, much to the chagrin of actual officers in the military, as many hadn't seen the lady in person, to happen after the war had come to the end, of course. He supposed it was to also be a strategy meeting like what commanders would have to ensure the best outcome for their forces. Lady Sirwin's force in this case was the Westeros despoiler. The fact that other press officers had begun to be embedded in other units so to do what he did made Eddard happy, and it did wonders for the men and boys who fought the war, raising their morale significantly. Press officers would often be the bearers of good news or well wishes from family members, which led many men and boys to tears. Eddard had also tried to bring bad news back up to the north after a small skirmish ended particularly bad for the 3rd Regiment, with 200 of their 1,000 men dead for only 300 Lannister men. He had spent 2 days gathering all the information he could so that the families could be given closure. Only to receive a stern-worded letter from Lady Sirwin herself that his article for the next issue had been blinked, black inked meaning censored, due to concerns for public morale towards the war, yet that she appreciated his concern for the families and commended him on his initiative and exhaustive efforts in identifying the dead. She also mentioned the fact that the families would be contacted by the local militia lieutenants quietly as to their fathers' and sons' sacrifices, and that other press officers would be contacted to adopt his practice to the best of their abilities. Eddard had raged towards no one for an hour after receiving the letter before coming to his senses and realizing that it was in fact probably the best thing to do. He then quickly left his senses by getting blind drunk with some of the conscripts. Eddard never considered himself important or a hero or a man of legends, yet it cannot be denied that Eddard Shorthand, inventor of the writing technique that takes his last name, was an important individual in the development of journalistic culture and was later seen as a champion of the peasantry as it became clear how many families had been informed of the passing of their loved ones due to his techniques. They achieved closure which few ever would in such a brutal time. Eddard is personally attributed to discovering the identities of 2,000 dead men and boys, yet his dedication to ensuring closure for those who had little despite the actions of Theon the Clever, which gave them a great amount more than their grandparents would have had, led to his death. While his depression in later life can be attributed to multiple sources, it is highly likely that the task of learning the names of the dead and the families they would no longer share their lives with would have pushed him much further along that path. His suicide at the age of 54 was mourned as a great loss by the journalistic community, with obituaries for him appearing in all papers across Westeros. The modern-day practice of identifying war dead can be traced back to his selfless actions in such a small piece of history when compared to the overall War of Five Kings. Rickon Shorthand Quilson, Professor of History at the Humanities Institute, Winterfell University. Extract from the press in its development alongside War, 882 AL, which was posted in the Westeros Despoiler on the anniversary of Eddard Shorthand's death in the year, 886 AL. It's 2:30 am here, so quality is potato. Omek_canon, future, _jaunt Hestrider _Westeros TV channel flipping. Trying something here. I hope all this is far enough in the future that is does not tread of AJT's toes. It's meant OB channel surfing. Click. The shot opens on a tall man in glasses standing in front of a grand entrance. He is dressed in jeans and a darkly colored sweater. Good evening. My name is James Mormont, historian for the King's Landing Royal College. What I am currently standing in front of is the Theon Greyjoy wing of the Winterfell Museum of Science and Technology. He turns and walks through the entrance, to a grand hall, with rows upon rows of display stand, each of them protected with thick glass and a velvet cordon around each to prevent people from standing too close. Within these walls, James gestures to the contents of the halls as he walks, is housed the single largest collection of the original manuscripts, drawings, writing and designs by Theon the Clever Greyjoy, save perhaps the King's Landing Academy of the Arts, where his songs, plays and stories are on display, including his original draft of Macbeth. The man stops beside a single podium at the end of the room. The camera moves in close to display the charred remains of a single leather-bound volume. Although Theon Greyjoy was a prolific writer and was known by his contemporaries to keep meticulous notes, this is all that remains of his diary. From what little that is legible, it is apparent that the contents are written a code that we have only just begun to decipher. He looks directly at the camera. So what do we know of Theon Greyjoy? By all accounts of his contemporaries he was a genius, perhaps the first true maester in the modern use of the word, a scientist, writer, artist, and adept politician. We know in broad stroke the events of his life. The broad strokes of his life are well known, as are the details such as the date of his marriage, yet almost nothing is known about the man himself. Over the course of the next few episodes, we will walk in his footsteps, from his birth on Pike Island to being held hostage to the Starks in Winterfell, to the War of Five Kings and beyond. We will delve into the notes and writing of his contemporaries, see just how much his very presence has changed the nature of the world, and perhaps gain a little understanding of the man whose very name has become synonymous with genius, the man who has come to be known as. Text appears on screen. The father of modern world. With James Mormont. Click. In other news tonight, Dr. Ariane Smith has been awarded this year's Kyburn Award for her work on genetics. We were able to speak with the good doctor before the award ceremony. Cut to a red-haired woman holding a small statuette. Her face is flushed and she is smiling widely. This is huge honor. I had never thought I would be nominated, let alone win. Could you tell us a little about your work? Absolutely. This is first time that we have been able to make use of Theon Greyjoy and Dr. Kyburn's original theory of. Click. The shot of two men standing in a garden, one with his back to the other, who is dressed entire in crimson. I don't care, his world says our love is wrong, the man in crimson pleads with the other, how can something that feels so right be wrong? No, the first man shakes his head. He turns and it is obvious he is on the verge of tears. This has gone on for long enough. You must go, Ramsay. Before someone finds out. Please, Theon, the man in crimson begs, you cannot mean that. I. Click. The shot of four suited men sitting around a table. I think the Northern Bank has made a strategic error in their acquisition of the Iron Bank. A second man shakes his head. I disagree. It is a gamble, but I think it's a bold move by the Northern Bank. Despite the current financial difficulties that the Iron Bank faces, if you take a look at their assets, the Iron Bank is still fundamental in sound position. I think, a third man interrupts the first two, what we're both forgetting is that the Royal Securities Commission may not allow this acquisition. I think it would stray a little too close to monopoly for their liking. If you'll recall the attempted merger between Bolton Fuel and Martel Petroleum. Click. The camera focuses on a reporter and a man dressed in robes holding a staff. The two of them are standing in front a large forest. In the background there are numerous figures in a variety of clothes. Some of them chaining themselves to the trees. Greenseer Weld, can you tell us a little about your protest? These are some of the oldest natural weirwoods in all of Westeros. What the Iron Corporation is attempting here is nothing short of crime. Click. Omake_canon_make it right. A slightly more serious Omake. He stood in the middle of Winterfell, everything burnt out and hollow, the peasants are living in fear as the Boltons ride by. No, it is thriving with happy people. Traders from all over, with goods and technology foreign to this world. He continued his walk, passing by the kennels. Where he lay among the dogs at night, small, reeking. Forever broken. He shook his head, and simply saw the dire wolves at rest. Sansa was tending to her wolf, and looked up at him with a smile. Hello Theon. You traitor. You monster. You killed them. You killed them. My brothers. He shook his head, and managed a smile. Hello Sansa, he said. Everything doing all right? She nodded with a bright smile. He nodded back and continued on his way. Robb was practicing with his revolvers, Grey Wind watching attentively as his master hit every target. The head of the wolf is on his body, as he is paraded around on a horse. Frey Bannerman chant the king in the north. Mockingly, laughing as the bodies of the Stark loyalists lay at their feet. Might beat you one day, Theon, Robb said with a smirk. Theon looked at the target and smirked a little back. He drew his revolver, took aim. Bang! 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 Robb stared in slack-jawed amazement at the bullets, all in the bullseye. He looked back at Theon, who blew the smoke from the barrel of the gun with a grin. One day. Long time coming, Theon said, spinning the revolver around his finger. And he dropped it. Robb laughed as Theon sighed and reached down into the dirt for his weapon. Looks like you still need to work on that, too. He laughed. Thanks Robb, Theon said with a chuckle. He walked off, as Catelyn glared at them across the courtyard. Must you do that here? It's bad enough Robb shoots those things off, she huffed. Her neck slashed, Catelyn Stark was carried up to the top of the twins and tossed into the river. Her body sank into the water, anguish written into every line of her face. Gotta keep in practice, Theon managed. Catelyn sighed, and shook her head. Just be more careful, she admonished. Ah! Lord Theon! Lord Theon! Called Dan Greenstone. Theon looked over and smiled. Dan! My brothers! You killed them! Turncloak! The boy gasped. Theon glared at him, illuminated by the fires of the burning mill. He slashed his throat with his sword, and let the boy fall over, dead. Lord Theon? Are you all right? He asked. Theon rubbed his face and nodded. I'm good, I'm good. What is it? He asked. Dan grimaced. Ramsay's back. With his latest invention. What's your name? Theon Greyjoy Urk. Reek. Theon Greyjoy. Reek. Reek. Ramsay was practically prancing with a bright grin. What are you up to? He asked. Just the usual, I said modestly. How about you? I just invented a rotary cannon. Wanna see it? Ramsay said cheerfully. It blows right through bandits. Wanna see that, too? I took deep breaths. Ramsay frowned. Theon? You all right? I nodded. Yeah. I'm fine. Just. Somewhere else. Ramsay tilted his head. Yeah, we all go there. My places are always grisly and have unicorns, too. I laughed loudly. Long and hard. Enough. Ramsay began to laugh, a bit uneasily. We were getting stares. I grinned at Ramsay. Let's go see your cannon, Ramsay. Sure Theon, Ramsay said, blinking. He smiled. Sure. They headed out of the gates, people going about their lives. No war, no burning remains. Not yet, a dark thought rose in Theon's mind. He grimaced. Not yet. Not ever. Omake_canon_gladius_terrible as an army with banners. 300 AC, the King's Road. The thudding of marching boots and the rattling of drums filled the heart of Roose Riswell as he sat astride his horse, a shaggy northern courser, and he smiled as he watched line after line of soldiers pass him by on the way south. Every one of them wore the same uniform, black trousers, black boots, grey coat with stamped steel breastplate, grey cloak and bassinet. More, each carried an AC-297 Thunderarm, and had a cartridge box with 40 rounds of ammunition at their hip, with 60 more in their packs. As well as their spare clothes, mess kit, assorted tools, part of their squad tent, a bedroll, sewing kit, first aid kit. Roose shook his head as he imagined marching even on decent roads with such a load, but thanked the old gods for making him a noble son of House Riswell. At least I get to ride a horse. As a new block of troops approached, their sergeant bellowed out, "Regiment! By the left! Present, salute!" As one, the marching soldiers of the 3rd Royal Rifles slapped their fists to their breastplates, and he returned the gesture, a feeling of pride welling up in him. He commanded the 1st Brigade, a completely new force in the north, a brainchild of Theon Greyjoy, like so many others, but brought into being by first Eddard, then Robb Stark, with input from a dozen lords, sellswords and adventurers. These were men sworn to the north, rather than any individual lord, so the colour parties that preceded each regiment carried the grey dire wolf of Winterfell, and the wolf-shed banner of the king in the north and the trident. Mostly small folk, bastard sons, merchants, bakers, servants, his men came from all over the north, called by duty, by the lure of excitement and adventure, of having a chance to see more of the world than their little crofts or shops. They were not fine lords or mighty knights, but they were Northmen, hard and true. He had wanted to march south many months before, when the war first started, but the king refused. "Your men are not ready," he had said, as he watched the recruits fumble their drill, in the bivouac outside Wintertown. "Many of them already know how to load and shoot, and some are even fine shots, but they need more, they need steadiness, discipline, experience in moving quickly but in good order, how to give orders and take them. Most of the small folk already marching to my banners are enthusiastic enough, but they won't stand up to a charge by Lannister heavy horse. I need to create a force that will stand in the face of all the 7 hells of the new gods. They need to be able to fire 3 rounds a minute in the line of battle, and not flinch when the enemy is firing back at them, or charging with lowered lance. These men are fine iron, Roose, I need you to make them into castle-forged steel. And I've done that," he whispered to himself as the men marched past. Each regiment was supposed to be a full 1,000 men, but sickness, injury and, very, occasional desertion lowered their numbers, so that of his 5 regiments, none numbered more than 900 or less than 7. Each regiment was also trailed by a battery of 6 storm hammer guns, fresh from the Winterfell arsenal, giving the brigade a total of 30 artillery pieces. Only the officers were mounted, with the only other horses pulling the guns, limbers, supply carts, ambulance wagons, commissary carts, portable forges. 7 southern hells. There were even small units of camp followers behind each regiment with horse, officers' wives and mistresses, all organized and trained to march alongside the troops, and to contribute to the army when encamped. Camp followers attach themselves to armies, there's no stopping that. All you can do is make sure they realize who's in charge, and that they know that the army won't slow down for them. Many of them wore bits and pieces of cast-off uniforms, trousers and coats, and the regimental surgeons ensured that they were healthy and fit to serve. There's never been an army like this, not on this or any other continent. "You said something, sir?" asked Captain Morcar Flint, his aide, who sat on a horse next to him. Like Roose, Morcar wore the same uniform as the marching troops, if made from finer cloth and better tailored, with the simple twin silver bars of his rank pinned to his epaulets where Roose wore a single gold star. Unlike his general, Flint carried a pair of double-barreled Thundercloud caplock pistols on his saddle brow instead of the chromed Mustang revolver that is strapped to Roose's leg. The swords on their backs, however, were basically identical. He smiled. "Nothing, Captain Flint." He pulled on the reins and tapped his horse's flanks with his heel, getting it moving. "Just glad to finally be on the march." As he headed towards the head of the column, his aide and bodyguards riding behind, he heard the familiar but still unsettling wail of the pipe band provided for the brigade by the chiefs of the North clans, at the request of Lord Greyjoy. At first he had been annoyed by the instrument's harsh, grating, multi-tonal howl, but over the months he had grown to appreciate it, and combined with the rattling of snare drums and thumping of boots on the King's Road, it produced a most martial affect on the heart. "Come along, Captain," he called out behind him, removing his helm and waving it, causing a roar of approval from the regiment he was riding past. "We've got a wedding to attend, and then on to war. To war. At long last. Omake_Cannon_Chris O'Farrell_ meanwhile, in Slaver's Bay. Omake, meanwhile, in Slaver's Bay. Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen was reading and enjoying the experience. This was not unusual, mind you. But it was what she was reading that might have been slightly surprising. A newspaper. They had been something of a novelty when she had been introduced to the concept, after Sir Barristan had saved her life and introduced himself. Seeing him carrying one, she had asked in curiosity what it was and he had handed it over, explaining its purpose to her, to her disbelief. The idea that thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of copies of a book, of sorts, could be produced every month, filled with the very latest news and events, spread far and wide to keep people updated, small folk and nobility alike. Preposterous, surely. And yet, here it was right in front of her. A product of these new printing presses that had come out of Westeros. Such a simple, yet elegant and, well, clever concept and a sign of just how much things were changing back in her home. Newspapers had not caught on in Slavers' Bay for whatever reason, but Bravos and Pintos at least had embraced the concept and were also printing their own newspapers. The Titan Times focused mostly on business and the Pintos Post, which seemed to be little more than every scandal and rumor in the Free Cities condensed into neatly organized columns. She had not wasted too much time on those after she had found a trader in Astapor who sold the newspapers, delivered by trading ships that came from the Free Cities. There was little demand for the Westeros Despoiler, the North's newspaper, and by far the most polished and useful of them all, so she had been able to buy dozens of issues cheaply and voraciously consumed them as she waited for the good masters to assemble to hear her offer for their Unsullied this afternoon. She had read about Westeros, of course, many times. The book Sir Jorah had given her for his wedding had been one of her few companions on the first weeks of her travels with her husband and his Khalasar, and she had felt a yearning for the home she had heard so much about but never seen. But they were books of history. Fascinating to be sure, but impersonal and general. These newspapers on the other hand were the exact opposite. It was almost as if she could look through a window at life in the Seven Kingdoms. Mostly in the north to be sure, as the newspaper was written for northerners, but each issue had an eye-on section for each of the other 7 kingdoms and even occasionally some news from the Free Cities. News from various royal courts and other grand meetings that gave her insights into some of the most powerful people in the realm. Talk of the sweeping and fascinating changes that were running through the north as new industries and technologies were embraced. Delicious scandals that brought houses into disrepute, fashion changes as new clothes become all the rage among youth to the editorial dismay of older more conservative commentators. For the first time ever she felt that she had some kind of an understanding about the life of the people she dreamed of returning to. And the more she read, the more she started to realize her brother's few comments about the North he had made to her over the years, that they were backwards tree-worshipping treasonous barbarians, were either gravely misinformed, or gravely out of date. Or, quite possibly, both. If the newspapers were telling the truth, and it was surprisingly hard to argue with the almost magical photographs showing things in such detail, from Winterfell's new threshing machines to White Harbour's new shipyards to the crane at Moat Cailin being used to help rebuild it, then the North had become a dominant power, perhaps the dominant power in the 7 kingdoms. Embracing new technology and industry that had exploded across the land, changing everything from the way small folk lived to the fashion sense of the ruling house. And as she saw, slowly changes were spreading further south, especially in the riverlands, where pictures showed clusters of new water mills springing up all over the place, producing everything from flour to steel. But what did that mean for her? And her plans to retake her family's throne? She had her dragons, yes. And yes, Aegon I had forged the 7 kingdoms with the power of his 3 dragons and a bare handful of soldiers. But his dragons had also been fully grown, trained, and ridden by Targaryens who knew exactly how to use them. She had but babes, barely able to feed themselves, that she could neither ride nor truly command. And even if they were fully grown, she knew that dragons were not invincible. She had read in Sir Jorah's books about the dance of the dragons. More than one dragon had been slain or crippled in that civil war, albeit at great cost, by normal people with bows, arrows, and lances. And as she read up on more current events, she saw that the North had increasingly little need for such primitive weapons as pictures of the sinister-looking cannon showed being mounted on the wall by the Night's Watch showed. Could the fire of the Targaryens have finally met its match in the new fire of the North? Yet beyond all of the questions of tactics and battles, a deeper question had started to worry at her like an itch she could not scratch as she read through pages that lauded the success, growth, and invigoration of the new North. The question of not how, but if she should return to the 7 kingdoms. Her brother had of course dedicated his life to that goal, been obsessed by it, sacrificing anything and everything, even her, to gain it. He had ever been repeating tales from their contacts across the narrow sea with a fire in his eyes that for the longest time had made her think he truly was a dragon, tales of a people desperate and longing for the return of their true king. Of the villages secretly making dragon banners and singing songs calling for their return when the cruel forces of the usurper were not looking, of the smoldering rage in most of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms that needed but a spark to burn away the traitors and restore all that was good and right and proper. Yet as she read through the newspapers, she saw nothing of this. Granted, she knew that such stories would hardly be published if they were, but it seemed to her that far from a miserable dystopia, that the North, and probably the rest of Westeros, were genuinely content with their situation, with no desire to upset the status quo. Unprecedented wealth was being generated by the small folk as they seized new opportunities and possibilities with both grateful hands. There simply did not seem to be any sign of the massive discontent or seething injustice her brother had ranted about. Nor did her knights have any indicator of the same. Nor did any of the Free Cities papers that talked about the 7 kingdoms. By all accounts, most people were simply living their lives, and in the case of the North, rejoicing in the steady improvements their leaders were delivering to their quality of life. Her doubts over her chosen course and cause had only deepened when she had found a feature penned by Theon Greyjoy himself. A man she had seen talked about almost in as much awe as Eddard Stark, who apparently was responsible for most of the changes sweeping across her home. Titled The Mad King: The History of Aerys II and written for the anniversary of his death, it would have been easy to simply dismiss it as propaganda from a loyalist of the usurper. Except for the fact that both Ser Jorah and her new companion, Barristan the Bold Selmy, had gently admitted to her, after reading it, that everything it claimed was true. The authority of the words of Theon the Clever Greyjoy had been made even more damning by the way he fully acknowledged the highly successful early years of her father, until the defiance of Duskendale where he had been taken prisoner, the humiliation of which the Greyjoy speculated was the genesis of his madness, or at least the trigger which had pushed it out of his ability to control. After that had come the increasing mood swings, the paranoia and violence. Burning alive his supposed enemies without a trial or even evidence, even to her horror, growing to include roasting children on spits in the throne room. And if that hadn't been hard enough to make her feel sick, what had come next, the words insisting that her father was well known to have raped and abused her mother? Ser Barristan again had grimly confirmed he had stood post outside their bedroom door several times, hearing the screams and cries of her mother as her father had had his way with her. And something had died in her heart reading that, realizing that there was a very good chance that she was the product of such a union. Highly unsettled, she had moved on to the next issue in the pile after that, and its cover page had done little to settle her down. It was a special edition with a full-page picture on the front of a man she recognized as Robb Stark, looking serious, imposing, and she admitted to herself, rather attractive in a rugged primitive kind of way, with his hands resting on a sword and a giant wolf, a dire wolf, next to him looking as intimidating to her as she supposed her dragons might appear to others. And below this picture in large, clear text, was a single unambiguous word. War. She had heard of the recent chaos in the Seven Kingdoms from Ser Barristan, of course, although he had left the Seven Kingdoms shortly before the conflict had truly started beyond small skirmishes in the Riverlands. Here, however, the Westeros despoiler had put forward the North's formal declaration of war, written by Robb Stark himself and outlining their grievances clearly and cleanly in a well-written piece titled Why We Fight. After she had read the paper and passed it to Ser Jorah, her friend had needed some time alone, later admitting that he had felt no small amount of rage when he had read of the events that had taken place in King's Landing. He had asserted strongly that all the North loved and respected Eddard Stark and their rage at these events would be enormous, saying that it simply wasn't possible that Eddard Stark could have committed treason. Indeed, the paper which had covered the shocking events in King's Landing had quoted sources with names suppressed for their protection in claiming that Ned Stark had only confessed to his crimes because Joffrey had threatened to do to his daughters what the Mad King had done to his father and brother, with him watching the whole time. Bending only to try and save his daughters from a horrible death and getting executed for doing so. Indeed, he had pointed to the words of Theon Greyjoy, his only words in this special issue alongside lengthy speeches from other Starks and bannermen in that newspaper, as perhaps the greatest and truest words of wisdom yet from the famous man. Saying in one sentence what others took pages of furious denunciations to put forward. I fear that all King Joffrey has done is to awaken a sleeping giant, and fill it with the most terrible resolve. The words were very poetic, but as she read on, they also seemed chillingly prophetic. The North had struck with a fury and speed that she didn't think anyone had expected, even capturing Jaime Lannister in their first battle. Ser Barristan, who had served alongside the man, had seemed to be shocked at the news, having been certain that no one would ever be able to take him alive. And to the Lannisters, surely the sense of shock would be far greater when they saw the picture of the Kingslayer sullenly standing there in chains. It seemed that all the skill in the world with a sword had not helped the man when he had run into one Torrhen Karstark, one of Robb Stark's bodyguards, as he tried to cut his way to the young wolf. Torrhen had used something called a sawn-off viper to blast the Lannister knight off his feet to crash to the ground. Stunned, a swift boot to the head from Great Jon Umber quickly ended his participation in the battle, and witnessing their champion felled so casually, the remains of the Lannister force had swiftly thrown down their arms and surrendered. Indeed, the Kingslayer falling to Northern technology seemed to be a precursor for how this war would go on a larger scale. Quite impressive maps in the next issue made following the war easy even for her, showing the movements of armies and locations of engagements. Combined battle reports from Eddard Shorthand and others alongside photographs that didn't attempt to hide the ugly aftermath of war. It showed the Northern army seeming to be as unstoppable as the winter itself as it marched south, smashing anything stupid enough to get in its way. Indeed, so successfully was the progress she would have dismissed most of the words as exaggerations or propaganda, if not for the pictures of fields littered with bodies in Lannister livery, and columns of lost-looking Lannister prisoners being led into basic but surprisingly hospitable-looking prisons. Shell shock. The paper helpfully supplied the term for the hopeless look in their eyes. Another valuable lesson learned: pictures in newspapers were arguably a more powerful weapon than the North's mighty cannons. They spoke with an authority almost beyond question because she could see exactly what was claimed. Even she, despite trying to hold a skeptical and neutral mind, wanted to believe what she saw without question. The combination of the words and pictures was almost magically intoxicating. Truly, The amount of information presented about the North's campaign would have otherwise been unbelievable given how valuable it had to be to an enemy, but Sir Jorah had pointed out that by the time the paper was published, it wouldn't be anything the Lannisters' generals didn't already know in terms of movements and rough strength and how badly their own forces had been mauled. But to everyone else in the kingdoms who read it and passed on the stories, the news would show a single message that would be made abundantly clear. The North is strong. The North is coming. The North remembers. And the North cannot be stopped. Perhaps the best example of this propaganda had been the newest newspaper to arrive, which had a full-page picture on its front page. Simply labeled Justice, it was the so-called king in the North standing atop the corpse of the mountain that rides at the Golden Tooth. Sir Jorah had been stunned upon seeing it, grabbing the paper from the pile her blood riders had just purchased that day as they waited for their afternoon appointment with the good masters, and the shock in his face was soon shared by Sir Barristan before they had handed it to her. Her curiosity over their reactions and the picture of a massive figure lying dead had given way to shock and horror as she had read the article on the page over leaf, however. For it had spelt out not simply the horrible crimes this man had performed against the people of the Riverlands, but also his shocking confession just before he died of what he had been done to her good sister, niece, and nephew in the Red Keep so many years ago. First I killed her children. Then I raped her. Then I killed her. She had not been prepared to read that and had needed to leave for her room when she felt her composure slipping, weeping behind closed doors for a time until she could regather herself. Her horror and shock had eventually passed to a morbid curiosity as she had continued to read the paper in private, which had taken the time to recount the infamous life and legend of the man now dead at the hands of the young wolf, with a unique northern point of view. Apparently, the slaying of her family in King's Landing had been a sore point between Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon. She had been initially skeptical of the claim, but again Sir Barristan had confirmed that it was common knowledge in the Red Keep that Ned and Robert had gotten into a heated shouting match with each other over the matter. Ned horrified at what had been done to innocents that Robert Baratheon had dismissed as dragon spawn. Then, adding that during Eddard's short reign as Hand of the King, Ned Stark along with himself had been the only people to object to Robert's plans to assassinate her and her unborn child, even to the point of resigning his position over it until the events that led to the war had overtaken them all. Now, as she idly read through the rest of the newspaper not dedicated to war, the column from Oberyn Martell was highly entertaining, probably mildly blasphemous and certain to make Lannister teeth grind from its thinly veiled insults towards their family. She couldn't help but measure herself against Eddard Stark. By all accounts, a true leader beloved by his people to the point that they were almost a realm gone mad with rage as they poured into the south, determined to dig the incest king as he was often named out from the Red Keep stone by bloody stone if they had to. Who did she have who would fight for her that way? She had ever been convinced that her duty was to return home, to take up the throne that had been stolen from her for the good of the people. Even now, she was here to try and purchase a slave army to help accomplish it, and why? Because she didn't have anyone in the Seven Kingdoms who had declared for her banner. Oh, there were rumors and speculation from Sir Jorah and Sir Barristan aplenty about loyalists who would jump at the chance, but increasingly as she read about the civil war and her family's legacy in the Mad King who had apparently deserved the title, she wondered how much of that was truth and how much was wishful thinking. Her brother had not become known as the Beggar King and sold her to her late husband because he had plenty of other options after all. If she returned to the Seven Kingdoms, with an army of slave soldiers and 2 knights as her only supporters, she might be able to take King's Landing, but to what end? How many bannermen would then stand for her? How many would stand instead for the lords they were even now fighting and dying for? How many would stand against her, horrified at the supporters she had for her claim? She had seen it in the eyes even of a man who had sworn himself to her, the respect for Eddard Stark that still burned him, despite the fact that he had been the reason for his exile. How many people from Westeros did she have who would look that way at her? Exactly 2. No. No, she couldn't simply sail into King's Landing and expect all to bow before her. An all but unknown girl with a name who had not spent one day in their lands, what reason did they have to bow to her? Even if her dragons were full-sized and ready to fight, even if the North did not have its new technology that might make her trump card ineffective, what kind of queen would she be, what kind of rule would she bring if all that kept people bending the knee to her was the threat of being burned alive? The Mad Queen they would call her. Like father like daughter. Energized, she started to realize that her thinking had clearly been backwards. She had been thinking like her brother, not thinking for herself. It wasn't enough to have a claim to the Iron Throne, she had to prove herself worthy of the people she wished to rule, to lead. To prove in their eyes that she was worthy of King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms after her father had served them so poorly. She saw in these papers that Robb Stark had no real desire for the Iron Throne himself, declaring himself the king in the North and Trident and independent of King's Landing, although she suspected he could be brought back into the fold with calm, careful and patient negotiations and a ruler worthy of his and his people's allegiance. So the question remained, how would she prove herself worthy? Sighing, she leaned back in her chair, rubbing at the back of the neck as she stood and walked to the window of her room, hoping some fresh air might clear her head. She had an excellent view of the city and ocean beyond, but her attention was drawn down to the street as she heard a cry of pain. There, no, the street below her window, a group of young boys were being dragged through the streets, probably no older than 5 or 6 years old. Dressed only in loincloths and with their wrists bound to the boy in front of them, pushed and yelled at to keep moving by a number of cruel-looking men. They were crying, staggering and looking terrified to the point that her heart seized up as one hopeless gaze momentarily met hers before glancing away in fear. One of them stumbled and at once was set upon by the man leading them as the boy pulled the rest to a halt, whipped twice harshly. Screams tore from his throat and another of the boys further up the line cried out in response in mangled Valyrian before the guards rounded on him in turn and he started screaming under the lash. Her stomach clenched at the word. Brother. Feeling sick, she realized that these were a new group of children being dragged off to be turned into more unsullied, including Chloe's family no doubt taken in some raid or war and sold off to the wise masters. Quickly they were hauled to their feet and forced to continue forward with the group, sobbing and terrified until they moved out of sight around the corner. And she realized that not one person on the streets had so much as glanced at the event. Not the masters who walked past without slowing down with utter indifference. Not their slaves, who shuffled along behind them, their eyes downcast and blank as their chains clinked softly. And as her eyes slowly tracked up from the street, they happened to settle on the giant harpy that squatted at the edge of the city in the far distance. And in a moment of perfect clarity Daenerys Stormborn Targaryen knew exactly where she would begin her quest to prove herself worthy of the Iron Throne. XXXV, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 5. AC 300, River Run, the Riverlands. Marjorie. The River Run battlements offered a beautiful view of the Red Fork, and the large army camp down below. Marjorie enjoyed watching from above, seeing the soldiers jogging in groups, practicing with weapons, eating, relaxing, fishing even a few went swimming, enjoying some scandalous hooting from a few lower-born ladies. A continuous stream of convoys of carriages and wagons arrived hourly, bringing supplies and taking back everything from mail to the seriously wounded. All of it under banners bearing a great grey dire wolf, with the accompanying house banner. The wind blew up the smells of hot steel, outdoor cooking, and the rich fragrance of the trees, and Marjorie sniffed it in with a soft smile. "Good morning," said a familiar voice, and Marjorie resisted her urge to jump. She looked coyly over her shoulder as Robb approached, his wolf padding by him in equal silence. It had become a bit unnerving, the fact her future husband and king could move so silently. Like a predator. But she'd soon discovered her king's weakness, and it was a very pleasing one to her ego. "You could have announced your presence in a more intimate fashion, Your Grace," she said with a warm smile, just adding a hint of sultriness. "After all, you caught me completely by surprise." Robb's cheeks burned red, and even his newly grown beard did nothing to hide it. I thought it impolite," Robb said gently. Marjorie smirked a bit as he stood beside her. She scooted up next to him, and rested a hand on his forearm. "You are king. And you do enjoy hunting, so why not stay in practice?" she asked softly. Robb coughed and laughed at the same time, unsure of how to react. "You'd like me to hunt you?" he asked. "Is that not how wolves do it?" Marjorie asked, sounding almost innocent. She stroked Grey Wind's head, and the dire wolf breathed out in a sigh of pleasure. Robb snorted. "Wolves meet under moonlight and howl at the moon." "How romantic," Marjorie said, beaming at him. "Do you howl well, my lord? Or do you need help?" Robb coughed, and gripped the battlements. Marjorie smiled, and squeezed his forearm. She offered a gentle nuzzle to his shoulder, and he rubbed the back of his head like the unsure teenager he was behind his kingly nature. "I think I could teach you a few things, my lady," he bit back, defiant. Marjorie laughed, covering her mouth. "Oh really? Like what?" she asked enchantingly. Robb licked his lips, and found himself staring into her eyes. Well, wolves. Mate for life, and are ever loyal to the one they choose," he said, wincing internally. It clearly sounded better in his head, and Marjorie chuckled gently. "That's good to know," she said. "I'd hate to think you'd pass me up for the next piece of tail to make you howl." "Why you haven't made me howl?" Robb protested. Marjorie slowly tilted her eyes up, and smiled at the now very red king. "Not yet." "Oh, for the sake of all the gods, will you two kiss already?" Theon's voice sounded, making them both look around. The genius was nowhere to be found, and Robb scowled. "Theon! Where are you?" "Over here," his voice responded, sounding a bit distorted as though he was yelling through a wall. Grey Wind's ears perked up, and he padded over to a box sitting on the battlement. He took it in his teeth, and pulled it off. A strange horn-like contraption. Robb blinked in disbelief, and kneeled down to examine it. "Theon? What is this?" "Well." And Theon himself walked up the stairs to the battlement, wearing an odd contraption. The first part went around his neck and looked like an oversized crown, with the rounded peak in front of his mouth. The second part was a very heavy-looking backpack, covered in wires and cylinders. Think of it as an electronic raven. Instead of sending text though, I can send sound. Rob's eyes instantly brightened in astonishment, and Marjorie had to admit it was indeed almost miraculous. You mean that radio thing? You perfected it? Rob asked excitedly, studying the device with an almost childlike glee. Thean shrugged modestly. Well, I figured out how to build it. Qyburn and Lewin figured out how to make it tough enough I can lug it around like this without breaking anything. Range is still pretty limited, maybe 2 miles. A heavier set on a balloon might extend it out to 8, maybe 10 miles. Thean grimaced. Sorry it's not better but... Thean, you've created a miracle and all you can do is apologize that it isn't better, Rob laughed, hugging his brother in all but blood. Just think of the possibilities for the army with this. I have, Thean said with a smile, which is why we're checking out about a dozen of them with the army commanders. We could get maybe another dozen done and sent down here in a month, maybe 2. Good, Rob said with a nod. Just in time for us to march on King's Landing. Thean frowned. Thought you were going to let the diplomats have their say. Rob looked out at the army, and sighed. I am, he admitted. And if we work out something, then they won't. But I won't stop preparation in case we must. Thean nodded. Right. He turned to Marjorie with an apologetic smile. Sorry to interrupt your time together, my lady. But you know, enthusiasm at scientific progress and all. I quite understand, Marjorie said, hiding her disappointment. Thean picked up the radio transceiver set, scowling a bit at Grey Wind, who had tried to chew on it. No. Now stay and try to help your king with his smooching, he is just absolutely horrible at it, Thean said. I mean, he's got to kiss her tomorrow evening and they haven't even practiced. I don't need practice. Rob protested. And you ruined the moment. Thean shrugged. Maybe you can fix it. He looked at Marjorie and winked, take it easy on him, first time and all. I mean, he didn't give you that wolves made for life thing did he? Marjorie managed to keep from laughing, as Rob glared death. Aye that is not a thing I do. You just did though, Thean said cheerfully. And yes, if she had a tail, it might be wagging. Grey Wind jumped on Thean and licked him with a growl, pushing him towards the stairs. Ack! Hey! No fair! Thean cried, as the wolf chased him off. Rob glared after them, exasperated, his eyes. Were they yellow for a moment? Maybe just Marjorie's imagination. So. We were having a moment, Your Grace. Marjorie asked gently. Rob flushed, and rubbed his temples. I am sorry, my lady, he said, I know southern manners are more refined, and my men are all assholes. Marjorie asked. Rob stared at her for a moment, and then smiled. Yeah, he said. Marjorie laughed, and wrapped her arms around his waist. She looked up at him. Well, assholes they may be, but they might have a point, she said coquettishly. Perhaps you do need some practice. It wouldn't hurt, would it? Well, Rob managed. Marjorie smiled, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him briefly. Which turned much longer, as his arms came around her and their lips and tongue began to melt and heat exploded across there. Rob! Catelyn Stark barked. Rob separated from Marjorie, face red. Mother! Wait until the wedding night! She cried in exasperation, shaking her head before she turned back to the handmaidens, Amr Dahan and Ramsay Snow. Now you are sure the lights and speakers will be set up properly by tonight? Of course, Amr Da said, adjusting her glasses. The Frey band has already arrived and they'll be playing back up to my band, my lady, Ramsay said with a smirk. The North knows how to rock, after all. Catelyn sighed. Fine, but not too loud. Loud is the entire point. Ramsay protested as they passed by. Marjorie and Rob watched them go, and looked back at one another. Maybe we should practice. You know. Somewhere more private. Rob asked. Marjorie smiled gently, and kissed his hand. I think you're quite fine for tomorrow, she said. Rob's face fell a bit. But don't worry. We will practice all you like, after the wedding. And he smiled. Grey Wind howled, and his blush grew worse. Grey Wind. Marjorie giggled. Oh make, amidst a company of men all golden. The young Griff sighed at his father's John's visible despondence. Ever since Lysan Omar had found old issues of the Westeros despoiler being sold in Mere only a year ago, Griff's adopted father and mentor John Connington had led all efforts in keeping up with current events in Westeros. What the sergeants and the officers had gleaned was depressing, to say the least. After reading of the North using their advances to successfully cut a wide swath through Tywin Lannister's forces, Captain General Strickland had been even more reluctant to have the Golden Company declare for the young Griff, who'd only recently been told that he was actually Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name, and the only true heir to the Iron Throne of Westeros. Oh, the Golden Company had caught snatches stories about the North's newfound prosperity. How could they not? It seemed like the free cities could talk of nothing else for the last few years, even beyond their petty wars with each other. The Northern Westerosi idea of newspapers had been quickly echoed in Bravos and Pentos, being the first and most visible of what was already being considered the most visible change in Essos in recent centuries, the likes of which hadn't been seen since the loss of Old Valyria. Young Griff had heard that Volantis was putting out their own publication. Called the Triarch Tabloid, the first newspaper of Volantis mirrored the Pentos Post in that it was all about sensation. If the headlines weren't squawking about scandals or murders, they were spreading rumors and gossip about the nobility. Not even the Triarchs were safe from the reach of the first ever Volantine publication. These days, anyone in Volantis who could read now picked up a copy of the Triarch Tabloid simply to fuel their new hunger for gossip and entertainment. The paper's contents became new fodder for discussion at social gatherings, after all. Even the nobility and Triarchs got into the act in the end, using the tabloid to obliquely attack their rivals and social and political enemies in the editorial section, which quickly got so big that it became a tabloid within the tabloid. But while the Golden Company saw the Triarch Tabloid as good for laughs, the Westeros despoiler had worried Captain General Strickland and his officers. Since the Westeros despoiler listed current events in Westeros, even if it was focused on the north where it had been founded and established, it still gave a first-hand and up-to-date inside look at the wheeling and dealing involved of the north's new prosperity and social change. Even its small folk were getting in on all this action, and that never really happened aside from the odd lucky merchant. There had even been rumors that the Company of the Rose was actually becoming interested in Westerosi current events in ways that they hadn't been ever since their band had first been founded. This publication had been quite forward in displaying signs of the North's new wealth and ever-growing standard of living. The concept of photographs, which apparently captured the image of something so that it could be put on paper, allowed for greater insight into House Stark's new wellspring of riches than anyone might have conceived of at first glance. Such was the case with the Golden Company's overall focus, the North's brand new weapons. Theon the Clever. Boom's Squid. Thunderhammer. Stormbreaker. Whatever anyone cared to call him, Theon Greyjoy was the man ultimately responsible for giving the North the new tools they needed to crush Tywin Lannister's forces underfoot in battle. Because the gods hadn't made men equal to each other, that fact was plain as day to anyone who cared to look at life beyond their own lives. No, Theon Greyjoy's weapons had made men equally vulnerable to death, thanks to his new weapons designs that the North had taken up with such enthusiasm. The effects of Theon Greyjoy's work came to a head in issues of the Westeros despoiler plastering pictures of corpses in visible Westerlander livery that revealed the horrors that could be achieved by new northern weaponry. Gruesome wounds that tore off hands and arms and legs. Castle walls damaged by the effects of something that was not the work of any known type of siege weapon. Corpses with pieces of skin and even flesh flayed from bone. A lucky shot of armsmen in a Lannister host being hurled every which ways away from an explosion of dirt and flying rock, even into their own comrades. Men torn in half at the knees and the hips and even at the chest. All in all, a very big obstacle to the ambitions and claims of Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name. But what had really driven home the image of northern military superiority was the recent Justice issue of the Westeros Despoiler, its front page depicting Ned Stark's son Robb, newly crowned king in the north and the Trident, standing triumphantly over the corpse of Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides. Known all across Westeros as Tywin Lannister's preferred attack dog, this latest issue had also disclosed the mountain's history of rapine, rape, murder, and indiscriminate violence in general. Nothing new to anyone who'd been exiled from Westeros in the last 15 years, but the article had also revealed that the mountain had admitted to raping and murdering Rhaegar Targaryen's spurned wife, Elia of Dorne, and also killing her 2 children. Just before Northern Valor had succeeded in killing him where all previous attempts had failed. Septa Lamore had later explained to Aegon that the boy that everybody thought was him had actually been a stand-in, arranged by a figure called the Spider, whilst he had been spirited away to safety beforehand. But this image of Gregor Clegane's corpse had been the stick that broke the elephant's back with Harry Strickland. Between the images of the mauled and mutilated corpses and survivors, and the officers' fears over the idea that the rest of the world had yet to see the full force of the North's new weapons, homeless Harry had refused to land in Westeros. They would have to face the North in battle eventually, he said, and he had no intention of seeing his men or elephant war mounts being torn to pieces by northern weapons. Especially since they seemed to have no way of countering Theon Greyjoy's advancements on the battlefield. The officers of the Golden Company had agreed. John Connington was despondent. Harry Strickland seemed content to fight in the disputed lands on behalf of Myr, and Septa Lamore was of no help at all. These developments left Aegon adrift, still devouring every scrap of news from Westeros, including that recent article from his uncle by blood, Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, but able to do little else. Maybe the news of his Aunt Daenerys setting herself up in Slaver's Bay could change things. XXXVI, The Man That Once Did Sell the Lion's Skin, Part 2. AC 300, King's Landing. Tywin. The small council meeting was held without the king, as per usual. Joffrey was off doing something with the Lannister army forces, something useful, Tywin hoped, but it would probably be too much to ask. The way things were going though, it wouldn't matter if the little brat was finally displaying some common sense. The newspaper in his hands was ample proof of that. The large picture on the front, of Robb Stark and Margaery Tyrell meeting and gazing into each other's eyes under the North's banners with such saccharine expressions. Royal wedding announced, Tywin sneered. Signals new alliance between the Commonwealth of the North and the Reach. The seamstress Kiera Malls is booked to make the wardrobe for the entire wedding party and. What is this nonsense? He crumpled the paper up and tossed it aside. Mockery. Mockery and japery, that's all it is. His daughter nodded in agreement, holding her own newspaper. Why she was here, he didn't know, but he tolerated it as long as she said nothing foolish. We are supposed to be maintaining a truce, Lord Hand, Varys observed, spreading such news improves their morale and the morale of the North. While, sad to say, ours is not nearly as robust. This newspaper concept is really quite amazing, Peter Baelish said, a copy open in his hands. Giving away so much information. And yet not needing to hide it. Why should they? The power they have ensures it comes off as bragging more than anything else after the fact. I've seen Kiera Mall's work. Strictly overrated, Pycelle sniffed. He received many strange looks for that. The Grand Maester shrugged. Poor fashion is bad luck for a marriage. It might bode well for us. Tywin looked heavenward for some kind of sign of reassurance. None was forthcoming, so he looked back at the small council in disgust. Yes, and if I have need for a Grand Master of women's frippery, I shall consult with you. Tywin snarled, and Pycelle winced. He sighed and sat back down, rubbing his chin. His nephew, Lancel Lannister, was sitting uneasily at his side in his father's stead. If I may ask, my lords, Lancel began, a foolish question to be sure, but it seems impossible that we couldn't have seen this coming, correct? He gained many stares, and he flushed a bit, particularly under Cersei's gaze. Tywin didn't know why. Tywin instead looked at his masters with a wry expression. A foolish? No. A sensible question, Tywin said with a nod. Not a surprise it would come from my brother's son. Lancel flushed again. Tywin looked at Peter Baelish. After all, surely the master of the coin had some knowledge of the North's expanding economic fortunes. Tywin asked directly. Peter just smiled. My Lord Hand. My Lord Lancel, do understand that at the time, the prosperity of the North was a boon to our kingdom and to the crown, Littlefinger said. Indeed, their tax revenues had more than tripled over the last 5 years. But the fact they kept much of this new technology to themselves. That was a bit unusual. Plotting insurrection all this time, Cersei said. It wouldn't surprise me, the beasts. And that squid with them the worst of the lot. As much as I would like to agree, Your Grace, Varys interrupted, the revolution in industry of the North was most likely not intended for use exclusively against us. Indeed, given Theon Greyjoy's status as a hostage, it is more likely he was attempting to please the late Lord Stark. Varys folded his hands in front of himself, and indeed, who could have foreseen the events that led to this war breaking out? Only our beloved king knew his own mind. And now we pay for his foolishness, Tywin snorted. A sleeping giant indeed. A sleeping giant foolish enough to brag about their wedding to the people, Cersei sneered. Don't you see, father? This is a moment of weakness. We could strike now and out in the open, our forces are easily annihilated, Tywin said. This has been demonstrated time and again, or have you failed to notice the absence of your brother at my side? Tywin's sarcasm shut Cersei up, and he was able to ignore her petulant scowl. He looked to Pycelle. Grand Maester? You were going to report on our progress with thunder arms of our own. Oh, yes my lord, forgive me, age catching up, Pycelle murmured, leaning forward. Many nobles have donated their thunder arms once bought as novelties or hunting weapons before the war, of course. Reproducing them is proving a bit troublesome. Especially in the sheer numbers compared to the North. If you have to melt down the Iron Throne to make enough, you will, Tywin said coldly. He looked around. Any other significant news? He glanced at Varys. The spider smiled. Lord Kevin and Lord Tyrion have arrived at the wedding safely enough. Your esteemed son and nephews remain in good health, albeit still prisoners. As long as they are not attacking, my son and nephews can wait. A bit longer, Tywin managed. Cersei squeezed her eyes shut. In the meantime, continue preparations. Baelish. You promised us the veil. You will deliver it. I do as my Lord Hand commands, Baelish said with a smile and a bow. The council broke up, everyone leaving. Save for Lancel, who sat anxiously at Tywin's side. The Lord of Casterly Rock looked over at his nephew with a scowl. Yes. Uncle, Lancel began. He paused, but steeled himself to continue. My father. He told me he was trying to bring peace. By allowing the North and the Trident to remain independent, and my grandson king of half a kingdom, Tywin sneered. He sighed. Yes. For now, he admitted. The problem with your father's plan is that the cold won't stop the North. They can survive longer in it than us. He looked at the ceiling. Come spring. We might have thunderers of our own, but the confidence of our banners? That we won't have. Tywin stood up and stalked to the window. Lancel watched him, and his lord uncle sighed. We have 2 kingdoms, at best. How many will Robb Stark have before the end? 4? 5. He gripped the windowsill. We're suspended by a thread. We could run, Lancel suggested. Tywin spun around and glared, but Lancel gulped. I mean, if the worst comes to pass. What, and go into exile like the Targaryens? Tywin sneered. Nobles begging for a favor. Connections with Essos. Might make that easier, if we do it now, Lancel suggested. I don't like to run, uncle. But with the way things are going. Tywin glared at him for a long time. Lancel fidgeted, and looked aside. Sorry, he murmured. Go tend to your troops, Tywin said flatly, prepare them. Lancel nodded, rose and walked off. He passed by a girl wearing a shawl and a bandana over her mouth, which got her a strange look. The girl went by, carrying a plate of food and water. She entered, and set it on the table behind Tywin. Tywin turned back from the window, and raised a pale eyebrow. What are you wearing? He asked. The girl averted her eyes. A mourning shawl, my lord, Arya said. My family has been taken prisoner in this war. Tywin stared at her. And slowly nodded. Humph. I've never cared for such traditions. He looked out the window, but you may continue to mourn as you wish. Thank you, my lord, Arya said, keeping her gratefulness to a proper level. Tywin looked back outside, and Arya took the chance to grab a newspaper. There's no need to hide it, Tywin snorted, and Arya paused. You want a connection with home, do you not? He looked back at her. And I keep track of the newspapers. Arya lowered her eyes. Yes, my lord, she said softly. You do sneak around a great deal, Tywin observed. When one is a northerner in the heart of their enemy, one should be cautious, Arya said carefully. Tywin smirked. Think you'll lose favor with me, girl? Many northerners have here, my lord, Arya said. Tywin nodded. And you've seen their heads on the keep walls, he said. Arya was still for a long, silent moment. Tywin shook his head, and took some of the bread and cheese from the plate to eat. I don't blame you for resentment. He sighed. I too know how it was to be weak. My lord? Arya asked. Tywin looked aside, far into the past. My father was a kind, generous man, who lacked the will to be a lord paramount. He let everyone, lowborn or highborn, walk all over him. Humiliate us, humiliate our family. I had to put up with such humiliation time and again. He looked at Arya with steely grey eyes. And it brought about rebellion. The rains of Castamere, Arya said. Tywin smirked a bit. Familiar with that bit of history, girl? Your stonecutter father take an interest in Westerland histories. I just like reading about sieges and battles, Arya said. And knowing the difference between the strong and the weak. Tywin nodded. Good knowledge to have. Dangerous knowledge, he said. What have you to fear from me, my lord? Arya asked innocently. I'm just a serving girl. The old lion slowly nodded. Yes. And the north was a backwater. They held gazes for a time, Arya's heart pounding in her chest. Tywin looked back to his meal, and rose. I have too much work to do, he said. Take the rest for yourself. Thank you, my lord, Arya said, as Tywin headed out. She sat in the chair, nibbling on the food. Poisoning him wouldn't do any good, too obvious. Too easy. No. She had to make it look like an accident. She glanced at the newspaper, and smiled a bit. Her brother was marrying an annoying girl. But he was still winning. And Theon was still by his side looking as irreverent as always. And her mother. She sighed. It was risky, it was. But she knew she had to do it. So with that in mind, she folded her newspaper under her apron and headed out. Sansa. An hour later, Sansa Stark found a copy of a newspaper sitting by her door. She stooped to pick it up, but was stopped by the hound. He picked it up and made sure there was nothing amiss. And then handed it to her. Your brother is getting married, he grunted. Sansa looked at it, and smiled softly. Yes, he is, she said quietly. She thought she heard something, and looked behind her. A serving girl with a shawl was bustling down the hall. She didn't know why, but it let her hold her smile a bit longer. Omake_canon_gladius_on_ on the logistics of thunder. AC 300, King's Landing. Grandmaster Pycelle frowned as he hobbled over to the workshop's table. I hope there is an excellent reason for bringing me here, Master Kirk. I was in the middle of counseling a young lady on the intricacies of. Grandmaster, I don't care who you've been diddling, we're in trouble, interrupted Kirk, who was one of the senior craftsmen on the Thunderarm project. Pycelle's eyes became clearer as he focused on the younger man. What in the seven hells are you talking about? He asked, fingering the links on his long chain. Look, we've got all these Thunderarms, Kirk gestured behind him, and true enough many such weapons were stacked against the wall and on tables, along with other related paraphernalia. Notice a pattern? Pycelle frowned. I'm afraid I do not, he admitted. Exactly, snorted Kirk. He reached over and picked up a hefty musket, the stock ornately carved and chased with silver. Here's a pretty typical one. Good workmanship, lovely decorations, good action. Quality weapon, really. Now, he pointed to the table, where a pile of lead balls were sitting. Grab me one of those. Anyone? Putting aside the dignity of his position for a moment, Pycelle hovered his hand over the pile, and examined the balls, then picked one of the largest ones. Here, he offered it to the craftsman. All right, let's see if it fits. He put the butt of the weapon on the ground, and placed the ball at the muzzle, only for the ball to sit there on top. That's the problem, right there. Speak plainly, man, I have no time for your riddles. Kirk sighed. The ball is too big, it won't fit in the barrel. Then use a smaller one. It's not like you're trying to decipher Valyrian glyphs, you know. Grandmaster, the problem is that each of these weapons requires a certain sized ball. Some, he lifted the ball Pycelle had chosen, are this size, what the Northmen call a .70, or 7/10 of an inch across. Well, it's smaller than our good Westerland's inch, but that's not important. It's far too big for this musket, which requires a ball no larger than .65. Issuing balls this size to our Thundermen would be worse than useless. Pycelle groaned. Then we must find the smallest required ball size, and issue them to each of our men. I'm afraid that would not work either. Part of the way these weapons work is that the ball must be large enough to almost fill the barrel, too small, and it falls out, or fails to fly far from the barrel when fired. No, the fact of the matter is that we have need of at least 8 different types of ball, and we have to issue only the right size to each man. True, every Thunderarm was sold with a mold for ammunition, but few of these came to us with them, their owners having thrown them away, or didn't think to include them when they sent them to us. We are working to make new molds, but it is damnable complicated to get it right, and a Thunderarm with the wrong ammunition is little more than a clumsy club. Pycelle sighed. I see. I can understand why this has you perturbed, most frustrating. And that's not the worst of it, Kirk continued, and Pycelle raised an eyebrow. We've seen reports of northern musketeers making incredible shots, fully 300 yards or more. Yet when we try and replicate this, we find that our own men are quite incapable of matching their range. It doesn't matter how good an archer we find, or how long they practice, beyond 100 or so yards, a musket is completely inaccurate. Often, it doesn't just miss the target, but misses so badly we cannot find the ball afterwards. Pycelle blinked. I had no idea the Northerners had such an advantage. Do you have any idea of how they manage this? Kirk ran his fingers through his hair. No. Oh, I've got some ideas. It seems that if the ball is sized just right, and only barely fits into the barrel, it seems to fly further and straighter, but that's not enough to make the kind of shots they do. He hesitated. There is something, though. He reached into a pocket of his apron and pulled out a misshapen lump of lead. One of our men came back with a bullet wound. They had to remove his arm, but when they did, they found this in the wound. We think it's the bullet they fired at him. The Grandmaster turned the object over in his hands. It looks different from ours. Kirk nodded. Yes, and that's got me thinking, maybe there's something different about their thunder arms, something that makes them shoot straighter than ours. I think it has something to do with the shape of the bullet. See, it looks like a helmet, rather than a ball, long and pointed. Or at least it did before it flattened on the soldier's bones and flesh. Could it be something like, he groped at the air, as though reaching for ideas, how a galley cuts through the water better than a river barge, because the bow is sharper? Like a sharp knife through meat, rather than a butter knife. The grey hair shook his head. I'm afraid the magics of the Northmen are quite beyond my understanding at this time. The Citadel has some of their best minds working on it, but we are many years behind, as before now there was little interest in the Northmen's toys. He looked up. Do we at least have any success with making our own thunder arms? Kirk shrugged. The big ones are easy enough, although you've got to watch them. Pack in too much powder, and they can blow up like the Doom, and you've got to train up a new crew to replace the dead and wounded. And like the muskets, they're nowhere near as long-ranged or accurate as the ones the Northmen use, but already we're making better ones than Lord Tyrion had made during the siege. I mean, those worked, but not well, and we had to scrap most of them after. The muskets, well, finding good steel for the springs in the flintlock mechanisms is hard, but we've managed to improvise. He picked up a roughly crated musket, heavy and unlovely. Instead of the familiar action, there was what looked like a length of cord attached to a metal arm. This is a kind of rope that we've treated with some gunk to make it burn slowly, the alchemists put us onto it. Dangerous fools, complained Pycelle. Maybe, but it works, continued Kirk. So, the slow rope burns slowly, so you can light it before the fight, but when you're ready to fire, you pull on this lever we modified from a crossbow. He placed the weapon at his shoulder and wrapped his fingers around the long lever beneath the action. It lowers the arm here, he squeezed, and the arm moved down, pressing the end of the cord against a hole in the barrel. And when the slow rope touches the powder in the hole, it goes off. Said Pycelle. It seems, somewhat less complicated, if inelegant. And dangerous, added Kirk. I haven't been working with these weapons long, but one of the first things we learned was that any time you have something burning around loose powder, it's likely to cause things to explode. And even with our best iron barrels, they sometimes explode, too, we have no idea why. He sighed in frustration. Sometimes I wish we could just use crossbows, but I've seen a man pick up one of these for the first time, learn how to use it in a few minutes, then after a couple of hours practice is able to hit a target, if it's close enough. Even crossbows take longer to master. So, to sum up, said Pycelle, we have a good number of muskets that are not as accurate as those of the Northmen, nor as long-ranged, that are hard to keep supplied with the right ammunition. We can make our own muskets, but they are not as good even as those we already have, are slower and more dangerous to use, and even less accurate. Can we at least make them in large quantities? Not really. Because all the parts need to fit together a lot better than for a crossbow, we can't even have different craftsmen make each part, so that every musket requires a single craftsman to make it, which slows things down a lot. I've heard stories about the Northerners making these in huge numbers, in large factories, but I honestly have no idea how they're doing it. I really wish I did, he said, his face growing sad. I am a loyal Westerman, Grand Maester, and a loyal subject of the Iron Throne. I want to do all I can to ensure our victory over the rebels, but I can't just wave my hands and create piles of weapons. I'm not the God's damned Greyjoy. I'm just not. XXXVII, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 6. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. The Frey procession approached the Riverrun castle with their band playing as they marched along. Their banners flew proudly in the wind, alongside a few supporting dire wolves. No doubt, Robb and the rest of my family were already waiting in their finest, Robb soon to be bride alongside, with Tyrion and his uncle and sellsword also at hand. I wasn't. But not for lack of trying. Come on. Come on. I hopped on one foot frantically, trying to pull the boot on. I lost my balance and slammed into the mirror. URK. Gah. There was a knock at the door. Theon? Theon, come on. Catelyn called. You're going to be late. I can see them from the windows. I'm almost done. I shouted. I cursed as I got back up, and rubbed my shoulder. Ow, ow. I stomped on the floor, and grinned as the boot finally got on. Yes. Finally. The mirror I'd slammed into fell over, shattering into several pieces. I sighed, and rubbed my cheeks. Damn it. Catelyn opened the door, dressed in her finest dress. Embroidered lace lined the hem, as well as her elegant collar. Her hair was in a high bun, making her look a bit like a school marm. The disapproving look she wore completed the picture. Theon. What in the name of the seven are you wearing? And what did you do to your mirror? Well, these new boots still need to be broken in, I explained, brushing off my jacket. So I broke the mirror with your boots? Catelyn asked. I shook my head. No. No, I didn't. And what is this thing? She reached up to the red bow tie I wore. And this jacket? And this shirt, why? She shook her head. You look. It's called a bow tie, and it's cool. Bow ties are cool, I insisted. Catelyn sighed and rolled her eyes. The Freys are on their way and here you are, dressing like a clown, she mumbled. She reached up and adjusted the bow tie. And this is crooked. It's supposed to be crooked, I said. Catelyn scowled, and I sighed. Oh fine, it isn't. There, Catelyn said. She lowered her hands and looked down. I frowned. Lady Catelyn. Sorry. You do look nice, she said softly. For a clown, right? I asked with a smile. She didn't return it, and I rested my hands on her shoulders. Mother. Catalan sighed heavily, her shoulders shaking. Stannis. After what he did, I talked to Lewin. He knows a few possibilities, but... She looked back up at me. Do you have any options for protecting Robb from that? That witch? I sighed. Well. Maybe. Magic is not really my domain, I said, science is. And science and magic. They don't work well together. Please Theon, Catalan insisted, please. Promise me you won't let it happen to Robb. Please. I worked my jaw, saw her pleading expression. I knew all the difficulties and problems I would have with her request. And I sighed, and squeezed her hands together comforting. I promise, Mother, I said. She smiled, sniffing a bit. She wiped her eyes, and looked aside. Thank you, Theon, she said. She looked back. I know that. It hasn't been easy on any of us. Not you either. Losing 2 fathers. I held her gaze steadily. I let out a long, sad sigh. As far as I'm concerned. I only lost one, I said. But it hurts enough for 2. I gave her a hug impulsively, and she returned it. I stroked her back, and smiled. My mother. There was no other word for her. And if nothing else, I'd win this war and save the world for her. And Robb. And Bran, and Sansa, Arya. Rickon. All of them. All of them. We arrived in the courtyard just soon enough to see the main gate open up, and the Frey procession came in. Their band was playing something archaic and kind of boring. Not to mention kind of playing it badly. Marjorie gamely hid her grimaced, and Robb didn't even bother. Sir Loras, Brienne and Amrita stood with us, and Marjorie's brother groaned audibly next to me. Ugh. Are all Riverlanders tone deaf? He mumbled. No, just polite enough not to point it out, I observed. Loras shook his head. My grandmother is going to love this when she gets here, he sighed. Relax, Ramsay's band is much better, I said. Loras looked at me, curious. Are you sure? Completely, I said with a confident nod. I'm so glad to hear you say that, Theon. Chirped Ramsay, and through long practice I kept myself from jumping. Loras wasn't so lucky, yelping in his armor. He looked at the beaming Bolton bastard in shock, and I gave him a kindly smile. Well, it's well deserved, I said. Everything set up. Amrita scowled. Of course it is. I ensured it. Just wanted you to know the music side was all set, Ramsay said with a grin. He tilted his head at me. What are you wearing? It's a bowtie, I said patiently, they're cool. It looks a bit too flamboyant, doesn't it? Asked Loras. I stared at him in disbelief, as did Brienne, Ramsay, Amrita. Even Catalan and Robb shot him incredulous looks. Marjorie just smiled warmly at her brother. Seriously, did everybody know Loras was gayer than Christmas? I'd known him for about an hour and already I got it. I mean, I didn't judge him harshly for it, he was a damn good warrior and a good brother. But seriously, one of the worst kept secrets ever. This from the Night of Flowers, I said. Loras smirked, and brushed his hair back. When you've got it, flaunt it, he said. The phrase finished filing in, parting for a litter. A bannerman stepped in front of it, and cleared his throat. The band stopped playing. Announcing, the Lord of the Twins. Valder Frey. A bannerman called. The litter came down, and a number of bannermen moved in front of the little box. They parted, revealing a wrinkled, sour-looking old man in a wheelchair. He was pushed forward by his followers. And his sour expression became a greasy smile. The king in the north. Lady Stark, Lady Tyrell. Bunch of ladies I don't know, he said as he drew near. I bring with me 5,000 men, and open use of the twins. I think he was talking to you, Ramsay murmured to Loras. The Knight of Flowers rolled his eyes. Welcome to you, Lord Frey, Robb said tightly, better late than never. Didn't seem like you needed all that much help, lad, Valder snorted. He gazed at Marjorie with a bit of a lecherous glint, and you had other things to worry about than me, Welcome to Riverrun, my Lord Frey, Marjorie managed with a polite smile and curtsy. Even as Robb and Grey Wind growled. The old man nodded. Well. Brought with me fresh fish, good ale, and plenty of other goods. All more than enough to make up for Bane late this time, he sneered. Now. Where is that bloody squid? Where is he? Robb scowled. What do you want with my brother, Lord Frey? He asked. The old man's eyes lit on me, and he grinned broadly. Ah. Theon the clever squid. I wanted to see you. Come up here, lad. Come up. I walked up, giving Robb a reassuring smile. and a reassuring pat of my revolver. I walked up to this man, who had slaughtered my family in an alternate timeline. What can I do for you, my lord? I managed politely. Valder Frey grinned. I can thank you for what you've done for me, lad. Ha 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 ha. I blinked and studied the wheelchair. It was a stark design, true. Well, it is a good wheelchair, but not the chair, squid. Those little blue pills. Valder Frey laughed. Ah ha ha ha. Thanks to them, I feel 30 years younger. He reached up and clasped my shoulder. You boy, are a true genius. Making those. What do you call 'em? Blue pills. I thought aloud. A memory came up of the need to do more medical testing over a larger scale, but due to such practices being foreign to a feudal society, I'd had to come up with a method for a control. And I held a laugh in. Ah. Placebos, my lord, I said. Valder laughed, slapping me on the shoulder again with surprising strength. Whatever the bloody things are, they're amazin'. My new wife can attest to that. Can't you? A meek-looking girl, heavily pregnant, nodded from the back of the caravan. Valder laughed again. Well. Sure you don't need any of those, your grace, he called to Rob, who was staring in a mix of disbelief and amusement, but I'm sure your clever squid'll think up something if you do. Ah ha 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 ha. Now then, he turned and glared at his people, bring in the food. Bring in the gifts. Bring in the bloody entertainment. What are you standin' around for with your cocks in your hands? Go. The Freys practically leaped to their duties, pulling in carts of food and bundles of gifts. Frey laughed, and barked more orders. See ya at the wedding tonight, your grace. Sure it'll be grand. He laughed, as his helpers pushed him towards the keep. Our group watched him go, as the rest of the Freys shuffled into the castle under the eyes of the rest of the nobles and troops. Is he always like that? Rob asked his mother. Catelyn sighed. He's in a much better mood than last I saw him, she said, looking at me. I shrugged. Got me, I said. Excuse me, a voice spoke from the entrance. We turned again, grey wind whining. A few figures in all concealing robes approached, and a few of our guards aimed their weapons at them. Rob held up his hand, and gave them a steely glare. Who goes there? He demanded. The lead figure tilted his head. Are you King Robb Stark? King in the north? Slayer of the mountain who rides? The figure called in a raspy, disguised voice. Rob frowned, hands resting on his guns. I am. And you? The figure threw his robe off, revealing a dark-skinned, handsome man in dark red and gold clothing. He flashed bright white teeth, and practically sprinted the distance between them. To take Rob into a manly bear hug. Ah ha ha ha. Oberyn Martell. And I am your new best friend. He cried, before planting an open-mouth kiss on my shocked king and brother from another mother's mouth. Catelyn and Amerdaw gasped, Brienne and Marjorie flushed. Ramsay laughed, as did Loras. Oberyn let Rob go, and hugged him again. Ah ha ha ha. Thank you. You, my liege, my king, my friend. He laughed. I come from Dorne. With my paramour, my niece, and whoever the hell I need to sign an alliance. He grinned. We're going to tear those fucking lions apart, my friend. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah. Yes. Welcome, Lord Oberyn, Rob managed. The rest of his party had removed their cloaks, revealing Dornish men and women in garish outfits. Two women, one older and wild-looking, the other short, buxom and with smoky eyes, approached. The older woman hugged and kissed Rob with similar enthusiasm, while Oberyn took Marjorie's hand and kissed her knuckles. Such an honor to meet you all, at last. Such a wonderful day for a wedding. Oberyn cried cheerfully. He locked eyes on me, and brightened even more. Theon. My friend, the squid. Kiss me and I'll break your arms, I said flatly. Oberyn laughed, but gave me a hug all the same. You haven't changed a bit. Shame, Ramsay muttered to Loras. I sighed, and my head dropped. Well. Better a wedding of embarrassment than a red one, right? Omek_canon_gladius_a girl's best friends. AC 300, Riverrun, 5 days before the royal wedding. Brienne of Tarth ran the rag up and down the steel of her sword as she absently looked out the window of her quarters. Set in one of the upper levels of Riverrun, it offered a fine view of the river below, bustling with river traffic going back and forth, carrying men, supplies, weapons, trade goods and horses. Riverrun was in the odd position of being a staging point for both an army preparing for a massive offensive, and the royal wedding of its new king. Actually, despite the volume of traffic, it was also remarkably orderly. Lord Theon had mentioned in passing the day before that this was partly because he had put things in motion months before, on the assumption that Rob would wind up marrying someone, and it was better to have things organized early rather than trying to throw something together at the last moment. Prior planning prevents piss-poor performance, he had joked, and while her generally stoic demeanor prevented her from laughing at the crude joke, inside she smiled slightly. He was witty in a self-deprecating sort of way, nothing like the dignified, mysterious, maester-like image she had built up from hearing of his genius and inventions. A knock on her door brought her attention back from the scene outside, and she rose to her feet, tossing the rag aside and readying her blade. "Who is it?" she called. "Theon Greyjoy," came the muffled response through her door. "I was hoping to have a moment of your time." She hesitated, then lowered her sword and crossed the small room, opening the door to see the young Ironborn lord standing there, carrying a small, flat wooden box. "Forgive me, I hope I'm not disturbing you," he said courteously, not looking askance at the sword in her hand, like many other lords would have. "Then again, I've seen other northern ladies like Daisy Mormont and the Manderley girls walking around with weapons of their own, even if the latter seemed to prefer their hand thunderers, their revolvers more than blades." "Not at all," she said stiffly. "How can I help you?" He smiled. "May I come in? I have a gift for you, a kind of thank you for helping protect Lady Catelyn while she was in the south." "I was simply doing my duty," she said, inwardly observing that somehow, the inhabitants of Riverrun, and the entire Riverlands, seemed to be adopting the idea that they were somehow northerners themselves, that the term southerner was becoming less of a geographical descriptor and more of a word for foreigner, or outsider. "Still," he countered, "the lady means a great deal to me, so with your permission." He nodded at the room behind her, and after a moment's hesitation, allowed him to enter. As she shut the door, she turned to see him looking around the room, taking in the bed, small table, chair, and chest of clothes, as well as the rack that held her armor. "Forgive me, Lord Theon, but I'm afraid I don't have much in the way of comforts. Room in the fortress is rather limited, and I was grateful that Lord Edmure was able to find these quarters for me. Actually, I was just thinking they were very similar to the quarters I have up in Winterfell," he observed with another smile, and Brienne ruthlessly stomped down on the part of her that observed that it was a very attractive smile. "In any case," he gently placed the box down on her table, "these are for you." He stepped back and gestured for her to open it. Frowning, she moved over to the table, and reached for the box. She wondered inwardly what was inside. Was it jewelry, some kind of bizarre joke gift? She knew from long experience that no amount of finery could make her look less like a draft horse. What kind of gift would a northerner, or Ironborn, consider appropriate for? She lifted the lid, and gasped. Inside were a pair of large revolvers, one facing left, the other upside down and facing right, on a bed of red velvet. Also within were several rows of tiny, shiny brass cylinders. The metal was unadorned, but highly polished, and the wooden butts scored in a checker pattern for a better grip. Pistols were becoming more and more common amongst northern soldiery, and even in the south, but most were simple 1 or 2 barreled muzzle loaders, and mostly flintlocks. She had never bothered with them, due to the sword being at least as effective, and the cost of finding ammunition south of the Trident. Revolvers, however, were still extremely new, and only owned by the most wealthy, powerful, and connected lords and ladies of the north, or their immediate servants, like Mistress Han. These are modified and customized snowstorm revolvers, chambered for .45-inch rounds, but with a larger powder charge than most. The frame is heavier, and I'm afraid it's still a single action, you'll have to thumb back the hammer after each shot. Still, each one holds 6 bullets you can use as fast as you can work the action, and reloading is fast and simple. She hesitantly reached down and ran a hand over the grips. "Perhaps you remember when Maester Luwin measured your hands and fingers while on board the Seawolf?" The Greyjoy continued. "Well, he sent the figures up to us via Raven, and I modified the grips so that they should match your hands perfectly." She looked up at him. "This is a princely gift, Lord Theon. I cannot accept." He raised a hand to cut her off. "You are in the service of the man who is more my brother than the dumb ass who died trying to carry out my biological dad's insane, stupid plans. You should have the best." Brienne nodded. "I understand, Lord Theon. But..." She glanced at her blade. "I am afraid I am somewhat unfamiliar with such weapons. I have trained all my life to use the sword, but these... We can fix that," Theon said brightly. Brienne frowned, and nodded. "As you wish, my lord." "Indeed. Follow me," Theon said cheerfully. The heavy revolver felt somewhat awkward in her hand as Brienne raised it to point at the target set up on the other side of the courtyard. "Hold on," said Theon, and she froze. One of the first things he had done was to drill into her the vital importance of remembering just how dangerous these weapons could be. He used the metaphor of juggling bottles of wildfire above a bonfire. So when he said stop, she stopped. The Lord stepped behind her and gently lay his hands on her shoulders. At first she flinched at the contact, but then her mind went back to the days when her father and his armsmen were teaching her how to wield a sword, and the clinical ways they would correct her stance of grip. Thean shifted the angle of her body, then corrected her stance. Right. Now, your right hand is good, but place your left hand below it. Yes, that's right. Now, straighten your arm. He stood behind her and reached around, and taking her wrists and correcting how she held her arms. It was at once distant and strangely intimate, and that one part of her mind, that traitorous piece from earlier, was making a pest of itself again. Shut up, he's a powerful, important young lord, foster brother to a king. He's not going to look at me like that, he's just helping a guardswoman master a new weapon. All right, remember that the barrel of the gun provides the trajectory of the bullet, where the barrel points, that's where the bullet will go. But since the bullet drops over distance, you use the sights to aim slightly above what you are trying to hit. The further away it is, the higher you aim. He stepped back slightly, but placed his hands on her shoulders. All right, I want you to keep it there, but squeeze back gently on the trigger, like. He froze. Carefully. Gently. Brienne had the strangest impression that he was going to compare the action to something, but stopped at the last moment. Shrugging mentally, she did as he said, squeezed back, felt the trigger resist, then. Bang. The shock of the recoil ran up her arm, and she was glad that Thean still had a good grip on her shoulders. The smell of brimstone filled the air, as did a thick grey cloud of smoke, and she fought to control the revolver. Sorry, she muttered as she forced the gun back on target, her left hand shaking as she reached up to pull the hammer back, forcing the cylinder to revolve, presenting the next cartridge. Perfectly all right, you're doing amazingly well for a first-timer. You're supposed to be surprised when the gun goes off, helps the targeting. All right, let's try it again, hands in position, aim, take a breath, hold it in, and, squeeze. Bang. Hammer. Cock-lick. Bang. Hammer. Cock-lick. Bang. Hammer. Cock-lick. Squeeze. Bang. Hammer. Cock-lick. Squeeze. Bang. Hammer. Cock-lick. Squeeze. She squeezed down on the trigger again, but instead of the roar of the revolver firing, there was an ominous snap sound. And you're dry, Thean said, a smile in his voice. Remember, even a revolver like this only has 6 rounds, after that, you switch to another gun, or drop them and draw steel. Shakily lowering the revolver to the table in front of her, she swallowed, her mouth surprisingly dry. So, she coughed, so it's not a complete replacement for the sword after all, she said with a hint of triumph. Not at all, he said. It's just a weapon. After all, and here he smiled, flicking the side of his nose in an odd gesture, it is men who win wars, not steel. And women too. If our weapons could do all the fighting for us, what use would there be for us? Brienne nodded, a bit pleased. Despite the terrible, destructive weapons he crafted, weapons that could be learned far more easily than the sword or the lance, Thean the Clever seemed to recognize that there was still value in the valor, courage, and discipline of a trained warrior. There were some stories, told around tavern tables or campfires, that suggested otherwise. You see, my lady? In order to find Thean, all one has to do is follow the sound of explosions, came a familiar voice, and Brienne jerked away from Thean's arms, to find herself facing her new employer and his fiancé. Your Grace, she dipped into a bow. Please, Lady Brienne, there is no need for formality, if you are supposed to be guarding my back, I can't have you spending all your time bowing. You'll be forever running into things, Rob joked, and Marjorie tittered slightly behind a gloved hand. Brienne straightened up, her face composed. Very well, Your Grace. She nodded slightly to Thean, who waved cheerfully. Lord Thean was just giving me a lesson in these new weapons. Ah, I recall those extremely well, Rob said, approaching with Marjorie still on his arm, looking at the firing bench and her new revolvers. Did he happen to spend 10 minutes repeating over and over that a gun is not a toy, never, ever point it at someone you don't want dead, and a gun is never unloaded? Actually, she's an extremely bright student, unlike some I would mention, corrected Thean. I only needed to tell her that once. And she's certainly not likely to try spinning her revolvers around her fingers like some people I know, he said archly, to which Rob raised his eyebrows in an innocent expression. Teacher sets the example, he said. Thean rolled his eyes. In any case, it's wonderful timing that you're here, my lady, continued Thean, in an effort to change the subject completely to avoid being further embarrassed by his liege, snapping his fingers for a nearby page, who rushed to collect a box that lay nearby. Crafted from polished, varnished ironwood, it was ornately carved with roses and vines, and the catch was a golden flower. Holding the box, the young boy's hands shook slightly, as he glanced up at the girl who would soon be his queen. She smiled gently back, and he blushed furiously. Ignoring this, Thean gestured for her to open the box, his eyes glimmering in his own excitement. With slight caution that was vastly outweighed by her curiosity, Marjorie undid the catch and opened the box. Inside was a beautifully crafted revolver, smaller and more delicate than those worn by Rob or the one Brienne had been firing, with a shorter barrel. The steel frame was plated with silver, and delicately carved with flowers to match the box it came in. Even the grips were ivory, and carved with vines and thorns. Her sharp eyes picked out a tiny wolf's head, almost entirely obscured by the vegetation surrounding it, but she could see the exquisite workmanship of the little lupine's features. "It's rather smaller than the thumbbusters we issue our knights and cavalry," said Theon, his pride in his work evident, "but it's still .40 caliber. I'm not going to start making rounds that annoy the enemy rather than killing them. And I'm afraid there are only 5 shots, since I wanted to make it light enough for you to use, and less bulky to carry. The grips should fit your hands perfectly, but I would like to see you use it a little, in case I have to add a little weight to the barrel, or shave off some from the grip." He grinned. It was Rob's idea, but I enjoyed the project. She sighed. "It's beautiful," she said, smiling at Theon, then up at Rob, "but should I really be carrying a revolver? After all, I have all you big, strong men to protect me, and anyone who got past your own thunderers would have to deal with Brienne's blade." She looked back down at the gun. "I've never trained at arms, and I honestly don't know if I could bear to use one." "Marjorie," Rob said quietly, "if there is one thing this war has taught me, it is that we cannot simply assume that the worst will not happen." "Theon, what was that Carthan philosopher you quote all the time?" The Greyjoy smiled. "Murphy, anything that can go wrong, will go wrong, at the most inopportune moment. A wise man, whose genius was not recognized in his own time. That's the one. My lady, we will do all that we can to protect you, but even with the entire royal guard to defend us, there is no way we can guarantee that no one will ever get within striking distance." The North had dismissed the whole King's Guard issue as typical southern frippery, 7 knights to defend the entire royal family. Nonsense, a full company was what was needed, hard men trained hard, and many eyes to watch for trouble. You having this, and being trained to use it, would make me, and a lot of other people, breath a little easier. Of course, there's the added bonus of the fact that in the North, a good gun is a status symbol, added Theon. "I mean, I hate the idea of trivializing the danger and power of these weapons." "Boom, boom, het, Rob murmured, and Theon granted him only a glare before continuing. "But a revolver is a statement of power, influence and wealth. It says, I take responsibility. I have the will to take life and death into my own hands. I am not afraid, because I am myself a protector. And badass." Marjorie was about to ask what badass meant, but Brienne interjected. "And if seeing the Queen in the North and the trident carrying one, you will get a lot of orders for more pretty weapons from ladies of all stations, wanting to emulate the Queen," observed Brienne. "Well, of course," responded Theon, waving away her cynicism. "Nothing wrong with a little advertising, and they may be pretty, but they're still damned good guns," he added with a fierce grin. "I do have my reputation to think of. In any case," continued Rob, sighing at his foster brother's antics, "it would place my mind at ease, in these lands of assassins and betrayal, that you have a means, and the skill, to defend yourself if all else fails. Please, my lady, grant me this." Still Marjorie hesitated. "I am not nearly the natural warrior Brienne is, do you truly believe I could learn this skill?" Theon smiled. "I taught Rob's mother and both his sisters how to handle guns safely." Sansa wasn't all that enthusiastic, the powder residue got into her clothes and hair, and she hated the smell of sulfur. "Big baby," he muttered. He shook his head and continued. "But Arya loved them. I was hoping to present her with a gun of her own when she returned from King's Landing, a companion to that Bravasi-style blade John gave her before she left." His expression turned sad, and Rob's hand came down on his shoulder in a comforting gesture. "It's waiting for her in Winterfell," he said firmly, "in her room with the rest of her things. As soon as this is over, I'll have to see if her skills have atrophied." "So you see," wheedled Rob, noticing his foster brother's dark mood and trying to bring him up, "it's a family tradition, one I'm hopeful you will share." She laughed, and the mood in the courtyard lightened. "You have no intention of letting this go, do you, Your Grace?" "None at all," stated the Wolf King, lifting his chin into a mock noble expression. "We Starks are amongst the most stubborn, contrary and inflexible of all the great houses. Once we set our minds to something, not even the harshest winter wind can divert us from our goal." "You can quote him on that. Or at least the despoiler will," Theon said. Rob rolled his eyes. "Don't drag the free press into this again. You're just sore I won the last time," Theon said, sticking his tongue out. "It doesn't matter who wins. But if it did, then I did." "Last time," Rob said defiantly. Marjorie let out a surprisingly loud giggle. "Why, then," she said, again reaching for the box and its beautiful, if lethal, contents, "I suppose there is nothing to do but bend with the wind." After all, she curled her fingers around the grip of the revolver, and gently lifted it up, feeling the weight in her hand. Perhaps a rose should have a few thorns. Ooh. That's a good quote. Theon said with a nod. Oberyn could use that for the photo shoot for the Gentlesers Quarterly. Photo shoot? Rob asked in alarm. What photo shoot? It's for the wedding. What did you think I meant? Theon asked with a smile. It's too cold for Oberyn's usual kinds of photo shoots. What kind of photo shoots are you talking about? Marjorie asked, interested. Rob was suddenly very interested in the architecture of the upper-level balconies, rubbing at the back of his head. Well, you see. It's the kind of thing Rob obviously has no interest in, Theon said with a cunning smile. But if he did, you might benefit immensely from it. Greyjoy. That's my fiancé you're talking to. The young wolf thundered. I'm just trying to help, Your Grace. Theon complained, attempting to look innocent. I should help my king succeed in all things. You're not helping anything. Brienne stepped back, and made a show of examining the mechanism of her revolver, fully intending to not get involved. Marjorie smiled sweetly. Oh, is this something to do with sex? I was told you Northerners are, a little repressed regarding this. Can I offer some suggestions? After all, you're not going to insist on doing all the work yourself, will you? Your Grace. Rob and Theon were left gobsmacked. Brienne covered her face with her hand. She wondered if it was, perhaps, too late to go back to the Storm's End dungeons. I tried to get into the mind of Peter Baelish. Oh make, Mockingbird's machinations. Peter Baelish. AC 300, Red Keep, 2 weeks before the wedding. Once again he awoke to an empty bed of the finest make a successful man can commission from Lys, turning his head to the empty space next to him where a woman with the most beautiful auburn hair and glittering blue eyes that was always full of mirth should have been. Once again, he cursed the late Brandon Stark under his breath. Once again, he whispered the name of his once lover as if he was in prayer. Cat. Peter Baelish arose from slumber and began his morning ritual. He made his way to the water basin where he stared at himself in the reflection. His green-grey eyes bore at him with contempt as he took note of the bags that were beginning to form underneath them. A scowl had replaced the facade of a smile he kept on at all times. That would not do. Smile. Cat leaned back after finishing their little kissing game, her hand taking his as she makes him promise that they will marry once she is a woman grown. Smile. He stood triumphant over the slain Brandon Stark, Cat rushing to embrace him to deliver her thanks for saving a life as a broodmare for that northern barbarian. Smile. Eddard Stark's head rolled away from his body, reminding him that, soon, very soon, everything he deserved would be in his hands as the rest of the realm burned around him. Peter smiled. It would not take him long before he dressed and left his living quarters. The office of Master of Coin was nothing extravagant, perhaps to emphasize to those that hold that position to be frugal, but it sufficed. It was not as though Peter ever received anyone of high standing within its walls. Oh no, if anyone had problems, they took it to the hand. Was it no wonder he was able to get away with so much? For all the blustering many lords did, they never seemed to question where their money went to or where they came from. He opened his drawer, revealing the latest procurement his agents had sent him. Peter was surprised that they were able to swipe a revolver. The North guarded their secrets jealously, but he supposed dead men guarded nothing. His thumb traced the designs etched onto its frame, admiring the craftsmanship of the device. However, it was not its aesthetics that fascinated him. Though it weighed much less than a sword, he could not help but feel every part of it as he picked it up. Peter could feel it. Unlike a sword, thunder arms carried with them the weight of death. He was drawn to it, to its power. With a small, simple weapon like a revolver, he can make a warrior trained from birth plead for his life in mere seconds. It was the great equalizer he had long hoped for. These were the weapons he needed to have Cat. He could imagine it. Peter could see what everything would have been like if he had this weapon 15 years ago. Brandon Stark drew his sword, his long face solemn, but his eyes full of fury. He wore nothing but his leathers, underestimating the short, clever boy he had been. Stark would be in a stance as he approached, no doubt growing impatient and infuriated as he remained standing where he was with a confident smirk playing on his lips. Heated, Stark would charge forward, but he was too big, too heavy, and much too slow to be a match for him. As Stark shortened the distance, he would draw his revolver from its pocket wrapped around his waist. The metal hammer at its back would click with a swipe from his thumb. Once the barrel was leveled along his waist, he took aim at the advancing wolf. He squeezed the trigger. Thunder roared from his weapon and Stark fell, his face planting right in front of his feet as if to kiss it. Brandon Stark was slain and he won Cat's hand. Peter knew he was a fool when he had been young. He wasted his days believing in song. He would give that accursed Theon Greyjoy some credit. He was a hostage, but he turned it around and made it to his advantage. He took the resources of his host to be his for his disposable. No doubt there had been many failures in the early stages of his crafting. Theon Greyjoy was a genius, but Peter knew that he himself was even more than that squid could ever be. He should have been the one to have created those thunder arms. It was so simple, after all. He took the revolver and kept it hidden on his person. It was a tumultuous time to be in King's Landing, and, sooner or later, King Joffrey would be ousted from his throne to make way for the young wolf. Peter thought Lord Tywin was rather pathetic for believing he could turn his predicament around. He thought him better than that, but even the so-called Lion King of Casterly Rock was just as blind as the other nobles. The war would end once King Robb's wedding does. No, it's still much too early for this game to finish, he thought. There were still plenty of opportunities to sow chaos, more moments to seize and grab power. As plans raced in his mind, Peter caught sight of the king pacing back and forth in front of the small council's chambers. A king's guard idly watched him nearby. Lord Tywin must have barred him from the small council meeting, Peter thought. Well, it was a good decision. He would not fault Lord Tywin for it. It amused him to no end that the Lord of Casterly Rock so easily cowed the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Good morning, Your Grace, Peter greeted, more out of courtesy than actual interest. The Mockingbird. Joffrey said, scowling. Then, as if some clever thought struck him, he quickly reversed his words. No, Lord Baelish. As king, I've need of your assistance. He smirked proudly. He wished he could scoff at such a blatant display to curry favor. Nevertheless, he answered, I am always at your disposal, Your Grace. Joffrey nodded, pleased. Grandfather has told me gold also has power. I am the king and that alone gives me all the power I need, but, nevertheless, gold would make me even more powerful. Get to the point of your rambling, Peter thought. Your Lord Grandfather is a wise man, Your Grace. I have no doubt that you have come up with something brilliant. Yes. Exactly. I told my plans to Grandfather, but he's not as wise as people think he is. He thinks it's needless. He smiled kindly. The boy made it too easy. You are the king, Your Grace. Lord Tywin may be wise, but, as king, are you not wiser? Please, allow me to assist you. Perhaps I can help sort out the details. Naturally, Joffrey appeared proud and motioned for Peter to follow him. Peter cast one last look on the doors to the small council's chambers and decided he could afford to be a little late. It was not like he would miss much anyway. There was no better excuse than to say that Joffrey ordered him to attend the king. Mother told me to find enemies of those barbarians, and then I remembered something about the phrase. Oh, this would do very nicely, Peter thought. Once again, Peter Baelish schemed. XXXVIII, meanwhile, in Slaver's Bay. Part 2. AC 300, Mirian, Essos. Daenerys. Another meeting with the masters of the city had been fruitless. They didn't want to deal, even with her. And having to tolerate every single one of that arrogant bastard's insults. Daenerys calmed herself, and took deep breaths. The sounds of the street and the smells helped calm her a bit. Fish cooking with vegetables, exotic spices wafting over the docks, a few children laughing, it was such a rare sound here. Take heart, Khaleesi, Sir Jorah said, the negotiations for the Unsullied, especially so many, were never going to be easy. I know, Daenerys said with a sigh. Having to put up with such things. I can bear it. Sir Barristan, walking alongside, nodded. It is good to hear, Your Grace. Thick skin will do you well, in all your endeavors. Daenerys smiled as they headed for the shop that usually carried newspapers from West Eros. Her knights followed, keeping pace perfectly. The crowds parted slightly, giving her way. That encouraged her a bit that she was becoming known as someone due respect, not just curiosity or pity. The shop was musty, filled with books and scrolls. It was a pleasing scent to Daenerys, and the proprietor was an exiled bastard from the Riverlands, a Yui Rivers. He beamed brightly at her, and bowed. Ah, Khaleesi. A pleasure to see you again. Yui exclaimed. Come for another magazine? Fresh shipment just came in. Pirates off Pentos seized a northern schooner. He made a face. Then the North Navy sank all but one of their ships. But one got through and sold me this at a nice price. He held up several Dorn magazines, and technical journals. Daenerys shook her head and looked through the papers. Any more of the despoiler? She asked. Yui sighed and shrugged. Sorry Khaleesi. Nothin' doin'. Apparently my usual supplier those Lannister cunts seized him. He shook his head. Not sure what they have against news, guess it's all bad. For them, Jorah said, as Barristan nodded in agreement. That these men could still hold such loyalty to the homes that rejected them. I see, Daenerys said with a sigh. What do you have? Yui rummaged around in a stack, which tilted over. I have a UGH. He scrambled to catch his books and Jorah, Daenerys and Selmy moved to try to catch the pile. They pushed the books back, though a few fell out into their hands. Daenerys handed back books, looking at them. Mostly Breve in some obscure languages and. She paused as she saw the author on one of them. Theon Greyjoy. Daenerys read aloud. Yui looked at that book, and snorted. Bah! Crank filler, that! Claims it's Theon Greyjoy, but how can you tell with all the fakes going around? Daenerys read the title, and then flipped through the pages. She recognized the idioms, the style from her reading of Theon Greyjoy's various newspaper articles. It was easy to pick up his speech patterns, his odd turns of phrase. Many odd turns of phrase. Anyway, you wouldn't want that, Yui huffed. That's worthless. Now, how about a copy of The Torch Burns Brightly? Wonderful series. New writer in Maidenpool, lovely series of. Ah. You know, Daenerys said, if it is worthless, I could just take it off your hands. She smiled at him. Please? I'll take that book. Yui shrugged. As you wish, Khaleesi. A few coins, and Daenerys had her new books. They retired to her quarters overlooking the streets, and Daenerys went down to the courtyard. Her dragons were sunning themselves in the warmth of the afternoon. Daenerys looked to the book, and sat with her dragons. She stroked Drogon's crested head, and the dragon purred happily. She opened the book. How to Train Your Dragon or Dinosaur, she read softly. Some weeks later. Outside the city walls. Khaleesi, Yora said, looking concerned, are you sure you want to do this? You've asked me that several times, Sir Yora, Daenerys said. She looked to her brood, 6 eyes staring intently. She held up a metallic clicker, 2 pieces of metal held together with a spring to hold them against each other. The answer is the same. She clicked the device several times, and her dragons looked at her. Vice Ryan idly looked over at one of Daenerys' blood riders, but Daenerys narrowed her eyes. Hey! Vice Ryan! Eyes on me! She barked. Vice Ryan growled at her. No! Don't you give me that bullshit, Vice Ryan! Eyes on me! Vice Ryan cooperated, and Daenerys moved to the right. Her dragons follow her moves. She moved to the left, and they all watched. Good, good. She kept her eyes on her dragons. Sir Barristan. Release the pig. The old knight gamely let the pig go, running and squealing. The dragons turned, watched, snarled. Hey! Hey! Eyes! On! Me! Drogon! Vice Ryan! Rhaegal! Eyes! On! Me! Daenerys shouted, clicking rapidly. The dragons whined, but looked at her. She smiled. Good. Good. Daenerys reached into her bucket of meat. She pulled out a piece, and tossed it to Drogon. He snapped it up in mid-air. She tossed another to Rhaegal, and the final cut to Vice Ryan. The dragons swallowed it, and Daenerys nodded. Good. Good. Now. She clicked more, and the dragons flared their wings. Now. Up. They stood up, flaring their wings. Down. They crouched. Daenerys smiled and nodded, as her blood rider Kovaro caught the pig. He looked to his Khaleesi, and she nodded. He came around, and handed Daenerys the squealing piglet. She then looked back to her dragons. Eyes on me. Yes. And. She threw the piglet up. Dracarys. The dragons shot jets of flame into the air, and the squealing piglet was reduced to a smoking pile of flesh. The dragons still tore into it, and swallowed the meat. Daenerys sighed, and lowered her arms. All right. Now. Rest. She ordered. They lumbered over to a pile of rocks they'd taken to resting on as they'd grown, and settled down. Daenerys sighed, and rubbed her forehead free of sweat. Sir Barristan beamed at her, as did Yora. Her Dothraki applauded and whooped. Very impressive, Khaleesi, Barristan said, they are properly trained. Daenerys looked over at her dragons, and sighed. No. Not yet. She steeled her shoulders. But I'll make them so. And maybe one day, she'd find and thank Theon Greyjoy for all his work. And maybe explain why the instructor he had cited was called Chris Pratt on a few pages and Star-Lord on others. _canon_Gladius_the man who did sell the lion's skin, Part 3. AC 300, King's Landing. Lord Tywin Lannister stormed into the courtyard of the Red Keep, his red-cloaked guards shuffling as fast as their armor would let them to catch up. Having a slightly easier time was the senior Unsullied, dressed in leather, a short sword on one hip and carrying his spiked steel cap under his arm. I hope you actually have something useful today, Pycelle, Tywin growled, and the robed and bearded Grand Maester bowed. Indeed, my lord and, your servants, that is to say, the servants of the realm, have been hard at work producing the weapons needed to confront the rebels on the field of battle. My lord will be pleased to know that almost 500 weapons have been gathered from the various lords of the Westerlands and the Crownlands, as well as from some other sources. 500 are a pittance, stated the Hand, fingering the hilt of his dagger. The Northerners have thousands of these muskets. Indeed, my lord, indeed. Most, however, are in the hands of their small folk, unused to the line of battle, and who instead use them to strike out at our patrols from hiding, then running before our troops can strike back. We will be issuing them to our front-line troops, to stand without, foreign volunteers, stammered Pycelle, glancing at the eunuch soldier, who ignored him, paying attention only to Tywin, whose belt held the whip that was the symbol of his mastery and ownership of the unsullied troops. Brought together, trained to fire as one, in massive volleys, like a force of archers who loose their arrows together, rather than individually. Tywin nodded, familiar at least with that. Massed archers could wreak havoc on an enemy formation outside the normal aimed range of their bows. Have you solved the issue of their accuracy? Pycelle gestured for one of his companions to step forward. This is Master Kirk, a blacksmith and engineer who has served the Lannister family all his life. The bearded, aproned craftsman bowed low. He has been assisting my efforts in duplicating and reproducing the enemy weapons. My lord Hand, said the commoner respectfully, showing slightly more education than the normal small folk, suggesting a familiarity with the nobility. The rebel forces seem to have a number of advantages over our own. Firstly, their weapons are more accurate. Second, which is related to the first, they have a greater range. And thirdly, they can be reloaded much faster than our muskets. These are problems. Give me solutions. Yes, my lord. He gestured for a servant to bring a musket. This is one of the few enemy muskets we have captured. I have spent the last weeks examining this and the other captured weapons, and I am amazed by the quality of the workmanship. I have never seen anything this precise outside of some examples of Qohor metalwork. The barrel is perfectly round, perfectly straight, with almost no imperfections. This is difficult to do, observed Tywin. It must take a good deal of time and effort. Precisely, my lord, but also note the lack of decoration, so common with our own muskets. To spend so much time simply making the barrel perfect, while ignoring the rest of it. I believe that it is the shape of the barrel that allows the northern muskets to be so much more accurate than our own, like the straightness of an arrow. It helps the ball fly straight and true. This seems reasonable, admitted Tywin, who only had a cursory understanding of the Thunder Arms. This annoyed him, and he resolved to learn more. You said the second issue was related. Yes, my lord. We have tested these weapons, and we have found that what we perceive as a lack of range is more connected to accuracy. We have found balls that fly well past the target, but off at a great tangent. It is like, he groped for an example, a powerful catapult, that shifts randomly when it looses its stone. It doesn't matter how far it throws the payload, if it misses the target. The northern muskets are more accurate, and so a soldier can be certain of hitting their target from a greater distance, effectively improving their range. I see, observed Tywin. And the third problem? The speed of reloading. Of course, my lord Hand, Kirk nodded. He placed the musket at his feet. You are familiar with the method of loading, yes? A measure of powder is poured down the barrel, he mimed the actions, followed by a lead ball, and a wad of cloth or paper to hold it in place. The ramrod, he pulled out the metal rod from beneath the barrel, is used to press the ball and wad down, against the powder. He slid the rod back into place. The musket is then raised, and a charge of powder is placed here, in the pan. He indicated the breech of the barrel, and the hammer, with its flint, is pulled back. The butt of the musket is placed firmly against the shoulder. He did so, and the trigger is pulled. He followed suit, and the hammer fell, striking sparks that made the assembled folk jump. As you can see, it takes some time, is a complicated process, and needs a great deal of practice. Fortunately, when we captured the enemy muskets, we also, in one case, captured the enemy's gear as well, he continued. Mostly, our soldiers simply grab the musket and leave the rest, but this one soldier thought to take the fallen musketeer's pack and the leather box on his hip that carried his ammunition. Kirk held out a small cylinder. This is what we're calling a package. Within this paper wrap is a measure of powder and a ball. By ripping off the top with his teeth, and taking the ball into his mouth, the musketeer can then pour the powder into the barrel, keeping the ball in his mouth. He then spits the ball into the barrel, and presses the rest of the package down after it, ramming as usual. Then, he lifted the musket as before, he turns the musket on its side, and gives it a sharp rap with the heel of his palm. He does so. The touch hole, you see, is conical. By shaking the musket in this way, it fills the pan with enough powder to ignite the charge. Very clever of them, he shook his head in admiration. Whatever else, the North have some excellent engineers. In any case, he continued, this cuts down the time of reloading to perhaps 20 seconds, perhaps less between shots. Tywin nodded. An improvement, although it seems a great deal of effort to go to for such a small advantage, he added. Paper is not cheap. I hear the Northerners have faster and cheaper ways of producing it, but my medium is metal, not paper. shrugged Kirk. Still, with your permission, we can have our men start gathering up all the paper we can find in the capital. Very well, do so. I'm sure the Grand Master here will be happy to contribute from his own library. Take all the paper you need. Pycelle spluttered in indignation, but was quelled by an iron glare. So, speed is solved, what of the other issues? Kirk winced. I'm sorry, my lord, but there is nothing I can do to match the enemy's metalwork, not and produce a significant number of muskets in a reasonable amount of time. Producing barrels with such accuracy and precision, it would take a great deal of time for each, requiring a master craftsman. It would be slow, and hugely expensive. No, my lord, we cannot match their thunderers in range or accuracy, unless you wish to field only a fifth of the barrels you wish for twice the price. I have shops opening in the city, with metalworkers pressed into service, many of whom previously served your son in the lead-up to the Battle of the Blackwater. They are used to his expectations of speed, efficiency, and precision above prettiness. To keep things as simple as possible, we are also having them produce the same design. He handed his northern musket for a heftier, cruder version. Each of the shops has one, and will be using it as a model to produce their own from. Any deviation from the template will be severely punished. Shouldering the musket, he showed it to Tywin. It has a barrel diameter of 3/4 of an inch, firing a heavy ball. We cannot match their range and accuracy, but anyone hit with one of these will be lucky to escape with a lot limb. Tests against condemned prisoners show that the balls will shatter bones even if they strike the limbs. We cannot produce the springs needed for the flintlock, so we are going with a rope lock, using this treated cord that burns slowly. It is awkward, and more difficult to use in the wet, rain or wind, but it works. He winced. Most of the time. There have been some cases of barrels exploding, and muskets going off prematurely, but in general, it works. He turned to the Unsullied. We were planning on combining our musketeers with your spearmen. Within 2 months, we hope to have 500 muskets to match the 500 we already have, for a full 1,000. The slave ignored him, but at Tywin's gesture, he spoke in heavily accented Westerosi. We not need weapons of thunder. We know the sword, and the 3 spears. We are unsullied. But if the master orders that we protect your fire soldiers, we will. Good, said Tywin, ignoring the discomfort the others were showing at the slave's presence. With the volunteers' discipline combined with these weapons, we will have a force the Starks will not be expecting. I had hoped for more muskets, he added, glaring at Kirk. Is there any way to improve production? More money, perhaps? He asked with an arch look. Kirk shook his head. My lord, you could offer me all the gold neath Casterly Rock, and my men could not make these weapons faster. We are still learning things that the Northerners have mastered a decade ago. We see what they have done, and are still trying to work out how they did it, or at least, how they could do it cheaply and fast enough for it to matter. We are improving, but beyond a sudden, miraculous breakthrough, my estimates are sound. We are somewhat more lucky in the case of the big guns, he added, smiling a little. King's Landing has some excellent bell founders, and when pressed, they have managed to produce a serviceable bronze cannon, capable of firing a stone ball of perhaps 10-12 pounds, or a similar volume of rubble and metal shards, depending on the target. Production, again, is slow, but they, like our musket craftsmen, they are learning fast. And, here his smile turned into a grin, we have something that one of my men thought up. It was an idle thought, but it seemed simple enough, and we wondered why Noon thought of it before. He waved them over to a canvas-covered object. We have seen the fireworks the Northerners have been selling these last years, and their rockets used for signaling. So, my apprentice asked, why not attach something to a rocket? And have a lot of them together. He yanked the canvas cover off the object, revealing a 2-wheeled cart, fitted with a wooden frame, within which was a large number of what looked like arrows with something tied to their shafts. Here we have 10 rows of 10 rockets, each attached to an arrow, with fuses set to fire them all in one go. You simply point the cart at the enemy, light the fuse, then move out of the way. All 100 fire arrows ignite, and hurl themselves at the enemy, further and faster than any archer could manage. It is an impressive sight. Our men are calling them wow-wows, mostly because after seeing one in action, that's all they can say, he chuckled. Tywin wasn't convinced. Are you certain these are worth the effort and powder? The latter was the bigger concern. Cut off from Dorne and Dragonstone, their supplies of brimstone were limited. They still had plenty of charcoal, and the saltpetre works Tyrion had started was starting to produce, but already they were having to adjust the recipe to use less sulfur. Oh, believe me, Lord Tywin, any Northerner army that has to face our wow-wows will have to change their breeches, begging your pardon, the craftsman apologized, his enthusiasm momentarily running away from his manners. Against massed armies they should be very effective, and with a little refinement, we could add a small incendiary charge to the arrows, perhaps a mix of black powder and wildfire, as I have heard the pyromancers are producing? If so, well, I can imagine the effect these would have on riverboats, carrying enemy troops or supplies down the Trident or the Blackwater, out of range of normal archers. He patted the wooden cart. My lord, I believe these may give us an edge over the rebels, and make them think twice of attacking our forces. And if they do? His smile turned feral. Well, there will be fewer northerners in the world, and we will be one step closer to an honorable peace under King Joffrey Baratheon, he said loyally. Tywin nodded. Indeed. You have done well, Master Kirk. He reached into a pouch and pulled out a gold coin, tossing it to the craftsman. Turning away to face Pycelle, he didn't see the odd look Kirk shot him before pocketing the coin. You have done well, Pycelle. Come, we must speak more of this in private. Of course, my lord Hand, I am, as I have ever been, your loyal servant, bowed Pycelle, hobbling after the taller lord. Oh, be quiet, and keep up. XXXIX, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 7. AC 300 Riverrun, The Riverlands. The ceremony was rather brief. Robb wrapped his cloak around Marjorie's shoulders under the Riverrun weirwood tree. Her father, grandmother, and brother stood at one side, while Catelyn, myself and Uncle Brynden stood on the other. It was small and private, and I didn't hoot a bit when Marjorie and Robb kissed a bit more passionately than they really should have. Loras did, but Olenna just gave him a smile. Even as Catelyn glared. Robb and Marjorie blushed a bit, like real newlyweds. Grey Wind stood nearby, making the Septon a bit nervous. But the holy man carried out his duty, heedless of the great dire wolf. Under the laws of man and gods, I pronounce you husband and wife, he said. Robb and Marjorie nodded, and they slowly turned to walk out of the weirwood. We followed in respectful silence, though I kept smiling broadly. Why became obvious. The Martells, the Karstarks, and all of our other honored guests were waiting just outside. They applauded wildly, throwing up cheers and shooting guns into the air. Marjorie winced at the loud shots, as did Brienne nearby. Oberyn threw up his arms. Well. Now that the boring part is out of the way, let's get drunk. Oberyn cheered. Valder Frey laughed loudly. That's the first bloody thing I've agreed with you about, you desert rat. Right back at you, River Toad. Oberyn cackled. We hefted Robb and Marjorie up on our shoulders and carried them into the great hall of Riverrun. Our men reveled around us, drinking and laughing. Guns kept going off clearly. We were going to have to talk about firearm safety at some point. Otherwise the North was going to turn into the Middle East. We entered the great hall, lighting shining through the great windows. We carried Robb and Marjorie up to the main table, and placed them in chairs. The younger daughters of the Freys threw flower petals from an upper floor. I felt a buxom, curvy body grab me from behind, and spin me around. I was looking into warm brown eyes over a mischievous smile and a cute round nose. Lord Theon, said Arianne Martell. I almost thought you were avoiding me. Ah, well, you know. Wedding preparations, I said quickly. Gotta help my king. He's kind of hopeless with women. Arianne smiled warmly. Oh? You consider yourself an expert, then? Only a fool would consider himself an expert on women, I said. She laughed, her unbound breasts bouncing. I tried very hard not to look, but she obviously wanted me to. It was like we were alone on the floor, even with the chatting nobles and guests. Look, she was hot. Like, smoking hot. And she was looking at me with her full interest and desire. I'd gotten that more than a few times, but not like this. So, you are clever, Arianne said. She wrapped her arms around my waist. A few of the nobles gasped in scandal, but like a good Martell she ignored them. I swore I heard Brienne suck in a deep breath. I like to think so, I said. So. What brings you all up here? I asked. Arianne smiled, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in my ear, it's a surprise. One my uncle will be revealing. Very soon. A sound few in this world had ever heard screeched through the air, and everybody covered their ears. We looked over to the stage, covered in stereos. A gasoline motor was running outside, but the puttering could still be heard faintly through the wall. Ramsay wiped off the microphone in front of his face, and grimaced. Ah. Sorry, he said. Ahem. In honor of our gaining a new queen, and a married king, Ramsay said, I'd like to announce we'll be sharing a large number of new songs in honor of our noble liege. Robb smiled and nodded, as Marjorie flushed and beamed appropriately. Catelyn just sat near Roose Bolton, who was replete in his pink cloak as usual. Ramsay cleared his throat. With that in mind, I invite my noble father to come and offer his salute to our beloved king and queen, he spoke. Roose stiffened a bit. Robb smiled at him. So did Rickard Karstark, a bit unkindly. The Lord of the Dreadfort directed a cold stare at me. I gave him an innocent look back, as Catelyn Stark stared in some confusion. If I must, he said. He rose, brushing his pink cloak back. He strode to the stage, ascending it. Ramsay smiled at him, and moved to allow his father to stand in front of the microphone. I took this opportunity to escape Ariane's grip, and sat with my foster mother. She looked at me in confusion, even as Ariane pouted behind me. I didn't see it, but I could feel it. Lord Roos sings? Catalan asked. I shot Ramsay a thumbs up, which he returned. Ramsay turned to his band, who cowered a bit, but stood up at attention, and glared at the Frey band, who trembled a bit. All the same, they shaped up, and Ramsay waved a baton. And Roose Bolton took a deep breath in as the band broke out into a hot jazz theme. He sang. Out of the tree of life I just picked me a plum, he crooned, you came along and everything's startin' to hum. I grinned and covered my face, trying to avoid laughing. Not because it was terrible, no. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Roose Bolton's voice was golden and smooth. Brienne was actually watching in amazement, Elaria Sand was smiling widely, and... Mother? I asked in disbelief. Catalan was blushing bright red and watching the Lord of the Dread Fort, her eyes shiny. Catalan shook her head. He's very impressive. Still, it's a real good bet, the best is yet to come. To be a bit younger, Olin aside, I'd still find him disturbing. But attractive. Grandmother. One of Marjorie's cousins gasped, scandalized. Olina chuckled across the table from us. Best is yet to come and babe, won't that be fine? Bah. I wasn't saying anything any of these women weren't thinking, she said. It's good. Makes ya know if the hot spring is still flowing, you know. Some women need more frequent reminders than others. And now my hilarity was replaced with horror. Mother, I should see to some things. Catalan squeezed my hand, and smiled in understanding. Not at all, she said. No, stay. Olina said. My younger granddaughter is fascinated by steamships and engines. I'll say, said the girl, staring at me with a large smile. I smiled back uneasily. Catalan let my hand go, and I departed. I decided to head to the main table itself, talk to Rob directly. Congratulate him, and his new wife. Ariane Martel cut me off, taking my hand and smoothly guiding me away towards the stage. I tried, but she cut me off. We were interrupted, I'm afraid, she said with a beam. This song. It's so strange. I've never heard of it before. I heard it a while ago, I admitted. Great. Drunken, Theon strikes again. I had to hope this world wasn't in the Star Trek universe, they'd bust me on the Prime Directive so hard. I don't know how. I just know they might. It's a bit suggestive, Ariane said. I raised my eyebrow as we stood in front of the stage, Rue's still going strong. I like it that way. I smiled as she bumped her hip against mine. I returned the bump in turn. Yet. Well. I'm kind of variable on the suggestibility of my songs. And your women? She asked with a warm smile. I shrugged, looking around. The Frey band was still going strong in support of Ruse, a few of them looking around furtively. My eyes instinctively went over to Valder Frey. Ariane followed my gaze. What are you so interested in Lord Frey for? She asked, squeezing my hand. Don't like his dancing. Indeed, the old bastard was rocking in his wheelchair, enjoying the spectacle. Most of the other nobles seemed to be enjoying it too. Maybe it was old-fashioned enough that people would love it regardless of the content. Or perhaps Roose Bolton's golden pipes could charm anyone. All of which was beside the point. This was not the Red Wedding. I could stay calm. I had to stay calm. So why was there that feeling of wrongness in me? Just paranoia? Or was I picked up something my conscious mind wasn't processing properly? There was a disturbing thought. Which was interrupted by Ariane pressing up against me with a smile. Do you dance, Lord Theon? She asked. I coughed, and smiled at her. I do. A little, I said. Ariane raised an eyebrow. Well, teach me a northern dance then, she said. I looked over at Rob and Marjorie, making small talk in between accepting thanks and gifts. They looked like they were having fun. I looked back at Ariane, and managed a smile. Well. Sure, I said. I took her left hand in my right, moved her other arm to my shoulders, and wrapped my left arm around her waist. I went into a simple foxtrot, and was rewarded with her feet stomping on my boots. Sorry. No, just slow down and teach me, Ariane said with a smile. I explained the steps, and as Ruse lit into another Sinatra classic, we were going around the open floor before the stage. There was a great deal of staring, and whispering, but I didn't pay it any mind. While that niggling feeling of danger was there, it was easier to ignore with a sweet-looking woman dancing close to me to a hot beat. Maybe ballroom dancing wasn't such a bad thing to have spent a semester on back in my real life? Original life? I didn't know anymore. Maybe I should just call myself Thalion from now on. Ariane giggled, as I brought her to a stop at the end of the song. I separated, and gave her a bow. She returned it, her hand lingering on my shoulder. She grinned at me. Well. That, I like, she said. Us too. We looked over at Oberyn and Elaria, who were emulating a fast waltz as the band launched into another swing favorite. How much had I written out while drunk? Geez. A few of the more daring couples were taking to the floor, following Oberyn's example. Their steps were clumsy and wild, but they were enjoying themselves. Most of the older guests watched in bemusement, some in resentment. Valder Frey just watched in perverse glee as women were kicking their skirts up enough to show more skin. Can I get in another round? Ariane asked with a smile. I hope you have more in you. I spied Amerda out of the corner of my eye just before she moved in and took my hand. Excuse me, Princess Ariane, she said politely, adjusting her glasses, but Lord Theon promised me a dance. I did? Oh. I did. Sorry Ariane, I apologized, I'll give you another turn. Promise. And Amerda and I were off, as Ariane stared intensely after me. I sighed and swung Amerda around a bit clumsily. You looked like you needed an escape, my assistant murmured into my ear. I beamed at her. I did. I think, I said. What's up? She rolled her eyes at my odd idiom. One of the quartermasters has a matter to discuss with you. It sounded urgent, she said. I frowned. What kind of matter? Urgent, Amerda sighed. I know, vague. I didn't get much more than that from him. I nodded, that shadow of death feeling growing again. I had to get out of here, I had to. I could take care of it, if you'd like, Amerda said gently. I smiled at her, and squeezed her hand. I'd appreciate that. You're a godsend, Amerda. You always were. She looked down, adjusting her glasses, hiding a blush. Thank you, Lord Theon, she murmured. I nodded. Look, just go find out more. I'll be back, and give you another dance, I said softly. To keep this inconspicuous, of course, she said. I nodded. Of course, I agreed. Yes, exactly, she said, a bit too quickly. I didn't have much time to think about this, as she released me. I turned around. And there was Mira, standing in a green dress with a blush on her face. I stared. Mira? What are you? Ah. I was covering the dance floor, she said, but you know, my father said I should put in an appearance. She smiled and looked aside. I didn't know you wanted to dance. I tried to explain I wasn't asking her to dance, that I had some business to attend to. And then she took my hands in hers. But if you insist, my lord, she said, I cannot refuse. And off we went, spinning around the floor. I sighed, and saw Amerda and Ariane staring at one another. It looked a bit intense. Then Amerda headed off to do her job, and Ariane resumed prowling the outside of the dance floor, eyes still on me. I gulped and pulled Mira a bit closer. I didn't know exactly what was going on here, but it was probably not going to end well for me. Tyrion Lannister giving me a knowing smirk and raising a goblet of wine sealed it. Omake _canon, but in the future so no worries, Vermeer _Omake, the Northern Revolution, the causes for change. And, this Omake was based off of the future TV shows Omax ND, the one on Eddard shorthand. This is the first in a line of historical analyses of the Northern Revolution. I am going to focus on Amerda and Ramsay next / Omake, the Northern Revolution, the causes for change. This is an excerpt from the book, The Northern Revolution, The Causes for Change, written by Robert Blackwood in the year 413 AC. Robert Blackwood was the preeminent historian of his era, and is best known for writing the defining work on the fall of Valyria, Not Even Dragon Riders Are Lava-Proof. The following excerpt is the introduction chapter to the book. The Northern Revolution is perhaps the most defining periods in history, equal in importance only to the fall of Valyria. Both shaped the history of both Essos and Westeros forever. But where one was destructive, as the volcanic eruption decimated much of Essos and shifted the power balance there forever, and subjugated Westeros to the rule of the Targaryen dynasty, the other was constructive. The Northern Revolution was a revolution in all possible ways. Music changed, fashion changed, literacy shot way up, war was declared, and socio-economic change occurred, allowing women much more rights and marked the end of serfdom as the North knew it. In fact, it is easier to list the things that didn't change than those that did. Religion didn't change and the monarchical power didn't change. The question this book explores is why? Or rather, why now? For a period of approximately 5,000 years before Theon Greyjoy's birth, relatively few developments were made socially, technologically, and economically. When asked why now, most historians will lay the credit solely on the feat of the triumvirate, Lord Eddard Stark the Wise, Lord Theon Greyjoy the Clever, and King Robb Stark the Great. And for sure, they deserve much of the credit. Eddard Stark laid the foundation for the revolution and trusted Theon Greyjoy enough to follow his lead. Robb Stark continued this trust and used Theon's advice to rule well in his reign. And Theon Greyjoy. Nothing more needs to be said about him. But they were not the only players in this revolution. How can we forget the Reed Railroads? Or Manderley Shipping? Or the Bolton Gun Depot? While the ideas of a few of these innovations can be traced, like so many others, to Theon Greyjoy, it is inaccurate to not give credit where it is due. There were many revolutionaries at that time, and Theon, while prominent, was only one of them. In his seminal work, The Quiet Wolf of Winterfell, Ronald Karstark credits Rickard Stark with much of the credit for laying the foundations for the coming changes. Karstark claims that by fostering Eddard in the Vale with Jon Arryn, a man with no children at the time who loved Eddard like his own son, Eddard in turn learned to love Theon as Jon had loved him. He also claims that Rickard, by opening the north more to the south, allowed for new ideas to flow through into the north, prepping the minds of the coming generations for the eventual revolution. While the first assertion is generally accepted as true, I disagree with the second one. There was nothing remarkable about the ideas of the South that should have prompted such drastic changes. The followers of the old gods, when asked why now, claim that the old gods were responsible for the enlightenment of that era. They claim that the old gods themselves awoken the potential in the north to fight off of the others in the second long night. While that idea makes much sense, it is refuted simply by the fact that Bran Stark himself, brother to Robb Stark and son of Eddard Stark, and the first Green Seer of the followers, declared that while the old gods did interfere, it was not through Theon Greyjoy. While he has refused to elaborate more than that, I think it is easy to say that the matter is settled. My own theory is quite simple. After waiting 5,000 years with no advances occurring, Westeros just needed a spark to light the gunpowder to fire the bullet of change. The next few chapters of the book will be dedicated to exploring this idea. I will study innovations previous to the Northern Revolution and the associated societal impacts. I will look into the life of Theon Greyjoy and explore what about his life allowed the change to occur and, more importantly, to stick. Flashback _canon _omake, the one-eyed Kraken. Omake, the one-eyed Kraken. AC 297, Torrens Square, the North. The lad had grown tall, this I would say for him. He had more of his mother in him than his father, I think, the hair, the eyes, the shape of his cheekbones. But behind those eyes, I could see. Ah, there was the Greyjoy in him. He was talking with a few of the local lords, as an as yet complete factory was hard going behind them. The roof wasn't on, but the queer machines within were already churning out cloth fluff, sheets, everything you might want. And there were dozens more all across the city I'd seen churning out iron and steel, thunder arms, and shaped wood. I'd managed to get a look inside the gears turning, the bellows firing. It all seemed to be organized chaos, twisting and churning. I was reminded of the small krakens that dwelt in the shallows, pulling themselves along like they were throwing chains out to drag their bulk. How they twisted and wrestled with clams to pull them open, even a few using rocks to help out. The boy ceased his instructions, looking a bit exasperated. The world ran too slowly for this one, it was easy to see. His elders were impressed, and went off to continue work. He sighed and rubbed the back of his head, looking far older for a moment. A boy who sought to take so much onto his shoulders, to work so hard. Maybe there was more of me in him than Balon. Might have been, so long ago. Alanis would never tell my brother, of course. The old cunt saw her for a brooding mare. And in the end, that's all she ever was, clinging to her dead sons. Ignoring the living one. Can I help you? The boy asked, and I smiled a bit behind my balaclava. He was studying me with interest, as I watched through the open window. I leaned on the sill, casual as can be. Ah. Just a veteran lookin' in, boy, nothin' more, I said. Fought in the rebellion, I did. Heard there was work. Ah, Theon said with a nod, frowning a bit thoughtfully. There is. The office would be the best place to inquire, Mr. Stormcrow, I said a bit gruffly. Theon nodded. Stormcrow. Sailor. I chuckled. Yes. I gathered. Your hands are rope burned, he said, nodding to my bare fingers. I again smiled. Noticed that, did you? It pays to be observant, Theon said with a little smile. I too have observed many a thing here, lad, I said. I noted he didn't insist on a correction in my addressing him either. It was compassion, or the lad didn't care if I added a lord to the start of his name. It did speed up the conversation though, and made him less of a twat. Good that the Greenlanders hadn't gotten that far with him. All this whirring and whistling. Steam and steel. It all seems like witches' cauldrons and black magic to me. Bah, he said, waving his hand dismissively. He spoke with his hands a great deal, I noted. Magic is asking the gods to twist the world to suit you. This is science. And what's the difference, lad? I asked. Thean grinned, and knelt down. Such an open, friendly boy. He held up a black bit of coal, left on the floor of the factory. Coal burns better than wood, or stone, because of what it's made of, he said. Different molecules, different elements. Small bits growing and combining into bigger and more complex things. He tossed the coal up and down in his hand for a time, not minding the stain on his palm and fingers. You understand that? You understand what they do, or what they can do, well. It's more akin to learning from the gods. Rather than just asking them for favors. I slowly nodded, and reached out. He handed the bit of coal to me, and I turned it over in my hands. So you would supplant the gods then, lad? He shook his head. No. But if we can understand the world they've created, and how it works, we're better off. We don't have to go to magic for it. We get to determine our own fate, more easily. I chuckled again. Good lad. I tossed the coal back. Thank you, Thean. He smiled back. Thank you, Mr. Stormcrow. I turned and headed off, making my way for the office. I crossed into the crowd of men seeking work, and parted inconspicuously. I rubbed my beard under my wrappings, making my way slowly to the port. My ship was berthed, taking on supplies, the red paint being reapplied. I nodded to my crew, and slowly headed up to the tiller. My first mate looked up, a question on his face. I shook my head. We'll delay a bit longer, Craggern. After all. I pulled my balaclava off, letting the evening air run over my face. My nephew's done quite well for himself. I want to see what other little wonders he's created. And I, Euron Greyjoy, recently exiled from the Iron Isles. Allowed myself an easy smile. Still enough to make my crew pause, uncertain. As they should be. Omek_Ragugar_semicanon_shepherd. He was supposed to be a sheep herder. From the tender age of 3 name days, his first remembered thought was how his father boasted at the dinner table of how he was going to inherit the family farm one day, just a small patch by the corner of a forest in the Riverlands, not really their own, but it has been tended to by their family for long enough that his father claims it was just as good as theirs. The lords don't bother with us small folk, John, as long as we pay our dues, and bow our heads, this land is as good as ours. His father used to say from time to time. He supposed that it was a simple life, and for a while, he was quite content with doing farm tasks, and at times, honing his skill with a bow, hunting game from the nearby forests, just enough to add a little variety to their meals. Then one day, tragedy struck. Having returned from one of his small hunting trips with a caught deer he planned to have his mother cook for his 16th name day, he arrived to see his house burning. Quickly dropping the carcass he ran, but it was too late. He would never forget what he saw that day, the image of his father's head impaled on a fence, his mother and sister dead into the side, mutilated and raped. All their sheep gone, taken. And the image of a lion on a red field, waving in the air, far to the horizon on the flags of the monsters fleeing from their latest deed. So John took his bow, and made for the closest village, where he saw the same scene of devastation. Scavenging from what he could, he joined what few refugees remained and headed north. War was upon them, and the Riverlands were no longer safe. His group was joined several times by other refugees on their journey, and when they arrived to Wintertown, they were herded and tended to by doctors maesters who weren't maesters, some people said. They were checked for disease, wounds, and added to a census, then they were given food and tents for the night. The next day, he and several young men and women were guided into the town to a building where they say jobs are assigned. The north was so different, thought John. The small folk for one, dressed better, and the houses were sturdier. The people here walked with a confidence that startled him and his companions. There were no hunched postures, no signs of bowing, only a sense of energy, as he saw craftsmen ply their trade, merchants sell their wares, and the people moving everywhere. John never really learned to read, he didn't need it after all, destined as he was to tend to sheep, but it seemed everyone here at Wintertown could. There were lots of signs and words posted with very finely drawn images detailing various things, even in the job center, where there was parchment, paper, and writing everywhere. Thankfully he was helped by clerks to search for a suitable job. He was considering to be a huntsman. The north had little in the way of good land for sheep, when a picture caught his eye. An image of what he could only guess was a lord, who he later learned was the Thean Greyjoy, looking him straight in the eye while pointing a finger. After asking a clerk, he learned that it was a recruitment poster, saying 8 simple words. I want you. For the 1st Northern Army. The clerk went on about how long accelerated training would be for the reserves, wages, benefits, and all other details, but all John could think of was the last images of his family, and a red banner of a golden lion, flying away. I'm in. I want to join. John nodded resolutely. Well, far be it for me to turn down another arm for the war. Here, take this paper, write your name, and give it to Sergeant Hackett at the grey building at the edge of town. The clerk handed him a sheet with a lot of lines. John frowned. I can't read or write, sir. Oh dear me, yes, I forgot that, ha. I really need to lay off the vodka. Don't worry, boot camp has an additional training course for the illiterate, you'll be reading and writing in no time. For now, I'll write for you. What is your name again, lad? The clerk asked as he took the sheet from John and grabbed a quill from the desk. John, sir, John, son of Hathan the shepherd. John Shepherd well, here you go. Good luck, the clerk replied, handing John his papers and unintentionally misspelling his name. And so begins the legend of Commander John Shepherd, one of many heroes from the small folk during the War of Five Kings. XL, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 8. AC 300, Riverrun, Riverlands. Brienne watched the couples dance, and fingered the revolvers at her hips. Part of her wished to be out there, in the arms of a gallant lord, but her more realistic side knew that she would only embarrass herself. Besides, as King Rob's newest bodyguard, she had other duties to attend to. True, he had insisted that she was off duty for tonight, but it behooved her to keep an eye on her charge. Excuse me, my lady, but I was hoping for a moment of your time, came the quiet voice from beside her, and Brienne blinked as she realized that a large, massively overweight man in his middle years was standing next to her, sipping on a goblet of wine. Who? She began to ask, but she noted his green tunic, that strained to contain his bulk, and the badge of the trident-wielding merman on his breast. Sir Wylas, she hazarded a guess, and the mustachioed lord smiled. Indeed, Lady Brienne. Forgive my impertinence, but I wanted to meet you. My daughters, you see, were quite specific in their insistence that I interview you. She blinked. Forgive me, Sir Wylas, but I'm afraid I do not understand. Your daughters were very kind to me when I was aboard the Sea Wolf, and I recall them fondly, but I cannot think of a reason for them to mention me to you. I hope I did not offend them in some way. He laughed, his belly rippling at the sound. Aha! Just as they described. No, my lady, it is quite the opposite, they were quite impressed by you. They also mentioned, he smiled broadly, that you had interest in becoming a knight, rather than simply an armswoman. Is this true? Sir, I do not, that is, I wish. She sighed. More than anything. Good, good, he said enthusiastically. Now, my brother and I, he gestured to where another large man stood with some other nobles, still massive but in far better shape than Wylas, am here for the wedding, but he shall stay with the king while I return to White Harbor. I wanted to meet you before I left, and I must say, I am quite as impressed by what I see as Winifred claimed I would be. Brienne was confused. I am afraid I still do not understand, she said quietly, and the northern knight grinned. Forgive me, I have been quite obtuse, have I not? Lady Brienne, he said formally, in White Harbor, we have kept the tradition and honor of the title of knight alive, ever since we were exiled from our home, and the Starks took us in and gave us a place in their kingdom. As an anointed knight, it is both my privilege, and my duty, to pass that title along to those whom I find worthy of it. Any knight, it is said, can create a knight, but here in the north we treat the title as a serious burden, not as a status symbol or as an excuse to lord it over the small folk. When we charge a knight in the name of the warrior to be brave, we mean it. When we charge them in the name of the father to be just, we are serious. And when we charge them in the name of the mother to defend the young and the innocent, we certainly mean that, he insisted with sudden fire. In these dark days, I know, this is not so in the south, where sons of lords are knighted as though it were their inborn right, rather than a mark of assuming a mantle of responsibility, to act as a living banner, to encourage others to embrace those self-same ideals. When I look at you, Lady Brienne, I see as fine an example of southern chivalry as I have ever seen come from south of the neck. Oh, he waved a meaty hand, I will have to see more, your skill at arms, your manners in court, your character on the battlefield and off it, but from my daughter's reports and a frank discussion I had earlier today with Sir Loras, he indicated the Knight of the Flowers, who was dancing nearby with Daisy Mormont, both moving stiffly, as though they each wished to be elsewhere, I have no doubt that you will meet my standards. A long-hidden and suppressed glimmer of hope started to glow within Brienne, as years of crushing reality and acceptance of the impossibility of achieving her dreams were slowly starting to be lifted. The Mandelier lay a hand on her shoulder, he was far shorter than she, and massively out of shape, but there was still a shadow of the champion juicer and swordsman in his eyes. My lady, I doubt your path will be an easy one, and even in the lands of King Rob, many may scoff and sneer. But I fully believe that before long, you will stand vigil in a September, and upon the morn I will dub you Sir Brienne, and at least to any northern knight, you will be regarded as companion, peer and fellow in the service of chivalry. For a moment, Brienne couldn't speak, as her throat closed up. Sir Wylas, she finally managed, I have long, that is, even in the north. He laughed again. Oh, I am sure it will be controversial. Even amongst our northern folk, warrior women are rare, and women knights are a thing of legend, if not myth. But, he said with a glimmer of mischief in his eye, if you are willing to stay the course, then I am willing to lead you on the path. He shook his head. And now I am mixing my metaphors, Lord Eddard, may the seven illuminate his heathen soul, always told me I did so. But no matter. Come, my lady, he said, offering his hand, which she automatically took. It would be my honor to be your partner for a dance, but only one, mind you, as I fear I will not have the strength or breath for more than that. I have long spent more time at table than at the list, he added, patting his round belly. Brienne shook her head. I fear you would outlast most men, Sir Wylas, she said, but couldn't help smiling back at him. If you are willing to risk your toes, then who am I to deny you? Marvelous. Come, we shall make fools of ourselves together. With that, he led her out onto the dance floor, as Lord Bolton continued to croon his strange, slow but compelling melody. 10 minutes later, Brienne finished her dance, with Sir Wylas bowing deeply, face flushed and sweating, but smiling. Despite his weight, he was a surprisingly good dancer, light on his feet with good rhythm. He had even made her feel graceful, for once. Still, he begged off on another dance, but promised to continue their conversation the next day. So it was with a light heart that Brienne stood back, took a goblet of wine from a passing servant, and settled in to watch the other guests dance the night away, but she paused when she saw AndrewJTalon standing nearby, biting her tongue and fidgeting with her fingers gripping her skirts in an anxiety that was quite unlike her, on dry land, of course. Curious, Brienne put aside her drink and walked over. Mistress Han? Is something the matter? The merchant's daughter looked up at her, and Brienne frowned at the worry in her eyes. Oh. Lady Brienne. I need help, it is extremely urgent. Brienne looked over to where Theon was dancing with Mira Reed, another of the warrior maids the north seemed to produce in startling numbers. I'm afraid the dance just began a moment ago, is there anything I can help you with? Her talk with Sir Wylas had given her a boost of confidence, and at that moment, Brienne felt that she could accomplish anything she set her mind to. AndrewJTalon shook her head. It's bad, very bad. She looked around, checking to see if anyone was nearby and could overhear. Seeing her concern, Brienne placed her hand on the smaller woman's arm and pulled her into a nearby corner. AndrewJTalon, take a deep breath. Inwardly, Brienne was alarmed. Lord Theon's assistant was rarely flustered. As the girl did as instructed, Brienne couldn't help observing that she suddenly seemed very young and uncertain. Now, tell me everything from the beginning. It's easier to show you, AndrewJTalon said, taking her forearm and leading her away. Theon. It wasn't hard to see Brienne and AndrewJTalon off the dance floor. And the concerned look on her face, soon matched by Brienne. Yet. I wasn't going to stand on ceremony or diplomacy. Not tonight. Not even for the pair of very large, firm, round boobs pressing against my chest. Ariane Martell had gotten back into my arms, as Ramsay had switched over to Beyond the Sea. So what does steam have to do with cleaning clothes? How does it work without a? I pulled away, and turned. Lord Theon. Sorry princess, I've got to see to something, I said. AndrewJTalon and Brienne were moving to a small side door in the great hall. I tried to go, but Ariane's hands wrapped around mine. She pressed her chest against me again, and breathed in my ear. Come now. Surely it can wait, she said. She beamed. I gave her a long look. Nope, I said, turning and heading off quickly. I didn't mind her glare, even though it felt like it was going to ignite my hair. I'd felt worse. I slipped out the side door and scanned the courtyard. Amid the partying soldiers and common women, I spied Brienne and AndrewJTalon heading to an adjacent stable. I crossed the courtyard, nimbly dodging the carousing men and women. I looked over at the kennel. Weird, where was Grey Wind? He wasn't there. My worry deepened, and I quickened my pace. I made it to the stable, peeking in. I saw AndrewJTalon and Brienne walking towards the back. I followed, and cleared my throat. They spun, AndrewJTalon going for her gun and Brienne for her sword. They froze, but I held my hands up just in case. Lord Theon. AndrewJTalon gasped. It's you, I. Not dead, no big deal, explain, I said quickly. AndrewJTalon frowned. The armory officer sent a messenger. They're missing a few weapons, as well as one of the new explosives you developed, she said. My blood ran ice cold. I looked around, the hairs standing up on the back of my neck. No, no, no. AndrewJTalon said he was meeting us here, but... Then don't say anything, I said. I moved to the nearby stable and took a place behind a wooden column, blocking myself from view. My assistant blinked in momentary confusion, before she heard footsteps. She and Brienne turned back to the door as two figures approached. One was a young man. What was his name? He was followed by a rough-faced, greasy person I had no familiarity with. The boy looked scared. Holden, Amrda said with a smile. And you are? The greasy man smiled, shut the doors. The boy took a breath. Lady Amrda, it's a trap. He's an ass's herc. The greasy man moved, and he slashed Holden's throat open. He fell, and even as Brienne went for her sword the man seized my little assistant and held his dagger up to her throat. Hold it, giant bitch. The greasy man sneered. One false move and she's bleedin' on your boots. Let her go or so help me, Brienne snarled. The assassin smirked. Ya lost a king already, what's one squid salt whore? I saw red. I stepped out, hand on my gun. The assassin looked back, surprised. I told the boy to tell you to come alone. Stupid whore can't even follow instructions. He snarled. I took a calming breath, as Amrda stayed calm and still. She was brave. Braver than me in this instant. Who sent you, and how many of you are there? I asked. The killer smirked. Think I'll tell you. Even if you kill all three of us, you won't escape, I said calmly. Che. What with the slaughter inside, they won't notice. The assassin cackled. It'll be a regular red wedding. My heart pounded. Sweat beaded on my forehead. The assassin leaned his head out from behind Amrda's, leering over her shoulder. Amrda was tense, breathing hard. Staying calm, and absolutely still. She shifted her weight, just enough. And she gave me a look I had become very familiar with. A look that said, quite simply, I trust you. One I'd seen after far too many experiments had gone dangerously awry. I got it. Oh. Her captor was saying something, right. Now. Let me go, and maybe I won't kill your little whore right here. Here, I said, pulling out my gold bag and tossing it to his and Amrda's feet. Now who hired you? The assassin glanced down. He looked back up. You can't beat the crown's gold, he stopped. I smiled. Thanks. All I needed to know. Amrda. Amrda ducked her head down and to the right. I drew my gun and fired, the loud retort filling the stable with thunder. The assassin gawked at me, a hole in his forehead. A forehead that soon fell to the floor after Brienne's blade took his head and sent it thumping to the floor. Amrda fell away from the corpse, falling onto trembling knees. I moved over to her, knelt and hugged her. She hugged me back. We both tried not to look at poor Holden, lying there on the floor, lifeless. Are you all right? I asked softly. She nodded, huffing through her nose. Why yes. I've seen you hit targets. Much smaller and farther away than that, she managed. I knew you could do it and... Good, I said, hugging her. Find a shady spot. I'll be back. I got up and ran for the doors, Brienne falling into step behind me. The doors were opened and we were met by Lord Karstark and several other men holding guns. What the seven hells, the giant, swarthy man demanded, before gunfire filled the air. We turned and saw muzzle flashes coming from the great windows. Move! I roared, shoving through the crowd and moving for the great hall. Oh God! No! Please, no! I would not let it happen. Not again. Well, not again, but damn it, to hell with it. XLI, Westeros Wedding Crashers, Part 9. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. Tyrion. It wasn't like Tyrion intrinsically hated weddings, no. His own experiences notwithstanding, he enjoyed ample food, wine, and song at someone else's expense. Who could argue with that? Being in the middle of his house's sworn enemies, in the middle of a war said enemies were winning? That dampened the mood of the festivities a bit. Even with the spectacle of Roose Bolton, Lord Leech himself, crooning and making many a maiden's under things wet. Maybe he should get into this crooning thing. She would love it. He'd probably need a new source of employment after things blew up. Assuming he lived that long. On that happy thought, he sipped his wine and leaned back in his chair. He looked over at King Robb and his new bride, dancing on the floor. They had an almost disgustingly sincere look of awkward but genuine affection for one another. It was sickeningly sweet, like a fairy tale. He drank down some more wine, savoring the slight burn on his throat. A photographer was going around, flashing a light at couples from behind a box. He'd seen plenty of photographs, he was impressed with the technology, of course. But the Dornish were finding more interesting ways to utilize it. Nude magazines. What a concept. He'd make a killing off those poor schmucks at the wall. Ah. Lord Tyrion, said a familiar female voice. Tyrion looked over at Catelyn Stark, standing a bit awkwardly in front of him. He glanced over at Bronn, who shot the Lady of Winterfell a little smirk. He looked back to his former captor, and held up his wine to her. Lady Stark. I'm glad to meet you again. Without a gun in your hand, he said politely. Catelyn sighed, and held her hands together tightly. I apologize for that, she said. Little late for that, Tyrion sighed. She winced, and he grimaced a bit. I am sorry for your husband, he said. Catelyn nodded back. I appreciate that. And I can certainly understand your rage at Jaime, Tyrion said. Catelyn looked at the dwarf, and he sighed. He told me. Confirmed the news in the papers. He ran his fingers around the rim of his goblet. About Bran. Catelyn nodded at that. Tyrion looked back up at the matron of the king in the north. What do you intend to do with him? Tyrion asked. You can't hold him forever. He'll be tried for his crime, Catelyn said grimly. A life for a life. Tyrion shook his head. I really can't allow that. Your position is not very strong, Lord Tyrion, Catelyn said, a bit sourly. Tyrion gave her a level look. It seems to me that we'd both like to avoid causing further war, he said evenly. At least, I would. Would you agree to that? With that famous stark honesty. Catelyn set her teeth, and slowly nodded. That slight to her pride hurt her, but Tyrion couldn't regret it. Too much. Well then. Who told you that I arranged to have your boy killed? He asked. Catelyn worried her lower lip. Come now. Given our situation, it's not like it's all that vital a secret. Peter Baelish, she said. He told me. Little Fingerham. Tyrion asked, raising his eyebrows. Well. I can't imagine any ulterior motives he might have in such a situation. You can mock me, Lord Tyrion, Catelyn ground out, but I've learned a few things about him recently. Enough to make me reconsider. Several things. Like the fact he betrayed your husband. Tyrion asked lightly. Oh, I didn't see it. But I learned of it. He sipped his wine. For his service to the crown. He's received much. He has not received enough, Catelyn said, in a sad, tortured whisper. She closed her eyes tightly, and despite everything Tyrion found himself feeling a bit of pity for her. He always was far too sentimental for his own good. Your daughter is in good spirits, and health, Tyrion told her. Catelyn looked at him, almost desperately. He nodded back. Bronn can confirm it, can't you Bronn? I pay him enough to be honest when I ask. Your daughter's a fine lass, Bronn said, likeable. Used to be a bit of an airhead, but she's actually scored a few hits on me. And my short lord here. He smiled, a bit more charming than Tyrion expected of him. And I've kept Baelish away from her. On principle. Catelyn sat down next to Tyrion, bowing her head. Am I really the only one who was completely fooled? Tyrion, despite himself, patted her on her knuckles. If you were, he wouldn't be in business, would he? Nor would that arsehole, Bronn said with a nod to the band. Tyrion stiffened. What arsehole? He asked. Bronn smiled and nodded, looking nonchalant. But there was a dangerous tension in the sellsword's body language. A warning. One of the Frey band members. Seen I'm around the Littlefingers brothels, he said in a low tone. Seen I'm a few other places, too. Violent sort of work. Tyrion felt his blood run cold. Catelyn stiffened, and sucked in a breath. Tyrion looked at her, and shook his head rapidly. He squeezed her hand, silently begging her to stay quiet. Father wouldn't do it. Send a bunch of assassins into this wedding. We're supposed to stall. So who? The answer came to Tyrion in a second of terrible clarity. Well. Isn't that interesting, Tyrion said softly. So interesting that we should keep it quiet. Catelyn took deep breaths. But she managed to nod slowly. Thank the gods for small favors a Tully who could learn. My good Bronn. Perhaps it's for the best we make the guards aware of the situation. He looked around. Where is Lady Brienne? I wouldn't mind taking her. For a dance. She's outside. With Lady Amerda and Theon, Catelyn whispered. Who planned this? Who did it? Bronn, get her out of here, Tyrion said softly. Anywhere in particular? Bronn asked, even as he moved to take her hand. Catelyn rose, confused. Out, Tyrion said. And what are you going to do? Catelyn asked, but Tyrion slammed his goblet onto the table. The king. Tyrion said, a bit louder than he meant. Yes. A toast to the king. He banged his goblet on the table again, and the music slowed and stopped. He tried very hard not to look at the band. He stood on the table, and held his goblet up high to Robb and Marjorie. A toast to the king in the north. Tyrion spoke loudly. And of the trident. I may be a Lannister. But I can respect a worthy foe. I can respect a man who means exactly what he says. Who truly lives up to ideals of honor and duty. Who does, in short, care for his men as a king should. He wobbled a bit, not entirely feigned. He saw Bronn escorting Catelyn towards the back, passing by a confused Kevin Lannister. It is regrettable we must be involved in this war. Despite our many efforts, we have failed. We drown in blood, and worse crimes are committed. He sighed, looking down. The sad truth is, men with power fear losing it, more than anything else. Men who treat that power as a gift, a duty, will flourish without it. But those who treat it as their obligation? Those are the worst. I believe the Lannisters would know all about that. Oberyn Martell called, standing with his own goblet. He beamed sardonically. Unleashing the mountain upon my sister and her children. Upon the Riverlands, burning and raping. The Riverlanders glared up at Tyrion, and the dwarf took it stoically. He saw Kevin whispering furiously with Catelyn and Bronn. He saw his nephews, with guards to keep them honest, in the line of the band. And most recently, Oberyn Martell said with a smirk and a tilt of his head, the selling of captured Northmen to the slave cities of Mirian and Yunkai in exchange for Unsullied. Gasps filled the room. All eyes stared intently at Tyrion. Hands rested on swords and guns. King Robb himself glared death at Tyrion. That's absurd. Kevin Lannister shouted. We wouldn't. The band was shifting, shuffling their instruments. Large containers, holding instruments. Perfect concealment. Tyrion gulped down his wine, and took a deep breath. You're right, Prince Martell, Tyrion said. The desperation of this war has driven my father and my nephew to such horrible acts. Trading your countrymen to Essos, for slave soldiers. To die at their whim. To die to save their legacy. It's a crime that stains all of Westeros. He took another breath. And worse still. They plot to assassinate you, King Robb. And your bride, and everyone else here. After all, Lord Frey, Tyrion raised his voice, where on Planetos did you find this band? Valder Frey, who had been looking amused, suddenly became even more corpse-like as the blood drained out of his face and his eyes widened. Robb went for his guns, Roose Bolton dove off the stage, and the Frey band pulled out guns and began firing. Tyrion locked eyes with one of the assassins, wielding a rifle and Iron Wrath repeater, if he was not mistaken. One pointed at him. One being pulled. One being fired. And this is what I get for trying to play the hero, Tyrion thought, before the world exploded into booms of thunder and flashes of bullets. He felt like he was falling. Was this death? But he hit the hard floor and air from his very mortal lungs was knocked out. A woman in green with a repeater flipped the table up, as the wedding guests screamed and took cover. She knelt by him, and Tyrion stared in amazement. You saved me? He asked. Mira Reed was grim. Not yet. With that outfit? That's service enough, Tyrion said gratefully. Oh make, probs not canon. Dear Lady Joelle Sirwin. I bring news which would seem most dire, but the fact that I am still alive and writing this letter, only through the assistance of a stiff brandy, I am still in somewhat of a daze, means there is little to fear for the northern cause. You may or may not be aware there was an attack upon King Robb Stark, King of the North and the Trident, long may he reign, at his own wedding by people who had taken both bread and water, Frey men to be precise, many of whom were put to sword and shot. The fighting was fierce, and today was the first time I picked up a musket alongside the men of the 3rd Regiment of the Rills, as they were secondary responders should things have gone horribly wrong. Primary responders were the Royal Guard, whom I'm told were savaged quite severely but held their ground through deeds that were out of the realms of mortal men. I must admit I felt unmanned by the bravery of these conscripts, but they have been more than forthcoming with what little information and gossip that has trickled from the waters of Riverrun, no doubt due to my partaking in fighting Frey forces. I shall affirm that Robb Stark lives and has come to no severe harm. Theon Greyjoy has survived, but I know nothing of his condition. A few smaller lords fell that I am aware of, but officials have been tight-lipped and a general information blackout has occurred around Riverrun. I had a strange encounter, however. I received a visit from some of the army officers who work with our now embedded press officers. The aura that surrounded these people was quite queer and disconcerting. They said they acted upon the authority of the newly established Court of Internal Security and Intelligence, and that before any correspondence of mine or other press officers is to be dispatched to you, they need to review said documents. I am aware that war is a tricky affair, and the free press has not only been used as a weapon to attack the enemies of the North but also boost morale back home, but I feel I must protest the CIC and its actions. Whilst I recognize the fact that the press has made the spreading of information trivially easy, under your management and the rules that we put in place the last time I brought to you a piece similar to this, there is no way we have assisted our cowardly enemies in planning this attack through a trickle of disjointed information. The news of the wedding would have been received by the enemy even without the invention of the press, so I implore you to resist the CIC in all your capacity, because as soon as men assume to control thoughts so that security may be a free commodity, do we lose our security as we do our thoughts. In an age of people like you and Theon the Clever, it should be easy to recognize that it isn't the blood which you take from your parents that makes you great, as from my knowledge Theon's birth parents were anything but the mind which gives us thought that makes us great. Knowledge is power, and at this time I fear for the free press, because it is something which dispenses knowledge. Reactionary elements such as the CIC will use an event like this to control us. I have no doubt the front page of the next issue will be an inspiring and rousing headline with calls to put the Lannisters in the holes which they have dug for themselves, but I do not believe that alone will be enough to turn the Sea away from us. On a lighter but no less grim note, I have attached a picture of members of the 3rd Regiment of the Rills routing a formation of Freymen protecting the gates outside Riverrun, with what the lieutenant in the center, the fierce-bearded one holding the unofficial regiment banners. Stark ones are usually used by the conscript formations and pointing towards the enemy, called a bayonet charge. It's as terrifying as it sounds. I had tried to find myself in this picture as I participated in this charge but could not. The sheer ferocity of it and the sound as well as the cries of the king in the north was something to be admired and feared. Once the fighting at this point had cleared up, we found men shaking and crying out of a mixture of fury, bloodlust, shame, and fear often experienced at the same time. Their charge was preceded by a company of 200 men advancing past them towards the gate as they reorganized. Yours sincerely, Eddard Shorthand. XLII, West Eros Wedding Crashers, Part 10. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. Thean. I charged towards the Great Hall, revolver drawn, and numerous bannermen behind me. People spilled out of the exits and out of broken windows, shrieking and panicking. I shoved my way past, barely able to get out a few apologies. I could see the door was a hopeless destination, so I shifted over to one of the shattered windows. Gunfire continued to fill the area. Good sign people were still fighting. I looked inside. Smoke and shadows covered most of the interior, as people ran this way and that. I smashed some of the lingering glass and vaulted up over the sill, my feet hitting the stone floor. I threw myself behind an upended table, and peeked over. The fray band was behind overturned instruments and speakers, firing wildly. I could spot a few people in pools of blood, most of them I didn't recognize, but those I did. I scanned the couple's table mercifully. I didn't see Rob or Marjorie there. I moved behind another table, and another, making my way to flank the assassins. I saw Mira behind one such table, and I dropped next to her. Tyrion Lannister was kneeling down, looking almost grimly amused. 12, Mira said, all armed with repeaters or revolvers. I took out one outside, I informed her quickly. The king. He and his wife took cover, Tyrion said quickly. How much ammunition do they have, exactly? A lot, if they're wasting it all, I muttered. I was some shifting of hairy heads behind the speakers, and 2 blurs dash out behind other tables. They're moving out. Why? I heard the roar of Rob's revolvers, and peeked up to see him standing tall and proud to let loose with both barrels. He then ducked back down, narrowly dodging a hail of gunfire. I grimaced. That's why. Rob. Rob was not one to just sit passively, no matter how much good sense it might make. He was a king, the young wolf, and he would not cower like a frightened child. He'd take cover like a wolf stalking its prey. But not cower. There was a difference. He'd thrown the heavy oak table over and taken Marjorie's hand, and he and his new queen moved quickly off the platform as people ran and screamed. He narrowly avoided being run over by a large man in fine robes, one of the Tully's lesser bannermen. What was his name? Rob. Marjorie hissed, and he felt her fingers grip his shoulder tightly. He pulled back with her, and looked at her questioningly. She pointed, and Rob peeked around the table. The band pit had become a foxhole, and the assassins were firing into the panicking crowd. He grimaced and looked at his wife and queen. Stay here, he ordered. She frowned tightly, and gave him a quick kiss. He accepted it, and let go to move quickly from cover to cover. He got to a table with a fallen woman by it, and Oberyn Martell and his niece kneeling by her. It took a moment to recognize her as Elaria Martell. She had so much blood on her face as she gasped and cried. Your Grace, Oberyn said grimly, as Arianne trembled, I would assist you. Get her out of here, bring back the guards, Rob ordered. Oberyn started, and Rob shook his head. I'll cover you. You're the king, he said. Rob smiled grimly. Yes. I am, he said. Oberyn smiled back, blood on his face. As you wish, he said. Rob rose quickly, and fired both his revolvers at the assassin's nest. They turned their attention to him, and he turned and ran to the right, their bullets whizzing past his ears. He dropped down behind an ornate fountain in the middle of the great hall, and winced as flecks of stone showered him as bullets whizzed by. Damn, he muttered. He reloaded his revolvers, cursing the fact he'd only brought one extra set of rounds. He hadn't expected to be attacked during his own wedding, he hadn't expected any of this. Maybe he should have. Joffrey's lust for blood had started this war, after all. Cersei's incestuous lust begot Joffrey. So many ill deeds had brought them here. It almost felt like the final act of a play. As though he might not survive. He rose and fired again, standing between the fountain's superstructure. One of the assassins behind the improvised cover fell back, his eye bloody. Rob spotted movement out of the corner of his eyes, and ducked. 2 other assassins had risen to flank him, firing from behind a heavy table. Rob heard a rifle go off some distance to his right, and caught a glimpse of Mira Reed's hair ducking behind cover. He knew the assassins would duck down, but was she firing at the nest, or the two flanking him? Rob couldn't know. So he rose and hoped for the best. The heads of the assassins by the stage were down. Those who had been targeting him specifically were ducking down, closer to him, trying to reach cover. It didn't help, as Rob drew and fired through one of the tables. A cry of pain from the other side rewarded him, and he ducked down. But a sting in his shoulder threw him off, and he slid to the floor on his side. He clutched his shoulder, feeling hot blood, and grimaced. His right arm felt numb from the shock, as though it wasn't his. He took deep, measured breaths, and forced his fingers to comply. Rob sat up, but a heavy body slammed him back down. He grappled with his assailant, one of the flanking assassins, trying to drive a knife into his gut. Rob fought back, gripping the unassuming, pale-haired man and elbowing him in the face. They struggled, gunfire still going off around them. The assassin punched his bullet wound, and Rob stiffened in agony. The assassin gasped, and pulled his knife to plunge it into Rob's heart. "Nothing personal, King in the..." A gunshot rang out, and the assassin's eyes widened as he froze. Rob flipped him over, stealing his knife. He slammed it into the assassin's chest, and his breath left him. Rob glanced up, and saw a shaky-looking Marjorie sitting against a table, her small gun in her shaking hands. He wasn't sure what it was, even with how pale and scared she looked. But at the moment, she looked like the most beautiful woman in the world. More gunfire came from behind, and he looked over to see Theon and several troops pour in through the busted window. The assassins fired on them, and many fell. Others knelt down and took cover, firing from the windows. It was a mess. It was a disaster. He had to end it. Fast. He crawled over to Marjorie, and hugged her. "Stay here," he insisted. She nodded, and didn't move. Great Jan Umber joined him, carrying smoke bombs and a shotgun. "Your Grace. We have them cornered. We can kill the fuckers right now," he snarled. Rob shook his head. They wouldn't just attack without an exit strategy. "But what?" Great Jan grumbled, and scanned above the table. "Where's Bolton and his bastard?" he muttered, almost distractedly. Rob felt a bit bad for the bastard of the Dreadfort. Despite his obvious insanity and bloodthirstiness, he was still a loyal northerner. As was his father. Where did they go? "He probably escaped, to come back," Rob said. He shook his head. "We've got to dig them out. We need Theon." "There he is," Daisy Mormont said helpfully, as she knelt next to him with a 7-barreled musket the inhabitants of Bear Island favored. Rob looked up and saw Theon ducking behind the bandwagon. Rob cursed. "Oh fuck me. Theon." I had made it to the bandwagon, which had been rolled in to serve as the band stage. The electric lines from the outside were still connected. The assassins didn't know what they were, I hoped. That gave me an idea. Ah, right. No water piping, so I couldn't electrocute them in a puddle of water. Damn it. Well, what was my plan B? "I could sneak in and shoot them," Mira said quietly next to me. I didn't even jump. Too much adrenaline running through me right now. "Not like this," I said quietly. "We could just keep shooting, but they have to have something to escape with. Unless they're religious fanatics." I grimaced. Had the Lannisters gotten some kind of fanatics to fight here? Smart and yet utterly devoted? How? Why? What we needed was a distraction. Where was Ramsay? I hadn't seen him escape, nor among the dead. A hatch opened in the side of the bandwagon, and Ramsay slid out on top of me. He grinned up at me, almost sheepish. "Ah, hello Theon," he said cheerfully. "Lots of shooting going on." Yes, there is Ramsay," I said, deadpan. He held up 2 double-barreled shotguns, grenades on a bandolier. "Thought I'd get my guns and weapons to kill them more efficiently," he said. "My father went out the window to get help." He frowned in concern. "You haven't been hurt, have you?" "No," I said. Ramsay nodded. "Good," he said. "You said you needed a distraction." "I didn't say it," I said. Ramsay just grinned, tilting his head in a disturbing fashion. Mira actually shuddered. "You always need a distraction in these kinds of things," he said. He then rose and ran wildly at the assassin nest, cackling maniacally. I don't think a single mouth was closed as he leaped over the overturned speakers and instruments. One of the assassins got over his shock long enough to point his rifle at Ramsay, and I shot him in the head with my revolver. A second man tried, but Ramsay kicked a guitar into his face before jumping down into the nest and letting loose with all 4 barrels of his shotguns. I got up and ran after him, Mira firing her repeater to keep the other assassins' heads down. I jumped in after Ramsay, firing my revolver into any non-Bolton masses in front of me. Ramsay cackled, pulling single-shot pistols and fired them into the screaming assassins. 2 of them tried to flee the nest, but were gunned down in a hail of bullets. 6 assassins were lying, dead or dying around us. And one was left, backed literally into a corner, holding a lit pack of dynamite in front of him with a wild look in his eyes. Back off, or I blow us all to the 7th hell. He snarled. Back off. Back off. I rested a hand on Ramsay's shoulder, and he backed up. I looked into the eyes of the bearded man, who was covered in sweat but steady enough to keep the bomb in front of his face. I held my hand up, and Rob and the others stood up, weapons held on the assassin. There's no way out, I said with forced calm. Surrender. And we'll let you go alive. The assassin laughed harshly. Fuck you. Like the young wolf and a fucking squid would let me go. Well, in exchange for not being blown up, we might be generous. I trailed off and blinked a few times thanks to the smoke. I studied the sparking wire. It was long, very long. I could just shoot him and put it out now, stop the dynamite from exploding. Odd how calm I was being, considering the pile of dynamite in his. Wait a second. Did you get that pack of dynamite out of the blue crate, or the red crate? I asked. The assassin blinked incredulously. Wha? Which one? I asked. The blue one? Marked dynamite. Oh, I laughed, feeling relieved even as the fuse burnt down further. That's the flares. You have a pack of signal flares. At the assassin's look of confusion, I elaborated. They're fireworks. Harmless fireworks, I said. The assassin gaped. Wah. You have to be. Look, you can either continue to ward us off with a pack of fireworks, I said, or you can surrender. You do have information that makes you valuable. But if you want to die without telling us who hired you. I shrugged. You're just a weapon. We want the guy who pointed the weapon, right? The assassin very slowly nodded. I smiled. Right? Okay, just hand over the flares, and we'll talk. And nobody will shoot him, because he has very important information, I said loudly. I can confirm my nephew and father hired them, Tyrion called out from behind a table. Helps to have multiple confirmation, I said. I held out my hand. Well. The assassin very slowly handed the pack of flares to me. I took it, spat between my fingers, and put out the sparking wire. The assassin held his hands up, and I backed away. I looked over at Rob. Your Grace? Your prisoner, I said. Rob nodded slowly, and 2 of his banner men came forward to take the man prisoner. They led him away, as Rob looked over the scene of carnage. Get the fucking medics in here, now. He bellowed. I walked up to Rob, as he turned back. He sighed. Thank you, Theon. Thanks the gods you knew those were flares. I turned the package over in my hands. I looked up at Rob, smiling a bit nervously. About that. Rob stared at me, exasperation appearing on his face. I shrugged. I think this is actual dynamite. I looked over at Ramsay. Holden must have labeled the wrong crates. I sighed sadly, thinking of the poor kid lying dead in the stables. He was a fucking idiot. Can I kill him for this mistake? Ramsay asked. One of the assassins killed him, I said. Ramsay nodded. Takes care of that. So we could have all been blown to the 7 hells, said Rob flatly with a sigh. I shrugged, feeling a bit of a laugh burst out of my lips. Yes. I looked and my gaze lingered on poor Torrhen Karstark, lying still and pale. His father kneeled next to him, tending him as best he could. Nearby, one of the Lannister boys, Martin, I think, was down with a wound in his stomach, as his father and brother tried with the medic long barrow to stem his bleeding. Where's Mother? I asked. Rob's eyes widened. We turned and ran for the exit, inquiring everyone we passed. But the answer was soon enough within our own eyes. Catelyn was being carried by medics on a litter, as her neck bled violently and she thrashed in pain. Rob watched, his face pale and stricken. I stared after her, sucking in a deep breath. Rob the King was alive. But my mother? _canon_gladius_terrible as an army with banners, part 2. 300 AC, the Riverlands, the day after the wedding. Brigadier General Roose Reeswell drank his tea as he sat on the log, wincing slightly at the bitterness of the hot liquid. The brigade had halted for their midday meal, and around him his soldiers rested their aching feet, did some quick repairs to their gear, and wolfed down a thick vegetable and bean stew with bits of pork and beef stuck in it. For the most part they boiled their own tea in kettles placed above their cook fires, prepared from loose leaves they carried in their packs along with extra cartridges, so that their tea had the taste of gunpowder, something at least he was spared. Still, it was better than the men getting sick from river water, or getting drunk in the middle of a march. We're making good time, offered Captain Flint as he scraped his bowl with his spoon, seeking the last few morsels of his luncheon. We've had about 6 men fall out so far today, mostly with sprained ankles and the like, and one silly bastard who forgot to bother drinking from his canteen, the ambulance wagons still have plenty of room, and they should be able to march again tomorrow, next day at the latest. So they'll ride at their ease the rest of the way to Riverrun, lucky bastards, said Rizol with a smile, taking another sip of tea. Anything else? We've got that caisson's wheel remounted, and they should be able to catch up eventually, but we're pushing the brigade hard, the captain continued. 4,000 soldiers, plus artillery, support wagons, and camp followers making almost 20 miles a day, even on the King's Road? Even with that delay at the Twins, we've made damned good time, if you'll pardon my Valyrian, sir. Riswell tossed the dregs of his tea into the fire, the water hissing as it turned to steam. Nevertheless, he said, handing his cup over to his steward, who hurried off to wash his mess kit before repacking it into his saddlebags, I wish we had gotten out of Winterfell just 2 days earlier. If we had, we could have made it in time for the wedding. He shook his head. Imagine that, Morcar, Robb Stark, king in the north and the Trident, now marrying the eldest daughter of the Lord of the Reach? 3 of the most powerful kingdoms of Westeros, united by blood and marriage, a full alliance against the Lannisters, and maybe more, if we can make good on our gains in the west. He smiled. Our king may gain another title or 2 before this war is over. Aye, but we must be careful not to overreach, cautioned Flint, and the general laughed. Bah, but now we're acting as though we were the king's closest advisors. He's got men, and women, a lot cleverer than the 2 of us to do that for him, He stood up and adjusted the buckles of his breastplate, making sure it was seated right. Anyway, I need to stretch my legs a bit before we get back into the saddle. Would you kindly, what? He barked at the young ensign who arrived, not more than 14 years old, looking like his uniform and armor was at least a size too big for him. He'll grow into it fast enough, the general thought as the boy held up a note in a quivering hand. Courier just arrived from Riverrun, General, he said, swallowing hard in an attempt to keep his voice steady. Riswell took the note, saluted fist to breastplate, received the lad's salute in return, then examined the letter as he scurried off. Then he read it again. Then he bellowed, Flint. Despite standing nearby, Captain Flint was more alarmed than insulted by his commander's bark. Sir. Lunch is cancelled. Form up the men as soon as you can, I want them marching within 15 minutes, not a heartbeat later. Detach the artillery and other wagons, the men have enough cold rations to eat as they march. Blinking, the captain nevertheless pulled out a notebook and started jotting down orders with a stub of a pencil. Assign, let's see, C Company of the 4th, they're our weakest unit, and the one we can best spare, to stay behind and escort the wagon train as fast as they can safely travel, along with any sick or wounded, and picking up any stragglers we leave behind. The rest of the brigade will make best speed for Riverrun, forced march, no stopping. He stomped off towards his horse, then turned and glared at Flyant. Well, Captain? What are you waiting for? But sir? What's in the message? What has happened? Treachery and murder, Captain, treachery and bloody murder. Omake_Cannon_Lannisters in lockup. Omake. Tyrion looked around the new and more secure quarters the Lannister delegation had been provided with. Whether they were more secure against assassins he wasn't sure. They were certainly secure against anyone leaving them without an escort. Still, not a dungeon, not quite. Uncle. Kevin looked up from where he'd been contemplating. Well, Tyrion wasn't entirely sure, but whoever it was certainly wasn't in the chamber. Either Tyrion's cousin or his father, probably. Depended if his uncle was angry or grieving. What do you want? More wine and half a dozen whores, but that's not the point. You realize who's behind this, don't you? Stannis Baratheon, I suppose. Lady Stark seemed to think he had Renly assassinated. Catelyn Stark isn't a particularly shrewd witness, but perhaps he did. Renly, I mean. But this? No. It's stupid. Half a dozen men with twice as many guns and no way to reload them? If Stannis organized an assassination, he'd make sure it was done properly. This sort of brawn, what's the word I'm looking for? Half-witted fuckery. Close enough. Never thought you'd need my help with words. My fancy manners got in the way. No, uncle. The orders for this came from King's Landing. Tywin would never. Protested Kevin, rising to his feet. Tyrion scratched his chin. Not father, no. Oh, if it was just me here, certainly. Small price to pay in his eyes for the possible rewards. Maybe with you here, I doubt it, but I didn't think he'd be so desperate as to bring in the Unsullied. But not with Jaime as a prisoner here. No, there's no chance he'd risk my brother's life. Which leaves 2 possibilities. His uncle walked to the window. Varys? You can't trust the man. Ha! Tyrion poured out some wine. Lubricate your brain, he said, offering a goblet. No, I mean our oh-so-clever Queen Regent and the King. I can see exactly how this might appeal to them without the slightest thought of consequences. So what do we do? Well, I don't know about you, uncle, but if I had any vestiges of loyalty to either of them, I seem to have misplaced them. It's almost a shame Clegane is dead, we could send him to Magur's Keep to kill another royal mother and son. Alas, that leaves father to deal with and. You'd actually make common cause with Robb Stark? After what his mother almost did to you. Tyrion tilted his own goblet off. I can't blame him for that without taking the blame for my father. But no, not Robb Stark. I have in mind the brains behind the throne. Pity you don't have a daughter to offer in marriage to Greyjoy really. I doubt he'd be fool enough to wed my sister. Omake_semicanon_night_pest_Torrens Square, Part 1. Omake. Torrens Square. The town of Torrens Square was conveniently placed on the shores of a lake in the iron-rich Barrowlands. What's more, the area around Torrens Square was found to be rich in something Lord Theon called lignite, which was mined outside the city and used in the mills powered by the waters of the lake to forge steel for the north. This in and of itself would not be unusual for the north these days, were it not for the haphazard fashion in which House Tallhart had gone about the expansion of their industry. Out of all the north, it was the mines and foundries of Torrens Square that were the least safe and had the least regulation, for Sir Helman Tallhart was a young man, and impatient in the manner in which he earned his profits. This could be because of his gambling problem. Lord Theon had introduced a game he called poker into the north and it had quickly taken off with many of the younger lords. Unfortunately for Sir Helman, he was very bad at cards, and had racked up debts here and there, forcing him to squeeze more profits out of his mills. This in turn led to discontent amongst his small folk. Sir Helman is bleeding us dry. They would often complain, or Sir Helman is working us to death. Of course these complaints were made in hushed whispers, for nobody wanted the city watch or Tallhart soldiers to come down on their heads. One night, a group of men were sitting in a tavern in the low town by the docks. They were all small folk and they were all disgruntled. Sir Helman doesn't care about the well-being of his workers. He only cares about profits and paying off the debts he owes. If something is not done soon, we will all be worked to death in the mines or foundries. Grumbled one of the men. But what can we do, Rabar? It's not like we have the training to stand up to Sir Helman's troops, or even the city watch. We'd get cut to pieces if we tried, even with thunder arms. Sir Helman's troops have those new repeaters, we only have hunting pieces and maybe a pistol if we're lucky. This is all to say nothing of cannon. Asked the one sitting across from Rabar. John has the right of it, even if we did rise up, it would do us no good. The city watch and Sir Helman's troops are too well trained. With the lull in the war since our lads smashed the Mountains army, Sir Helman has been able to pull some of his troops back, and those are veterans. We've got old men, kids, and women. Replied the third shaking his head. Perhaps I can help. Came a voice from a corner table. The three turned their heads to regard Quellan, one of the iron-born dissidents working as a dock worker on the lake front. And how could you help us, Quellan? No offense, but we don't think the tactics used in the rebellion are going to do us much good. You yourself told us that you'd grown tired of fighting and that's why you came over with the other dissidents. Replied Rabar. Yes, but when the lords bleed us dry and force us to work long hours in unsafe conditions, well, I think we need to fight, otherwise we will surely die under the strain of working to line Lord Helman's pockets with gold. Out of all the workers I have the most applicable combat experience. I was a raider in the rebellion, striking fast and hard at targets before fading away into the countryside or the sea. It seems to me that a sympathetic populace in the slums of Low Town could be just as easy to fade away in as the sea or countryside. What's more, we'd be doing right instead of wrong like I did in the rebellion. In a raid, you don't really need a repeater or cannon, not when there's all these buildings and tunnels to take cover in. We must seize the factories and other production areas if anything is to change. If we seize the means of production, we can force Lord Helman to listen to our demands, for he won't be able to make his profits without them. Replied Quellan. The others seemed to warm to the idea as Quellan continued to talk. Ideas were exchanged in hushed tones over ale and secrecy. They would get the word out to the workers to meet in the safest taverns for the small folk of the city when red lanterns were lit on the doorways. Red would be their symbol, it was a common color used by all manner of professions and trades, and looked similar enough to House Tallhart's light brown in the dark, that the city watch might mistake the rebels for loyal Tallhart men up until the point where it was too late. The next night, under the red lanterns it seemed as if the whole of the Low Town had turned up to hear out the rebel cause. Inventories of thunder arms, powder, and shot were taken. Plans for sabotage and theft of supplies were laid out. People volunteered to join the so-called Red Brigades. The next day, a series of accidents in the cartridge and powder factories resulted in the loss of batches of ammunition. The overseers didn't think much of it at the time. Standards were notoriously low, after all, and accidents did occasionally crop up. Little did they know that the batches were not ruined, as had been reported to them, but smuggled away in the confusion of the accidents to secret storehouses in the Low Town, to be used by the Red Brigades. Meanwhile Quellan invented a new game. A type of hide and seek with objectives. The city watch saw nothing dangerous in this, as it was just a modification of an existing game and the same people rarely played twice every week, so it couldn't be that harmful to public order. However, these games of capture the flag as they were called, were in actuality Quellan surreptitiously drilling his Red Brigades in effective guerrilla tactics. The factory accidents and capture the flag games went on sporadically for 6 weeks by the time Sir Helman set off for Riverrun with his bodyguard of veterans to attend King Rob's wedding. Another series of meetings were called under the red lanterns in the taverns of Low Town. Stores were checked as was readiness and was found sufficient. Sir Helman and his veterans had left the city for Riverrun. They would not get a better chance for this. It was agreed that the attacks would happen once word was received of Sir Helman's safe arrival at Riverrun, giving them the most time they would have before he and his veterans could return. The stage was set, the Red Revolution was about to begin. Slane, The Aftermath, Part 1. AC 300, Riverrun, The Riverlands. Thean. Even without plastics, it is still possible to make fairly sterile conditions if you have the know-how. Clean white linens, sterilized with hot water and ammonia, made for a clean medical tent. Face masks of thinner linens, gloves, and boots boiled and rubbed with distilled hard alcohol. Absolute isolation in a room scrubbed top to bottom with ammonia and primitive bleach, and every tool and piece of equipment that went near the patient was steam cleaned and dunked in 90% proof alcohol. The castle itself had been adapted to northern standards of sanitation. Human and animal waste was removed and disposed of properly, no more dumping it where you could get away with it. At first, I'd had to dress up modern medicine in rituals and mysticism. Maybe that was the easiest way to introduce it. Many of our men still stared in awe at the men and women in pure white robes, head wraps, and gloves going through the cleaning and planning of the surgery before they went in, where they sterilized themselves again, before going to see the patient. As though a flock of wizards was passing by. Qyburn had caught on to modern medicine the fastest. He had instinctively understood it was tiny things that our bodies could be brought low by. And that these creatures could be killed and removed, and thus, life for human beings made much better. Even just this barest scrap of knowledge had revolutionized the North. People still got sick, but a minor cold no longer killed the majority of the people off. I had explained it to Ned as best I could. Much of it was over his head. The one part that made it, though, was the simplest. Our greatest asset is our people. We make them stronger, smarter, and healthier. We make them better, and we all benefit. All of which was almost no comfort as I sat outside the clinic that used to be the Tully's secondary ballroom, anxious. Amarda was tallying the casualties and helping Rob organize things. Ramsay was organizing the defense while his father underwent surgery from a ricochet. I wasn't here for him though. Lord Theon, said Marjorie. I looked up at the Queen. She was still pale but had forced her composure back into something regal. I rose, brushing off my jacket. My lady. I mean, Your Grace, I said quickly. She took my hands, and shook her head. Marjorie will do. After all, and here she smiled sadly at the closed doors, we are family now. Right, the wedding, I said with a nod. That, and. She looked back at the doors, and I grimaced. I'm sorry about Lady Olenna, I said earnestly. She was in good spirits, before being taken in, Marjorie sighed. And she didn't even get shot, just trampled. I'm so sorry about your mother. I nodded stiffly. She sighed, her shoulders shaking slightly. Is there no way we can go in and see them? She asked. In Winterfell, the operating rooms have glass windows, I said, so you can watch what's going on. But we couldn't put them up in Riverrun soon enough. I'm sorry. Marjorie nodded slowly. That's all right, she said. You didn't know. You couldn't have known. And it could have been so much worse. I nodded again, the motion all too familiar to me. While feeling helpless. Not quite the wedding you imagined, I gather. I asked, with a black bit of humor in my smile. She was silent, and I grimaced. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean. You like to make people laugh, Marjorie said gently. It's all right. I appreciate it. She looked up and smiled sadly. And no. Not quite. What news of the others? I took a deep breath, and avoided looking at the sheet of paper sitting on a bench next to me. Elaria Sand took a round to her cheek, and one to her stomach. First one bounced off due to the angle, so it's not lodged in her skull. The second. They don't think it hit anything vital, but they're being careful about extracting it. Lord Manderley got trampled, but they think he'll recover. Lord Umber got his teeth shot out, but nothing more serious. Lord Bolton took a ricochet to the neck, his bleeding's been stopped and he should recover. A few of the Freys took head and shoulder wounds, but none of them too serious. Torrin Karstark took one to the lung and one to the thigh. They're not sure about him. I took a final deep breath. And my mother? Well. The ricochet hit her in the chest, and another hit her throat. Might be lodged in her lung, near her heart, they don't know. She held my hands tightly. I held them back with equal force. Both us trying to hold on, as tight as we could, to the ones we loved. Rob. I saw he was hurt, she said. I didn't see him go in. Oh damn, I muttered. That stubborn ass. And Lord Karstark said he would be here, but... She looked around and shrugged. I don't see him. Karstark? Karstark. Why is that so? Oh fuck me, I muttered. I looked Marjorie in the eyes. My queen, find Rob. I have business to attend to urgent. I let her go as I said this, and took off in a run. I felt Marjorie's eyes following me, but I couldn't slow down. I couldn't let it happen again. The circumstances were different, yes, but if Rickard Karstark murdered Tyrion and Kevin, the chances of ending this war quickly would be gone. I sprinted through a bewildering network of hallways, and spied the room the Lannisters had been confined to. The guards were standing stalwart outside it, and saluted as I skidded to a halt. Lord Theon, they said. I managed to return the salute, panting. Lord Karstark. Where is he? I demanded. One of the guards frowned. He was just here, my lord. He said he had to take Lord Kevin somewhere private. I offered to go, but he said he had to do this himself. Where did he go? I shouted. The guard, shaken, pointed down the hallway. I ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. I checked my gun on my belt ready to go. Hope I don't have to use it, I thought, as I followed the corridor to a small, isolated room. I tried the clasp. It was locked. I took my shoulder to it, grunting at the pain, but the door came loose. I stumbled into the room, pulling my gun. Lord Karstark, stop! I shouted. Rickard Karstark was sitting with his back to me. He looked back, tears in his eyes, and a big jug of northern moonshine in his hand. Kevin Lannister was bowing his head, sitting across from him. A similar jug in his hands. My lord? Rickard asked tightly. I stared at him, and back at the still-breathing Kevin Lannister. I thought you... He looked down at my gun. He looked back at my guilty look. He sighed, and shook his head. He patted Kevin on the shoulder, rose, and walked over to me. He was a great man, Rickard Karstark, easily a head taller than me. And he rested one of his great hands on my shoulder as he bent down to whisper in my ear. His boy. His boy took a bullet for mine, he said softly. He's dead. My boy though, he's still. And even if it were Lannisters. He shook his head slowly. How could a father? A brother? I looked at him without an answer, and then back at Kevin Lannister. Joffrey's great-uncle had his face buried in his hands, out of shame or grief. Or probably both. I looked back at Rickard and nodded. I understand. Your son. He's fighting, I said. He might make it. Rickard nodded. I know. Told the nurses to tell me. But until then. He looked back at Kevin and sighed. Until then. Well. I nodded quickly. I understand, I said softly. Well, I kind of did. Just. We don't need any more bloodshed from this, I said. Rickard Karstark nodded slowly. I know. Yes, well. Call me if you need anything, I said awkwardly. I turned and walked out of the room. I shut the door behind me, trying not to wince at the creak. I stared at the door for a time. Then turned and headed off. My king needed me, after all. The Moron. XLVI, The Aftermath, Part 2. AC 300, Riverrun, The Riverlands. Go, away with you, Lady Olenna scolded the young man in the white robe, and he scampered off, leaving Marjorie sitting by her grandmother's bedside. Honestly, the nerve of that Stark boy, leaving me with these infants and their quackery. The elder Tyrell shifted in her bed, wincing, and Marjorie moved to adjust her pillows. Oh, settle down, girl, I'm fine, it will take a lot more than a botched assassination to put me down, don't you worry about that. Marjorie smiled, but the expression was brittle. Her whole life, her grandmother had been a powerful figure, indomitable and unstoppable, despite her age and stature. Whether it was the machinations of the Highgarden court or arguments with merchants or clerics, Olenna had managed to outmaneuver, outsmart, or simply intimidate any who would get in her way or between her and something she wanted. To see her laid up so, even with only minor injuries, was a considerable blow. I'm simply worried about you, grandmother, she said as brightly as she could. Bah! It's you I'm worrying about, don't think you can hide anything from me now, any more than you could when you were mooning over that groom, what was his name? Lanky lad, sandy blonde hair, brain like a particularly sluggish lizard in winter. Tommen, and he was not that bad, hardly clever, but very sweet, Marjorie defended her childhood crush, whom she had spent quite a few evenings sighing over, despite the disparity in birth and, to be honest, intellect. And what exactly do you think I'm trying to hide? The old woman shook her head. You're still all a fluster about the mess in the banquet hall. Well, it was rather memorable, Grandmama, she retorted, but she clenched her hands on her skirts at the memory, the cries of pain, the roar of the musketry, the shock of the recoil from her revolver. She couldn't help but feel her lip quiver. Olenna reached over and placed her wizened fingers over Marjorie's slender hand. You're hardly the first bride to have an eventful wedding, she insisted. But most don't have to kill people in the process, snapped Marjorie, and Olenna's fingers tightened their grip. Is that what this is about? 7 heavens, girl, if that's the only blood you have to spill as queen, you should count your blessings and be done with it. You're queen in the north, my girl, and of a fair part of the rest of the realm to boot. People will be trying to haul you down off that cold, lonely throne for the rest of your life, and you're going to have to kill a goodly number of them in the process. Then she sighed. At least you had that bloody gun the squid gifted you with. In my day, a lady's options for removing obstacles were a good deal more limited. Poison is unreliable, and a dagger to the ribs is dangerous. You have to get too close, you see. A revolver may be loud, smelly, and awkward, but I'd wager it is far more convenient than the alternatives. Olenna granted her granddaughter a warm smile, pausing for breath, before she continued. Besides, you fought to protect your husband, a prodigious warrior in his own right. I'll wager the bards are already sharpening their quills to write poems and songs about that little piece of theater, king and queen battling assassins together during their wedding feast. Legends have been forged through less, and we'll hardly have to pay the fops anything to embellish the details. Grandmama, Marjorie hissed, her eyes blazing. I did not kill those men for the purposes of propaganda. Of course you didn't, but one must never pass up the opportunity to ensure that the correct version of history is recorded, insisted Olenna. Now, I believe you have a lot more important things to be doing than to sit with an old woman like me. She blinked. What? I don't. Oh, for the sake of the old gods and the new, girl, it's your wedding night. You just became the most powerful woman in the 7 kingdoms, and you can't spend your evening as queen with an old crone. Your husband is no doubt plotting bloody vengeance with his cronies as we speak. You need to find the boy, sit him down, and make sure he doesn't do anything particularly wool-headed before you have a chance to steer him towards the correct, smarter path. These warrior men, always thinking with their swords, and their cannon, nowadays, I suppose, they need someone with sense to ensure that they don't ride straight off the cliff, and I can't think of anyone else is in a position to do so for that pup. Oh, don't gape at me like that, my girl, off with you. Settle your man down, get him properly sozzled, then take him to bed. You can't let a little thing like an assassination attempt get in the way of your bedding, young woman. Marjorie was more than a little flustered when she left her grandmother's room, but as the 4 bearded and fur-clad members of the royal guards fell into formation about her, hands on the hilts, hafts, and butts of their weapons, she kept her back straight and insisted, to herself, that it was mortification at the old lady's typical crudeness, rather than the thought of finally, having her wedding night. Voices raised in argument echoed through the heavy, iron-bound oak door even before the guard hauled it open, and as Marjorie stepped through she nodded to Brienne, who stood against one of the room's walls, hand on her sword hilt and revolver butt. The female knight nodded to her, her countenance slightly changed, though Marjorie couldn't exactly name what it was. Even if the messenger we sent actually finds them in the dark, insisted Rob, leaning heavily on the massive table, his broad shoulders emphasized by his somewhat battered and stained but still expensive, and closely cut, tunic, his wolf fur cloak draped across the back of a nearby chair. It's actually pretty hard to ride past 5,000 troops marching up a road in the opposite direction. Besides, from the last raven we received the first is still a fair way off, and our message isn't likely to get to them until this time tomorrow night. Best guess, interrupted Theon, sitting with his feet up on a nearby chair, doing his best to look relaxed even as Amerda handed him a sheaf of pages. Even then, it will be days before they can actually arrive. We should have brought them down the river, rather than along it, Rob growled, frustration and suppressed rage radiating off him like a Dornish heat mirage. We must. My lady, said Theon, tossing his papers down and leaping to his feet, before stammering, I mean, my queen. Rob straightened up and turned about, his eyes lighting up as he saw his new wife standing in the door. Your Gra. She stepped forward, and placed a finger on his lip. The next word out of your mouth, husband, will be either wife or Marjorie, your choice. She turned and smiled at the formerly iron-born noble. Theon, I trust your business with Lord Karstark was concluded satisfactorily. He shrugged ruefully. Forgive my earlier rudeness, he said, shaking his head, it was a misunderstanding. I underestimated Lord Karstark, much to my shame, but all is well. Your grandmother is bruised, but in fine spirits, she confirmed, before turning back to Rob, who was collecting himself. Husband. Wife, he said finally, and she felt her cheeks flush all over again at the force of the condensed emotion pressed into that single word, fear, anger, affection, relief, frustration, and lust. From the glitter in his eyes, she felt the last emotion was winning over the others. She couldn't deny that it was an urge she shared. Forgive me, we were discussing the proper response to tonight's attack. And I was just saying that there's not a lot we can do right now, piped up Theon, running a hand along his closely cropped beard. And as I have long discovered, a tired king in the north is a cranky king in the north. Rob, the king turned to look at his suddenly serious face. I mean it, it's your wedding night. Go, get out of here. He chuckled suddenly. I mean, it's not every day I can tell someone it's their duty to the realm to go get lie. Mira, snapped Rob, and the girl stepped out of a nearby shadow, slapped Theon on the back of the head, making him yelp, and then vanished again. Thank you, he said, and offered Marjorie his arm, and she gracefully sidled up to him. My lords, my ladies, he addressed the other occupants of the room, I shall see you in the morning. As the sun rises, he glanced over at an unrepentant Theon. 3 hours after dawn, got it, the other man said with a grin, offering a thumbs-up gesture that struck Marjorie as vaguely obscene. Theon, growled Rob, and Marjorie felt a shiver run down her spine, and into the pit of her stomach, and she was keenly aware of the hard, chiseled body she was pressed up against, perhaps too close for decorum. Fine, an hour, we want you good and rested before we start talking offensive operations, don't wear him out too badly, your grace, he shot a wink to Marjorie, and she couldn't help smiling back. I promise to return him in one piece, mostly. Honestly, Rob's cheeks beneath his beard were as red as hers as they headed out the door and down the stone corridor towards the king's bedchamber. Theon. The back of my head still smarted a bit from Mira's smack, but I was able to keep it together despite how incredibly tired I was. Not to mention the lingering dread over my mother. I stopped by the infirmary once again, concerned. I found a number of people sitting there, all waiting and hoping. I lingered, standing unsteadily. A small hand found mine, and I looked over at Amrita. I gave her a tired smile. You should go to bed, I said gently. She shook her head, fatigue obvious in the loose hairs from her bun and in the lines on her face. You need me, she said. I sighed, and rubbed my face. Not until tomorrow. She gave me a withering look, and I felt as though I'd done something particularly stupid. I winced, and squeezed her hand. My mother. My real mother? Had often told me that people should simply say thank you to the people in their lives more often than asking questions. Well. Thank you, I said softly. I managed a grateful smile to her, and she snorted despite the smile on her face. I should be saying that, she said. As inadequate as it would be. Oh, stop it, I said, a bit harsher than I intended given the surprised and hurt look she wore. I frowned, and squeezed her hand comfortingly. I brought it up to my lips, and kissed the back of her palm. You're important to me, Amrita. Important enough to save. Every time. Don't ever think otherwise, I actually got a blush on her cheeks, which she hid by looking down at the floor. My lord, she stammered, I just... Theon. I looked over to Maester Lewin, who had emerged from the makeshift hospital. The old man was looking exhausted, but triumphant. I found a smile on my face as I embraced my mentor, and he hugged me back. Is she? She will be fine, Lewin said. That typing method we worked out for the blood transfusion, it saved her. She's resting now. I nodded. Thank you, I said, blinking tears out of my eyes. I didn't fail. Despite nearly fucking up everything and a red wedding happening, I hadn't failed. Then again, it wasn't like I could take all the credit. Maybe a third. Now, go rest, boy, Lewin said, a disapproving look on his face. You've done enough and you're not going to help anyone dead on your feet. I am, I protested. But I've got to take care of one other thing or... Lady Amrita, Lewin said politely to my faithful assistant, see that he gets to bed. Yes, Maester, Amrita said. Her face was back to a focused, professional mask. The vulnerability she'd let me see was gone. I looked between them, pleadingly. Go lad. Don't be such a stubborn ass, Lewin snorted. I sighed, grumbling a bit as I allowed Amrita to lead me away by the hand. Fine. But it's not fair, I muttered. Invent a way to go without sleep, lad, then you can stay up later, Lewin admonished. I smirked back a bit. Just watch me, old man. Yes, but you're not making it tonight. He called after us as he headed down the corridor. At last, we found the door to my chambers. I really was too tired to remember where it all was. Thank God for Amrita, as always. I opened the doors, and looked over at Amrita with a grateful smile. Thank you, Amrita, I said. She hesitated, and I frowned. Amrita? You all right? Theon, She fidgeted a bit. You know. Given the earlier matter. Amrda? Are you at a loss for words? I asked in disbelief. You. It was the first time it had ever happened. She took a deep breath, and stepped into my chambers. She pushed herself up close to me. I could smell the faint fragrance of simple cleaners and a fruity soap, a bit of sweat. I swallowed as Amrda looked up at me over her glasses. I believe a mere thank you is inadequate, she whispered. For what you've done for me. I backed up a little, and she followed. I pinpointed the bedchambers, and slowly backed that way. It did have a door, with a lock. That's okay. You really don't. But what if I wanted to? Amrda asked, pressing up against me again. I reached back on the handle for the door, and turned it to open the doors to the bedroom. In hindsight, maybe not a great idea. What if? My Lord Theon, spoke a husky female voice, I'm very glad you. I looked up at the ceiling for some sign of help. Seeing none, I sighed and looked over at my bed. Yep, there was Ariane Martel, naked, sitting on my bed and looking surprised. Amrda looked surprised too, for a moment. Before her eyes narrowed dangerously. Ariane's narrowed as well, but she wore a smirk. Well. I see you were about to celebrate your mother's recovery early, she said. It's not like that, it really isn't. I tried to protest, but Ariane shook her head. No. It's entirely understandable. In fact, and here the Dornish princess smiled broadly, I could teach you both some ways to make it even better. I looked over at Ariane, and tried very hard not to stare at her boobs. Seeing that was impossible, I forced my gaze back over to Amrda. She was blushing a bit, looking affronted and considering. You know what? I'm just going to sleep in the barracks, I said. I nodded politely to Ariane. Have a pleasant sleep, princess. I turned to Amrda and gave her a slightly awkward hug. I'll see you in the morning, Amrda. Thank you. But it's enough you're alive, all right. Amrda stared at me, looking a bit hurt. But she nodded. Yes my lord, she said flatly. I winced, and hugged her again. Remember. Saving the world first, right? I muttered into her ear. She looked at me in bewilderment. And then smiled. A smile that sent shivers down my spine. Yes, my lord, she said. I smiled back. Right. Good night, I said, again nodding politely to a gobsmacked Ariane and turning to walk out. I shut the door to my chambers behind me, and let out a breath I'd been holding. For a while. I leaned against the door, and rubbed my face. Holy crap! I mumbled. Frankly Theon, said Ramsay, appearing out of nowhere again, I'd have gone for it. Is your father doing okay? I asked. The Bolton bastard nodded. Then I don't feel guilty about telling you to fuck off. Ramsay just laughed. Smarmy jerk. There we go. Speeches next time, hope this was worth the wait. XLV, meanwhile, in Slaver's Bay Part 3. The road between Astapor and Yunkai, Essos, AC 300. Daenerys. It had been a short, but brutal overthrow. The masters of Astapor were all deposed, and her unsullied army had chosen to stay with her when she offered them freedom. But Daenerys Targaryen had not been content with simply handing over the city to the enslaved. She had to prove herself, after all. So a few months of hard work later, she was finally comfortable enough to move on to the next slave city Yunkai. And as she rode along, she clutched the proof of her work in her hands. She still couldn't help looking down at the headline of Astapor's first newspaper with a smile. The Chain Breaker, it was called. And the first issue, Dragon Mother Frees Astapor. The printing press had not been too hard to obtain. The Astaporian masters had gotten their hands on several to reproduce their books. Not from the north, exactly, but purchased from Bravus. It was a pity they couldn't produce photographs, but she had at least commissioned artists to draw the scenes of the sacking, and the aftermath. A city council. Companies and unions forming. A court system backed with some of her army to give it teeth, to treat all fairly. It was crude, yes. But it would hold the city until she finished her mission. And the thousands of copies of the Chain Breaker she was distributing far and wide would make the other Slaver Bay cities think twice. Their slaves would be given hope, and that was her greatest weapon. So intent on her newspaper, she had begun to tune out Sir Selmy and Sir Yora's conversation. Until she heard mention of Robb Stark. She didn't look back at her 2 knights, but instead tilted her head to hear better. I will admit, I wish I was back there sometimes, Selmy said with a wistful air to his voice. Especially with this news of the Lannisters. Ha! To see that boy King's face when that uncle of his got knocked on his arse. I imagine such a look was on your face as well, Sir Barristan, Yora said. It was on mine. That's only natural, Barristan grunted. But the boy thinks his gold and name and crown are all you need to win. The Starks have upended the entire thing. You're sure, then, that they are the ones we should contact? Asked Yora, almost casually, but with just a hint of an edge. You were closer to King's Landing. And you are a Northman, are you not? Asked Baristan dryly. A North I am not welcome in, Yora pointed out. Baristan hummed. True. But given the choices. I mean, Renly was slain by Stannis. Black magic was involved. We can't align with him. Even if Stannis wasn't the most inflexible man who ever lived. Yora sighed long, and Dany could see his solemn face in her mind's eye. Granted. And if he's anything like his father, King Robb won't want the Iron Throne. He's said as much in these newseats quite often, Baristan observed. We both know that it is actions that define men, not words on a page, Yora responded, just a bit tightly. Baristan snorted again. Then why did you remind me? Sensing an argument about to break out, Daenerys had her horse drop back between the knights. They moved aside, and both muttered your grace in apology. She smiled at her loyal, stalwart knights. Sir Baristan, Sir Yora. I do believe that the north is our best option, she said diplomatically. In fact, as soon as we take Yunkai, I wish to open formal relations with the north. Why Yunkai, your grace? Baristan asked curiously. Yora smiled in admiration and approval. From what I know, the thunder arms of the north rely on certain materials to work, Yora said. They make much of it, but a few key ingredients are needed. Yunkai has been shipping a fair amount to the north. What? Baristan asked, surprised. But the Slaver Bay cities hate the north. They refused any trade with the Iron Throne when they heard Ned Stark was going to be made hand. Much of those details escaped Sir Baristan, but the uproar in the Red Keep had been hard to forget. Especially with Peter Baelish's frantic scrambling to work out a new trade agreement to allow trade to resume. Yes, but at least a number of Yunkai merchants managed to arrange some clandestine trade agreements for something called saltpetre, Yora further explained. High up enough they could not be touched, but low enough in the hierarchy to not be noticed by the other cities. It is my hope that we can establish relations with the north through those traders, Daenerys said. Her eyes narrowed. At least those who have not been involved in slaving. Those I will deal with myself. The cold glare on the Dragon Queen's face made both men fall silent for a time. The dark look left Dany's face, and she was once again the serene Khaleesi. That said, Your Grace, Baristan began, what do we say to King Robb? While the Unsullied are formidable, I don't think landing on the Blackwater with them will endear us to the north. That is why I will instead request reporters and photographers from the Westeros despoiler to come to interview me and my people, Daenerys said confidently. Baristan looked surprised, but Dany just smiled. It will introduce the people of Westeros to me, just as the Chainbreaker is introducing me to Essos. That is the way to reach out to the small folk to know me as a person, and not some foreign queen with dragons. To understand why I wish to return to the throne, and make right what has been done wrong. Yora smiled as well, pride in his gaze. She felt proud of impressing him. He was the closest thing to a father she'd ever had. Wise, Sir Baristan said, nodding. Though if I may suggest, we try to specifically contact Theon Greyjoy. Why? Daenerys asked with a frown. Yora actually looked at Baristan in agreement, before he answered for the older knight. From what I know of the lad, Yora said, he would be more amenable to an alliance. He is the one who started this revolution, after all we get his ear, and King Robb is certain to follow. Daenerys smiled with a slight blush. True. But I do not think marriage to him would work quite as well as to King Robb. Yora's brows shot up. Ah. Khaleesi. It is a card I am willing to play, Daenerys said, in order to unite the Seven Kingdoms. She sighed and smiled wryly. It isn't the first time I've married to secure an alliance. King Robb is the logical choice, after all. Yora nodded, looking a bit more relaxed. Dany smiled a bit impishly. Besides, I do not think it would be too unpleasant a union, she said, given what you knights and the newspapers have told me of him. The young wolf, indeed. Yora was back to being tense. Sir Baristan chuckled. Your Grace, please. I am but your humble knight. Perhaps you should save such talk for your handmaidens. Perhaps I will, Daenerys said with a thoughtful nod. Grey Worm's messenger had returned with a corpulent man of Yunkai and several gold-laden horses. Daenerys met him in her tent, and made her demands known. The master, named Bazake, tried to buy her off. Then he tried to threaten her with powerful friends. It didn't work, and Dany sent him on his way back without any of his bribe. Daenerys leaned back on her folding chair, sighing softly, as her dragons lounged in the shade around her. Her knights, Grey Worm and Miss Sandai all waited in silence. Sir Yora? We must find out who these powerful friends of Yunkai are, she said. Grey Worm, you and Sir Yora seek out more information. Of course, Khaleesi, both Yora and Grey Worm said with twin bows. Grey Worm straightened up, and patted his thigh. Another Unsullied, the messenger, came forward with a chest. Khaleesi, the messenger said, I obtained several copies of the Westeros despoiler as ordered. He opened the chest, and Daenerys eagerly leaned forward to sort through the papers. The merchant informed me many were older copies, but the most recent one he could obtain was at the bottom. I'll have him sort this out properly when we take Yunkai, Dany murmured, already disliking the disorganized nature of these papers. Books should be treated with respect. If you all would go. Of course, Khaleesi, Yora said with a bow. Barry Stan headed out with a bow and a fond smile, while Grey Worm and his messenger exited as stoic as they'd entered. Miss Sandai left, shutting the tent behind her. She turned to get some water for her queen. When she heard a gasp and a cry of rage. Gradug. Izaz Eshnagika highly. Vikizi. The queen cursed in Dothraki, before switching to even fouler phrases. Barry Stan, Yora, and Grey Worm rushed in, hands on their weapons, as Miss Sandai hurried after. They burst into the tent. Khaleesi. Are you all right? Yora gasped. Your Grace. Selmy cried. Daenerys stood up on the carpet, kicking her chair apart. Her dragons watched in confusion, as she waved a newspaper around. Her face was red in fury. That she snarled, that flower whore. Yora approached carefully as he would one of Daenerys' dragons. Khaleesi. Daenerys scowled, and held up the newspaper. Yora read it aloud, for the benefit of Miss Sandai and Grey Worm Dany presumed. Royal wedding announced, His Grace King Robb Stark to be joined in marriage with Lady Margaery Tyrell of the Reach, he spoke. Barry Stan sighed and shook his head. Well. Suppose that's that, he said. Marriage alliance is out of the question. True, but King Robb will no doubt want to deal with us anyway, Yora said quickly, looking relieved. Dany nodded, taking deep breaths. Of course, she said with a sigh, but I really wanted to. I mean. She blushed furiously and scowled at the floor. I feel so foolish. You still have a woman's heart, Your Grace, Barry Stan said kindly, putting a hand on Daenerys' shoulder. It is nothing to be ashamed of. You know to manage it properly, which is how a true queen should. But an outburst is perfectly fine. Daenerys nodded. Of course. There are still many ways to secure this alliance, she said. Many ways. Yora nodded and smiled. Indeed, Khaleesi. There's no need to be hurt by this. It may be a blessing in disguise this way, we can have both the Reach and the North on our side. Besides, Miss Sandai said, pointing to the picture on the front page, I don't think Lord Greyjoy is married. Daenerys held it up, and studied the handsome genius smiling mischievously at his adopted brother and his new bride. She smiled, and reached down to pat the head of Drogon. Yes. You're right, she murmured. And I wanted to thank him for that book. She looked to Yora. Perhaps you were right, Sir Yora. Perhaps we should contact him first. She beamed at her most stalwart and loyal knight, and cupped his cheek. You are, in all ways, my very best friend. Thank you, Khaleesi, Yora said, his face drooping a bit. He straightened, but still looked depressed. If you will excuse me, Your Grace, Grey Worm and I have work to do. He turned at her nod, and headed out, Grey Worm following. Barry Stan watched him go, a slight smirk on his face. Daenerys paid this little mind men were always smirking at one another, competing like wolves. Come Miss Sandai, Daenerys said, we must train my dragons today. And see if we can't find out a bit more about Lord Greyjoy, Her handmaiden smiled and nodded. Of course, Khaleesi. Slay Eath, Alia I Acta Est, Part 1. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. Thean. The workshop Lord Tully had set up for us was almost good enough to match home. But that was mainly because I had a soldering iron now, thanks to the electrical generator Ramsay had brought. The prospect of a new toy to play with raised my spirits considerably, as I worked on one of the radios. My mentor and friend, Luwin, was at my side. No doubt about to dispense some helpful advice or great wisdom. So. You had two women vying for you, he said. I grimaced behind my goggles. Don't want to talk about it, I muttered, as I finished a circuit. One of whom was entirely fine with another woman involved, Luwin went on. Really don't want to talk about it, I said. Luwin shook his head, and patted me on the shoulder. Lad. You may be a Greyjoy by blood, but you're all Stark when it comes to your own joys. I shouldn't take that as a compliment, should I? I mumbled. Luwin pushed up my goggles, and I looked over at him. The kindly old maester, a man who was like my grandfather in all things, was smirking a bit. Theon, son. I'm just saying, you shouldn't exclude joy from your life, he said. You have great responsibilities, yes. But you can fit in moments of happiness to make it all worthwhile, can't you? There are a lot of complications involved, I pointed out. I mean, politics, intrigue. Not to mention Amardas. You care for her and don't want others to see her as merely your mistress, Lewin said. I grimaced and looked back at the radio assembly. Not because I was being petulant, no. I just saw that one of the vacuum tubes was excessively dusty. She deserves better, I said. Lewin chuckled. The lady knows what she wants, he said. Yeah, but with Rob married. I trailed off. I mean, we're going to need alliances. I looked up at my mentor with a frown. Are you saying I should just go for my heart? I'm saying, lad, that there is a princess interested in you, politically connected, who would not be averse to you having a mistress, Lewin said seriously. And then he smirked. And you thought yourself out of it. You really are too smart for your own good. I gaped at my mentor and grandfather figure. You just want me to get laid. My boy, I have never seen a stark need to get laid more, Lewin said. Save for Rob. And since that's sorted. A raven flew through the window, and waited expectantly. I took the distraction from this disturbing turn of events, and took the message. I unfurled it and read the message. I looked over at Lewin. Speaking of Rob. We've been summoned to a meeting. We'll resume this discussion never, I said quickly, getting up and brushing off my coat. Seriously, what's with all this interest in my love life? Lewin chuckled, and I moved to open the door for him as he shuffled over to the exit. It's a time of great change, Theon. War, revolution, marriage. And I would like another young squid to raise up. To see what wonders he'll come up. Or she, for that matter, he said as he walked out. I followed him, closing the door and locking it behind us. I walked alongside Lewin, and shook my head. Ha! For all your wisdom, you just want grandbabies to spoil, I replied. Lewin chuckled. Call it a bit of sentimentality on an old man's part, he said. We entered a small meeting room, adjacent to the Great Hall. We passed by several of the servants still cleaning up after the gun battle, poor guys. On the other hand, I'd seen, and cleaned up, far worse, so my empathy was a bit limited. The small meeting room was covered in garish tapestries, surrounding a table that was a bit too long. Rob was sitting at the head, his chair pressed against the wall. An injured but still stoic Roose Bolton, Great Jan Umber, Lord Karstark, Daisy Mormont, Oberyn Martell, Loras Tyrell, Uncle Blackfish, Brienne, and even Valder Frey were packed in. Despite the lack of room and the irritating decorations, Rob was looking smug as hell. The fact Marjorie wasn't there was a good clue as to why. Why the ravens and why the crappy room? I asked. Valder Frey harumphed. The squid's talking sense. Why are we all squeezed in here like too many cocks in a tavern whore? Not quite how I'd put it, Daisy said. Brienne made a face, but she became less tense when I squeezed in next to her to be by Rob. The king sighed. But works well enough. The fact is, unless you'd like to share this secret discussion in a tent or with the wounded, this is the best we can do, Rob said. Besides, he looked over at me, it's harder to eavesdrop in here. Because all of us in one place, not gonna draw any attention, Oberyn said wryly. That got some laughs. Rob stood up, and cleared his throat. As long as they don't know exactly what we're saying, it will work just fine, Rob stated. He pulled a folder out, and produced several stacks of papers. They were held together with paper clips, huh? I remembered when I invented those. It really wasn't that hard. He passed the papers out, and everyone took a copy. I took mine, and flipped through it quickly. I hid my reaction as best I could. Roose Bolton, that creepy bastard, just put his papers down after he read it and looked at Rob intently. Everyone else was looking either amazed, or carefully poker-faced. Your Grace. This is dangerous, Roose said in his gravelly tone. The bullet to his throat had apparently not hit anywhere vital, despite the large number of bandages across his neck. Dangerous. But necessary, Rob said. He looked over at Loras, who was looking gobsmacked. He glanced over at Uncle Blackfish, who had wide eyes. Finally, he looked at Oberyn Martell, who stared back in silence. The Crown Prince of Dorne. Then grinned broadly, and laughed. I'm in. He crowed. What, you Targaryen fetishists are gonna back this insanity? Valder asked with a snort. Aren't you? Asked Oberyn, raising his eyebrows. Frey growled, and smacked his hand on the table. Of course I bloody am. That blonde twat tried to kill me, and frame me. Fuck that pointy chair, and fuck him in his mother's twat. Good thing we have Jaime Lannister to take care of that, Uncle Blackfish said. Much laughter ensued, which died off when Queen Marjorie entered. She smiled broadly at everyone, but the majority of her warmth was directed squarely at Rob, who smiled just as goofily back. Hope I'm not too late? She asked. Rob shook his head. No, you're right on time, he said, sliding another copy of the speech across the table to her. She took it, and shook her head. I read it on the way here, she said. You left one by the bed. She kept her wits about her? Bodes ill for the rest of the marriage, Valder Frey snorted. Watch your damn tongue. Greyjoy growled. Valder snorted. Watch yours, you damn. Now, Marjorie said, walking very, very slowly over to Rob's side. She looked out at the gathered nobles and lords, and smiled. King Rob performed. Just fine. Rob's smug expression grew. Marjorie rested a hand on his shoulder, and her smile grew just a hair. But as with all men, there is always room for improvement, she said with a bat of her eyelashes. Rob looked up at her, his jaw dropped. I snorted. And the room was soon filled with laughter again. Brienne of Tarth remained stoic, but was blushing furiously. Ah, to the queen in the north. Blackfish laughed. She's fitting in already. Can we please get back on topic? Asked Rob. Of course, your grace, I snickered. Ahem. So. The Riverlands are for this. Dorne too. I looked around. I think we know where the north stands. So. How about the Reach? Marjorie smiled at her brother. He smiled uneasily back, and nodded. We will need to talk to my lord father. But given my grandmother is in favor of this, I believe you can count on our support. She squeezed Rob's shoulder. In all things, my king. As long as he continues to improve, snarked Valder Frey. Again, much laughter and much glaring. Now, Boomsquid. What about your kingdom? I sighed. The king's mood is still going on. But I doubt they'll go after any of us. We're too dangerous of targets. That's still 4 kingdoms, Uncle Blackfish said. I'd say that's enough. Are you going to do this then, your grace? Rob nodded, and raised his chin. He looked like a real noble king, a champion of humanity. I am. And I'm going to tell the people at noon. Gather your troops. They all need to hear this. He smiled wryly. After all, I've still got to sell them. Thank you all. Various responses of your grace ensued, and the lords headed out. Lord Frey was pushed out by one of his numerous relatives, laughing softly as he did. Soon, only myself, Marjorie, Brienne, Lewin and Rob were left behind. Rob sighed, and looked over at me. 4 kingdoms. But we're going to need one more, he said. Brienne frowned. Tartha's influence is limited, my lord. But I can speak to my lord father. I appreciate that, Brienne, Rob said with a nod, but I wasn't talking about the Stormlands. I was talking about the Westerlands. I raised my eyebrow. What? And fortunately, we have several fairly sensible members of the ruling family of that kingdom with us, Rob continued, grinning at me. I blinked, and looked over at Marjorie. He's gotten clever. Good work, I said with a nod. Marjorie sighed. I've only just started. There's so much more to do. Would you please stop talking about me like I'm not here? Rob groused. I grinned. Nope. Well, just for that, I'll leave that up to you, Rob said with a smile. I sighed. Damn it. Why isn't she getting punished? I asked, pointing at Marjorie. She smiled and shrugged, grasping Rob's arm. She lightly bit her lower lip. Must I go into such details, Lord Theon? She asked coquettishly. Rob blushed again. Brienne cleared her throat. If I may, your graces. Will you be like this for much longer? Probably, Lewin observed. Brienne nodded. I see, she sighed. Marjorie laughed. I'm sorry, Brienne. You'll just have to get used to it. Rob nodded, and cleared his throat. Yeah. But after you get that done, Theon, I have a much more important job for you. What? I asked, blinking curiously. Saving our sisters, he said. I nodded very slowly. So. 2 miracles then. You come up with miracles daily, just add on another, Rob said. He grinned. You certainly won't let any women get in the way. Rob. XLIX, Alia I Acta EST, Part 2. AC 300, Riverrun, The Riverlands. Theon. The dungeons of Riverrun were much like dungeons everywhere, stinky, dark, and depressing. My boots echoed on the tile floor, and I ignored the sounds made by the other prisoners as I passed by. I finally came to the last cell on the block, and I nodded to the guard. He grimaced. Lord Theon. Are you sure? I'm sure, I said. The guard nodded, and unlocked the door. He pulled it open with a loud creak, and I looked at the chained-up form of the prisoner within. He looked up at me and smirked that cocky Lannister smile at me. Well, well, well. Theon Greyjoy. Been a while since we talked, hasn't it? He asked. If you're spurning the Bolton bastard, I might be up to the task. The guard growled. I sighed, and raised my hand up. Leave us, I said. My lord. Go, damn it, I said. I stepped into the cell, and the guard shut the door behind me. He headed off, his lantern swinging. Jaime Lannister stared at me, eyebrows raised. So I was right then? You Ironborn do love your captives. Bound in chains, utterly helpless. That help you get in the mood to perform. I stayed silent, watching him. He stared back, and tried again to provoke me. A pretty blonde thing like me. Does it make you ache? To whip me and boss me around. A certain satisfaction. All about power, right? Dogs humping lesser males. I still said nothing. Jaime glowered a bit. The time ticked on, helped by my pocket watch clicking away loudly in the quiet cell. Are you just going to keep standing there? Does the great genius not know how to treat a prisoner? He spat again. I raised my eyebrows. Are you done? I asked. Jaime stared at me, shifting as much as the chains would let him. Should I be? He shot back. I sighed, and sat on the bench hanging on the side of the cell. You need something from me? Not especially, I said. Then why are you here? He asked flatly, grimacing. I smiled, enjoying the minor victory. To thank you, I said. Jaime blinked at me. I'm sorry. To thank you for saving King's Landing, I said. He fell silent. The Mad King was going to set off wildfire all over the city. Kill everyone. Probably thinking he'd rise from the ashes as a reborn dragon. Am I right? Jaime was still silent, staring in some disbelief. How did? I snorted. Oh come on, Lannister, I stated, I'm Theon the genius. I don't just make things blow up, I figure stuff out. I nodded. And you? You're pretty easy to figure out. You were torn between oaths, and you elected to go for protect the weak. And for that, the nobility of Westeros called you Kingslayer when they should have called you Savior of the Kingdom. No one more so than your foster father, Jaime said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. I nodded. Ned Stark was a great man. But a flawed one. I leaned back. That said, you never told anyone about what the Mad King was going to do. You were just resentful, passive-aggressive. Banging your sister. Jaime sighed again, looking weary. And you figured that out too. Not hard to, I said. Also, you pushed my little brother out the window. Jaime closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. There. A point to this? He asked. The world fucked you over, I said. Jaime snorted. And so? You came here to pity me? Hardly, I said, I came here to offer you a job. Jaime blinked. He blinked again. Then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. What? A job? You think I can be bought by gold? No, I said, still patient and calm. I knew it would piss him off even more. Yes, I can be rather petty. Sue me, he pushed my little brother out the window. I'm entitled to it. The fact of the matter is though, you did save 500,000 lives. And never got credit for it. I stared at him intently. You're also kind of a dickhead. Jaime glowered. I waited. He remained silent. The pocket watch ticked away merrily. Finally, the blonde knight gave in after 4 minutes. And? This job. You injured a member of the Stark family. Many of them want you dead. But if we're going to build a better world, we can't repeat the mistakes of the past, I said. So instead, the offer is simple, you serve the community you injured to make up for what you did. Slavery? Jaime asked flatly. I shook my head. More like community service. You work for us, under supervision. You help the North help anyone who needs it, for that matter. You pay off your, call it, spiritual debt. Earn back your honor. And why should I do that? Jaime asked. I'm right here, after all. Because somewhere inside of you is the man who chose the right thing to do over obeying the Mad King, I said. And you're smothering him, in bitterness and resentment. The world doesn't need Jaime Lannister, the petulant asshole who sits in a cell. It needs that man. And so does your brother. And your kids. Jaime narrowed his eyes. I swear, if you threaten my little brother in front of me. I'm not, I stated. Fact of the matter is, he's more important than you right now. But if he's going to be the new Lord Paramount of the Westerlands, he'll be happier with his big brother alive and serving the realm as a proper knight than dead or sitting in a jail cell. Jaime gaped at me in disbelief. You're joking. What? You think he can't do it? I asked with a smile. I think he can. You'd use him as a puppet? Jamie growled. I shook my head. Hardly. He's too smart for that. Rather, we'd prefer someone who cares about the people of Westeros is in charge. And someone smart enough to keep them safe. He fits the bill. The question is, and I looked him right in the eyes, do you want to help your little brother? Or do you want to rot in this cell, smug and difficult? Jamie stared at me for a long time. I stared back. The pocket watch kept ticking away. Can I see him first? He asked. I nodded. Yes. But on one condition, I said. Jamie frowned. What is that? He asked. Tell him the truth about Tisha, I said. Jaime's eyes widened in shock, and I smirked. Genius, remember. I looked out the bars. Guard. Sitting outside a door while two brothers mend fences is exactly as exciting as you might imagine. With only my pocket watch to keep me company, it was dreary and dull. Oh sure, there were guards. They just weren't very talkative. I had no idea where Amarda was. Probably doing work. Important work. While I was on my mission. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. Right. Amarda. I needed to make this up to her somehow. And Ariane too, now that I think about it. She did show me her boobs. It's the kind of thing one should take into consideration. It was a long, lonely hour before someone knocked on the door. I nodded to the guards, and opened the door. I rested my hand on my revolver and scanned around. Just Jamie, Tyrion, and Bronn seated around a table. The booze was flowing freely, and Tyrion looked terrible. Jamie didn't look much better, bound by chains to his waist. I nodded to the guards, and entered with their weapons covering me. They swept the room, before nodding and closing the door behind them. So it was just me, standing in a room with Bronn, Jamie, and Tyrion. It felt a bit awkward, really. So, Bronn broke the ice, 2 women, and you didn't take either of them. Does everybody know that by now? I complained. Seriously? Well, needed a bit of levity with how things were going, Bronn said. And the little lord ain't much for wit right now. Fuck off, Tyrion mumbled. Jaime's eyes were filled with pain. I nodded, and walked a bit closer. I see. Mira. The craned woman pulled herself out of a couch, brushing off any lint. The 3 prisoners stared in shock. She saluted me. Sir Jamie did indeed tell the story, she said, not looking in Tyrion's direction. And relayed the message properly. I nodded. Good, I said. Tyrion gave me a baleful look. So, when you said we'd be alone. She's not going to gush your personal details to the realm, I said, but I didn't get here by being an idiot. Tyrion took a long pull of his wine. He slowly nodded. Only fair, he said tightly. Bronn looked amused. Wanna teach me how you do that, love? Bronn asked with a grin. Could think of all sorts of places I'd like to sneak in. Especially if you'll wear that suit. Mira gave him a steely glare. Don't think you'll find them, she retorted. The craned woman headed off, jumping out the nearby window. Bronn chuckled, as Jamie sighed heavily. He moved to speak, but Tyrion held his hand up. He looked intently at me. First of all. How did you know that? He asked flatly. How could you possibly? You really think I'd do business with the rest of the realm without building up contacts? I asked. Without asking questions? Picking up things. Varys must be green with envy right now, Tyrion mumbled. Good look for him. He shook his head. Still doesn't change the fact you're asking me to betray my father. That part's all up to you, I said with a shrug. I sat down at the table, still warily eyeing Bronn and Jamie. Mira was probably still around, but better to be safe than sorry. The fact of the matter is, we have too many pals to keep around. So we're sending them all home with you and Lord Kevin. An act of goodwill. That will demoralize the Westerlands further, Tyrion snorted. You've learned to temper your generosity with insult. The Queen of Thorns has taught you well. That she has, I said with a nod. Besides, that many men back in the Westerlands won't do you any good. The Reach is sending troops, so is Dorne. The Riverlands are up to full strength. The North is coming. Your father sold Westerosan men into slavery, and your nephew murdered Lord Stark. I leaned back. Our quarrel is with a few Lannisters. Not all of you. And you honestly think that I can win control over the Westerlands? Tyrion asked blearily. And not look like a puppet? If you don't, someone else will, I said, and do you really think that someone would do as good a job as you? You really think that someone deserves it more than you? Playing on my vanity, Tyrion snorted. When you have me over a log. Yes, I said with a nod. But the greatest challenge to any statesman in Westeros. You really think you can't do it? Tyrion snorted. Not a matter of if I can do it. Humble, as always, Bronn snarked. But why? Tyrion said, shaking his head. I shrugged, and pulled my copy of Robb's proposal out of my satchel. I handed it over to Tyrion. He looked it over, tapping the table and mouthing a few of the words. He looked up at me. This is never going to work, he pronounced. It is the stupidest, most idealistic plan I have ever seen in my entire life. I nodded. Probably, yet. I tried to hide the sinking feeling in my gut. It was more than just Tyrion being a character I loved in the show. I'd met him, talked to him. I knew he was a good man. I knew he was someone I wanted to succeed. But he had to be on the right side for me to let him. Tyrion sighed. You do realize I'll be working to gain more for myself, and for my side than for you, don't you? Self-interest at heart. Playing the game. Winning the game. You'll still be opponents. Yes, I said with a nod, but frankly, I'd prefer opponents to yell at than opponents to kill in open battle. After all, what is a peaceful society but one where everyone agrees to keep violence to a minimum? A minimum, he says, muttered Jaime. Tyrion sighed. I'm not just going to be Lord Paramount, he said. You need me to act as a hand. An advisor. Your presumptions are ridiculous. You need me. I shrugged. We could get someone else. I mean, no shortage of people who would want the job. And would fuck it up, Tyrion snorted. You obviously staged all this to butter me up, and treat me with a proposal of exactly what I want. A wish fulfilled. No. No, if I'm going to have a part in this mad revolution of yours, I'm where I should be making it come true. He tossed the proposal back at me. I'm an advisor to your king or no deal. Based on what leverage? I asked flatly. The fact you've done all this means I'm an asset you've invested in, Tyrion stated, and you're not about to throw it away. So drop the games and give me what I want. What we both know you want me to do. After all, you're not going to navigate King's Landing's politics. You'd go mad in a day. I grimaced. Right, he was a political mastermind. He would know when he was being played. I'll talk to King Robb. But I think I can persuade him. I held out my hand. It does mean traveling with me, you know. I'll try to manage, Tyrion replied, not extending his hand. And I want one other thing. Yes? I asked. Tyrion nodded to his brother. His community service will be with me, Tyrion said, as my bodyguard. I thought about it, hard. Jaime smirked at me. I sighed. Deal, I said. Tyrion took my hand, and we shook on it. And though inebriated, his eyes still shone with keen insight. He smirked at me. Isn't it lovely when we all get what we want? He asked. I managed a weak smile. I'll be sure to tell you when it happens, I said. I rose, and checked my watch. I grimaced. And then smiled. I rummaged in my satchel. I pulled out a radio receiver and speaker, and set it on the table. Bronn and Jaime stared in disbelief. What is that thing? Jaime asked. I turned it on. It's time for the speech, I said. Wouldn't want you to miss it. The radio crackled and hissed a bit, before Luwin's voice spoke over it. Testing, 1 2 3. You can all hear me? Good. Maester Luwin here, presenting his grace, King in the North and of the Trident, Robb Stark, the first of his name. There was the faint sound of cheering and applause, and I heard Robb clearing his throat. Then he spoke. The times we live in are tumultuous. These last years, no, these last decades have seen more change and upheaval than Westeros has seen since before the arrival of the Targaryen's force of dragons upon this continent centuries ago. The rampages of the Mad King, the overweening arrogance and entitlement that drove Prince Rhaegar to abduct, abuse and slay my Aunt Lyanna, the fall of the Targaryen dynasty and the rise of the Baratheon. The war with the Iron Isles, and the arrival in Winterfell of a young, underfed hostage who would one day be counted among my brothers and closest companions. That boy's genius and inventiveness that would change the way the North sees itself, and how the rest of Westeros, the rest of the world sees us. We have gone from one of the poorest of the Seven Kingdoms to one of the wealthiest, yet we have not lost that essence, that strength that was left to us by our ancestors, by the heroes of ages long past. Twice in as many generations, this realm, this united Westeros has been rent by civil war, the lands scoured by armies and bandits, farms burnt, merchants robbed, the flower of our finest, on all sides, scattered into the dirt. Lives lost, livelihoods ruined, brother turned against brother and long friendships sundered, and for what? What is the point of all of this? The realm? The Seven Kingdoms of Westeros? What is that? Half a millennia ago, those words would have been meaningless, each of the kingdoms vied against one another for domination. The realm was a dream, a phantom, a result of Aegon Targaryen and his kin, flying across the sea and forcing the kings of Westeros to kneel, or to burn. 7 kingdoms he and his descendants conquered, spot welding them together with dragon fire like a tinker welds bits of a broken pot. And like that pot, the realm Aegon and those who followed him built was fragile, delicate, and ultimately could not last, because it was the result of our lands being forced together by an outside force, rather than of our own destiny or choosing. The rule of the Iron Throne is over, because it no longer has the force of dragon fire to support it, and the rest of Westeros has finally realized it. The giant, so long used to being bound, has shrugged and discovered his chains no longer restrain him. For too long, our destiny has been held hostage, captive in the hands of whoever sits upon that cruel, ugly seat in King's Landing. For too long, we have bowed to the ghosts of dragons long dead. We cannot, we will not, allow our lands to become battlefields every time another man wishes to become king, caring nothing for those he would trample during his ascent. No, we will not allow it. We will stand, together, and speak out in one voice, no more. No more will the sons of the north, or the river, or the reach die, resting in shallow graves, for the vanity and ego of petty kings. No longer will we be fodder for the ambitions of princes and lordlings who know nothing of our lands, our histories, our songs, and our hearts. We will stand, we will march and we will fight, not for another but for ourselves, and for our children, and our children's children. We will not march for gold or glory or to please another, but because it is the right action, the true action. This is not a war of ambition, but of liberation and of truth. We take up this challenge gladly, we choose to go to King's Landing and to do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because it is a task worthy of this people, of this place, and of this time. And I tell you that this will be hard, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This is not simply a war to decide who rules the realm, it is a war to save its soul. I do not march on King's Landing to claim the Iron Throne. I march on King's Landing to shatter it. Thank you. The cheers and applause were so loud, we could hear it through the windows as well as the radio. I looked up, trying to ascertain what the speech had done for the 3 prisoners. Jaime was guarded. Bronn, smirking a bit. Tyrion gave me a wry glance. Did he write his own speech, too? He asked. I chuckled. You could help him with the next one. I'm probably going to have to, he lamented. As terrible as an army with banners, Part 3. AC 300, approaching Riverrun, the Riverlands, before the speech. The singing came first. It faded in and out on the wind, but as time went on it became clearer, growing in volume and intensity. Words could be made out, and the song carried a note of pride, triumph, and humor. The cadence was quick, the voices tired, but there was an energy in both words and voice. From 300 miles of wall to burning Dornish sand. 5,000 fighting northerners. The general, and the band. So step up now, you rivermen. You've heard the bugle blow. The brigade is a-coming. Down the old King's Road. Then came the trump, 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 trump of boots, as though a giant from the cold, distant lands of Everwinter had decided to take a stroll through the Riverlands. But it was no giant. First over the rise was a man leading a horse, his helm swapped for a cloth hat, the brim wide enough to shade his face from the morning sun. He was followed by more men, officers ill-used to marching on their feet, but the lightened load helped the horses keep the pace. Then behind them marched the body of the force, a column 4 abreast that seemed to pour over the hill and down along the road like a long grey snake, the barrels of their shouldered rifles glittering in the sun like the serpent's scales. Tired though they were, their backs were straight and their voices rose in song, and as they crested the rise they only sang louder, because in the distance they could see the towers of their destination, the ancient fortress of Riverrun. General Ryswell tore his hat from his head, raised it above his head and cried out, "See that, lads? Ahead our king and his queen stand waiting for us. Ahead our lords and captains have been betrayed, with good northern men and women injured and slain. Yet the north remains, and the north remembers, and the north strikes back." The men cried back, in anger and pride, and the general's heart swelled at the sound. He was proud of his men, not only for the long journey south, but the way they marched through the night by moonlight and starlight, their coats and the movement of their feet to keep them warm, and not one had fallen out of the ranks except a few who had turned their ankles on rocks they could not see in the dark. They had performed far better than he could have hoped, and though they be townsfolk, farmers, merchants, or bastards, although hardly the scum of the earth, enlisted for drink that Lord Theon had remarked once, in jest, he could not think of a group of nobles, north or south, who could have borne the trial with more dignity or drive. "Riverrun's ahead, boys," he called out again, and waved his hat. "And I'll buy each and every motherless sons of you a drink when we get there." This time the cheer was almost hysterical, and the men laughed as they trudged on their aching feet, and they struck up another song, one Lord Theon had taught them back when the brigade was simply the Winterfell Volunteer Company of Rifles. So close no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. And nothing else matters. Never opened myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. All these words I don't just say. And nothing else matters. My brave boys, Ryswell thought as he marched, jamming his hat back on his head. We'll show those treacherous, murderous bastards true northern steel, forged and hammered in cold, hard discipline, and red-hot lead. Bring your pretty knights and colorful banners, Lannister, I would wager my grey-clad rifles against your red and gold lancers any winter. And he threw back his head and sang along with his men, even as he saw signs ahead of soldiers moving on the ramparts, and heard horns and trumpets sounding as people started taking note of the brigade's arrival. Ryswell snapped his boot heels together and clenched his fist against his shoulder, a gesture that the king returned. Then Robb Stark stepped forwards and embraced the general, their hands finding each other's shoulders in the more traditional greeting. Did the old gods issue you wings, or did the north wind blow you south? The king asked with a grin, giving Ryswell a shake. We had not thought that you or your men would arrive for some days yet. I must decline any praise, your grace, the brigadier said modestly, but failing to keep his own smile from his face. Better to praise the harsh training regimen your father instituted, the improvements to the King's Road north of the neck, even the newfound timidity of the phrase since your visit, and yet I am intensely proud of my men, and for their sake I thank you for your kind words, and promise to convey them to my soldiers, if I may. Robb clapped him hard on both shoulders. Indeed you may, General, indeed you may. He stepped back, and allowed Theon to step forward, and take a far less familiar forearm clasp. And add mine as well, the Iron Islander noble insisted with uncharacteristic seriousness. Despite his genius, Theon had always seemed something of a fop to the older Ryswell, but it seemed the events of the past few days had sobered him up a great deal. Your support and artillery. Perhaps a day behind, he said apologetically. Despite the new carriages and wagons you helped design, long journeys at speed are harder on wheels and hooves than on feet, although my troops are likely looking forward to spending a day or so off theirs. The king waved them over to the large map spread across the room's table, and gestured to the wood and metal objects being used to mark unit positions. You may get a day to reconstitute your unit, General, but not much more. We will need to return to the offensive as soon as possible, and your soldiers will be at the forefront of the fighting. As they are intended, your grace, nodded Ryswell as he studied the map. He swept a hand across the marking indicating the Westerlands. With the Golden Tooth taken, we can drive a spear deep into the lion's underbelly, cutting the usurper off almost entirely from monetary and material support. With the Reach allying themselves to us, the Vale remaining neutral and the Stormlands mired in chaos with the death of Lord Renly and the honorless behavior of Lord Stannis, and Tywin will have to divert what strength he has to try and reopen his supply lines. But Robb placed his hand on the general's shoulder. And that was part of our original plan, but new information has arisen to make it imperative that we take the usurper down as swiftly as possible. We have learned that Tywin has reached across the narrow sea to purchase slave soldiers to bolster his forces, and as collateral, has sold many of the northerners he held captive as slaves. Our countrymen are in chains, my friend, and more will find themselves as chattel each day until we kick Joffrey Waters off the Iron Throne and into a jail cell. XLX, the man who once did sell the lion's skin, Part 4. AC 300, King's Landing, the Red Keep. Peter. I have always thought these were lovely chambers, observed Lord Baelish as he looked about the Tower of the Hand, his heavily embroidered tunic the height of fashion, his manicure, goatee, and hair immaculate, the dagger by his side chased in gold and precious stones. I must say, the red and gold wall hangings are far more appealing than the wolf furs and old maps the previous hand decorated the rooms with. Do you take me for a fool, Baelish? Asked Tywin as he gazed out of the window overlooking the city below. Peter spread his hands. I am quite sure I do not know. The wedding, man, the other's cursed wedding. The hand rounded on the smaller man and strode forward, causing Baelish to step back hurriedly, his smug expression cracking slightly to reveal fear beneath. Tywin tossed a bundle of papers at him, and the master of coin scrambled to catch it, then scanned the print. It was the front page of the Westeros Despoiler, and the banner read, Royals celebrate wedding with victory, a large photo of Robb Stark and Marjorie Tyrell standing side by side, each in torn finery, their faces streaked in dirt but the revolvers in their hands steady. Tywin took a deep breath, visibly suppressing his rage, a rarity for a man so controlled. I am a practical man. I understand that occasionally distasteful actions must be taken for the greater good of the dynasty and the realm. I am not upset that you sent assassins after the young wolf and his bitch. I am also not upset that you attacked them during their wedding, such superstitions are for lesser folk. I am, however, furious that you were incompetent enough to not only fail, but to endanger 2 members of my own family along with the rest. His green eyes blazing, Tywin turned away and back to the window. So, not only do the rebels have a propaganda coup, not only do they have my brother and youngest son in their custody to be used as hostages, but we are the laughingstock of the realm for a bungled, botched assassination attempt. Many things, Lord Baelish, can be forgiven when linked with success, but nothing is more shameful than that which is paired with failure. Baelish's mind whirred as he fought down panic and forced himself to spin the facts, as always, to his advantage. But my lord hand, I did not send any assassins, he lied smoothly, regaining his composure. I assure you, had I done so, they would have been not only a great deal more competent, but far more tasteful than simply, attacking the wedding party guns blazing. He quoted the text of the article. Indeed, I would not have sent any assassins at all without your approval. After all, I am the master of coin, not of whispers. When Tywin didn't respond, he took that as a signal to continue. I may, however, have a possible solution to the mystery of the true hand behind this affair. Tywin glanced over, and Baelish suppressed the desire to rub his hands together. I fear, my lord, that I had a conversation some time ago with his grace, your grandson. The king inquired as to the mechanics of securing the removal of certain individuals. We were, of course, speaking hypothetically, but I fear he may have taken the conversation seriously and acted on his own initiative. As he spun his tale, the hand's face grew darker in rage, but that emotion was not directed at Baelish, and Littlefinger crowed inside as he managed, once again, to turn the tables of fate in his favor. And he gained access to those resources, did he? Tywin snarled. Peter nodded. It is conceivable. After all, I do believe he tried to employ an assassin against Bran Stark as he lay dying, he said. Tywin's pale eyebrows rose. Indeed. I have little to go on, my lord, Peter said smoothly. As you know, Ned Stark looked into the matter as well. I aided him, as an attack on the Lord Paramount's son is a dangerous thing indeed. That said, the assassin in question was seen in one of the taverns the royal party passed on their way back home, before Ned Stark took up his post as hand. The master of the coin shrugged, his brow creased in concern. It could be mere coincidence, of course. But you believe it may have been Joffrey there, too? Tywin growled. Peter nodded. The king was always trying to impress his father, he said. Reportedly, the late King Robert spoke of it being a greater mercy to kill Lord Bran than let him live as a cripple. The conversation was quite fierce after that, according to your daughter the Queen. However, given King Joffrey's occasionally odd behavior, that thirst to prove himself to his father's memory, Tywin's eyes narrowed. But the right wheels were turning in his head. The hand of the king turned to look at the map of Westeros, ironically enough, one manufactured in the north by the Surveyors Guild. This entire affair, this whole war, brought on by a foolish child, Tywin muttered, his ring-covered fingers gripping the back of a chair tightly. Peter nodded slowly. Youth is meant to be kept restrained. Until experience brings wisdom, Peter simpered. Which leaves us with 5 kingdoms in open revolt. And our options few, Tywin growled. Peter perked up. My lord. There may be another solution, Peter suggested. Tywin looked back and raised a sardonic eyebrow. Oh? Do you really think you can fix this with your whorehouses, Baelish? Tywin sneered. Do you think that after numerous assassins tried to gun down the leaders of so many kingdoms and great houses, after his mother was wounded, that Robb Stark is going to listen to a damn word we have to say? He slammed his hands down on the desk, and glared death into the mockingbird's eyes. They are calling me the slaver, Baelish. And even destroying every newspaper in the realm, the news is still getting out. Desperate circumstances, my lord, to preserve the proper order, Peter spoke quickly, to oppose rebellion. And now those circumstances have rendered us impotent, Tywin snarled. Weak. Helpless. There is an alternative. Peter said quickly, afraid that the old lion would seize him physically. Joffrey ordered this. Joffrey caused all this. You know it. I know it. The realm knows it. But you have another grandson. Younger, more easily molded. One whom even the Starks do not wish to harm, Peter emphasized, pulling up a paper and pointing to a relevant passage. It was the king, after all, who had Ned Stark's head removed. And do you propose that I sacrifice my own grandson to the wolves? Tywin growled. A kingly sacrifice. Peter tried. A Lannister and Baratheon, laying down his life. Going to the wall, for the peace of the kingdoms. King Tommen to rule. A truce treaty. Tywin was silent. Peter tried again. Long enough. Long enough to gain their trust. To gain access to their weapons. I have procured technology sold to Bravos, have I not? The North knows me, Catelyn Stark still trusts me. She can rein in the young wolf, and the squid. After all, winter is coming. This war has taxed the North as badly as us. It is a desperate, slim chance, Littlefinger, Tywin ground out. Peter nodded, still holding the newspaper up like a shield. It is, my lord hand. But even with the Unsullied, do you think we can win against all these kingdoms united against us? He shook his head. Not now. Not now. But soon. Time enough. And your dynasty remains on the Iron Throne. Tywin glared at Peter. And slowly nodded. It is possible, he said slowly, despising the words as they came out of his mouth. But we still need leverage. How many more Unsullied can you gain for us, Baelish? And what of the Vale? Tens of thousands, my lord hand, Peter said confidently. As for the Vale, as I lack the authority as a Lord Paramount, I grant you all rights as a Lord Paramount, Tywin said. Marry the mad woman at the Eyrie. Get us everything you can. I know you have more resources, Baelish. Things you hold back. I am not as trusting as Ned Stark. You will turn over all such resources to me. He narrowed his eyes, or you can say goodbye to your neck. Is that understood? Peter smiled silkily, and nodded. Of course, my lord hand, he said. Tywin took deep breaths. He looked back at the window. Call the small council, and make sure that idiot grandson of mine is there first. Peter Baelish smiled and bowed. Of course, my lord hand, he said. He smoothly departed, his expensive robes swishing. He opened the door, and departed, letting the little serving girl Tywin let hang around him through. She bumped into him, apologized, and he waved it off with an affable smile before he walked off. It was amusing, he reflected, as he walked down the steps to the main keep. The Lord Lannister, the old cold lion, keeping a young girl close like a puppy. A pet? A weakness? He'd have to find out later. He had much to do. He checked his expensive dagger, patting it reassuringly. And frowned. Where did it go? Tywin. Tywin heard faint footsteps as someone familiar entered, and he sighed. That had better be water, he growled as he turned. The northern serving girl was there, carrying a platter with water, bread, and fruit. She set it down politely, and folded her hands over her lower stomach. Tywin frowned. Well? What is it? My lord, she asked carefully, I have heard that King Rob's wedding was attacked by assassins. Tywin sighed, and took the newspapers into his arms. The most prominent headline was Steel Wedding, Assassins Attack King Rob and Queen Marjorie. He shoved the pile into a cabinet, and shut it closed. Yes, Tywin said, they did. Did you order it, my lord hand? Asked the girl, standing a bit closer. Tywin turned and glared at her. Now why the hell would I do something so foolish? He asked. The girl shrugged again, looking nonchalant. They are your enemies. Cut off the head, the body dies. That's how it used to work, Tywin growled. That's how it should. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling. But I have my doubts that would have worked at all, he admitted, turning and looking out the window. He rested his hands on the balcony, glaring out over the city. The helpless, stinking city. War. War was simple, once, he said. Was it? The girl asked. Tywin snorted. Noble houses fight each other, when necessary. Over offences and insult. It was ridiculous, insane. Dictated by the whims of kings and lords. Now. He sighed. Now. The North has lifted its small folk up. Made them part of the decision-making. Commoners can speak with the same voice as kings in these rags, and one voice. He shook his head. The Starks have signed the death warrant for the nobility. If they win this war, eventually, all of us, Starks, Lannisters, Baratheons, will be destroyed. Swallowed up by the commoners. The commoners don't care about the petty squabbles between nobles, true, the girl spoke, now very, very close. But they do care about honor. They do care about justice. Oh really? Tywin sneered. Is that so? He still didn't look at the girl, not trusting himself to see her eyes. He could only imagine the pity in them right now. When they see Ned Stark killed. They see a man who treated them as equals, the girl continued, as members of a nation, not just servants. He earned their loyalty. He worked for them tirelessly, to make them all feel united. No matter if they were lords or knights or mechanics. Or pig farmers. We were one nation. One people, together. And when they saw him die, declared a traitor. When he did nothing wrong. We went mad together. Tywin frowned deeper. Mad. He felt the girl leap up on his back. He gasped, trying to remove her, but a burning, ripping pain across his throat silenced him. He stumbled as she fell off, and he tried to turn around. He grasped the balcony desperately, blood gushing down the front of his tunic. He gaped in pain and horror at the girl, who pulled off her headdress. A flash of recognition hit him. For my father, Arya Stark whispered, before she grasped his boot and shoved it up. He toppled, he fell. and the world went black before he hit the ground. Area. Her heart was pounding as she rushed to the door. She had to get out of here quickly, she had to run. The door opened, the lock being smashed in. Arya stopped short as a tall, ragged knight stood before her. She stared up at the hound in fear, trying to calm herself. She'd tossed the knife after Tywin, she wasn't stupid enough to hold it but like this. The hound stared at her for a moment, before he pulled out some rags. Wrap these around your head, and give me those, he said. They're covered in blood. Arya stared, confused. The hound glared. You want to be caught? Do it. And start crying. She took the rags and wrapped them around her head. The hound stuffed the bloody wraps into his armor. And then smacked her. She fell to the floor, and cried out. He quickly grabbed the platter, and shoved it into her hands. I said cry, he hissed, as he dragged her out. Arya managed to sniffle, and got out some tears as she sat with her back against the wall. The bread and water fell all over the floor, making a mess. Footsteps echoed off the walls, and servants rushed up. What happened? One servant gasped. Lord Tywin fell. He fell from his window. The girl found the door locked, the hound growled. I busted it open. Nothing doing. Oh gods. He's. Arya managed to sob, covering her face. Oh gods. Someone shut her up. Sandor Clegane snarled, shoving her forward. Many of the servant girls parted, as she was the favored servant of the hand of the king. But familiar arms encircled her, and Arya looked up to see Sansa's face. It's all right dear, it's all right, Sansa murmured, hugging her tightly. Arya stiffened, but returned the embrace. She trembled. It's all right. I don't know what happened, Arya sniffled, I don't know. Why did he? It's all right, Sansa soothed, it's all right. It's just a tragic, horrible accident. That's all. Arya buried her face in Sansa's chest, sniffled, cried. But she couldn't help the smile on her face. And as she felt Sansa's face touch her head, she swore she could feel her sister smile too. XLXI, perspective check. AC 300, Riverrun, the Riverlands. Thean. You did what? You know, it was impressive how despite the bullet wound to her neck, the broken ankle, and a few other injuries, my mother could still yell very, very loudly. Enough to wake up everyone else in the hospital wing. I think the guy in the coma even twitched. Robb sighed, and held Catelyn's hand as he sat at her side. I stayed behind him, avoiding the glare on her face. The fact is, Mother. Many in the Westerlands are outright defecting to us. I'm not going to just roll over them all and burn their lands. Accepting Tyrion Lannister into your councils. She ceded. Letting Jaime Lannister accompany him. Under guard, and bound at all times, Robb went on. He raised his eyebrows. And his say will be greatly determined based on how he performs the next mission. Whose ridiculous idea was it? She demanded. Robb coughed. His own. I relaxed. Robb then sighed. And Theon's. Robb. I hissed. Catelyn turned a baleful glare on me, and I held my hands up. Now hang on a second, Mother. You'd let that perverted dwarf into councils with your brother. Mom. If we don't want this war to continue into bloody rebellion and revolution, we need the Westerlands. I insisted. Isn't bringing this conflict to a close as bloodlessly as possible a good thing? And he did warn us of the assassination attempt, Robb pointed out. Catelyn ceded. That doesn't mean letting him have a say. Bad enough you're going to tear down the Iron Throne, she glared at me, can't imagine who gave you that idea. It was my idea, Robb insisted. He grasped her hands in his gloved ones, and looked intently into her eyes. Mother. We can't just burn everything to the ground. We need to build things back up. Catelyn made a face. Even with the strength we have. A knife between the ribs will kill just as surely as a sword through your chest. Actually, with the new ironwood body armor I pulled together, that's very. I trailed off as Robb and my mother glared. Right. Shutting up. Catelyn sighed. She glared over at the patients and nurses, who were studiously going about their business. Fine, she murmured. But I will choose who keeps an eye on them. Of course, Robb said with a nod. He rose and kissed his mother's cheek. Don't worry, Mother. I'm the king. I can handle it, he gave her a cocky smile. She rolled her eyes, but held him bent over long enough to return the kiss. All right. And your fair wife? How is she? She asked. Robb flushed, but managed a serious-looking expression. She is very happy, he said. Her limp says that well enough, I muttered. Robb smacked my shoulder, and I gripped it with a wince. Ow. Catelyn thought had a broad smile. I'm glad, she said. She sighed. Just be safe, son. I will be, Rob said. I promise. They hugged once more, and Rob turned to head out. Brienne, who had been standing at the door this whole time, smoothly followed him out. I made to leave myself. Thean. I paused, and turned around. Catelyn was glaring at me. Naturally, I tried to disarm her anger the way I usually tried. You look like you did when the chicks escaped the egg heaters, I said. Catelyn's lip twitched, just a bit. There were yellow chicks all over the courtyard, she reminisced. It was like they'd fallen from the sky. A few did, I said with a shrug. Impressed they survived. The gas bottle blew up in just the right way. She motioned me close to her. I complied, and sat down next to her. She wrapped an arm around my shoulders, and sighed. Child. You have always been reckless, and mad, she said. I don't know where you got all this from. All. She waved her hand, and I saw the bottle of antibiotics, medical alcohol, and other medicines on her side table. It almost seems like the gods touched you. Imbued you with the knowledge of the smith. And the stranger. I was silent. Frankly, I didn't know myself. Maybe I was Theon Greyjoy, just with the memories of some mad-bored genius downloaded into my mind by some errant god. Maybe I was that other man, stuck here in Theon's body. But despite all that power up here, she said, poking my forehead, I was always impressed. And exasperated more, by what you have here. She poked me in the chest, and I flushed. I didn't. You're so kind, and so trusting, she sighed. You want to give so many people a second chance. Let them prove they can be good. It's worked. She narrowed her eyes. But it's mostly been pure luck. I hope you know that. I sighed. Yet. Catelyn smiled a bit wanly. Proud and yet exasperated. And that's the same reason you want to give the Lannisters a second chance. You want to save everyone. I rubbed my mouth, and sighed. I knew I was never going to do that, I admitted. But I have to try, Mom. I have to. And would you offer the same chance to Joffrey Waters? Catelyn asked. I stared at her, and worked my jaw. You want to, don't you? Catelyn asked, almost accusatory. I sighed. I really don't want to. But. Yet. Part of me does. Yes, I'd had to suffer his company. His insults. His idiocy. But I'd also seen how he'd looked at his father, so desperate for attention and acceptance. There was a moment of humanity in there. I hated him, yes. But part of me still whispered maybe he's not too far gone. Just don't let your heart overwhelm your mind, she said gently. It does you credit. But a hesitation. And you'll die. She hugged me. And I don't want you to die. I hugged her back, sighing softly. I don't want to die either, I admitted. Especially not on this dangerous mission I'm about to go on. Catelyn sighed. Then please. Don't, she murmured. Make_can T save everything. As for some of the possible social uprising from Theon's innovations. At a town meeting nearby Winterfell. Leader, the bloody Starks have given us the weapons needed to destroy them all. Crowd, yet. Leader, no longer will we be serfs to the nobles. No more will we be their cattle. No more will we be treated this way. Crowd, yet. Theon, yet. He leaped onto the stage, and threw off his robe yet. Woo. The crowd falls silent and fearful woo. Woo? Leader, Lord Greyjoy? Theon, hey. Guys. Couldn't help but notice you were plotting rebellion. Leader, it. Seize him. Theon, whoa. Hold on. 1, that's very rude. 2, I have a bomb. Holds up the bomb, see? Crowd, screaming in fear. Theon, shut up. The crowd quiets down. Theon, now look everyone. I get it. You've gotten the shit end of the stick for a long time. And now you have guns, and medicine for your kids, and reading, and writing. Money. A future. And yet, there are asshole nobles who remain that way only due to accident of birth. That's not fair. Leader, no it isn't. Theon, nor was it fair for my dad to be a cunt and drop me off here. Where I might get my head cut off if he misbehaved. Spoilers, he's misbehaved. Size my point is. You're right. There are a lot of nobles who are arseholes. But. If the Starks have wronged you. Any of you. And not repaid it or tried to fix things, feel free to say so. Crowd, silence. Theon, I get it, guys. I really do. There are asshole lords, criminal lords. We can't stop all of them from doing bad things. We can't stop all evil in the world. But you know what? They need you more than you need them. Lords who oppress their people are weak and stupid. They fear you. You don't need to put up with that. Leader, why yet? Crowd, yet. Thean, yet. But. Yet. There is something much better than rising up and killing them. And that is to leave them. Go somewhere else, where you'll be treated with respect. For instance. Juan, that's your name right? Leader, yet? Thean, you've been passed over for promotion at the plant for Lord Whatever's inbred son, right? Juan, yes. Thean, well that sucks and is unfair. And I have talked to the Lord, he's not budging. But fortunately, I need good people like you for the brand new steel mill at White Harbor. Which will soon put this minor lord's shitty plant out of business. You get a raise, a house for your family, new life, and all you have to do is not lead an uprising and kill lots of people. Juan. I'd look like I'd be selling out. Thean, yes, but you'd also not get a lot of people killed. I don't want anyone to die, Juan. I mean it. If your lord is being an asshole, leave his lands and let him work his shit himself. Looks around if you're being mistreated, don't go for violence unless there is no other way. Because in the end, we are all northerners. Even that asshole. And if he won't learn his lesson, there's no sense in dealing with the pile of shit. That sound fair? Crowd. Yes. Juan, my lord. You are asking us to do this while you hold a bomb. Thean, hey? This? Oh, it was just to get your attention. Puts it out, it's just some fireworks. Crowd, gapes. Thean, I'm not going to really kill my fellow northerners with a bomb. I do have armed men outside the building though. Are we going to come out as friends? Or? Juan. Sighs, when do I start, my lord? Thean, soon as you can get to White Harbor. I commandeered one of Lord Whatever's ships, Dock 3, the Red Flag. Bit of a trip, but there's hot tea aboard. Juan, nods very well. Thean, and, if anyone else would like to join him? Plenty of room on the boat. If you'll excuse me. Asterisk, he headed out, exiting the building. A few armed men salute him, and he salutes back. He walks for his own ship, Amarda walking with him asterisk. Amarda, my lord. That was the stupidest thing you've ever done. Thean, you're keeping score? Amarda, sighs, adjusts her glasses. This will not work every time, my lord. Not everyone will be swayed. You cannot be everywhere. And this issue will continue to rise, especially with some of the more traditional households. The Stark's influence aside. You can't save everyone. Thean. No. No, I can't. Sighs, I have to try though, Amarda. I have to. At least until a certain point. Amarda, what point? Thean, smiles, when my flowers grow strong enough to resist the thorns and insects without my help. Amarda, you've killed every plant you've tried to keep. Thean, it's a metaphor. Slow CI, accidents and apologies. River Run, the Riverlands, AC 300. Thean. Sweat seemed to be drooling down my forehead, making me thankful for my goggles. The radio transceiver in front of me was whining, the signal getting through and filling my lab's pace. I licked my lips, and adjusted the toggles on my makeshift control board. While microchips and even transistors were a long way off, I could still make use of the concept to build very simple gates for the vacuum tubes. It gave me a few more options than simple on or off, and it made the system a bit more efficient. I turned the knob, and the whine grew louder. I took a deep breath. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, I spoke into the microphone. I winced at the feedback, and stepped back a few steps. Damn it. Testing. Testing, 1 2 3. Still the transceiver gave me nothing but static, brightly glowing vacuum tubes burning in my vision. I gritted my teeth, and adjusted the gain. Testing. Testing. Testing, 1, 2. The vacuum tube burst with a loud pop, and fire burned across my radio. I cursed and rushed over for my fire extinguisher, just a small tank of water and a pump. I hurriedly pumped the water onto the table, cursing the whole time as I killed the flames. Damn it. Fuck. Shit. Bollocks. Crap. I hissed at the sparks shooting from the device. A load of worthless circuits and bullshit soldering. Bad time. I looked to the door. Ariane Martel was standing there, looking uncharacteristically solemn. I sighed, and grabbed a rag to wipe my forehead. No. Not at all. Thought I put a sign on the door saying keep out, I observed. Ariane smiled softly, closing the door behind me. You did. But I am a princess, am I not? She asked. Doesn't mean you're fireproof, I pointed out. Don't think there's enough Targaryen in you for that. Ariane chuckled softly. I pulled on some gloves I'd treated with the local rubber equivalent. It was pretty greasy and gross, but it kept me from getting electrocuted. I picked up the forlorn remains of my transceiver, and sighed. Not the result you were hoping for? Ariane asked. I nodded glumly. Yet. I've been trying to shrink the transceivers enough for individuals to carry them. But they keep melting, I said succinctly. I sighed and put the ruined transceiver on a pile of similar disasters. I just don't have the materials to make them any smaller yet. The radios, correct? Ariane asked. I nodded. Yet. But I've seen men in your camp using a few bits of wire and metal to hear that, Ariane said, confused. I chuckled. Well, they can catch the signal with that. But they can't send anything back, I explained. Two-way communication is the ideal situation, and making it small and light is the goal. I shrugged and pulled my gloves off. Ariane was admirably not making a face at the smells in the laboratory. It was probably pretty rank. Something I can do for you? I asked. I came to apologize, Ariane said, looking firmly into my eyes like she'd been drilled into it from birth. She probably had been. My uncle suggested that my actions would be seen as suspicious. I asked. Ariane shrugged. As you say. He didn't say I favored men, did he? I asked, opening up the windows. Ariane shook her head, biting back a wry smile. No. After all, you stare at my breasts far too much to be a sword swallower. Yet, I said with a nod. I looked for a chair that I hadn't burned or broken apart yet. And sighed as I saw the remains of some furniture lying in a vat of various hydrocarbon products I'd been experimenting with. Damn it. I pulled the pieces out, gloves back on, and laid them on a workbench. We can move somewhere else. This is your place though, Ariane said carefully, your domain. Where you are strongest. Giving me an advantage? I asked. Ariane chuckled. As far as you know, yes. You're admitting it? I asked in some disbelief. Ariane nodded. Another suggestion of my uncle. He thinks you're about the least romantic person alive. Oh, hey. I protested, feeling insulted. I do okay. Ariane gave me the sexiest incredulous look I'd ever seen. I glanced out at the window, and coughed. Okay. I just. It's not the kind of thing I really focus on, I said with a shrug. All this work. And you never stop to enjoy the world? Ariane asked softly. I glanced at her. I do. I mean, I try to. The last social gathering was not a disaster because of me, I insisted. Ariane nodded slowly. But you don't know how to be normal, she said. I shrugged, half-heartedly, and looked out the window again. The First Army was running through drills on the barn, specifically, the breachers. Grappling hooks, repeating rifles, flashbangs, small explosives, goggles and masks allowed them to get over walls and seize fortified positions. These breachers had been with me at Golden Tooth, and were now training others in their ways. It made me smile a bit at all that going on. What's normal? I asked. Normal is in flux. As of late, yes, Ariane agreed, moving closer. Thanks to you. You're defining it for the world. Or trying to. Sort of, I admitted again, feeling uncomfortable. The Dornish princess sidled up to me, not touching but able to if she wished. Or if I wished, if I could read her facial expression accurately. And so you keep yourself here. Even outside, Ariane concluded, gesturing to the lab. Even from your friends and family. Why? Bad childhood, I said dryly. Ariane nodded, and looked out as well. I sighed. It's complicated. Complicated enough you won't tell me yet, Ariane said. I nodded. She smiled. Good. Good. I asked flatly. Ariane shrugged again, leaning over a bit to show off her cleavage. I tried to ignore it. Most men I desire give up in no time, Ariane spoke, and many are not worth the effort. She glanced at me, but I tried to give nothing away. You do not approve. I appreciate everybody has their own route to what they want, I said diplomatically. I prefer honesty though. With people who want to be close to me. But does anyone have simply one motive? Ariane countered, smiling wryly. I could tell you I am interested in you for power, and it would be true. To strengthen the bonds between our kingdoms, given we both know how this war is going to end. For my own ambition and for your benefit. But you don't want just that, do you? Nope, I said, I'd prefer love. Ariane laughed. As the sole motivator? You'll be waiting for a long, long time. Not the sole motivation, I said quickly, shaking my head. But I'd, appreciate it. It keeps both parties honest. It makes it less about the material, more about the spiritual. A philosopher as well as a scientist, Ariane observed. She giggled. And a romantic to boot. Such hidden depths. She leaned forward and smiled. What I would give to know them, she purred. How about an end to backaches? I asked. The Dorn princess blinked. Ah. I've invented something called the brazier, I said. Keeps your bosom from bouncing around. Most of the female warriors use them, a lot of other women in the north too. She stared, and then chuckled again. Is that a compliment as well as a dodge? Just making conversation, I said. I shrugged. Besides, you forgot the most obvious thing you had to do to become closer to me. Ariane hummed. She chuckled. Tell you I love you. Wouldn't believe it, I said. Try again. Ariane thought about it for a while, rubbing her chin. She glanced at me with a hint of disbelief. But shrugged. How do I get closer to you? She asked. Asking is a good start, I said, smiling back slightly. I turned to one of the workbenches and tapped the ironwood. I nodded. It had dried very quickly. Good. What are you doing? Ariane asked, curious. I've been using ironwood for a base for the radio transceivers, I said, pulling out a saw. I've been trying to treat them with various chemicals to make them able to absorb more heat. I locked down the piece of wood, and pushed down my goggles. I started to saw. Or at least, tried to. NNGH. This batch though fell into the wrong vat. I pulled harder, but the saw stubbornly refused to cut. I growled, and put the saw aside. Can you hand me the hatchet? Ariane stared at me in silence. But a moment later, she was holding the hatchet out to me. I took it with a thankful smile. Thanks. Back up, I said. She did so, and I raised the hatchet up. I brought it down on the wood block, flicking my wrist. The flick probably saved my life, because the axe head bounced off the wood and spun over my head. I yelped, ducking to avoid a nasty haircut as the hatchet sailed out the window. Ariane watched in shock, holding her chest as she panted in fear. Wah! How? Are you all right? She asked. I very slowly looked over at the wooden block. There was no mark in the grain. I smiled. Yes. Hey. Want to help with an experiment? I asked. A few minutes later, at the firing range we'd set up in a section of River Run, I finished securing the block to a target pig carcass. I gave the ropes a good tug, checking the resistance. It was a little fiddly, and just a hunch. But I had to try it. Seeing everything was ready, I turned and eagerly jogged back. A small wall of sandbags had been raised, and Ariane was sitting behind it with her own pair of goggles. Lord Theon, can you please tell me what's going on? She asked. I nodded as I crouched down, and held up my trusty revolver. Easier to show you, I said. Cover your ears. She did so, and I cleared my throat. Fire! 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 I bellowed, warning away anyone in hearing distance. Before I pulled the trigger. Bang! The pig carcass shifted a bit from the impact. I stood up, and rushed up to the target. The princess followed right behind. I untied the ropes keeping the treated ironwood to the pig, and pulled it away. I grinned, half in triumph, the other half in disbelief. The bullet hadn't gone through, but it had certainly hit. The spiderweb-like impact on the block proved it. You can explain this at any time, Ariane said, sounding a bit annoyed. I laughed, and held up the block. Gonna take some more tests. But I think I just made my plan for saving Sansa a lot easier. I grinned. Princess Ariane, you are the first witness to the birth of the bulletproof vest. Well, bullet-resistant, but proof sounds a lot better, don't you think? Oh make. I entered the room and saw Sansa, standing facing me. Then he saw Joffrey, behind Sansa, sword held against the Stark's throat. Drop your weapons or I'll kill her, the king of the Andals squeaked. This is an impact grenade, I lied. If I drop it in here, we all die. Well, throw it back out the door then. I shrugged and obeyed. There was a boom and a lot of thick smoke from the smoke bomb. That should mark my location to the others. Now the rest of your weapons. I considered and removed my gunbelt. And the sword. It occurs to me that if I drop this I have no way to know if you'll let Sansa go. I met his frightened eyes. Just so you know, if you decide to do something stupid, I'll take this up before you get near me and then it'll be a fight to the pain. I doubt you have the stomach for it. To the pain. Joffrey frowned in confusion. Not, to the death. Sansa nodded, very carefully. To the pain means the first thing you lose will be your feet, below the ankles, then your hands at the wrists. Next, your nose. And then my tongue, I suppose. I wasn't finished, dear. Sansa's voice was terrifyingly even. The next thing you lose will be your left eye, followed by your right. And then my ears. I understand. Drop your sword, boom squid. Wrong. I roared. What the hell was keeping the others? Your ears you keep, and I'll tell you why, so that every shriek of every child at seeing your hideousness will be yours to cherish. Every babe that weeps at your approach, every woman who cries out, "Dear God, what is that thing?" will echo in your perfect ears. That is what to the pain means. It means I leave you in anguish, wallowing in freakish misery forever. I think you're be bluffing. Sansa cleared her throat. Joffrey, who is Theon's best and most special friend in the entire world. He went white. The crimson fucker. The crimson fucker. His sword clattered on the flagstones. I suppose it would be dramatic if he'd dropped it in terror, but actually when his shaking blade was furthest from Sansa's throat, Mira had shot him in the elbow. Keep it simple, stupid. Maiden Pool, 300 AC. Theon leaned back in his chair as he glared at the map stretched across the table, weighted down by 2 daggers, a revolver, and an inkwell. He rubbed his knuckles against the stubble on his chin. I don't know, it seems to. Robb's army had advanced to Harrenhal, driving out the Lannister stragglers, mostly sellswords and deserters, before pausing to regroup for the drive to King's Landing. Meanwhile, Theon's little group had gathered in Maidenpool to rendezvous with the Seawolf, which would transport his assault team on his mission to rescue Sansa and Arya from the Red Keep. Unfortunately, Theon's original plan, of which he was quite proud, had proven unpopular among the more practiced schemers. Simple? Asked Tyrion, sipping at his wine glass, Jaime standing over his shoulder. Also sitting around the table were Mira Reed, Amerda, Bronn, and Ramsay, who was busy cleaning his fingernails with what looked like a flensing knife. Straightforward? Easy to comprehend and, dare I say, idiot-proof. The short, stumpy Lord Paramount Presumptive waved his goblet around. Your original plan was an absolute disaster that had absolutely no chance of working. The issue, young Greyjoy, is that your first instinct when presented with a problem is to add complexity, like one of your machines, lots of jiggity bits and doodads and gears, switches and pulleys. He raised an eyebrow. It may have something to do with your brilliance in mechanical areas, you have a strong reluctance to admit that you are wrong. Whenever you arrive at a new problem, instead of returning to first principles and starting again, you simply add another layer of complexity, more gadgets, more guesswork, and more chances. Your original plan relied on being able to predict not only the results of your actions, but that of those you encounter, and if any one of those factors failed, the entire plan would fall apart. Tyrion tossed his goblet back over his shoulder, and Jaime smoothly caught it out of the air, without his expression flickering. Far simpler to simply bribe the guards who will be bribed and knife the ones who won't. Hey, my plans before worked out just fine. Like at Golden Tooth, and the Woods, Theon insisted, feeling compelled to defend his brilliance. Yeah, but that's because you had to work with what you had, and you had people to keep you focused. Your genius can run away with you if you don't have someone to ground you. One of those flame wolves is great, using it to light off fireworks to send a signal to mate a mechanical man jerk off poison into the king's dinner isn't. Theon's eyes unfocused for a moment. Actually, I wouldn't need fireworks to make such a signal. My lord? You're proving his point. Please stop. Yes, Amerda. The point, Tyrion said, accepting a now full glass from Jaime, who was clearly well experienced at the duty after years of serving King Robert, is that when planning such an operation, complexity is the enemy. The more, what's the phrase? Moving parts. The more moving parts a plan has, the more. He snapped his fingers twice. Points of failure, that's it. A good planner has to be ruthless in removing as many of these points as possible, to give the plan the absolute best chance to succeed. In other words, concluded Theon, rubbing his hands through his sandy hair, keep it simple, stupid. As your guest, I would be loath to use such blunt terms, but that's essentially the point, conceded Tyrion. Before the discussion could continue, there was a knock at the door. Before Theon could blink, Ramsay and Mira were standing by the door. Mira's carbine and Ramsay's double-barreled pistol were at the ready. In Westeros, there's no such thing as too paranoid. Just not paranoid enough. At Theon's nod, they opened the door, and a messenger stepped in, pointedly ignoring the brandished weapons. My lords, my lady, mistress, a message for you, Lord Greyjoy, from King Robb. He handed over a leather-wrapped packet. His mission complete, he bowed his way out. Curious and a little worried, Theon unbound the thong sealing the packet, then unfolded it to reveal the letter held within. His eyes scanned over the relatively short message, paused, then read it again, more carefully. Then he did so a third time, and sighed, rubbing at his eyes with his thumb. Well? Don't keep us in suspense, lad, insisted Tyrion, taking another deep draught of wine. Surely it can't be all that earth-shattering. Not for me, Lord Tyrion, Theon said rather formally, his voice unusually soft. He shook his head, then stood up. My friends, I need to speak to the Lannisters alone. Of course, Ramsay and Mira were hard to convince, and even Bronn thought it was a bad idea, but within a few moments the door closed again, leaving only 3 men in the room, a genius, a knight, and a dwarf. I must say, I've heard of your flair for the dramatic, but I never thought I'd see as clear an indication that you should be writing Bravasi plays, snarked Tyrion, but his voice held an edge of concern. The letter was in King Rob's own hand, Theon said. He wrote it in response to reliable information he had moments before received from King's Landing. Only a trained observer would have picked up on the way Jaime's eyes and mouth tightened. The hand of the king. Lord Tywin, fell from the window of his apartments in the Tower of the Hand. Tyrion's hand froze, his goblet at his lips. He was dead when he hit the flagstones below. Jaime's only response was to tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword, but his green eyes were surprisingly expressive as one of the few certain things in his world vanished. The Lord of the Westerlands, whether one admired or loathed him, had been a power in Westeros for decades. Certainly, Jaime had never imagined him dying, except perhaps in the midst of battle. Well, said Tyrion after a moment, draining his goblet and putting it carefully on the table. I suppose that simplifies certain matters, doesn't it? The room was silent for a moment. 7 fucking hells, snarled Jaime, grabbing his brother's shoulder and hauling him about to face him. Our father is dead, and all you can do is joke. Tyrion brushed Jaime's hand off. To be perfectly honest, I'm feeling a lot more than I had imagined, the last 1,000 times I've fantasized about our father's demise. The man hated me, blamed me for our mother's death, humiliated me at every turn, and the only reason he didn't drown me at birth was the fact that I was his blood, and nothing was, more important to our father than the dynasty. How would it look to the other houses if he was seen slaying his own kin? The little man took a deep breath. Jaime, he wasn't much of a father to me, but he was my father. I'll grieve in my own time, but right now, we need to focus on how this changes things. Jaime's nostrils flared, and he spun about, clenching his fist as he fought to get himself back under control. As he did so, Tyrion reached for the wine jug, but almost fumbled it. He paused, then tried again, this time without as much shaking. Lord Greyjoy, I wish to apologize if I seem. Theon reached over and took the jug, pouring the wine himself. I feel I'm something of an authority on the subject of fathers. I've lost 2. One was the finest man I've ever met, who lived by honor, and died by duty. The other was a raving, murderous maniac of a pirate who held nothing but contempt for me. I mourn them both, though in different ways. I put down the wine. The room was silent for a few moments, before Jaime spoke. Thank you, Theon, for clearing the room. Theon shrugged. I imagined you'd prefer to hear the news in private, before anyone else. Thank you, echoed Tyrion. But the truth of the matter is that this does change things. We need to bring the others back, and get to work. A few minutes later, the room was full again, and more wine poured. The mood was fragile, with more than a few glances at the brothers, but Theon rapped his knuckles on the table. So, the hand is fallen. King Joffrey now sits on the throne without Tywin's guidance. How does this affect the war? It certainly throws my dear nephew into the shitter, observed Tyrion. No one looked at the boy king's real father at that moment. Presumably Cersei will attempt to take over, although cooler heads may prevail. Of course, Joffrey may decide to simply rule by decree, dispensing with a hand's advice, which would be both good news and bad for King Robb. Jaime nodded. The best swordsman doesn't fear the second best, he fears the worst, he quoted the ancient proverb. Joffrey is unpredictable. To an extent, although if one simply assumes that one's opponent is a spoilt, arrogant, egotistical child with a penchant for petty cruelty and a crippling fear of actual danger, despite loud bravado, predicting him becomes somewhat easier, countered Tyrion, and no one spoke up to disagree. On a more personal note, this simplifies my own situation remarkably, which was my original point. He glanced back at Jaime, then over at Theon. Yesterday, I was the heir to Casterly Rock, rebelling against my father in the service of a rebellious would-be king. Today, I'm the rightful claimant to the seat, allied to a royal house of ancient honor and prestige, calling for all loyal Westerlanders to pledge their service. By a strict reading of the law, the conflict between the North and the Westerlands is hereby over. Congratulations, you won the war. There was no hint of defeat in Tyrion's voice, leaving Theon to complete the idea. Now you have to win the peace, which is going to be a lot harder. Still, Joffrey has some competent advisors left, and depending on how well he listens to them, things may actually get harder without Tywin's influence. The group talked long into the night and before long called for more food and wine. It was not a short, or simple discussion. A few hours before dawn, Theon slipped into his blankets, exhausted and more than a little tipsy. He was hoping for a long rest on a soft mattress under warm blankets. He was not, however, expecting to discover his bed already occupied, and he froze for a moment as a set of long, smooth limbs wrapped themselves around him. What the fuck? Thought you'd forget about me, husband? Your pretty Neeler girls might be able to distract you, but I'm the one you stole, fair and square. Swearing loudly, Theon scrambled out of bed, and lunged for the lamp. Turning up the flame, he turned around to see a vaguely familiar form reclining on his bed, blankets tossed back to reveal a dark-haired woman, with smallish breasts and athletic body, trim from exercise and training. It took him a moment to place her pretty face and wildling accent. Osha. Then her words hit him. Husband. 7 hells, I'm not drunk enough to deal with this. ASoIaF, Misadventures in Marriage. AC 298, Winterfell, Wintertown. Theon. I will admit to covering mainly the most interesting bits of my adventure here in Westeros. As though I was a visitor from another universe, and not a madman. Potentially. The problem is, interesting varies from person to person. So to continue to fill out my story, I will happily go back in time and fill some lost moments out. Frankly, given how complex this entire affair has been, that's probably the best I'm going to do. So, let's talk about another unforgettable moment. Before we even called the banners. Before my father was dead. I was sitting in the underground caves of Wintertown, trying to relax on a couch. I held my arm over my eyes and sighed, sparing myself of the large shining chandeliers decorating the ceiling of the Bank of the North. I was surrounded by warm green walls, and fixtures made of polished bronze, all part of the wealth of the new North being put to the use of showing off for the people. I guess I couldn't complain too much. The bank was just one of several important institutions using the cave system beneath Winterfell, warmed by the geothermal springs and ventilated by shafts dug by dynamite. It would be considered a new wonder of the world of Planetos. Once that book was finished. I had other things on my mind right now though. Dan Greenstone walked up next to me, coughing discreetly. I sighed. Yes, Dan. My lord, I understand the meeting was draining, Dan managed, but relaxing like this in open view is probably not wise. What, am I going to be killed by the decor? I asked dryly. I sat up and rubbed my temples again with a groan. I ignored the stares of other bank patrons sitting on couches, staring at me. They ranged from simple farmers in machine-manufactured clothing, to a few rich local knights and lords. What did I care if they thought I was nuts? Ugh. 2 hours of land development. Who do I usually have doing the job of overseeing that? I asked. I believe it was Sir Holt, Dan said. And he regrets being unable to attend, but his new duties have kept him quite busy. Convenient, I grumbled. He's demoted to a half-knight. My lord. No. A quarter knight. God forbid I make him an eighth of a knight, then he'll be sorry. I grumbled. Dan stared at me blankly. I don't understand, my lord, Dan said. I sighed. Why did I make you my assistant, Dan? Dan rubbed his chin. Because you said I had a memory like an archive, and all the imagination of a rock. You remember that? Good on you, Dan, I said with a nod. Keep up the good work. Yes sir, Dan said, without any sense of irony. That or he was a very, very good actor. I hadn't ruled it out. Game of Thrones and all. Though so far the most cunning thing he'd ever done to subvert my efforts to reform the North was change the color of my binders for filing without telling me. So, what's next? I asked. Dan flipped through his notebook. The opening of the glass gardens in the warm below, he said. Nice and easy. Oh. That's finished. I asked. I smiled. Neat. Let's go. I rose and headed out the large oak doors of the bank, joining the main plaza. It was polished, with stalactites and stalagmites carved to hold light fixtures and just to serve as decoration. Carts run by salesmen populated the broad plaza, people sharing their wares, selling, bargaining, all in the comfort of the underground. People ate food in courts. A group of mechanics repaired a water fountain where anyone could get a drink of warm spring water. Posters advertising shows, hunting and mercenary services, and others hung on the walls, proof of a higher literacy rate. And the lights provided by my first electric generators, as well as mirror-reflected skylights, gave everyone more than enough light to do their business. Like I said, wonders of Westeros. Definitely making the list. Hell, even the king himself had been impressed. Even while drunk. Maybe even especially while drunk. I'd figured out how to make the lager, after all. Though I will admit, the entire thing looked a bit like a steampunk Flintstones version of Rapture from BioShock. That said, the only people who would think that were in some other universe. So I put it out of my mind. We made it to the glass gardens, which were covered in curtains. I grinned as I saw Rob and Caitlin. They too had to do this. Caitlin looked happy, while Rob looked bored out of his skull, even at the crowd of reporters and onlookers. Rob caught my eye first and I kept grinning. He glared right back as I walked up alongside him on the small stage. You look cheerful, Rob muttered, finally get laid with Ramsay. You look miserable. Lady Caitlin catch you dancing again? I asked. Rob sighed and rolled his eyes as Caitlin glared at us both. Be proper, won't you? She hissed. She turned back to the crowd, beaming. This is a great day. We have enough excess wealth to create cheap tourist traps, I said cheerfully. All is going according to plan. It was your idea, Caitlin muttered. I shrugged. True, but I can enjoy Rob being unhappy about opening a garden, I said. Next up, he'll be cutting the ribbon at the opening of House Corvise's next shoe factory. I'm already doing that, Rob said flatly. I shrugged. Lucky guess. Honestly you too. Caitlin huffed. She then stepped up to the basic sound horn, just a cone for speaking louder through. Welcome all. Welcome. My lady and lords. The crowd replied. Caitlin beamed. We are so happy to announce the opening of the Glass Gardens, down here in Winter Town. So that all children of the North may see the wonders of the South, she spoke. With that done. Workers, please. Several workers pulled on ropes. And pulled a bit harder. A reporter coughed. Caitlin glared darkly. The workers struggled a bit more. And finally, the curtains came down. Colorful plants of all shapes and sizes shined behind the sealed glass windows. Children pushed forward, pressing their noses against the glass as the photographers flashed their bulbs. And much applause filled the caverns of Winter Town. Most of all, I was just happy to see the bright smile on my adoptive mother's face. Sure, I complained a lot. But it was nice to see her beam like that. Rob had to agree, given the small smile he was now wearing. At least, until someone patted my shoulder. I looked over. It was a soldier of the 1st Brigade, which was still in training. A cadet captain. Morcar Flint. His name came to me in an instant before he spoke. The younger man looked nervous. Ah, my lords, he muttered, Lord Bran has gone missing. Missing? Dan whispered in shock. I gave Morcar a hard look as Rob took control of the situation. Where? Doing what? Rob demanded. He was trying his new saddle, the one Lord Greyjoy built. And his horse went off, we lost track of him and... We'll handle this, Rob said quickly. Thean? Saddle up and go with Morcar. I'll follow with Grey Wind. Roger, I said. I turned to the crowd, thought of excusing myself dramatically. But a concerned look from Caitlin stilled me. I shook my head. No problem, I murmured, as I turned and walked quickly to the nearest stairwell. Just a little. Canon issue. Wait. When Bran rode off in the book and show. My eyes widened and I broke into a run. Shit. Fortunately, thanks to Grey Wind's keen nose and eyes, and Rob's latent warging, we found Bran in record time. Unfortunately, he was being held by a group of wildlings near a trash heap on the outskirts of Winter Town. The butterflies caused by my changes hadn't affected the players too much. I could still spot a dark-haired woman with the grungy-looking men. But they clearly had been camping out in the dump, something a lot of drifters and the homeless did, despite my best efforts to get them housing. I count 5, Rob muttered as he observed them through binoculars. They've got him. Right by the fire. We could take them with a force of troops, my lords, Flint said quickly. The 1st Brigade's training camp is not too far. They've got a hostage and they probably know who he is, Rob said. They won't stay any longer than they have to. He shook his head and looked to me. Got a plan, Thean? I hummed. I looked around the garbage heap, pots, glass jars. A few glass beakers from my lab, not sure why I threw them out. How much gunpowder do you have, Cadet Captain? I asked. A few rounds, he began. I reached out my hand. He handed a few cartridges over, and I pulled out some tools and tape. It had been a bitch to invent, but it was money well spent, even though it all smelled a bit like paint thinner. Something in the chemical mixture, should look into that. I worked at it, adding a few pieces of junk and joining it all together. I grinned as I held up my creation, Rob and Morcar staring at it. What is that? Rob asked. Very simple, I said, as I pumped air into my improvised noisemaker, a little pressure and some junk. A&D. Oh. Rob, have Grey Wind ready to flank. Morcar, cover us. But... Rob tried. I have a plan, I said. Right, Morcar said, pulling out his rifle. It was one of the new breech loaders, not my most elegant work, but still a faster rate of fire than any muzzle loader. I slid down the pile of trash, and lit my noisemaker. I peered around the pile of junk, and threw it as hard as I could. It landed. Right where I didn't want it, to the fire. The wildlings looked up as shots and small explosions burst from the fire, and the horse panicked. The wildlings fled in terror, one dark-haired woman pulling Bran along with a companion. Morcar opened fire, 1, 2 of the wildlings falling. Rob slid down the junk pile and opened up with his revolvers, dropping the last as he ran after his brother. I followed, hopping over the bodies of the dead wildlings. We didn't have far to go. Grey Wind had stopped the fleeing wildlings, and was snarling at them. Summer too was there, snarling from their flank. Bran grinned as he saw us and our wolves. Rob! Thean! He shouted. Rob held his revolver out at the male wildling, who was pressing a knife to Bran's throat. Let us go! Let us go, or the boy's blood feeds the trees! Snarled the wildling. Rob thought about it as the wildling turned his back to Grey Wind. And then smirked. No, Rob said. He nodded to me. The wildling tensed. Before I put a hole between his eyes. Bran winced at the blood, but his good mood returned when Summer slammed the dying man to the ground and set him free. The dark-haired woman trembled and tried to run, but Grey Wind snarled in her face. She fell down, and the wolf advanced on her menacingly. I looked at Rob. His eyes almost looked yellow, almost as menacing. Whoa whoa whoa! I said, holding my hands up. I ran up in front of the cowering woman, and Grey Wind pulled back. Hey! I think we've killed enough today, right? I looked over at Rob and Bran. Rob was silent for a bit, and nodded slowly. He glared at the wildling woman. You've tried to take the life of a Stark, Rob growled. Your life can be forfeit as a result. After a trial, I reminded him. Rob scowled. A trial? Yeah. Trial. It's the law, remember? I asked. Rob grit his teeth. But she. The other option, I said quickly, is for us to take her. As our servant. Don't the wildlings have some kind of ritual of being taken? I asked. The woman flushed, and looked at the ground. Sir, she said. I looked over at Rob with a smile. See? And we have that new thing of community service. She can serve the people she tried to take from. I said cheerfully. I'll take her under my wing. Because she's not going to pull this shit ever again, right? I looked at her. She nodded meekly. My lord, Rob prompted with a glare. You call us my lord Rob, my lord Bran, or you can call me Theon, I said quickly. Right. The woman nodded. Rob knelt down by Bran and made sure he was all right, as I examined her. What's your name? I asked cheerfully. Osha, she said. My lord, she added, at Rob's look. I mentally snapped my fingers. Osha. Right. She was played by the woman who played Tonks. I think. My memory was a little fuzzy after several years without the internet. Though I could have sworn Amardal looked like Hermione Granger's actress. Or maybe Luna Lovegood's. It'd been a while, give me a break. Anyway. I said cheerfully, as Cadet Captain Flint approached with his rifle, good work Flint. You're showing your stuff. Thank you, my lords, Flint said modestly. Rob nodded. Very good shots. I think General Riswell will need an aide. You're going to the top of the list. Flint beamed, and saluted. Yes, my lord. As for Miss Osha here, I said, turning back, let's get you back to the castle, shall we? Will you carry me? Thean. She asked softly. Is your foot hurt? I asked, confused. She blinked. And nodded. A bit. No problem then, I said cheerfully. I hefted her up in a fireman's carry. Rob, you got Bran? Of course, Rob said, getting Bran up. I smiled at my brothers, and at the cadet captain. There we go then. Happy ending. Mostly. I sighed as the wolves sniffed the dead body of the wildling. Miss Osha, you have any burial rites for your people? Burn them. I'll owe them. Please, she said quickly, fear in her voice. I looked over at Morcar and Rob, who looked confused. But I knew why. I nodded. Ladies got a point, I said. Come on. It wasn't long before Rob and I were neck-deep in preparations. Our mother was kidnapping Tyrion Lannister, and the whole ugly mess of the War of the Five Kings began. But at least I had Osha serving the family and being a faithful retainer. With a surprising amount of work and affection given to me. I didn't think anything of it though. Until that night in Maiden Pool. Oh make, and so we enter. Endgame. Thunder rumbled over King's Landing. Thunder was hardly an unknown to the 500,000 people who called the city home. Indeed, the frequent summer storms that washed over the city were welcomed for the sharp and focused downpours they brought with them, a torrent of water that flushed all the shit through Flea Bottom and out of King's Landing into Blackwater Bay. A good storm could clear the air into something almost breathable for a day before the inevitable miasma returned. However, in recent days, a new type of thunder had started to intrude on the lives of those living in the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. One that made small folk and highborn both nervously glance out in the direction of the Crownlands when it came. The thunder of the north. It was nothing less than a herald, warning all who heard the terrible noise that Robb Stark and his army of vengeance were now so close to the capital that their cannons could be heard from the Iron Throne itself. And for all the work the agents of the Red Keep and town criers put in insisting the war went well, many of them hesitated in their practiced speeches as the distant rumble of the guns had sprung up, seemingly timed to mock their loud assurances that victory grew ever nearer. But tonight at least, the thunder was not a harbinger of death. No, to the relief of many, this was real thunder. Flashes of distant lightning could be seen deep over the Crownlands, briefly illuminating the clouds above as a late summer storm slowly gathered strength. Watching the play of nature from a balcony on one of the Red Keep's plentiful towers as an evening breeze stirred, Peter Baelish couldn't help but wonder if a similar display of light and sound had inspired Theon Greyjoy so many years ago, causing the young Kraken to dare to steal fire and thunder from the gods themselves to turn against his enemies. Personally, he couldn't help but approve of the sheer hubris inherent in such a thought. Indeed, he almost felt some measure of kinship with the young Greyjoy. Seized as a hostage and starting from nothing with nothing, the squid had wasted little time making himself utterly indispensable to Ned Stark. Much as Peter had in turn made himself indispensable to first Jon Arryn and then Robert Baratheon, Theon had become so to first Eddard and then Robb Stark, with his counsel now sought by half the lords and lord paramounts of the realm. Simply put, when Theon Greyjoy spoke, high and low-born from the wall to Dorne listened. And yet there was one key difference between them. Despite his incredible power, Theon had refused to take that last obvious step to truly become his peer. Content to play a supporting role in the mummers' troop around the king in the north, he was unable or more likely, unwilling to step around or over them to demand his due for everything he had given them. Or take it if they refused. It had to be that damnable Stark sense of honor. Truly, he was Ned Stark's son, bound by chains the otherwise brilliant man could not see as he labored away for the north. Refusing to step outside of the role assigned to him as he masterminded events for the Starks. Spinning victory after victory in exchange for no more than a hearty well done and pat on the back. That was where his sense of kinship faded. For all their similarities in inciting and navigating chaos and disruption as others drowned in it, Peter Baelish could never be content to play a beast of burden others used to drag forward their own agendas. No, he would survive the storm closing in on King's Landing, and do so on his own terms. Dynasties came and went, rulers lived and died. Lords and knights and houses, causes and crusade rose and fall. Order gave way to chaos, chaos in turn gave way to order. But he remained. Poetic, isn't it? A familiar voice broke into his thoughts from behind him as he took a sip of Dornish wine from the cup he had brought with him. The distant storm that is now almost at our doorstep as we ask how did it come to this? Peter did not react in any way to the unannounced presence, save to put a well-practiced smile onto his face. He was going to miss these little chats. Some of us may ask that, he agreed as he continued to look out at the distant storm far beyond the walls of King's Landing and flashes of lightning. Others may reflect that this was inevitable from the moment Ned Stark's head hit the ground. That is true, the Master of Whispers acknowledged as he stepped up silently, folding arms onto the top of the parapet and studying the distant flashes of lightning. Such a pity that preventing it became inevitable after that day in the throne room. But then, to be perfectly fair, you did tell Lord Stark not to trust you, the other conceded before offering him a sly smile. And it is rather hard to stab someone in the back unless you are standing fully behind them. Peter felt his grin twitch a little at the jab, covering it easily with a sip of his wine. One of his greatest achievements to date, having Lord Stark and his men walk right into the trap set for them, even doing him the courtesy of leaving their thunder arms behind. He certainly had not wanted the man's bodyguards armed to the teeth. He had seen firsthand how terribly intimidating they were when Jaime Lannister and a group of his soldiers had confronted Ned Stark outside of his brothel weeks before. When Jaime had drawn his sword in response to Ned's, false he knew even at the time, claim that Tyrion's arrest had been at his command, Ned had simply snapped a finger in an uncharacteristically showy way, and a half-dozen of his men concealed on roofs around the square had suddenly revealed themselves, and their Whistler sharpshooting rifles. All aimed squarely at the Kingslayer. And as the Lannister men had hesitated and looked to the frozen Jaime for leadership, Ned's official guards had stepped out from his brothel, carrying enormous double-barrel shotguns that had become legendary in the training yards for the sheer mess their flare rounds could make of close groups of pig carcasses, making it abundantly clear that if either Jaime or his men tried anything, they would die very quick, very painful, and very messy deaths. Eddard Stark had let the unspoken threat stand for a good 5 seconds or so of strained silence, before finally responding to Jaime's previous bravado in a voice as cold as a northern winter. You're fast with that sword, Sir Jaime, but I've yet to see a man who can outrun a bullet. Despite his dislike of Ned Stark, Peter couldn't help but feel a fierce sense of delight in being present to witness an event as historic as Sir Jaime Lannister facing mortality for perhaps the first time in his life. The realization that for all his confidence in his vaunted abilities, he would be dead the instant Lord Stark ordered it, if he wanted it so. And for once showing commendable common sense, Sir Jaime had backed off, darkly warning that his father would hear about this. And events had only spiraled out of control from there. Gloriously. Still, after witnessing that incident firsthand, he had made sure that Lord Stark's guards had left their powerful weapons behind when marching into the throne room, promising overwhelming numbers of the gold cloaks would be present alongside his own men. Stark had readily agreed to his implacable logic that if things did go bad, the last thing they needed was a stray bullet hitting the prince or queen and setting off the very war he was trying to avoid. But to be perfectly fair, he had never confirmed to Lord Stark on whose side the overwhelming numbers of gold cloaks would be. That I did. Peter conceded the point easily. Whereas I, as always, stand in awe of your firm unshakable loyalty, to the Targaryens. Then the Baratheons, and then the Lannisters. He paused for just a half-second before continuing to drive in the point with a smile. Shall we soon add the Starks to that exalted list? Or perhaps he dared, the Targaryens once more. Or perhaps never anyone but the Targaryens, he said without saying, the implication all too clear to the two of them. It is always gratifying to know one's talents are in high demand, Varys parried without blinking. Although I'm not terribly certain if Robb Stark would have much use for your services, he seems quite happily married to the flower of the Reach now. And he really doesn't seem to be the type to sleep around. Early days yet, my friend. Peter felt his smile grow for a moment before schooling it back into submission. I'm sure many said the same about the Honorable. He filled that word with the scorn it deserved. Ned Stark before he showed up with Jon Snow. How the man had so brazenly cheated on Cat like that and been forgiven without a second thought, still held up as a paragon of virtue instead of a hypocrite, even now it could make his hand clench involuntarily. Yes. A most fascinating story, that one. Varys agreed with a tiny hint of something in his voice for a moment. But it does seem that the young wolf and his bride are madly in love with each other. Your expertise on the subject, I am sure, is legendary. He couldn't help but snark, getting one final jab in at the other's lack of equipment in that arena. But still, my friend, business is always business, even among a pack of wolves. And I know business. Indeed, the other saluted the hit with a slight nod before pulling back and turning back to observe the storm, while continuing to talk. In fact, while we are speaking of business, I do recall a little bird came to me several days ago talking about a new, shall we say, business opportunity that has opened up in the Vale of Arryn. In the mountains south of Coldwater Burn? I mention it only because I do know it is close to your ancestral holdings in the Fingers. Oh. Peter kept his face perfectly composed. Please, do tell. Well, if you insist, the other said, glancing at him with a brief smile. It seems that large quantities of coal were discovered several years ago in the region, never touched for lack of any real demand at the time as I understand it. But with the North increasingly consuming it faster than they can dig it out, it has become quite the valuable commodity to them. And a new company, of sorts, has just been granted mining rights to the region by the lords in question. Giving said company, it so happens, control of the largest known deposits on the continent. What a fortunate coincidence, Peter agreed with an absolutely flawless look of mild interest, even as he again lovingly calculated just how much money he would make from the operation. And even better, the sheer strategic value of the operation should encourage the North to be as pragmatic with him as they were being with the Lannisters. Still, one must admit a sense of relief that one's home has managed to avoid the horrors and chaos of this war. Really? As I understand it, AndrewJTalon made quite the mess of all three towers at your home, Varys quipped back, always one to seize an opening to needle him. He does seem to have become all too fond of those cannon of his. I hear Robb Stark has actually named him field commander of his army's artillery. He seems to certainly be moving up in the world. Harrenhal was but a means to an end. The title turned out to be far lighter and easier to move than the rocks of that ruin, Peter scoffed, trying not to be baited by the mention of Edmure bombarding his nominal holdings. The childish brother of Catelyn and Lysa had always delighted in mocking him when they were young. No doubt he had been equally delighted in using that decrepit ruin for target practice after hearing it was nominally now his holding. No, as the days go on, I must admit I do increasingly yearn for the mountains of my youth in the Vale. Ah yes, the Vale of Arryn. Such disturbing rumors I hear these days, the other said with a voice of false sympathy. Increasing numbers of lords who grow restless with their forced neutrality as they watch the North close in on King's Landing. All, I am sure, wishing to be let out to support their king, Peter said with a perfectly straight face. But of course, Varys agreed, both knowing the king in question the lords wished to fight for certainly wasn't the one in King's Landing. I do fear that House Arryn's hold on their vassals is slipping, sad to say. Talk of banners being raised without her permission to enter the war, or even raised against her in frustration at the Lady Arryn's inaction. Not helped, I am sure, by the despoiler continuing to lay the blame for Lord Arryn's death on the hands of certain Lannisters. Shocking, truly. I'll be sure to investigate closely when I arrive, Peter promised with just the right tone of concern. He indeed would be sure to do that. By the old and new gods, the last thing he needed was the Vale fragmenting just as he was moving his final pieces into place to take over. He had already heard word from his agents that Maya Stone, one of Robert's bastards and an accomplished enough warrior in her own right, had slipped away with a wink and a nod from House Royce to join Robert Stark's army, alongside any number of volunteers. Apparently her own decision after reading newspapers that extolled any number of warrior women in service to Robb Stark. He didn't believe that for a second. She was a bastard, which let House Royce cast her aside should this backfire on them, yet high up enough that they could take full credit for her glory in the event of a victory, putting them on the winning side of the king in the north as seemed a foregone conclusion now. Quite clever. And if something wasn't done soon, she might only be the vanguard. Oh yes, your pending marriage to the Lady Erin. I suppose congratulations are in order. I do know how long the thought of this has been on your mind. Surely, a truly joyous day for you, or at least her. And a marriage not without its compensations, I must say. The tone of the other was truly a thing of beauty. The assured, knowing voice that said Varys knew exactly what kind of a person Lisa, yet mixed with annoyance that he was about to be put into a position of real power in the Seven Kingdoms. Becoming a lord paramount in truth, if not in name once he was settled in. It is quite flattering, really, he smiled instead as he pushed away from the parapet, leaving the cup behind and closing the distance between them with slow deliberate steps as his mind flashed back over the last week where he had found himself unknowingly almost trapped in the middle of a carefully spun web of this man. That you feel such dread at the prospect of me getting what I want. Thwarting you has never been my primary ambition, I assure you, the other dismissively sighed before Varys let a tiny smile play on his face for a moment as Peter halted just in front of him. But then he added, who doesn't like to see their friends fail every now and again? You're so right, Peter agreed, his smile darkening ever so slightly. I in fact had quite the bad investment recently. A young woman of particular skill, but one who didn't bring me any enjoyment. Any compensations? Simply trouble begetting trouble, he noted, stepping around the other and back to the parapet, glancing down into the courtyard and letting his smile widen slightly, delighted beyond measure that Varys would be here to witness this event. From said courtyard, sudden bangs of gunshots rang out, one after the other. No cries or alarms and ringing of alarm bells followed to indicate intruders, instead only a woman's screams could be heard. Varys turned to follow his gaze, and for a fraction of a second out of the corner of his eye, Peter could see the man clench his jaw at the sight far below as he realized what was happening before he again smothered his expression. She was a bad investment, Peter didn't quite gloat as two final shots rang out in rapid succession, the screams of the woman churning off into a gurgling that faded away finally into nothing. ROS, a whore from the north with nothing but her body whom he had elevated into a position of real power, only for him to repay him with betrayal. And now? Now she was nothing but a carcass being hauled down from the wall, her once stunning face a ruined mess. A fitting end for the whore and payment in full for services rendered. Luckily, even bad investments can have their losses recouped with some ingenuity. He smiled down at the dead body with no small amount of satisfaction. And our king was so eager to prepare for what is coming to King's Landing and get in some target practice. Down below, a couple of Lannister soldiers dragged away the corpse bleeding all over the courtyard. Standing in the open, his shoulders still heaving in excitement and Ned Stark's former revolver clutched in his hand, Joffrey Lannister turned to shoot a grin at a cluster of people dutifully following him who applauded his skill, thrusting Blizzard high into the sky in triumph at them. Indeed, the king had been so delighted with the opportunity he had not even hesitated in giving him a sealed travel document ensuring he would get through the checkpoints and patrols around King's Landing without delay. Far more useful to him in death than in life, ROS had turned out to be. Bad fortune and reversals come to all of us in such troubled times, Varys simply said before casually changing the subject, clearly having gotten the message and acknowledging the little victory in their back and forth game. I do hope that your journey is a safe one, my lord. Our king is certainly in need of close, dependable counsel, and the loss of you in the small council chamber will be felt most keenly. Indeed, Peter agreed, ignoring the rather unsubtle implication that his leaving the city for good would be a net improvement for the king, at least in the spider's mind. But that was fine. Let Varys fret about his precious realm as it continued to shrink, or his Targaryen fools across the narrow sea, or whoever he truly supported, he honestly couldn't care. Varys could die with his past while he created the future. Of course, he continued, with the Northern Fleet blockading Dragonstone and Blackwater Bay, I have been forced to take a somewhat more lengthy route. Which will, unfortunately, result in my absence for an extended time. King's Landing simply won't be the same without you, the other said in a voice so perfectly absent of sarcasm it somehow came back around to reach a whole new level of sarcasm, even as he offered a small bow, his hands again folded inside his sleeves. A safe journey then, my lord. Peter wordlessly saluted the other with his cup before placing it casually on the parapet and moving away, back into the tower and to the winding stairs in the middle of the stone structure. A bonus that was, Varys arriving to wish him goodbye just in time to see his newest little bird pay the price for her treachery. Some small payment on the enormous debt he owed the man for the events of the last few weeks. And a warning that said without saying that he knew exactly what the spider had done. Or at least, what the spider had tried to do. As he stomped down the stairs, his mind again flashed back to just over a week ago walking down a near-identical stairwell in the Tower of the Hand. He had just finished, escaped might be a better word, his meeting with Tywin Lannister, having successfully foisted off responsibility for the failed attempt on Robb Stark's life onto Joffrey. congratulating himself for being sure to have the assassins' leader meet with the king and take his orders, then getting their real orders from him before they left King's Landing, through a cutout of course. A thin illusion to be sure, but it was enough that Joffrey would be left with no defense when his furious uncle confronted him about his actions and accused him of ordering the assassination and forced him to accept the consequences of his failure. At the same time, he had been somewhat distracted wondering where in the seven hells his knife was. It was no cheap weapon, but castle-forged steel with precious gems and gold in the pommel, but it was missing from its scabbard. He dismissed the idea he had been pickpocketed inside the Red Keep almost at once, deciding that he must have left it inside his chambers when getting dressed. Exiting the tower feeling mildly annoyed with himself for leaving his chambers unarmed, he had started to cross the stone courtyard to rectify this mistake, when Tywin Lannister had arrived. That is to say, he had crashed to the ground next to him with a sickening crunch, compressing into a horrific tangle of bone, blood, and fine clothes, barely missing landing on top of him by a matter of meters. To say he was shocked would be something of an understatement. That frozen moment had in turn shattered into a million pieces as with a loud ding, a familiar knife had crashed into the ground next to him, bouncing into the air. Its handle gleaming with jewels and its castle-forged blade shimmering with blood, and the mockingbird symbol in its hilt seeming almost to wink at him. Peter had always been a fast thinker, a man in his position needed to be after all. But for the first time in his life, time itself seemed to slow down to grant him long enough to fully take in the situation as his eyes locked onto the mockingbird, as the consequences of this became readily apparent. Fact. The body of Lord Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King and Lord Paramount of the Westerlands had just smashed to the flagstones right next to him. Fact. He had been the last person to see the man alive. Fact. His knife, clearly covered in blood, had just landed right next to the body in question. It didn't take someone as smart as he to realize exactly what this confluence of facts would mean when presented to Cersei and Joffrey. Faster than he had moved in his life, his hand had swung down without conscious thought, just pure desperation. Snatching up the knife even as it bounced back from the ground. Catching it cleanly by the hilt, he slammed it home into its scabbard in a singular fluid motion he suspected he wouldn't have been able to duplicate on any other day in his life as time seemed to speed back up again with the rumble of armored footsteps approaching. No. A voice had cried out and he looked up to see an ashen-looking Lancel Lannister and a group of guards come running towards him from around a corner. I was just walking out of the tower and he fell. Peter had rapidly started to spin his tail, only to be cut off by the knight. I know, we saw him falling from around the corner, Lancel replied in shock as he skidded to a halt and knelt gingerly next to the mess, his face growing even more pale as he realized that the true power of the Lannister family was dead. And while not the brightest fire in the night, surely even Lancel could appreciate the chaos that was sure to come. Did you see anyone? Anything? The other demanded, his eyes wide with adrenaline, fear, and uncertainty. And helpfully, Petrie provided him with some direction. The right direction. Away from him. I just finished meeting with him and left his chambers perhaps 5 minutes ago. Petrie didn't have to work hard to sound like he was in shock as his mind spun, deciding to throw some suspects at the other. There are any number of servants and nobles inside the tower. I passed on the stairs as I made my way down from his chambers. To the tower, let no one out. Lancel yelled wildly at his guards and they snapped into motion, reaching the door and starting to push back the people who had started to gather them into the tower without concern for social niceties or rank. Some protested, but all shut their mouths as the grim guards drew their swords. I will inform the King and Queen Mother, Peter volunteered, getting a nod from the other as he charged into the tower. And he had done so, after stopping by his chambers and hastily rinsing his knife clean of any trace of blood, washing his slightly shaking hands and checking his appearance was appropriately disheveled before hurrying to the throne room. Suffice to say, reaction had been stunned when he stormed in, making the most of the full court present to play to the audience with his announcement. Cersei had gone white with shock, then fear, and finally fury at the announcement, while Joffrey had looked, if anything, delighted to be relieved of dealing with petitioners, dismissing the court with an attempt at grandeur and sorrow that was rather pathetic. Peter in turn had used the chaos and confusion as room was cleared and the small council assembled to carefully go over the events once more and get his story straight in his mind, and to his shock, he realized he had not been the last man to see the Hand of the King alive. Replaying the events, he now recalled that as he had left the apartments that cupbearer Tywin had picked up at Harrenhal had been present, easing past him with a load of food and drink into the rooms. He had in fact all but pushed past her in his haste to get out of the rooms before Tywin changed his mind about who to blame for the River Run fiasco. And as he took his seat in the small council chamber, he had need to work hard to suppress a totally inappropriate smile as he realized he had the perfect sacrifice to throw suspicion onto. Oh, he doubted she was responsible for the death of the Lannister patriarch. If nothing else, the girl had plenty of easier opportunities before now to eliminate him, when his death might have actually made some kind of difference in the war's outcome. But he could care less about her innocence. She would do perfectly as a bone to throw to the lions to keep them distracted. That happy scenario had only lasted for a few seconds after they had settled down, however, with Lancel Lannister arriving somewhat out of breath followed by the hulking form of Sir Sandor Clegane, who had been on guard duty outside the hand's chambers. At once, Cersei in a voice of fury and rage had seized control of proceedings, demanding to know how this had happened and who was responsible. Not one to be upstaged and now sitting at the head of the table, King Joffrey, quite possibly finally realizing that with Tywin gone he answered to no one, had also jumped in at that point, snarling and demanding that the dog answer the question of why he shouldn't have his head put on a spike then and there for his failure. Peter wasn't sure what had flickered through the hound's eyes at that demand, but it had been gone almost before he had seen it. And to his annoyance, the gruff hound had matter-of-factly reported that Peter had just left the chambers, causing everyone to turn and look at him in a very unsettling way, as Man's cupbearer had then entered the rooms. Sandor had walked over to keep an eye on her, but she had simply put the food on a table before being chased out by a furious but very much alive Tywin, who had slammed the door shut and locked it behind him, clearly angry about something and in no mood for company. Then, a minute or two later, his attention had been drawn out a window to a body on the ground by screaming. He had promptly kicked the door in and a quick search of the rooms had found them to be entirely empty, with the food untouched. Lancel then adding that a thorough search of everyone in the tower had found no evidence of murder or foreplay. The lack of any clear evidence had stalled Cersei for a moment, her tear-streaked face seeming to wildly swerve around the room looking for a target, with no one daring to speak up lest she chose them as the next one. She had then interrogated Sandor, Lancel, and him too, blasting them with questions and suspicions, grasping at straws in her grief and fury to find anyone to blame for the death of her father. For once actually being helpful, Maester Pycelle had interrupted to babble on about recent medical notable breakthroughs around heart conditions in older people, smartly not pointing out that Theon Greyjoy was the indirect source of said knowledge. Conditions that were often brought on by great stress, where older men could simply collapse and die as their hearts gave out, and if he had been stressed and gone outside to the parapet, feeling the heat and shortness of breath of such an attack and looking for fresh air. That of course had caused Cersei to once again round on him, her eyes blazing as she demanded to know what he had done to make her father so furious. Peter in turn had slowly started to explain about Robb Stark's wedding, shooting pointed looks at Joffrey several times before the Boy King finally got it and belatedly jumped in to protect his culpability, standing up suddenly to declare he had heard enough and that this was clearly a tragic accident. And despite the appalled look on his mother's face, he had dismissed the council, running out to collect his grandfather's whip through which the Unsullied could be controlled. The gods alone knew what fun he was going to inflict on the poor citizens of King's Landing with those utterly obedient soldiers. Cersei, her face darker than the long night, had stormed out after him, Pycelle shuffling as quickly as he could in her wake to leave only he and the spider present in the chamber. And as they had risen from their seats, his gaze had for just a moment locked with that of Lord Varys and the tiny smirk on it before he too had shuffled out, and suddenly everything had come into focus with breathtaking, terrible clarity. As soon as practical after the immediate chaos had died down, he had left the Red Keep for his brothel, having some of his more useful thugs snatch Ros as he stormed through the building, bringing her to his office. It had not taken terribly much encouragement in the face of his fury for her to admit to his suspicions, that she had been passing information to Varys after she had gotten caught up in the game between Tyrion and Cersei, begging for forgiveness from him he had little inclination to give. He had not even bothered to listen to her pleas when she had denied separating him from his knife and handing it off or leaving it out for the assassin, knowing she was more than smart enough to admit to the lesser betrayal while vigorously denying the greater one. Instead he had her thrown into a cell for the amusement of the city watch until he could decide what he would do with her. Later in the evening, as the bells continued to ring out to mourn the death of Lord Tywin, Peter had banished all from his presence as he carefully thought through everything, becoming increasingly convinced that he had worked through to the horrifying truth of things. It all made such perfect sense after all. On the face of it, the Lannister cause was doomed. Lord Tywin clearly would not surrender, but if he were to die suddenly, there was every possibility Robb Stark would be happy enough to forego the final battle and allow for a smooth transition for Varys's precious realm to whatever came next. And that was only half of the genius. Using his knife to do the deed, framing him and ensuring his execution removed him from the game board, something he knew Varys had wanted to do for a very long time. What was that saying Theon Greyjoy was so fond of? Oh yes, killing two birds with but one stone. An apt analogy. That cupbearer had saved his life. Her entering the room and delaying things as she had, one of those impossible to predict complications in such business, had in turn caused Tywin to storm through his apartments to kick her out and lock the door, surely destroying the timing of the assassination. Because if it had happened, as it clearly was supposed to, tipping the hand of the king over the balcony at roughly the same time he was leaving the room with his knife along for the ride. In that case he would have been greeted by the body in the courtyard when he exited the tower. A body with his knife right next to it, which left the top of the tower at close enough to the same time he had been meeting him. Pure, distilled, genius. But complicated, a plan that needed perfect knowledge of his movements, access to the Tower of the Hand to slip an assassin in undetected in his knife. Varys was the only possible person who could have arranged this to be with Ros providing the knife and his schedule, and Varys no doubt knew of some secret way into and out of the Tower of the Hand, to pull off the second attempt in recent memory to frame someone for a murder using a knife. And that stray thought caused his eyes to widen yet again. This entire war had started because he had falsely led poor naive Catelyn to believe Tyrion Lannister had sent an assassin after her cripple of a son, paid for with a rare Valyrian steel knife belonging to Tyrion. That falsehood had almost gotten Tyrion killed several times in quick succession, would have gotten him killed if not for that sellsword he had grown so fond of. Tyrion, who had always been surprisingly friendly with Varys, even more disturbingly a friendship built entirely upon pragmatism and mutual interests. Tyrion who loathed his father as much as his father loathed him, who with his father out of the way was now theoretically the heir to Castle Rock. Something he had wanted all his life but his father had made abundantly clear he would never give him. Tyrion, who was now by all his reports much more an honored guest than a prisoner of the Starks, having won their conditional trust and respect, who would be the perfect ally to bring the Westerlands to peace and win the war at a stroke as soon as they took King's Landing. And Tyrion, who had been framed and almost killed by his efforts. That was a debt that had yet to be paid by him, and a Lannister always paid their debts. What better payment could here have been than having him framed and executed, using his own knife? Convinced, that night Peter had woken the people he needed woken, sent the ravens he needed to send and accelerated all his preparations he could make. His plans to quietly move into the position of power in the Vale were well advanced, but he drove forward now with a new urgency, determined to get out of the capital while he still could. Before another more direct attempt was made on his life, keeping the revolver he had acquired at considerable cost hidden inside his jacket from that point forward. And so, as Peter Baelish hurried down the stairs, a hand subconsciously drifting to feel the reassuring presence of the 6th shotgun, he moved quickly to collect his final precious cargo. A cargo that would guarantee he would survive this war and rise even higher afterwards. As he swore to the old gods and new gods that he was not finished yet. Not with Westeros. Not with Varys. Not with Tyrion. Not with any of them. Not by half. Watching his opponent stalk away, the spider gave no outward signs of his feelings, instead slipping his arms back inside his robes and also vanishing into the tower, but unlike Peter, he vanished into one of the numerous secret passages that crisscrossed the interior of the keep to let him move unseen. Cramped, narrow and unlit, they did offer excellent privacy, to move and think unseen. It truly was a pity about the girl Ros, a final petty act of spite from Baelish in their little game. Trust, badly misplaced or not, was often the only currency worth anything in his line of work and she had given hers to him. In desperation perhaps, but given nonetheless that he would keep her safe in exchange for just a little bit of useful information before Lord Baelish left the city. Still, she was dead now and nothing would change that any more than he could stick Ned Stark's head back on his body and undo the chaos that mistake had set into motion. No, all he could do was try to shape the future as he always had, protecting it from men like Littlefinger who would gleefully burn the realm down if they could but rule the ashes. Unfortunately, Peter's smug confidence aside, he was already well advanced into positioning himself to not simply survive this war, but thrive from it. No doubt his nemesis presumed that with control of so vital a resource to the north and becoming a lord paramount in all but name, his sins would, if not be forgiven, at least excused. Especially if he could bring back a few tokens of his loyalty to the new order to, what was that charming phrase Theon Greyjoy used? Ah yes, to spin the truth, just enough. And when Ros had told him that Peter had organized at considerable expense, a luxurious Braavasi-flagged ship waiting somewhere in the Bay of Crabs with a stateroom fit for a queen, which he would never buy for himself, to take him across the short distance from the Crownlands to the Vale, surely unimpeded by any northern warship under such a banner, it had become exceedingly clear that he intended for Sansa Stark to be his bargaining chip with the North. And it was annoyingly one that might actually work, given that the North had shown it could be pragmatic given the whispers he was hearing about Kevin and Tyrion Lannister securing a new alliance for the Westerlands for the post-Tywin time frame. If he rescued Sansa, claimed to have secreted her away in the middle of the night to the safety of her aunt and from there called on Robb to come collect her. It just might work. And the thought of Littlefinger worming his way into their inner circle like the parasite he was, ready to destroy the best chance for the realm from the inside out once more. No. No, the time had come to tidy up the loose thread of the old to prepare for the new. Accordingly, he had already put his own plans into motion. A few words dropped into the Queen's ear to remind her that they still held Sansa. A very significant piece on the board who Robb Stark would trade a great many concessions for, if used well. Bringing her warnings, he had heard whispers there were traitors close to hand growing nervous about her son. Traitors he could not identify as yet, but might be planning to seize her and spirit her away to a no doubt rich reward from Robb Stark. Leaving them nothing to stay his wraith. Cersei had at once seized on the idea with her typically paranoid focus, moving Sansa into the royal apartments with her best, and most fanatical, people in place to protect her, a fact Littlefinger would no doubt find to his extreme annoyance in the next few minutes. That said apartment had a long unused but perfectly functional secret passage in one wall was of course simply a happy coincidence for him. Even Sansa's servants had been mostly dismissed out of paranoia, reduced from a dozen ladies in waiting to a mere 2 people. Lord Tyrion's former servant, she who was fiercely protective of the girl to the point that even Cersei had not bothered to try and split them, had stayed with her. And that former cupbearer who had briefly been the focus of attention today had become the second simply because Sansa had been trying to comfort the shocked girl and thus been available to be tapped for the job. An odd death indeed for the Lord Hand. But not one he had looked terribly deeply into. Random chance had its part to play just as much as deliberate action, it was something you had to live with and adapt to. He suspected Peter in turn suspected him of plotting the man's death, a suspicion he had been careful to neither imply nor deny to the other. Instead, he had been content to let the man's thoughts run away with him as fast as he was running away from King's Landing itself. But while he was sure that losing Sansa as a bargaining chip would hurt Littlefinger, it certainly wouldn't be enough to stop him. No, to finally put an end to the man before he entrenched himself too deeply in what came after Joffrey, he had arranged for some of his agents in Pentos to arrange of a number of documents to fall into the hands of Theon Greyjoy's facilitators and bravos. Quite authentic documents with the signatures of both Lord Tywin and Lord Baelish on them, agreeing to the purchase of legions of Unsullied, with payment terms in gold, and a number of northern prisoners of war, shipped via Pentos. A test of commitment the good masters had insisted on that Lord Baelish had personally negotiated and agreed to. It would be a true pity he couldn't be there to see the look on the face of his good friend when he read the despoiler issue that would no doubt be blasted across all of the continent, when the North found out just whose signature was on the documents that had sent their sons into slavery. But as with all things in life, one person's mistakes could be another's opportunity. For if the carefully husbanded favors he had called in went as planned, the northern slave shipment should have been delayed and transferred through several intermediaries just long enough to arrive at Yunkai, at what should be roughly the same time as Daenerys Targaryen, if her army was on schedule and as efficient as he hoped. Another of his little birds had finally remade contact with Yoram Mormont, slipping him a note that alerted him to the imminent arrival of said ships and their cargo. And informing him that the few records of his activities, on behalf of the Iron Throne had been carefully eliminated. Ser Jorah had never struck him as the smartest of his family, but certainly he was shrewd enough to put things together quickly and realize the incredible opportunity presented for himself and his queen these prisoners could be. Redemption for himself as he freed northern slaves after being exiled for sending a handful of criminals into slavery and a unique political opening for his mistress into the new powerhouse of the world. Navigating through the pitch-black tunnels from memory, he halted exactly at the entrance to his room. Carefully, he opened up the tiny hidden vision slits that would let him check the room was empty and the door still secure, before he emerged back into his rooms, sealing the passage behind him before getting to work. As always when he left via his back door, before doing anything else he carefully checked his tells were in place. Small little things that would be all but impossible to notice unless you knew they were what they were, but that would tell him instantly if anyone had entered his room while he was out. A strand of hair resting in the doorframe at a precise height. A pile of documents on his desk that were aligned just slightly off straight. His desk's chair touching the underside of the table at a very specific point. None of it had been touched. Satisfied as well as he could be that no one had entered his office, Varys sat down on a comfortable chair at a small side table. A second chair was set on the other side and between the two, covering the bulk of the table surface, a square wooden board had been placed. Made of the very highest quality woods, 2 different shades had been used to define an even grid of 64 squares. In front of him in the first 2 rows, 16 black marble figures of the very highest quality had been placed. Soldiers in the front row. Castles on the edges of the back, followed by 2 rearing horses, 2 most devouts and then finally a king and a queen. On the opposite side of the board like 2 armies facing off before a battle, the exact same figures mirrored his, but done in a white marble. Smiling slightly at the 2 lines of stone figures, Varys allowed himself a very rare sense of anticipation as he reflected on the fact that finally, tomorrow evening, he just might have someone arrive who could truly challenge him in this glorious game. But then, he certainly wouldn't expect anything less from the man who had invented it.